Chapter 1, The Sixth Continent. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 00000. And welcome to a brand new story, something that's been bouncing around in my head for a while now. It's a little different from my usual scribblings and I'm hoping that it'll be something that others might also enjoy. 00000. Heroes Assemble. Chapter 1, The Sixth Continent. Harry James Potter stepped out of the tunnel and immediately to the side. Around him, the passengers that had traveled with him from Lima continued on, either in search of their baggage or to connecting flights or even in search of transportation from JFK International to New York proper. After traveling for so long and so far, Harry knew what to expect. The hordes of travelers would surge past, intent on their destinations, and anyone who got in their way or impeded their progress was in for a jostled, uncomfortable time. More often than not, before he'd learned his lesson, Harry'd been bumped into walls, cut off from his own destination or lost. Once he'd been knocked completely to the ground, an experience that he never wanted repeated. Once the way before him seemed to have settled down, he began making his way through the airport. Passing through customs here had been a little more of an issue than it had been in almost any other country that he'd explored, and especially the South American ones that he'd been traveling through for nearly the past year. Only the fact that he'd had the foresight to cast notice-me-nots, muggle-repelling charms and disillusionments on the series of miniature trunks strapped to his belt had gotten them past the officials. Thankfully, he'd learned early on to keep anything magical in the trunks, saving his muggle belongings, clothes, some books, toiletries, and a few knickknacks, for his backpack. Having the backpack as his only luggage was another blessing. No trips to baggage claim for him, not to mention the horror stories that he'd heard from people who had arrived in one country, only for their luggage to arrive in another. He weaved his way through the crowd, past the duty-free shops, eateries, and other businesses, intent on finding his way out of the airport. This was why he'd decided upon his next course of action. He was getting tired. 5 years. 5 years he'd been traveling the world visiting communities, muggle and magical alike, learning the customs and seeing the sights. He'd picked up untold amounts of knowledge, both magical and muggle. And he'd become a bit of a pack rat. Books, souvenirs, clothes, knickknacks, and doodads of all variety and interest that he could find had found their way into one of his trunks. Some things were incredibly useful, like the small silver stud that he now wore in his right ear. To anyone else, it was simply an earring. To him, it was a translation device. Using it, he could understand any language that he heard. He couldn't speak it, of course, but he could at least understand what was being said. It was an amazing find, one of many that he'd picked up in Japan. The only limitation that it seemed to have was the fact that it could only translate human languages, nothing of the goblin, mer people, dwarf or any of the other magical people languages dotted about the world. But after 5 years and 4 continents, he was ready to settle down, at least for a little while. And while the thought of going home to Britain had been mildly appealing, knowing that he had yet to explore and learn about North America had decided him on this course of action. Oh, there was also Australia, but he was in no rush to go there again. He had already spent quite some time there when he'd gone with Hermione to find her parents and return their memories to them. So, when the time had come that he felt ready to move on from South America, or more precisely, Peru, he'd taken the very first plane that he could get to North America. To New York, to be precise. Exactly what he was going to do there, he still hadn't quite decided. All that he had in mind was to find somewhere to settle, to use as a base as he explored the continent. And if it took him a little longer to explore said continent, with being based in one place, well, he could live with that. The bright sunlight after being cooped up in a plane for 9 hours, plus the time in the airport itself almost blinded him when he emerged from the heavily tinted glass doors. When he'd finally blinked the spots from his eyes, he looked around. A long line of yellow taxi cabs sat waiting for passengers off to his left. In the distance, a slight haze in the air marked where the city was, not unlike what he'd experienced any time that he'd first arrived in the more heavily populated cities of the world. Hitching his backpack a little higher onto his shoulder, he headed towards the first cab in the rank. "Where to, boss?" the little driver of obvious Indian descent asked the instant that Harry shut the door to the cab. "A hotel," Harry replied. "Something mid-range price-wise." "No, just the place, boss," the man said. The car was put into drive and the cab took off in a rush into the swirl of traffic. The fact that the little man hadn't even bothered to look for oncoming traffic had Harry scrambling to find his seatbelt. 00000. The hotel that the little Indian taxi driver, Manish, according to the little plastic card that Harry'd taken care to memorize so that he'd know the name of his potential killer, a likely outcome with the way the man seemed to ignore even the most basic of road rules, had taken him to was mediocre at best. Harry definitely stayed in a lot worse places, though. It had its own bathroom, which was a plus, as well as a bed that was only marginally lumpy in places. The fact that the woman behind the counter when he checked in was Indian explained exactly why he'd been brought there. Harry, though, wasn't overly concerned, he had no intention of staying there long. And thus, he was out exploring the area, learning about this new city that he'd found himself in. New York City, Harry quickly realized, was very aptly named. The city that never sleeps, was a hive of millions of people and cars, all hustling and bustling every which way in their important lives. In terms of people, it reminded him a lot of the largest cities that he'd experienced in India and China. But in terms of buildings, it was more comparable to Tokyo. Skyscrapers towered above him, each vying to be the biggest, the tallest, the most ostentatious. The Empire State Building was clearly one of the most impressive, even if it was no longer the tallest. Oscorp Tower was another that stuck out against the skyline. The Chrysler Building was amazing. And then there were the older buildings, the ones built with more charm than glass, like the Baxter Building. As Harry wandered from street to street, he found that even more towers were planned for the megacity. The ground was still in the process of being cleared for one called Stark Tower. Idly, he wondered what distinctiveness it would bring to the New York skyline. Would it be impressively tall or designed more artistically? Would it be filled with glass windows or perhaps even a helicopter landing pad on the roof? The further that he walked, the more that Harry was forced to dodge and weave his way through the crowds. It seemed that no matter which way he decided to go, it was always against the crowd. More times than he cared to count, he was bumped and jostled, sometimes even into poles or signs on the sidewalk. Deciding that he'd had enough of fighting the crowds, Harry took the next right, sighing in relief as he found himself on a less populated street. Here, the buildings seemed slightly smaller, only standing between 3 and 6 stories tall. They also had a slightly older feel to them, as though the technological advances of the past decade or so had left them behind. Even the very sight of these buildings felt more welcoming. Instead of concrete, steel and glass, almost all were made of old red brick. Here and there, if one cared to look closely enough, wood trim on some of the buildings enhanced the old-world feel. Feeling some of the tension that had begun to build in his back and neck begin to ease, Harry slowed his pace. This was an area that he felt comfortable in, a neighborhood that he felt that he could settle in, at least for however long he decided to stay in North America, which, judging by how long he'd spent in the other continents, could easily be a year. But, then, he realized, if he had a base to come back to instead of simply wandering from place to place, that 1 year could very easily stretch to several. It wasn't as though he was in a hurry to get anywhere. The smell of fresh bread hit his nostrils and he turned, following the urging of his growling stomach. The bakery was small, with a counter near the back wall and several tables and chairs set just inside the door. A flash of movement from the corner of his eye drew his attention to the TV in the corner, the newscaster on the screen droning on about something that Harry had no idea about. A chocolate scroll and cappuccino were quickly ordered and given to him. He was just about to leave when the flash of multiple explosions on the television caught his attention. Harry moved to the side and absently leant against the wall as the amazing images continued to roll. Most of them were tiny and blurry, obviously shot from a long way away. But others, they were the ones that really caught his attention. There seemed to be 2 metal men. One, the smaller of the two, was Greyfinder to a T, all shiny red and gold. The other was a flat grey and seemed the more powerful of the two. The cameras had caught some kind of fight between the two, one where cars, buses and buildings alike were demolished in great numbers. At the end, after a massive explosion at some place called Stark Industries, the images shifted to show a newsroom. And now we cross live to where Tony Stark himself will be giving a statement about the incident between Iron Man and the Ironmonger, the young news reporter stated. 000000. Harry watched the television spellbound. His only concession to the real world was taking the occasional sip of his cappuccino. The image that appeared when the screen cut to the live feed was that of a military man, who the text at the bottom of the screen identified as Lieutenant Colonel James Rhodes. And now, Mr. Stark has prepared a statement, the Lieutenant Colonel was saying. He will not be taking any questions. Thank you. While Colonel Rhodes was giving his introduction, a man in a crisp black suit with the most intricate facial hair that Harry had ever seen, joined him on the stage. At once, Colonel Rhodes stepped back and to the side, giving up the microphone to the man identified as Tony Stark. Been a while since I was in front of you. I figure I'll stick to the cards this time, Tony Stark said, holding up the indicated cards. Then, holding out the cards in front of him, he began to read. There's been speculation that I was involved in the events that occurred on the freeway and the rooftop. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark, a female journalist in the audience interrupted, but do you honestly expect us to believe that that was a bodyguard in a suit that conveniently appeared, despite the fact that you... I know that it's confusing, Stark interrupted her, an annoyed look on his face. It is one thing to question the official story, and another thing entirely to make wild accusations, or insinuate that I'm a superhero. I never said you were a superhero, the female journalist pointed out. Didn't? Well, good, because that would be outlandish and fantastic, Stark replied. I'm just not the hero type. Clearly. With this laundry list of character defects, all the mistakes I've made, largely public. It was then that Colonel Rhodes stepped back into the screen and whispered something in Stark's ear. The fact that Tony Stark immediately looked down at the forgotten cards in his hand and then held them back out in front of him told Harry exactly what was said. Tony Stark paused then, staring at the cards for a long moment before his hand dropped and he looked right into the camera. The truth is, I am Iron Man. Not only the reporters on the screen, but also everyone in the bakery with Harry immediately began talking and sending questions every which way. Harry, though, couldn't see what the big deal was. He thought that Stark was saying that he was in one of the iron suits that had been on the screen not long before, most likely the Gryffindor red and gold one, but to him, it didn't mean all that much. So, the guy could obviously do stuff that the ordinary person couldn't. Harry could relate to that. The big difference between the two of them that Harry could see was that Stark seemed to eat up the attention that the media was giving him, and that was not something that Harry'd ever been comfortable with. Deciding that, since he'd seen the big news announcement and not wanting to stay around where a bunch of people were beginning to talk louder and louder to the person next to them, he sidled out of the bakery and continued his explorations of his new home. 00000. Sipping his cappuccino and munching on his chocolate scroll, Harry continued wandering the streets. He particularly loved the old world feel that the old red bricked buildings gave him. He wondered idly about that, especially when he realized that, no matter what country or continent he'd visited over the past 4 years, he'd naturally seemed to gravitate towards the oldest section of the city or town. But then, the more he thought about it, the more that it made sense. When it came down to it, the first place that Harry had ever been happy to call home, the one place that he'd always felt most comfortable in, was Hogwarts. And if you wanted the old world feel, then Hogwarts was always bound to win. Diagon Alley, too, was an extension of that. Both were places where he began to come into his own. Especially the summer before his 3rd year when he got to spend a number of weeks living in the Leaky Cauldron and exploring the alley every day. Whenever Harry found that he was starting to leave the old neighborhood behind, he'd turn back, exploring a different street or even simply the opposite side of a street that he'd already been down. It wasn't surprising then, when he found the place that seemed to instantly call to him. The building was much like the ones around them, all red brick and old wood and steel. Huge plate glass windows lined not only the front of the building, but were also set into the top third of the old oak door in wedges that formed a semicircle, a small circular piece of glass set in the bottom center of the glass as though it was the sun and the other pieces were its rays shining forth. It was only 3 stories high, the highest level even having a small balcony set in the center. To one side of it, a second building, made from the same materials, only twice as high, butted up against the one that had caught Harry's attention. On the other, across from the small alleyway, was a second building, much like its counterpart, 6 stories high and seeming to loom over the smaller, forgotten building. And it was indeed forgotten. An old, grubby for sale sign hung lopsidedly in one window of the building, catching Harry's attention. As though drawn like a moth to a flame, Harry quickly found himself standing right up against one of the big glass windows. But even having cupped his hands around his face and leaning right in, he was hard-pressed to see anything inside. The windows were just that grubby and stained that they simply obscured everything from sight. The only thing that Harry could make out was a large, seemingly empty space that was completely devoid of light. Stepping back, he looked up at the building again, this time a little more closely. The outside looked to be in fairly good shape, but he assumed that that had more to do with the materials used in its construction than anything else. Deciding to investigate it further, he walked the few meters to the alley and turned down it. The alley was filled with piles of rubbish and old boxes. A dumpster, completely overflowing, seemed to have been long forgotten here its end. Partway down the alley, Harry found a single old door with 3 padlocks on it that led back into the building. And a little further down, was a pair of doors that could only lead to a cellar. He knew that he was being impulsive. Foolish, too, if he was willing to admit it to himself, but there was simply something about the old building. Yes, he suspected that it needed a lot of work. But magic could do wonders. In some ways, it almost reminded him of himself. After the war, he'd been almost lost and in need of a lot of work to make him better. A tiny fraction of that he'd been able to accomplish in England, but it took leaving and traveling, experiencing new and different cultures for him to slowly heal and put himself back together again. Maybe, just maybe, he reasoned, that's what this old building needed, a new lease on life and some good hard work to help it live again. Rounding the building to the front again, Harry dug into one of the front pockets of his backpack to find the small notebook and pen that he kept there. In it, he carefully wrote down the name and number of the agency selling the building. Now, all he had to do was find a phone. Chapter 2, Filing a Signature. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 00000. Heroes Assemble. Chapter 2, Filing a Signature. Harry leant against the door to the old building that he'd found a couple of days ago. It'd taken that long for him to, firstly, get himself a phone and secondly, get in contact with the agent that was selling the building and to set up this appointment. Already he'd been waiting for close to a quarter of an hour, but he wasn't too worried about that, he had arrived early after all. Occasionally, a person walking past would look at him, but New Yorkers, he'd found, tended to stick to their own business, rarely if ever putting their nose in where it didn't belong. In fact, he'd had a first-hand experience of that just the day before. He'd been out exploring more of the city that he'd landed in when he'd noticed movement down an alleyway that he was passing. Upon glancing down it, it was to see a group of 4 men beating up a 5th man. Judging by the whimpers coming out of the alley, not to mention the dull thuds that accompanied said whimpers, it'd been going on for some time and not one person had dared to intervene. Ignoring something like that simply wasn't in Harry's DNA. He hated bullies, had ever since his cousin Dudley and his friends bullied Harry when they were younger. And the fact that, when it came right down to it, old Tom Riddle and his merry band were nothing more than bullies intent on beating up people different than themselves emphasized it. Which was a large factor in why they and Harry hadn't gotten on so well. Harry had just taken his first step down the alleyway to help out, a shake of his hand loosening his wand in its concealed holster in case it was needed, when he'd felt a hand on his shoulder. "We'll take it from here," a large police officer said as he and his partner, batons in hand, passed him. Harry nodded, pausing where he was. Within a very few minutes, the 4 thugs had been rounded up and the man on the ground was being attended to. Seeing that, Harry had continued on, content knowing that there were others willing to do the right thing. "Mr. Potter?" a voice asked, pulling him from his reminiscing. "Yes," he said, straightening from his lean. "I'm Amelia Larson," the woman said. Harry smiled, recognizing the name of the realtor that he'd spoken with on his phone. A quick glance took in the woman before him. She was older than she sounded on the phone, maybe in her late 40s or early 50s. Her dark brown hair was cut in a bob that framed her oval face. Thin silver spectacles highlighted her brown eyes. And, as with most professional people in the city, Amelia wore a crisp navy blue skirt and jacket with a white button-up shirt. A dark blue scarf with tiny white dots completed her apparel. "I understand that you are interested in looking at this building?" Amelia asked. "I am," Harry confirmed. "I'm sorry, but I simply must ask. Are you sure, Mr. Potter? It's only that this building has seen better years, heck it's seen better decades, and if it's an apartment that you're looking for, then I have a few dozen that you might be interested in, or if it's a shop that you're looking for, then I know of 3 of 4 which might fit you better. And all at a much better price." Harry blinked at the woman. He was sure that real estate agents weren't supposed to talk you out of buying a place that you were interested in. "I'd like to see this one, if I may," Harry said. "It's got a good feel to it." Amelia gave him a dubious look. "Well, if you're sure," she said before turning to unlock the door. Harry stepped in after her and had to instantly repress the desire to light his wand, the interior was that dark. "I'm afraid that there's no power into this building at the moment," Amelia told him. Using what little light that filtered through the open door, Harry looked around. It was a large room, deceptively large in fact. The room went back a lot further than he would have guessed from the outside. It was completely unfurnished as well, which may have helped with the impression of spaciousness. A long wooden counter ran across the room near the back. Walking over to it, Harry laid his hand upon the ancient wood and then promptly ran that hand down his pants leg to rid it of the dust and grime that had just accumulated. Behind the counter was a space that was obviously designed for the staff of whatever shop this once was to serve their customers. Set in the back walls just to either side of the ends of the counter were a pair of doors. "Would you be interested in hearing about the building?" Amelia asked, her voice echoing slightly in the cavernous room. "Please," Harry replied. "Like most buildings in this area, it was built in the mid-1800s, Amelia began. "This particular building was built in 1843. The outside is made up of the original red brick that was the popular building material of the time. Because of this, the building has been heritage listed." "What does that mean?" Harry asked, pausing on his way to the checkout the door to the left of the counter. "That means that the building cannot simply be torn down and something newer and more modern built in its place," Amelia explained. Harry shook his head, not understanding why someone would want to tear down something with such obvious character. "And because of its position, this has caused this particular building to be left on the market for a long time, allowing the interior to deteriorate somewhat," Amelia continued. "It was actually one of the first buildings in this area to become protected and, when the family that owns it went out of business quite some time ago, they were restricted in who wanted to buy it. I can assure you, Ms. Larson, that I have no intention of wanting to tear it down," Harry said. "That's good, but even if you don't touch the exterior, it's going to need a fair bit of work. That's the other reason that it's been on the market for as many years as it has," she said. "What kind of work are we talking about?" Harry asked. Amelia sighed as she opened up the large black folder that she'd been carrying and flipped a couple of pages over. "The electricals need to be completely ripped out and put back in, the plumbing needs an overhaul, the cellar, which can be accessed through the kitchen, has a tendency to leak and fill with water whenever it rains, and the 2 upstairs living areas need new interior walls. You know, you're not exactly doing a good job of selling me on this place, Harry remarked amusedly. Amelia smiled slightly. You seem like a nice young man and I simply wouldn't feel right selling you something without making sure that you knew what you were getting in for. And besides, for the price that the owners of this place are asking, you could get something much more modern and in much better condition than you're seeing right now. And how many of them would have the same feel as this place? Harry asked, and before she could answer, he raised a hand to indicate that he hadn't finished. I'm an old-fashioned kind of guy, Ms. Larson, I like the old world feel. And this building, even with its list of defects, does give me that feel. Well, how about we look at the rest of the building and see if that feeling is still there after you've actually seen these defects firsthand, Amelia said. Together they went through the door on the left of the counter that Harry had been aiming towards not long before. There they found a massive kitchen area. One side, the one closest to them, had a large walk-in fridge/freezer that looked as though it needed to be replaced decades ago. The stoves and counters were likewise decades out of date, although the large sinks only looked to need a decent cleaning. There was storage space galore in the form of cupboards, both open and with doors. On the opposite side of the room were a pair of doors, one which led outside to the alley and one which descended on a spiral staircase to the cellar. As Amelia had noted, the cellar was damp. Mold and mildew grew unchecked on the walls and Harry stopped on the bottom step, unwilling to venture any further into the dark, dank place. By crouching and twisting slightly, he was able to make out a slither of daylight that obviously came in through the trapdoor in the alley, most likely the culprit of the water problem as well. After re-emerging into the main section of the building that they'd first entered into via the right-hand door to the counter, Amelia and Harry opened the door that was tucked away in the corner behind a pillar. A flight of stairs greeted them that Harry led them up. He paused after the third step, feeling the wood beneath his feet creaking ominously, only to proceed a lot more cautiously from there on up. The first level that they reached was littered with pieces of broken wall, dust, and the evidence of animals, small piles of rubbish, rat droppings everywhere and what looked like an old bird's nest on top of one of the rafters. Apart from the main living area, there was a small kitchen and dining area, a bathroom, and 3 small rooms. The second level was actually in slightly better repair, although Harry could see that the walls were also in desperate need of replacement, as well as the bathroom and a couple of the windows. The last level that they reached was actually the roof. It was completely flat, with a low wall, about 4 feet high, around 3 of the sides, the last side being the side of the neighboring building. At the moment, it was completely void of any structures, but Harry could easily imagine adding a small greenhouse or something up there. After descending back through the building to the main ground floor area, Amelia turned to Harry, asking him what he thought of it. So, do you still have the same feeling of old-world charm for this building after seeing its state of disrepair? She asked. You wouldn't prefer to have me show you something else? Harry looked around the large room once more, taking it all in, despite the limited lighting. I think that this place has a lot of potential, he said slowly. That's definitely one way of looking at it, Amelia said dryly. If you don't mind my asking, what is it about this place that has caught your attention? As I said earlier, Ms. Larson, I'm an old-world kind of guy. I spent 7 years of my schooling in a private boarding school that was housed in a castle and the nearest village could have come straight out of medieval times. I guess that I really grew to love it and I kind of miss it, he explained. And while I could go home, I don't think that I'm ready for that. I guess spending 5 years traveling the world has made me outgrow it in some respects and yearn for it in others. This could be a way to have the best of both worlds, the old world charm in amongst the bright new world out there. Amelia nodded as though she understood, something Harry highly doubted, especially considering that he wasn't sure that he completely understood what he was feeling. And what will you do with the place if you buy it? Amelia asked. At this Harry shrugged. He'd been dwelling on that very question since he'd found the place and still had yet to come up with an answer. Instead, he answered her question with a question of his own. If I was to buy it, how much would a building like this cost? Once again, Amelia consulted her black folder. The asking price is 3 million, she said. A big chunk of that has to do with the heritage listing and the fact that you're so close to downtown New York. The Empire State Building is within walking distance and once Stark Tower is completed, you'll only be 3 blocks away from that. One is already a high-density traffic area and the other is expected to be. Harry nodded absently, once more turning about as he took in the room. 3 million was a huge chunk of money in anyone's currency. And then there'd need to be a lot more spent on it to make it habitable again. Idly he attempted to do some currency conversions. He had a rough idea what the exchange rate was between US dollars and British pounds. And then he needed to convert that figure into galleons. 450,000 galleons was a lot less than he expected, a figure that was only a small portion of the money that Sirius had left him. He knew that he was going to be in North America for a while, easily a year or 3, if not longer. And the idea of having the option of running his own little business to occupy himself when he wasn't off exploring the continent appealed. The fact that he could add space expansion charms to the place, not to mention any other sort of magic that he wanted to, was also a bonus. A small smile lit his face as he thought about making sure that there was a small library in a room especially for Hermione to come visit. She was definitely the one person from home that he missed the most. "I'll take it," Harry said suddenly. "What?" a startled Amelia replied. "I'll take it," Harry repeated. "You will?" Amelia asked. "Yep, now where do I sign?" he asked. 00000. Really, Harry knew that he shouldn't be there. Sure, he'd basically bought the place, but it'd be weeks before the deal settled. But he simply couldn't help himself, he had to look through it again, this time at his own pace. And if he happened to do a bit of cleaning or a couple of reparos, well, what harm could it do? Even with as dirty as he knew the windows were, he refrained from lighting his wand after apparating into the main downstairs area. It'd be just his luck if a stray bit of light seeped through and caught the attention of the wrong people. Instead, he waited until he was in the big kitchen before casting the Lumos charm. The kitchen was just as he remembered it, enormous and in serious need of a massive overhaul. It was also perfectly designed and placed for a small restaurant or perhaps a pub of sorts. The fact that there was a walk-in fridge/freezer plus a cellar definitely supported the idea. Not seeing much that he hadn't already seen here, Harry descended into the cellar. This was a room that he hadn't looked at properly at all. Holding his wand high, he stepped down and quickly grabbed at the banister of the stairs to keep from slipping over. Directing his wand downwards, he quickly identified the problem. A layer of black slime coated the stone floor. "Scour Jiffy," Harry intoned, swinging his wand backwards and forwards in front of him. He had to repeat the cleaning charm another half-dozen times just to get a somewhat decent area to move around in. And even then, the floor wasn't completely clean. Harry suspected that it'd need another dozen cleaning spells or more likely a high-powered blaster to get rid of the slime. The slimy floor, though, wasn't the only thing about the cellar that needed a good cleaning. One entire side of the room was filled with old rotting cupboards and boxes. What they held was anyone's guess and not something that Harry had any desire to experience right then. The glint of reflected light rebounded from a different corner and Harry cautiously edged closer to find that a wooden wine rack had been built into and across the back wall. The gleam had come from one of the few remaining bottles that still sat there. Whether they had anything fit to drink in them was a question for another day when it was safer to cross the length of the room. Deciding that he'd seen enough, Harry turned to go when an idea occurred to him. Turning back, he pointed his wand at the trapdoors that led to the outside alley. With a small smile and a thought of a bushy-haired, buck-toothed witch in mind, he cast a spell he'd first learnt back in his 3rd year. Impervious. That, he hoped, would stop any more water from getting into the cellar, at least until he could have the doors replaced with new watertight ones. Harry quickly retreated back up the stairs, through the kitchen and into the main area. He was just about to ascend to the 1st floor when a click, loud in the silence of the bare room, sounded from the front door. Whipping out his wand, Harry retreated to the shadows behind the counter. The fact that the door unlocked all by itself in the dead of night told him that someone was using magic to break in. "Ministry orders. Put your wand down. We're coming in," a deep gruff voice announced. While Harry did in fact lower his wand, he refused to put it down. Nor did he come out from his hiding place. He'd spent far too many years in a war to ignore his instincts, despite the fact that the war had finished so many years ago. He was sure that somewhere old Mad Eye was looking down on him and smiling his grisly smile. As the front door opened, Harry's eyes narrowed. He watched as a pair of large men came in, quickly separating to either side of the doorway. Then, as one closed the door behind them, the other flicked a ball of light out and up that lit up the room like Harry had never seen it before. He winced slightly but refused to look away. Instead, he focused on the 2 men and the uniforms that they were wearing. For it could only be uniforms. Each wore a long, floor-length trench coat that could easily double as a robe in the magical world. A gold shield of some description hung on their left breast. Their clothes underneath were all black and, if Harry had to guess, he'd say that they were made of dragon skin. At least, the pants and tunic definitely looked identical to the ones that he had been given by Charlie Weasley when he'd visited the Romanian Dragon Preserve all those years ago. "Show yourself," the aura on the left called out. "We know that you're here." Warily, Harry did as requested. But, even though he stepped out of the shadows, he remained behind the counter, his wand hidden in his hand below their eyesight. "Are you the only one here?" the aura asked. "Yes," Harry replied. "Who are you?" the aura asked. "Who are you?" Harry countered. This time it was the one on the right who replied. "We already told you." "Ministry orders." Harry shrugged. "Anyone can say that they're an auror. And the uniform doesn't give it away." The second auror asked dryly. "Auror Michael Stevenson," the first auror identified himself. "My partner is auror Peter Jenkins." "Harry Potter," Harry replied. He sighed, then, seeing their starts of recognition. The man who conquered? Or Stevenson asked. Yes. Or the boy who lived, or the chosen one, or whatever other stupid name I've been given since I left England, Harry groused. Not a fan of your titles, I take it. Or Stevenson chuckled. Harry only dignified that with a dark look. I take it you're the one responsible for the magic that we detected coming from this building this evening? Or Jenkins asked. Yeah, Harry replied. Right, well, it was only low-level spells, but we'll still have a report to write up when we get back, Or Stevenson said. Can we ask why you were casting spells here? I own the place, Harry replied. You own it? We don't have a record of that, Or Jenkins remarked. Well, Harry replied, rubbing the back of his neck. When I say, I own it, I mean that I will own it. I've got a contract on it and it'll settle in about a month. Close enough, I should think, Or Stevenson said. We'll lodge the building as being in the ownership of a wizard. Thanks, Harry replied. You guys were pretty quick getting here. That'd be because there are so few magicals living in New York, Or Jenkins replied, and then elaborated at Harry's puzzled look. There are simple far too many no Mages living in the city for most magicals to feel comfortable with. Tend to settle in smaller places, Salem, outside Chicago, Seattle, they're probably the biggest areas. But here in New York? No, not so much. Once, when the city wasn't so busy, it was a bit different, but things have changed in the last couple of decades. Too easy for a mistake to be made and for the no Mages to find out about us. Thus, we keep a pretty close eye on the city. Harry nodded absently, filing away the American term for muggles for future reference. That makes sense, I guess. Now that we know you're here, we'll know to ignore this place. And we've got your magical signature on file, so we'll know if you're not the one doing the magic here or if you're performing magic somewhere you shouldn't, Or Jenkins said. Just keep it away from the no Mages, Or Stevenson said. We'd hate to have to arrest you for breaking the statute of secrecy. Not a problem, Harry assured them. I have no intention of casting spells anywhere where muggles can see me. In that case, we'll leave you to it, then, Or Jenkins said. Nice meeting you, Mr. Potter. Thanks, you too, Harry replied. Once they were gone, he made sure to check the lock before heading upstairs to continue his explorations. Chapter 3, A Return Address? Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 000000. And a huge thank you to each and every one of you who have already read, favorite, and followed Heroes. The response that I've received just from the first 2 chapters has blown me away. Also, some reviewers are starting to let me know what sort of things/characters that they'd love to see in the story. I welcome these, although I can't promise anything. One thing that I should probably make you aware of is that while I am posting Chapter 3 today, I'm currently writing Chapter 22. That means that you can expect regular updates for a very long time, although it may limit what I can do to accommodate your wishes. I hope that you enjoy today's installment. 000000. Heroes Assemble. Chapter 3, A Return Address? Mum, I'm home. Hermione called as she walked through the door to her parents' home. In here, Hermione. Following the sound of her mother's voice brought Hermione to the door of the kitchen. One look was all Hermione needed to find her mother sitting in the small breakfast nook enjoying the mid-morning sunlight. A cup, most likely of tea, and the daily newspaper lay on the table in front of her. Hermione bounded across the room, a great smile on her face, and, once she was close enough, she launched herself at her mother, wrapping the woman who looked like an older version of herself in a great hug. Not that I'm not pleased to see you, Hermione, but why do I suspect that this greeting is more because of the letter that you know is here for you rather than the fact that you're happy to see me? Jane Granger asked mock seriously. Mother. You know that's not true. I love getting to spend time with both my parents, Hermione protested. Her mother hummed, clearly not believing her daughter. She sat a little straighter, then unfolded the newspaper before her. In that case, take a seat and I'll make you some tea so that we can catch up, Jane said, indicating said seat across from her as she stood. Knowing that she didn't have much choice, Hermione complied, albeit with a sigh. Cream and 1 sugar? Her mother asked as she clicked away into the kitchen. Yes, Mum, Hermione replied. Soon her mother came bustling back, sliding a cup of tea in front of her daughter, a plate of biscuits placed on the table between them. So, how's work? Jane asked. Oh, you know, about the same as always, Hermione replied with a careless wave. I refuse to believe that, Hermione Jane, her mother countered. You work in a magical law office, in the department that specializes in magical creatures. There has to be something interesting happening there. Well, I suppose so, Hermione allowed. Well. Her mother asked expectantly. After taking a sip of tea, she placed her cup carefully down and resigned herself to a lengthy wait until she could get her hands on the reason that she'd come in the first place. At the moment, we're working repealing some of the laws that were put in place during the war against centaurs, Hermione began. Wait. I thought that you were doing that for the werewolves, Jane interrupted. We were, Hermione nodded, and we had some success, but it stalled at the moment, stuck in some committee that the Wisengamot created to look at both sides of the argument. So, while we're waiting for that to resolve itself, we've switched focus to the centaur laws. Hopefully, they'll be easy to have revoked. If they'll be easier, then why didn't you start with them? Jane asked. Hermione sighed. Simply because the centaurs didn't care about the laws. Really, those laws didn't affect them anyway. They've got their own land and they never venture off of it. The laws that Umbridge put in place simply ensured that if they ever did want to leave their forests, then they'd be breaking the law and be subject to imprisonment or death. Most likely death, since even imprisoning a centaur would amount to being a death sentence for the free-spirited race. Her mother nodded, giving Hermione hope that she understood why they'd focused on the werewolves first. But what about the house elves? I thought that that was where your passion lay, in getting laws in place to protect them, Jane asked. Again, Hermione sighed. Yes, that is my ultimate goal. But obtaining rights for the house elves is always going to be an uphill battle. And it's not one that we'll win anytime soon. Our goal at the moment is to be taken seriously as a legal department by obtaining wins for other magical species first before tackling the hardest cases. Seeing her mother frown allowed the tension that had just arisen in Hermione to dissipate slightly. She, at least, could see the injustice of it all. What you need is a sponsor, her mother suggested. Someone high profile and with a great deal of political or public clout that could get the ball rolling for you. Yes. Well. I thought that we had someone like that, Hermione stated. Unfortunately, he's been traveling the world for the last 5 years and refuses to come home. Speaking of which, her mother said, a small smile turning the corners of her mouth upwards, there's a letter for you on the desk in the library. Hermione's eyes lit up and she quickly slurped down the rest of her tea. Then, with a nod of acceptance from her mother, she raced from the room. Thanks for the tea, she called over her shoulder. The Granger library was in reality simply one of the spare rooms on the bottom floor of their house. 3 of its walls had been covered with floor-to-ceiling shelves and then filled with books collected from the 3 Grangers. The 4th wall consisted of a small desk to the right of the large bay window and a comfy armchair to the left of said window. The bay window, itself, had been fitted with a plethora of pillows and a rug and was often the most sought-after place in the house for reading. Hermione's eyes lit up at the sight of the white envelope sitting in the exact center of the desk and her pace increased as she raced across the room to snatch it up. With her eyes glued to her name and parents' address written in her best friend's messy scrawl, she shuffled sidewards until she could sit in the corner of the bay window. Pillows were placed under her bum and against her back as she settled in for what was sure to be the highlight of her day, let alone her week. The stamp in the corner of the envelope caught her attention. America, she whispered, unaware that she'd even spoken out loud. Flipping the envelope over, she blinked in surprise. There, on the back, was a return address. Harry never wrote a return address. And really, what would have been the point? By the time that she would have received his letter, he was sure to have moved on. The fact that there was an address this time caused her mind to whirl with the possible reasons for it being there. Harry may be her best friend, but their relationship had become decidedly one-sided the last few years. He was able to write to her, always using Muggle post, sending her letters care of her parents. But those letters were by no means regular. Sometimes she might receive 2 or 3 a month, and then at other times, he might go 2 or 3 months without sending a letter. Occasionally, Harry D let her know where he was heading next and, whenever he did, she made sure to send a letter there for him to collect. Not that that happened very often. And as for seeing each other, well, she could count how often they'd met up in the last 5 years using the fingers of one hand. And it was always Hermione portkeying out to see him, he never once ventured back to Britain. Hermione opened the envelope carefully, making sure not to tear it where the return address was. 3 pieces of paper fell out into her hand, an average-length letter then, for him. Placing the envelope to the side, she opened the paper and turned it around. Dear Hermione. Before you say it, yes, I know I'm a prat, inconsiderate, the worst best friend in the world and whatever other adjectives and phrases that your brilliant mind can come up with. I should have written much, much sooner than this. Hermione nodded her head in satisfaction. And yes, while she could easily think up half a dozen other words and phrases to describe Harry's lack of communication skills, the fact that there was a letter in her hand, with a return address on the envelope, meant that she'd save them up for later. For example, when she wrote back to him. As I'm sure that you've already sussed out, I've finally stopped moving about and have a fixed address that you can write back to or even visit me, hint hint. But I guess that I should really tell the story of what's been happening with me in a logical order, Just like I know you've always tried to bang into my head to do. Hermione scowled at the paper in her hands. Of all the times for Harry to take her advice, he had to do it now? She was half tempted to skip ahead to find out why he had an address in the United States of America of all places, but her own sense of following a logical course of action prevented her. Besides, what were the odds of Harry actually sticking to a logical order? More than likely, if she skipped ahead, he'd get sidetracked by something and she'd be forced to backtrack. I think I was in Peru the last time that I wrote. That sounds right. Anyway, the highlight of my time there had to be Machu Picchu. I wish you could have seen it, Hermione. It was breathtaking. It was so high up and the buildings and walls were all incredible. And to think that it was built so many centuries ago and people nowadays still don't know exactly what it was built for. The fact that a lot of the structures there were designed in such a way as to have something to do with the stars and planets and seasons is amazing. I didn't understand much of what the guide was saying at all. Guess I should have paid better attention in astronomy class, huh? Anyway, I took dozens and dozens of photos to show you when I see you next. After that, I headed off to the wizarding tribal village in the Sacred Valley. If you think Wizarding Britain is living in the Stone Age, you should have seen these people. I didn't end up staying there all that long, even though I had my translator earrings in, it only meant that I could understand them, not that they could understand me. So, after picking up a few souvenirs, I headed back to Lima. I think I ended up spending about another 3 weeks there before I decided to move on. Hermione nodded thoughtfully. That had been Harry's pattern for years now: arrive in a country, explore it a bit, go see all of the major Muggle tourist places, visit the wizarding enclaves, look around a bit more and then move on to the next country. Oh, and of course, write letters back home teasing her with all that he'd seen and saying that he took a heap of photos and bought souvenirs without ever sending them on to her. It was enough to drive her mad and most likely explained why her hair still retained some of its frizz years after her mother's had settled down when she was Hermione's age. I realized that I'd seen all that I'd wanted to of South America, so decided to head north to the next continent on my list. But I was also getting tired, Hermione. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely love all of the sightseeing and traveling that I've been doing, but I was missing being with friends or even making friends that I would see for longer than a week or two before moving on. And I know what you're thinking, why didn't I just come home to Britain? Hermione nodded. She was thinking that, but she also already knew the answer. She knew what things had been like for Harry after the war and especially how needy and invasive certain people were. Harry had needed his space, to explore and to find out who he was without the fame and trappings that he'd lived with for so many years. But you know why. And besides, with 4 continents down and only 3 to go, although, does Antarctica really count? And you know that I've already seen some of Australia, I wanted to finish what I started. So, I made a plan. I still have plenty of money, not only from the Potters, but even more from the Blacks, so I was going to use some of it to buy a place and use it as I guess, a base. I'd have somewhere to live and could do day trips or something like that to explore the continent. Hermione was impressed. It seemed that Harry was starting to think smarter. He'd still get to explore and do his traveling, while getting a chance for a bit of normalcy as well. The fact that he'd have a semi-permanent base that meant that she could send letters to him was a definite bonus. Of course, I then had the problem of deciding where to settle. So, I let fate decide. I went to the travel agent and bought a ticket on the first plane heading to North America. And there was the Harry that she knew and loved so well, completely impulsive, jumping in feet first without doing any research whatsoever and hoping for the best. As I'm sure that you've already guessed from the return address on the envelope, I've ended up in New York. I've bought myself an entire building. It's really old and run down, but it has a great vibe to it, lots of old world charm. It's 3 stories tall, well, 4 if you count the basement. Oh, and a flat roof that I'm thinking of putting a small greenhouse on. The top 2 floors will be where I live. There'll be a bedroom especially set aside for you, hint hint, and I'll make a library where I can have all of the books that I've picked up around the world as well as all of my souvenirs on display. There. If that doesn't get you to come visit me, then nothing will. Smile. Hermione wasn't sure whether to scowl or laugh. Harry made it so easy to do both. And he was right, already she could feel herself salivating at the thought of exploring all of the books, souvenirs and photos that he'd gathered from his world tour. Deliberately suppressing the thoughts of asking for some time off, she read on. I'm still not 100% sure what to do with the bottom floor yet. It does have a massive kitchen, though, and I've always been good at cooking. Plus, it's something that I enjoy and it would be good to have more of an income than whatever investments the goblins made for me. So, I'm considering something like a cafe restaurant pub kind of thing. We'll see. Or, at least you will when you come visit. Are you sensing a bit of a theme here yet, Hermione? Seriously, though, I miss you terribly. I can't wait to hear from you or see you or even talk to you, although you'll have to give me your phone number again, I seem to have put it somewhere really safe where even I can't find it. Best be off, the builders are due here any time now. Love. Harry. With a sigh, Hermione laid the letter in her lap and looked out the window, not that she was really seeing anything. Hearing from Harry was wonderful and always left her with a bunch of mixed feelings. There was the warmth and affection for her friend, the thrill of hearing about his adventures and experiencing them, even if it was second-hand, regret that she never went with him, irritation at just hearing snippets and not every fact that she'd love to hear, and, of course, the longing to actually see and be able to talk to and hug her best friend. And now he'd added in temptation. She'd love to be as carefree as Harry, to be able to simply pack a bag, jump on a plane or grab a porte-clés and go. But that wasn't her, as much as she sometimes wished it were. America. New York. The temptation was so strong. And it wasn't like she hadn't accrued a bunch of leave time after working at the ministry for over 6 years. Yes, as soon as her latest assignment was settled, perhaps it was time to take a holiday. 000000. Harry peered up the shaft that he'd created. It went all the way up from where he was in the basement, past the walled-in first floor, and ended on the second floor. Satisfied with his work, he took the dollhouse-sized circular staircase out of his pocket and carefully positioned it on the ground. It'd been a major find that he'd discovered in a building slated for demolition on the far side of the city. The fact that it encompassed 3 floors, exactly the size that he was looking for, meant that he simply couldn't pass it up. Sure, it needed a couple of reparos and a touch of transfiguration on a few of the steps, but that was neither here nor there. Especially for something that only a very few people would ever see. Stepping backwards, he flicked his wand free from his arm holster and pointed it at the miniature staircase. Finite incantatum, he intoned. Instantly, the stairs grew, expanding to their original size. Harry grinned as he stepped forward, twisting and turning his head as he peered upwards. Taking the stairs 2 at a time, the tip of his wand providing the only light, Harry raced up to the first level of his apartment. But where he found himself at the top of the stairs, was about 20 degrees to the right of where it needed to be, mostly facing a brick wall. Climbing the rail, he slipped out of the staircase and into the back of the broom cupboard. It was with a touch of irony that he'd built the false door into the broom cupboard. He could just imagine the look on Hermione's face if she ever came over, and he suggested that she accompany him into the broom cupboard because he had something special to show her. Then, with a slight twirling of his wand, he rotated the stairs until they aligned correctly with the doorway. It was then simply a matter of fixing it in place, both up here and then down in the partitioned-off area of the basement that he'd created by building an extra wall and then expanding the small space using space expansion charms so that the basement area was now twice its original size. And the only way down there was by accessing this hidden doorway up here. He figured that having a large hidden space that could be used to house the blatantly magical items that he owned, plus be large enough, and warded enough once he got around to it, to use as a dueling area would be a very good thing. Not that he expected to do much dueling, but he'd let his skills lapse a lot more than he was comfortable with these past 5 years. Today, of course, was the perfect day to work on these secret projects of his. The builders doing the renovations had finally finished and it'd be another 2 days before the decorators began their work. At least, he figured, he finally had some ideas of what he wanted to create on the main floor. He even had a name for the mini restaurant cum pub cum cafe that he was planning on opening. Not that that could happen anytime soon, there was still a lot of permits and decorations and hiring or staff and half 100 things to do. But that was okay, Harry was in no hurry. And between times, he had his own little projects, plus a host of sightseeing that he wanted to do. Chapter 4, Employing the Extraordinary. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 000000. Heroes Assemble. Chapter 4, Employing the Extraordinary. The tapping on the window near his bed didn't exactly wake Harry up that morning. Really, how could a soft noise like that, no matter how persistent, wake someone who hadn't really slept that night anyway? Twisting his head while fumbling for his glasses on the nightstand, Harry peered at the window as the world suddenly came into focus with the introduction of said glasses. As expected, there was an owl standing on his window ledge, peering in. Throwing off his covers, Harry slid from the bed and padded across the short distance. The letter was quickly untied after the window had been slid open. The owl didn't even wait around for a response, taking flight as soon as the envelope was in Harry's hand. As Harry retreated back to sit on his bed, he slit the envelope open to find a couple of pieces of parchment. Dear Harry. It was so good to hear from you and to know that you are doing well. And to be able to communicate with you like this after so many years is truly wonderful. I'm glad that you've finally started to settle down, even if it is so far away instead of here where you belong. Not that I don't understand why you're staying away, because I do, Harry, and as much as I wish my best friend was closer so that I could see you and talk to you properly, I do understand. If my calculations are correct, and they usually are, grins, you should get this the morning of your grand opening. Congratulations and good luck. I'm certain that you're is it a restaurant or a cafe or a pub? You seemed a little vague on that part? Well, whatever type of establishment best describes it, I'm positive that it's going to be a success. I wish that I could be there to help you celebrate your big day, but I'm swamped at work at the moment. There's rumblings in the Wiesengamot of someone wanting to reintroduce some of those vile werewolf laws that we've managed to get repealed, and I need to be here to head it off. I do have some vacation time up my sleeve, and as soon as the situation here is under control again, I'll be taking it and coming out to see you. So, make sure that you stay put. No wandering off again. I'd be most annoyed if I turn up on your doorstep one day and you're not there to greet me. And you know that the consequences for annoying me can be quite severe. Grin. Everyone here is doing well. Ron's still with the cannons, playing keeper, and there's talk that they'll even make it out of the bottom half of the table one of these years. Neville and Hannah seem to be very happy. Somehow, they're making the fact that one works at Hogwarts while the other works at the Leaky Cauldron work for them. Luna, of course, is off once again on one of her adventures for her imaginary creatures. To be honest, I'm surprised that you never ran into her while you were traveling, probably because you delved into the Muggle side of the world as well as the magical, while Luna stays strictly off the beaten path. Well, I'd better wrap this up. I'm sure that you've got a lot to do this morning to prepare for your grand opening. I still can't believe that you're opening a food establishment of all things. You, in a kitchen, I just can't picture it, not after watching you for 6 years in potions. Once again, congratulations. All my love. Hermione. The smile that Hermione's letter brought to his face never disappeared all through his morning ablutions and as he began preparing for the day. He dearly wished that Hermione had been able to come for today. Merlin knew he'd been pestering her about it in every letter that he'd sent back for the past month, but it seemed that some things simply couldn't be helped. As he emerged from the door that led to his apartment, Harry made sure to lock the door behind him with a colloportus. There was no need to tempt any customers into wandering where they weren't wanted. Besides, he could imagine the trouble he'd get in if someone got up there and discovered his magical knickknacks or books, or worse yet, the fact that a number of the rooms were much bigger than they had any right to be. His eagle eye very slowly scanned the enormous room, seeking out anything out of place or to see if something needed to be done. Just as he'd known it was, the room was perfect. He'd put in a lot of hard work here, and between the contractors that he'd hired and what he'd done at night with a bit of judicious magic, the place was unrecognizable from the vast, empty, dusty place that had been when he'd first seen it. The long bar remained, now cleaned and highly polished. It was enhanced by a set of stools in front of it, just waiting for customers. Behind the bar, he'd had a bench and shelves installed, a bench that was now filled with coffee machines and machines for making milkshakes and smoothies and thick shakes and juices. The shelves were filled with glasses and mugs and bottles of various kinds. Directly in the middle of the wall behind the bar, a window to the kitchen had been placed to allow ease of access for some meals to be passed through, not to mention the orders for the food in the first place. Booths with polished oak tables and benches padded with deep red cushions lined one wall and across the front of the room in front of the large windows. A fireplace with a half-grate had been installed on the remaining side wall. Above its mantel, a set of enormous stag antlers had been hung on the wall, adding a sense of not only atmosphere, but nostalgia whenever Harry saw them. The rest of the room contained smaller tables and chairs that could be used separately or pushed together for larger groups to sit around. With a nod of satisfaction, Harry strode across the room and behind the bar. Picking up the black apron, he quickly tied it around his waist before seeing to the final preparations for the, hopefully, coming customers. Coffee machines were started, kettles were filled, a whirl through the kitchen ensured that everything was ready in there to make the meals that he offered. Finally, Harry came to a standstill. Everything was as ready as it could be. Glancing at the clock, he saw that it was still a few minutes before he was due to open the doors. But a shrug was all it took to indicate that he had no problem opening early. As he opened the doors, Harry couldn't help but look up at the sign that he'd hung the afternoon before. To one side of it, a set of 3 animals stood proudly, a great stag in the center, flanked by a wolf and a large, shaggy, black dog. And where once there may have been a rat at their feet, now the 3 stood in a field of white lilies. And in fancy, Old English letters, the name of the business stood out in tall black letters, the Marauder's Den. 00000. The den was only marginally busy the afternoon of the second day after the grand opening, nothing that Harry couldn't handle by himself. He had vague hopes that business would pick up after school got out or the general workday finished for everyday people. His day had been good, at least, he'd been happy with it. Customers had come in steadily throughout the day, their heads swiveling as they took in the old-world feel of the restaurant cum cafe. He still wasn't sure exactly which description fit best. The woods and tables, chairs, and booths seemed to be well liked. The fireplace in the corner caught a lot of interest, and positive interest at that, judging by the comments that he'd managed to catch. He'd just placed 2 plates of black forest cake topped with fresh whipped cream in front of a pair of customers at one of the tables when the bell above the door jingled. Harry looked up, a smile on his face, to see a nervous-looking teen enter, a folder of some kind clutched protectively to her chest. The pair of straps around each shoulder indicated that she'd come straight from school. Harry let his gaze sweep over the den, taking in the dozen customers, before nodding slightly to himself as they all seemed relaxed and content, along with the fact that none seemed to need his attention. By the time that his eyes drifted once more towards the teen, it was to find her standing almost in front of him. Judging by the way she was biting her lip, not to mention the way she seemed to be nearly hopping from foot to foot, Harry guessed that she was nervous for some reason. The instant that his eyes landed on her though, she stilled and seemed to almost suck in her courage along with a deep breath. Harry's eyebrow rose at the blonde-haired girl. "How can I help you, miss?" he asked. "I was looking for the owner," she said, and it was all Harry could do not to laugh at the way her words had almost jumbled over themselves with the speed that she'd spoken. "You're in luck. You found him," Harry replied. The girl's eyes widened slightly and one hand came away from the folder still wrapped tightly to her chest in order to touch her hair and black headband, obviously checking her appearance. "Good afternoon," she said, suddenly sounding very formal. "My name is Gwendolyn Stacy and I'd like to apply for a job here." Harry blinked at the totally unexpected proposition. He hadn't even advertised for any help yet. But then, as he thought about it, he decided that it wasn't such a bad idea. At the moment, it was just him running the den and if, as he hoped, business started picking up, then he'd need the help wait staff, a cook, perhaps even someone to help tidy up at the end of the day. And if he had all of that in place, then it'd be so much easier to explore North America like he'd done with all of the other continents. "Well then, Gwendolyn Stacy, pull up a stool and tell me why I should hire you," Harry said, leaning on the bar. The instant that she'd taken a seat, Gwendolyn placed her black folder on the bar before twisting it so that it was the right way up for Harry. "Please, Mr. Potter, but just call me Harry," he supplied. She smiled, then, bringing a sparkle to her blue eyes. "Harry, then. Please call me Gwen." "As you wish, Gwen," Harry replied, opening up the folder in front of him. As he flipped through the pages of academic records and certificates, Gwen proceeded to sell herself to him as a prospective employee. "As you can see from my records, I go to Midtown High School of Science and Technology where I am currently in junior year. As my academic records show, I regularly rank as either the top or second top student in my year. I am very outgoing and have a high drive to learn and succeed at any task I set myself to. I see you've listed one of your referees as a Captain George Stacy. A relative?" Harry asked. A slight tinge of red colored her cheeks as she answered. "My father." "So why this job, Gwen? You'd most likely be a waitress here, although I must say that, if you got the job and seeing as how you'd be my first employee, the prospects of advancement are very good," Harry asked. "My ultimate goal is to attend Empire State as a science major," Gwen explained. "Next year, I'm hoping to get an internship at Oscorp Industries, but as neither of those exactly pay anything, then I'll need a job. The Marauder's Den is nicely located between home, my dad's work and school, with Oscorp not that far away either. Plus, I like the feel of the place." Harry nodded absently as he flicked through Gwen's resume once again. She was obviously very smart and motivated and despite her clear nervousness, was confident enough to come into an unknown place and to talk herself up in order to achieve her desires. It didn't hurt that Harry could see a little bit of Hermione in her personality either. "I'll tell you what, Miss Stacy. If you've got a couple of hours free this afternoon, I'll give you a trial run. If it goes well and we're both happy, then we'll talk about pay rates and hours and whatnot." "Really? That's brilliant." "Yes. Yes, I've got the rest of the afternoon free. I mean, I don't have to be home until dinner and that's not until 7. Suddenly, Gwen stopped and visibly composed herself. "Thank you, Mr. Potter," she said formally. "I accept." "Excellent," Harry smiled and picked up the folder. "How about you put this somewhere safe in the kitchen through that door, there. You'll find a spare apron on the rack to the left of the door. And when you're ready, come on back here and we'll get to work." 00000. 2 days was all that had taken after hiring Gwen Stacy for students to start filtering into the Marauder's Den after school. That day, there'd been a grand total of 4. The following day, the number of students in the den from Midtown Science had doubled. Now, a week later, the place seemed to be nearly packed with teenagers. And while there were still a number of adults dotted about the room, they were mainly confined to a couple of tables off to one side. The teens had claimed the booths that lined the walls and the stools at the long bar. The noise level rose with the teen onslaught as well, but it was a sound that only made Harry smile, reminding him somewhat of the type of noise that he was once used to hear in the Great Hall at Hogwarts nearly every meal. The loudest bunch was centered around a large blonde lad who Harry guessed played for the school's football team. The amount of laughter and jokes and friendly pushing and shoving in that corner was music to Harry's ears. It proved that the teens were comfortable here, and comfortable teens were inevitably hungry and thirsty, something that every owner of a food place wanted. The increase in customers, not to mention the amazing job that Gwen did every afternoon on her shift, prompted Harry to recruit a further 2 teens as wait staff. For now, he was still doing most of the work himself during the day, both cooking and serving, when the den was less busy, but he had hopes that one of the two applicants that he was due to interview the next day would work out as a cook. Weaving his way through the tables, he carried a large round tray full of drinks nearly above his head to keep it out of the way of careless elbows or waving hands and arms. A slight sticking charm didn't hurt to keep everything exactly where it was supposed to be either. Right. Who ordered a Coke? Harry asked, interrupting the largest group. Oi, Flash, your drink's here, one boy called out, catching the attention of the ringleader. Cool. Thanks, the boy said, taking his drink. I've got 2 strawberry milkshakes, Harry continued, handing out the beverages at hands began waving for his attention. When all that was left on his tray was a single drink, Harry moved on to the next table. I think this is yours, he said, placing the chocolate thick shake in front of the teen slumped at the table by himself. As the mousy brown head raised itself, Harry found himself staring down at an old-fashioned looking camera nestled between the boy's arms. Instantly, Harry was transported into the past to another mouse-haired boy with a camera that he'd once known. Colin. That kid been annoying as hell, but a good friend nonetheless. A brave kid with far too much energy and a fierce determination to follow his heart and his dreams. A determination that had led Colin to ignoring his elders and to sneak back into the middle of a war zone. He'd died there in Hogwarts Castle, one of many to fall that day. It'd been years since Harry had thought of the tiny Gryffindor, but seeing this kid with a camera brought it all back. Slowly, Harry sank into the chair across from the boy. You any good with that? He asked, nodding at the camera. I'm all right, I guess, the boy mumbled. What's your name, kid? Harry asked. Peter. Peter Parker. It's nice to meet you, Peter. I'm Harry. I own this place, he replied, gesturing at the crowded room around him. The boy, Peter, took an absent look around before focusing back on Harry once more. As I'm sure you know, we've not long opened and I haven't even had a chance to do any advertising for it yet. I was wondering if you'd be interested in taking some photos for me. Harry asked. I'd pay you for them, of course. Peter blinked at him, looked down at his camera, looked up at Harry and blinked some more. Why me? He eventually asked. There's got to be a bunch of better photographers than me around. There probably are, Harry admitted. But let's just say that you remind me of someone that I used to go to school with who also loved taking pictures. And his were quite good, almost professional quality, I'd say. Why don't you get him to do it, then? Peter asked. Harry had to swallow hard before he answered. He died. Sorry. It's okay, it was a long time ago, Harry said. But I'm betting that my old friend wasn't the only one to take some good pictures. So, what do you say, are you interested in earning a bit of cash and getting some exposure for what you can do with that camera of yours? Slowly, the corners of Peter's mouth turned up. Yeah, I think I'd like that, he said. Chapter 5, On the Roof. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 000000. Heroes Assemble. Chapter 5 On the Roof. Harry still wasn't sure about the large screen television that he'd mounted in the corner of the den. Sure, it was out of the way and unobtrusive and he kept the volume mostly on mute, but still, he was sure that it took something away from the atmosphere of the place. The fact that it'd been one of the most requested things in the suggestion box that he'd placed on the end of the bar for close to 2 months meant that he'd finally caved and bought the thing. Unfortunately, he'd installed the thing 3 days before the start of the big Stark Expo that was taking place over in Flushing Meadows. Initially, Harry D had no interest in the thing. Magic and technology didn't exactly get along too well unless you were one of the Japanese technomages or knew someone who could teach you enough runes to dampen the magic like he'd learnt during his couple of months in Japan. But then, due to, once again, popular demand, Harry D started watching the All Stark Expo channel over the last couple of days and was now starting to reconsider. Obviously, he'd make sure to keep his wand holstered, but judging by what he'd heard that some of the technology that was being shown and developed in the various pavilions could do, it sounded like it could be interesting. Just as long as he managed to avoid Stark himself. The man was such a showboat. How anyone could crave the constant media attention the way Stark did was beyond Harry's comprehension. Harry D had that before and it was one of the reasons why he'd left Britain in the first place. Hey, could you turn that up? A guy at one of the tables asked, a forkful of shepherd's pie in one hand as he gestured to the television with the other. Harry paused where he was and looked over at the TV. In blaring letters across the screen, were the words breaking news. Curious, Harry complied. DiFilippo has been replaced by Tony Stark, the announcer was saying. Judging by his reaction, DiFilippo is less than impressed, but as the owner, Tony Stark has the right to choose his own driver for the historic Grand Prix of Monaco. Harry shook his head in wonder. Granted, he didn't know much about race car driving, but pulling out your main driver for something that sounded so prestigious sounded like benching your number one seeker in a World Cup match. The guy was an egotistical maniac. But when you've got that much money and you're Iron Man and can take on pretty much anyone in the world, Harry guessed that he could get away with it. Didn't make him any less of a prat, though. It was some time later that Harry finally tuned in again. And that was more in response to his customers than anything else. Disbelief and horror in their voices, combined with the fact that every single person there was engrossed in what the TV was showing, had him looking up. And what he saw amazed him. A man with some type of contraption strapped to him and long, thick cords crackling with energy at the end of his hands was throwing Iron Man about. Half-destroyed cars and flaming wreckage surrounded the two. Iron Man's suit was burnt in pieces and it seemed that it wasn't in full working condition. Finally, Iron Man seemed to catch a second wind and began winding one of the energy whips about his body, nullifying its potential to do damage. One final punch knocked the pretender down before Iron Man ripped out the source of the man's energy. Harry may never have had that great of an impression of Tony Stark, but Iron Man, that was a different story. He could recognize something in the suited hero, a grim determination to get the job done and to stand up to bullies, no matter what it took. 00000. Neville would be ashamed, Harry decided. Walking into his rooftop greenhouse, he'd stopped to take note of the wilting plants or the ones that were beginning to outgrow their pots. Everything in here needed a lot of TLC. If he'd been wearing a long-sleeved shirt, Harry would have pushed the sleeves up, prepared for a long few hours in a desperate attempt to right the wrongs that he'd done to these plants. Really, it was his own fault. Too many long hours every day was wearing him thin. Yes, every new business required it to make sure that it survived the first encounter with the public, or at least, that's what the business management books that he'd scoured seemed to say. And while hiring some help had lessened some of the workload, Harry knew that he was putting in far too much time to be healthy in the long run. And as for his plans to do some traveling around the continent, he didn't actually think he'd gone any further than a couple of blocks since he'd opened the den. No, something had to be done and soon. It wasn't like he couldn't afford to hire more staff, there was still plenty of gold in the bank, after all. For the next few hours, Harry let his mind relax from the worries of the business downstairs and simply focused on a simpler task, gardening. He'd always been good with it, nowhere near Neville's level, of course, but then, who was? It was simply a matter of remembering and relearning all of the lessons that he'd learnt taking care of the Dursley's garden and the lessons that Madame Sprout had drummed into his head. A flicker of colored light in the corner of his eye distracted him and he frowned. As it came again, he turned his head. And then there were more and more of them, dozens even. Orientating himself, he realized that the lights were coming from the direction of Flushing Meadows. He'd never realized that he could see the fireworks from up here. He'd have to remember that. Although, when he considered it, the lights didn't have the same characteristics as fireworks, but maybe that was because he was used to Weasley's wildfire whiz-bangs. And they also seemed a little low in the sky. Not that it mattered too much, it was probably just Stark and his shenanigans again. With that thought, Harry turned away from them and back to the important matters of his evening righting his greenhouse. 00000. We interrupt your regularly scheduled broadcast to bring you a report coming out of Culver University, Willowdale, Virginia. The university has been evacuated after reports of a huge, green Sasquatch on the premises. We are still in the process of confirming this report, although the fact that the army is on site and has set up a cordon does lead credence to the rumor. There are reports of buildings on the university that have been damaged and injuries as well. We have just received some eyewitness footage of the event. While the quality of the video is poor, there is definitely a large, green rage monster at that location. We will bring you more reports as they come to hand. 00000. Had to be a twister, a large man at the table behind Harry stated emphatically. Twister? It would have had to be a big one, and New Mexico isn't exactly known for tornadoes at the best of times, let alone one big enough to have leveled an entire town, his companion argued. All right, then, if you're so smart, what was it? The first man challenged. Aliens. Had to be aliens, the other answered smugly. Even without turning, Harry knew that the first man was shaking his head. I take it back. You aren't smart in the slightest. You're as dumb as a rock. Aliens? What in God's good name would aliens want to go to New Mexico for? There's nothing there. You think aliens visited Earth just to destroy a town and then left again? Maybe it was a bunch of aliens, the second man persisted. A bunch. Yeah, you know, maybe they had a fight or something and that town just got caught in the middle. You are an idiot. I'm going. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Assuming that you've come to your senses and stopped talking out of your ass. Harry had to struggle to hold in his laughter until after the second man had chased the first right out of the den. Aliens. Now he'd heard it all. Some days he simply loved running his cafe. 00000. Residents of Queens are advised to stay inside their homes or seek shelter as quickly as possible. We have multiple reports of 2 large unknown creatures in the area and both appear to be incredibly aggressive. Police have cordoned off an area within a 5-block radius. If you are inside this area of Queens, please seek shelter immediately. Suddenly, the news reporter lifted one hand and pressed it to her ear. I have just been advised that the army is en route to deal with the situation. The Channel 5 news helicopter should be overhead within the next couple of minutes. As soon as they are, we'll transmit images to you of what is happening. A sudden, unexpected buzzing at the base of Harry's skull diverted his attention away from the television. With a frown, he focused on the feeling before suddenly looking up. Now who would you be and what would you be doing on my roof? He asked quietly. Pushing himself from his chair, Harry took 2 steps before reconsidering. There was no reason not to take his cup of tea. After all, he'd only just made it and it'd be cold and be needed to be thrown out if he left it behind. And while he could simply reheat it with a charm, it never tasted quite right that way. Harry considered the wards that he'd placed on the building as he ascended the staircase. There were the regular ones, of course fire, water damage, and one to deflect minor spells. But then there were the extras that he'd placed strengthening of the building's structure, unbreakable spells on all of the windows, including the ones in the rooftop greenhouse, and alarm charms to deter thieves. Now, it seemed, that he might have to add a muggle-repelling ward to keep people off of his roof. Deciding that discretion was the better part of valor, Harry slipped onto the roof without turning on any lights or using a lumos. His wand, though, was ready in its disillusioned holster. With one flick, he could have it out and a spell cast with barely a thought. His eyes scanned the rooftop and it wasn't until their second pass that he finally found his guest. The man was casually standing in the shadows, leaning up against the tall wall that abutted his own building. From what little Harry could make out, it appeared that the man was watching down the road, and not so much straight down, but further afield. Deciding that there wasn't anything overtly threatening in the man's posture, Harry began to move out of the shadows. He'd barely taken a single step, a step that he thought was silent, when the man swiveled about. His hands moved in a blur and before Harry could even take a second step, he found that he was staring down the barrel of some weapon. It wasn't until the man moved slightly, allowing the distant streetlight to glint off of his weapon of choice that Harry realized what it was. An arrow? You're seriously pointing a bow and arrow at me? He asked incredulously. Yet. I am. And if you don't want the arrow to get a whole lot closer, a whole lot faster, then I suggest that you remain exactly where you are, He-Man growled. Harry obeyed, his movements completely frozen. He knew that he was good with his wand and thanks to Quidditch and Dudley, that he had amazing reflexes, but he didn't think that he could avoid an arrow from that short of a distance. Whatever it is that you're holding, drop it, the man ordered. I'd really rather not, Harry replied. And why is that? Well, you see, it's really good tea and it'd be a shame to waste it, Harry replied. Even from across the rooftop, Harry could hear the man's sigh. A shift in the man's posture showed that the bow had been lowered, although Harry was positive that the arrow was still knocked and could be fired in the blink of an eye. You're British, aren't you? The man said with a shake of his head. Without waiting for a response, he continued. What are you doing up here? You see, I own the building and when I heard someone on the roof. Harry shrugged. The man moved into the light allowing Harry to see the look on his face. It was clear that he didn't believe that Harry heard him. Hopefully, Harry thought, he'll just put it down to some kind of security camera or something. The man was dressed in all black, but it looked more military than something that a burglar would wear, not that Harry could imagine a thief using a bow and arrow. Unless they were Robin Hood or something, and that, quite frankly, was completely ridiculous. He was also short, roughly Harry's height, with a stocky build and powerful-looking arms. Can I ask what you're doing on my roof? I'm with the government, the man replied. I'm supposed to just take your word for that? Harry asked. In response, the man dug into a pocket and pulled out some kind of badge which he held up, but in the dim light, there was nothing about it that Harry could make out. Deciding to give the guy the benefit of the doubt, Harry moved a little closer. And why would the government have you standing on my roof in the middle of the night? Harry persisted. Can I assume that you've heard about the event that's happening in Harlem at the moment? The man asked. That thing on the news about the 2 giant, whatever's fighting. Harry clarified. That's it. Well, the government stationed a bunch of us in a ring around the city, just in case it moves, he explained. And I suppose that you are going to shoot them with your bow and arrow if they come this way. Harry smiled. The man shrugged. Something like that. Or we'll just radio in so that those in charge know what's going on where. Fair enough, Harry replied. He took a sip of his tea while he thought about that. I guess, in that case, there's no harm in you using my roof. Next time, though, it's only good manners to ask. You might find yourself on the roof of someone not quite as nice as me, someone who's likely to shoot first and ask questions later. I'll keep it in mind, the man replied with a wry smile. Doubt I'll be here too much longer in any case. In that case, I'll leave you to it, Harry replied. With a last nod, he turned and made his way to the door. After it was sealed shut with a colloportus, there was no fear of the man gaining entry, be he government agent or not. Before he disappeared inside, he paused and turned for one last look at the man. Only the fact that Harry knew what he was looking for allowed him to pick him out of the shadows, otherwise, he'd blended right back in. His vigil resumed. 000000. Colonel Nicholas J. Fury stepped from his SHIELD transport helicopter and surveyed the damage around him. Harlem was a mess. Buildings had massive chunks out them. In fact, if he was to guess, there'd be a few that'd need to be demolished due to their lack of structural integrity. There were cars flattened or torn in two. One nearby to his right looked to be almost in pristine condition, if you ignored the giant-sized footprint in its bonnet. Banner and Blonsky had definitely done a number on the city tonight. The unexpected part of it all was that Banner had been the good guy in all of this. Every report that the director of SHIELD had read or heard completely reversed everything they had worked up on the scientist. For now, Banner was reclassified as an ally, however tentative that designation was. For now, SHIELD would continue to watch and monitor and build contingencies, just in case. Knowing that two of his top agents awaited him, Fury strode forth, the wines whipped up by the helicopter behind him making his long black trench coat flare behind him. "Report Agent Barton," Fury ordered, choosing to get the quicker report out of the way first. "Nothing to report, sir," Barton replied, quickly, a touch too quickly perhaps. Fury narrowed his one good eye at the man. There was something there but he was willing to give the benefit of the doubt. And if it turned out to be something important, well, he was sure Barton could guess what would happen. "Agent Romanoff. The lab at Greyburn College is secure," the red-haired woman replied. "Blonsky definitely underwent his transformation there. For what we can gather, Stearns received a cut to his head when Blonsky evacuated, which we think might have been infected with some of Banner's blood. There was definitely a broken vial there. He underwent some kind of mutation to his cerebral cortex, whether it was a result of just the blood or the gamma rays that we detected or a combination of both, our scientists have yet to determine." "Where is Stearns now?" Fury asked. "Sitwell has both Stearns and Blonsky sedated and restrained," Romanoff replied. "They're en route to a SHIELD holding facility. Sitwell didn't tell me which one, said it'd be in his report to you." Fury nodded. He looked forward to reading that report, particularly in light of Romanoff's information about Stearns. Hopefully, this would put paid to one hell of a week. First Stark blows up half of Flushing Meadows and then the New Mexico incident with damn aliens. Coulson was still cleaning up that mess and now Banner, Blonsky and this Stearns character. The world was becoming weirder every day and it was becoming increasingly harder to police it all. But he must admit that he did like a challenge. And perhaps, just perhaps, he could use these events to convince the World Security Council of some home truths. It was time that they came to the party and gave him the tools that he needed to get the job done. Chapter 6, First Forays in Exploration. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 000000. Heroes Assemble. Chapter 6, First Forays in Exploration. It'd taken another month and a half after he'd had his realization, but finally, Harry was out of New York and beginning to explore North America. Deciding who to leave in charge of the den, though, hadn't been easy. His senior employee, the one he'd had the longest, was still a schoolgirl. But the fact that it was the school holidays was a bonus, and after a long talk with Gwen's parents, it was decided that she could handle the responsibility, so, here he was. And once Harry D known that he was going, the really tough decisions then had to be made deciding where to go. Mexico was a possibility. From what he'd heard, it did have some sweet Aztec relics and magical hotspots. Canada, too, drew his eye. But in the end, he decided to stick with the United States, threw a dart at a map and ended up in Los Angeles. It didn't hurt that they had one of the larger magical districts in the country. At first, Harry had stayed strictly Muggle and done the tourist thing. He'd jumped on a sightseeing bus and spent the day hopping off and on at anything that caught his eye. 2 days had been spent exploring and enjoy the rides at Universal Studios, and he'd even operated up to see the famous Hollywood sign. Now, though, he wanted to explore the magical district, thus why he was wandering around the old plaza. From the magical guidebook about Los Angeles that he'd ordered, he knew that the entrance to city's largest magical shopping district was around here somewhere. All he had to do was find the right tree. Just like back home, and indeed the world over, witches and wizards were adept at keeping the entrances to their magical places, districts, and sites hidden from muggles. And after 5 years of wandering the world finding them, Harry felt that he was becoming quite good at it. This one, though, was proving to be tricky. The guidebook said that it was glamored to look like a tree unless you were within a radius of about 12 feet. The old plaza, though, had hundreds of trees, all artfully placed to blend in with the dozens of statues and plagues. A slight flicker of something to his left, only caught out of the corner of his eye, had Harry veering sharply off in that direction before a smile blossomed on his face. The trunk of the giant tree twisted upon itself, split in two and spread apart to form an arch, capable of allowing entry to someone even Hagrid's size. Knowing that a muggle-repelling field also extended around this spot meant that Harry didn't even have to worry about anyone seeing him disappear as soon as he was close enough to the tree. Anyone watching him would instantly lose interest. As the guidebook had instructed, once in the very middle of the arch formed by the tree's trunk, Harry gave a tap to each side with his wand and waited. He lurched slightly as the ground under him began sinking before he righted himself, remembering a similar time, many years ago, when there were 6 of them descending into the bowls of the Ministry of Magic in London in a similar fashion. The sight that opened before his eyes as the ground disappeared above him had Harry's eyes widening and his jaw dropping in awe. Where Diagon Alley felt closed in and old and grimy, this was the complete opposite, despite being underground. A vaulted arch rose dozens of meters high with a ceiling enchanted the same as was in the Great Hall of Hogwarts today. It was showing a clear blue sky with just the hint of wisps of clouds floating about. The walkway was wide enough to allow small stalls to be set up in the very middle and still allow shoppers to walk a dozen or more abreast. And the fact that the floor was made of immaculate white marble with hints of pink and grey running through it told Harry that the witches and wizards of Los Angeles took great pride and care of their district. As had become habit after that disastrous experience in Cairo, Harry took a careful look around him to get his bearings. Not knowing the way back out was never a good feeling before he then set off in a random direction. The shops here seemed to be the same as the ones the world over, there just seemed to be more of them and the quality of their merchandise appeared to be much higher. There were dozens of clothing stores, catering to both magical and muggle attire, pet stores, apothecaries, places to buy magical aids like wands and staffs and other magic foci, dozens of shops filled with trinkets of all manner, and bookstores. It was these that caused Harry's smile to broaden on his face. While he knew that he'd wander through almost every shop here, he always made it a point to visit the bookstores first. Back at Hogwarts, he'd never been particularly studious, but that didn't mean that he didn't enjoy learning. And as his travels had progressed, he'd discovered that he enjoyed learning new magic from different peoples and cultures. Getting one of the locals to teach him some of their spells and enchantments hadn't been particularly easy, but if he could teach himself, well, then it didn't matter if he didn't get it straight away, he wasn't wasting anyone else's time but his own. Books gave him the opportunity to learn at his own pace and he was quite proud of the collection that he'd put together. Stepping into the first bookstore, Harry looked around. A set of stairs to one side indicated that there were multiple levels here, just below him instead of above him, as one would expect in a muggle store. As Harry browsed the store, putting the occasional book into the basket that he'd found just inside the door, a conversation in the next aisle caught his attention. The fact that his earring buzzed as the two women talked told him that they were speaking a different language, Spanish, if he had to guess. He loved his translator. It meant that he could understand any language, and while that didn't help him speak it or read it, it made getting about in other cultures at least a little easier. Lewis has been after me for months to take him there, one woman stated. Well, is it any wonder? Everyone knows that he wants to be a magical creature's handler when he grows up, her friend said. I know, the first woman sighed. And I suppose that it's not that far away. I could apparate there and back one afternoon later this week. You could come, too, and bring Angela. If I did that, we'd be spending the day there, the other countered. You know how she is with horses, and the fact that they've just gotten a herd of Abraxan to go with all of their other herds of winged horse means that we'll be spending most of the day there. Well, at least we won't have to worry about seeing any of the Thestrals, the other woman said, and Harry could imagine her shuddering. Abraxans and Thestrals, he hadn't seen any of them since his days at Hogwarts. Both brought back memories that he hadn't thought about in years. Come on, if I have to take Lewis and traipse after him as he runs around looking at all of the other magical creatures, you can bring Angela and suffer with me, the first woman cajoled. Well, I suppose we could, at least it'd get them out of the house for the day. Wonderful. Now what day works for you? The woman's voice petered out as the two drifted further into the stacks. A magical wildlife preserve, Harry mused. He'd seen it in the guidebook but hadn't really given it much thought. But after hearing that they had Abraxans and Thestrals, he found himself interested. It was probably the nostalgia or something. But if you couldn't follow your whims when you were on vacation, what was the point of going on vacation in the first place? 00000. Jackalopes, Harry decided, had to be one of the odder animals that he'd ever laid eyes on. They were the same size as rabbits and looked identical to a jackrabbit, but with the minor added detail of a pair of small antlers between their large rabbit ears. Thinking about it, though, he decided that they weren't really the oddest animals, it was just that it was so unexpected to see tiny, antlered rabbits hopping about the specially warded field so that they couldn't escape. The jackalopes were one of the many different magical creatures that one could get up close and personal with, provided the animals let you, of course, at the Scarmander Beast Reserve. The entire 200 acres was warded in a similar way to Hogwarts, layered with muggle-repelling wards, forget-me-not charms, confusion spells and a whole host of others that were all designed to cause muggles to either forget about the area, get distracted by something else whenever they got close, or simply made their technology behave erratically. So far, Harry had spent the vast majority of the day wandering from one magical area to the next, interacting with animals when possible, simply observing them, if they were reluctant to come to him. He'd stuck with the XXX class beasts so far, saving the more exotic ones for last, although he was sure that Hagrid would be mightily disappointed in him ignoring the beasts for so long. The Nifflers had been fun and cute, just as he remembered from his lesson on them. The fact that he'd nearly lost his watch to one, though, had been a little alarming. Krups, small dogs with a forked tail, with a very eager-to-please personality, were great fun. Harry spent ages throwing sticks for them to bring back to him before moving on. Harry had no idea about the Porlocks. There were supposed to be a few dozen in their habitat, but the sign erected near the entrance noted that they were very mistrustful of humans and tended to hide whenever one was around. And the Mokes, magical lizard critters, were interesting, watching them scurry up and down tree trunks. Harry'd taken copious amounts of photos to add to his collection. There were some that he was even considering having enlarged and framed. He wondered if it would be breaking the statute of secrecy too much to hang them in the den as a part of a collection of strange creatures of myth and legend. Having had the thought, he quickly ran his eye across the map of the reserve that he'd been given when he paid his entry fee to check which XXXX and XXXXX creatures they had here. Thankfully, there were no acromantulas, an animal that Harry never wanted to ever meet again, even after all these years, or fire crabs. They'd just remind him of Hagrid's blast-ended screwts, or dragons, and he just wouldn't feel right being near them considering he was wearing the black Norwegian ridgetail dragonhide boots and blue-grey Swedish short-snout dragon cloak. But before he went to see the Grappons and the others of their class, Harry wanted to spend time with the winged horses. For old time's sake, he chose to begin at the Thestral enclosure. The black skeletal horses with bat-like wings were milled around near the entrance when he arrived at their enclosure. There were 8, each one with their reptilian head pointed towards the gate, as though they were expecting something. "Come to see the Thestrals, have you, lad?" Harry spun around at the sound to find a large, rotund wizard ambling towards him, a dead cow levitating in the air behind him. "Yeah, it's been a while," Harry replied. "Well, that answers my next question then," the man stated. "You can obviously see them." "I went to Hogwarts, in Scotland," Harry supplied. "They've got a herd there that they use to pull the school carriages." "Then I dare say that you know a fair bit about them already," He-Man smiled. "I'd offer to let you help me feed them, but there really isn't a lot to it." With that, the wizard lowered the enchantments on the gate and levitated the dead cow inside. Instantly, the 8 Thestrals began tearing into it. As Harry watched, a mixture of disgust and fondness trying to coexist on his face, he noticed that the wizard leaning on the gate beside him was frowning. "Is something wrong?" Harry asked. The man's head turned to study the paddock before he replied. "There should be 9 of them here," he replied. "And I can only count 8. I was trying to work out where the last one was. It's not like any of them to fail to be here when it's feeding time. Would you like a hand looking for it?" Harry asked. "Thanks, I'd appreciate it. Can't exactly ask all of the other keepers, for obvious reasons. If you can't see the animal, it's pointless looking for a lost one." "Name's Scott." "Harry," he replied as the two slipped through the gate. After skirting the still-eating herd, the two of them separated slightly, heading towards the wooded section at the back of the paddock. The light dimmed quickly in there and the temperature dropped as well, conditions that Harry was sure that Thestrals would enjoy. He hadn't picked his way too far into the woods when he heard an angry shout and a lot of swearing. Unconsciously, his wand dropped into his hand as he moved to find out what had happened to Scott. He found the wizard, his hands on his hips, glaring at a section of fritzing magic between 2 large trees. The fact that a third had recently fallen and now lay in the midst of the erratic magical field told the story of what had happened here. "A breach in the wards," Harry surmised. "Got it in one, lad," Scott replied sourly. "I'm guessing the Thestral slipped out through here. The problem is that this enclosure backs straight onto the Muggle woods. And with those wings of theirs, there's no telling where it might be. I've got no idea when the last disillusionment spell was cast on them, don't usually have to worry about it, not with them confined to the reserve. I'm guessing that you're going to need to make sure this breach is sealed before you do anything else," Harry commented. Scott nodded, drawing his wand. "Yep, don't want the others wandering off while we're looking for the other one. If you like, I can see if I can track it down while you fix this," Harry offered, knowing that if Hermione was there, she'd be smirking at him and muttering about his saving people thing. "Thanks. I'd appreciate it," Scott smiled. "I doubt you'll have any trouble getting Em back, they're all fairly docile. Just conjure a rope, slip it around their neck and lead Em back." "Will do," Harry replied. "Back before you know it." With that, he slipped through the breach in the wards and disappeared into the Muggle woods. 00000. A hoof print here, a broken branch there. It wasn't much, but it was something, and Harry was surprising himself that he was picking up on the signs of the Thestral passing. His biggest worry was the fact that Thestrals had wings, and if this one decided to go for a fly, there was nothing that Harry could do to find it or bring it back. It might have been different if he had a broomstick, but he'd never gotten around to buying a new one to replace his beloved firebolt, something that he thought that he should probably rectify. Thankfully, the overhead canopy of this particular part of the woods was rather thick, meaning that the Thestral would need to find somewhere much clearer before it could even think about stretching its wings. A noise, foreign to the regular birds and small animals in the woods or the wind in the trees, caught his attention, and Harry paused. His head moved this way and that as he attempted to capture the elusive sounds. Yes, it was definitely there, somewhere up ahead, but human or animal was impossible to tell. Just in case, Harry flipped the hood of his cloak up and drew the folds close together, blending him into the background of the woods. The tracks from the Thestral, he found, veered off to the right, while the unidentifiable sounds continued on ahead. A snap decision had Harry continuing on. He slowed, instinctively sliding into the shadows as the noise that he was following grew louder. Something had him pause just before he passed the next tree, and his eyes darted about. And then he saw it. He blinked hard, shook his head and blinked again. A young girl, probably in her early teens, was seated on the ground, surrounded by tiny animals. Her bent head and deep reddish-brown hair hid her face. It looked like she was wearing an old leather bomber jacket over some brown and grey clothes. Her crossed feet were encased in a pair of fur-topped brown leather boots. As Harry watched, he realized that she was pulling something out of a pouch on her belt. Whatever it was, the small animals definitely saw it as food. There were dozens of the little mammals, all darting about, taking their turns at getting their share and then sitting back and holding the food in their front paws and nibbling it. Squirrels, Harry realized with a start. But squirrels acting in a way that he'd never seen before. Obviously, this girl had been making friends with them for a very long time if they were as tame as they were. Ever so slowly, Harry backed away from the Muggle girl, disappearing back into the woods. He was just glad that he'd neither spooked her or her little squirrel friends. It didn't take too long to find the Thestral's tracks once again and begin his quest once more. It took another 20 minutes of tracking, with the occasional guess and hope for the best thrown in, before Harry lucked upon the missing winged horse. Thankfully, Scott had been right, the animal was incredibly friendly and it was easy to get a rope around its neck. "Come on, girl," Harry said to the Thestral, giving a gentle tug on the rope, "let's get you back. Scott's got some lovely cow there for you." As though it understood, it began trotting back the way it came. Chapter 7, Together once again. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 000000. Heroes assemble. Chapter 7, Together once again. On a whim, Harry stepped between a pillar and wall and conjured a small placard. A thick black pen was added which he used to write on said placard. And then, feeling completely ready, he rejoined the crowd milling about the arrival gate. The plane, he knew, had landed some time ago, but having vast experience with how long it took to get through customs when entering a new country, not to mention the general slowness of people disembarking a plane and gathering their luggage in the first place, he wasn't worried. In fact, he was kind of surprised when the first people emerged from said gate, looking around for either friends, family, or simply a sign pointing where to go. Straightening, Harry maneuvered himself into a prime position and held the placard between his hands. He was sure that he was failing abysmally at keeping the mischievous grin off of his face, but he didn't care. 24 people had already filed out of the small entryway, with Harry giving each one a brief look over before dismissing them. And then, at the very back of the next group, he spied a head of bushy, brown hair. Well, it was in actual fact a lot more tamed than it once had been, but that didn't diminish Harry's ability to pick it out from a crowd. Suddenly the path between them opened up and Harry could see her properly. Hermione. She had hardly changed at all, still as beautiful as the very last day that he saw her so many years ago. She had filled out a little in the hips and chest area, perhaps, but still maintained her slim figure. And her outfit accentuated that figure very nicely indeed, a pair of jeans and a snug dark blue shirt. He watched as her eyes systematically began scanning the waiting crowd before fixing on him. Her eyes flicked down to the sign that he held and an eyebrow rose along with a small smile as she looked back into his eyes. And then she was running towards him, her luggage rocking dangerously on its little wheels as it tried to keep up. It was dropped, along with Harry's placard, as she flung herself into his arms. "Harry!" She near squealed into his ear. "Hey, my own," Harry replied as he took in the all-too-familiar scent of her, some type of berry that he'd never been able to identify with just a hint of parchment. Slowly, she pulled back, her hands cupping his face as her eyes intently roved over him, eyes, hair, scar, before she frowned slightly at his ear. A single look told him that he'd be explaining what he was doing with a pierced ear or else, and he couldn't help but give a lopsided grin. It was a look that he'd never been able to resist, all the way back to first year at Hogwarts when she'd first looked at him that way. I promise that you'll hear everything, he told her. Good, she said, giving a single emphatic nod. Then, oh, Harry, it's so good to see you. It's been far too long. I know, I've missed you, too, my own, he replied. Then, stepping slightly apart from her, he reached down and grabbed up her luggage and his placard with one hand, took her hand in his free one and tugged her along. Come on, let's get out of here before the crowds grab all the taxis, he said. She smiled and swung his arm wildly, excitedly, in a way that he'd never seen her do before. He could see the 1001 questions bursting inside her. Finally, she seemed to settle on one. Granger? Really? She asked, motioning to the placard in his hand. Well, you might have forgotten what I looked like, you see, he grinned. A playful smack against his arm rebuked the very thought. Never gonna happen, Harry, she told him. In response, he gave her hand a squeeze, only to feel an answering one in return. I know you've got a lot of questions, Hermione, Harry said, but let's save the big ones until we get you home. Home, Hermione repeated with a smile. I like the sound of that. 000000. Wow, Harry. This looks amazing. Hermione exclaimed as he opened up the final door to his apartment. Ascending the stairs from the side door had easily taken 4 or 5 times as long as it should have, as Hermione insisted on stopping to examine every picture that lined the walls. To keep it on the safe side, these were strictly photos that he'd taken of various mundane landscapes and places of interest from all over the world and every continent: the pyramids of Egypt, the Victoria Falls in Zambia, the Taj Mahal, the Great Wall of China, the Great Plains of Africa filled with various wildlife. Some had Harry in them, some didn't, but what they all had in common was that they were all places that Harry had actually been to. His magical photo collection he kept either in the magical part of his library or his bedroom, places where people wouldn't normally go, thus protecting the statute of secrecy. It was almost as though Hermione had even forgotten that he was there as she glided forth, drawn around the room, examining everything in detail. The mantel above his average-sized fireplace was her first stop, there to lightly reach out and touch each of the intricately carved figurines there. He'd collected them from all around the world, each one an animal native to the land that it came from, and each so well done that one could almost imagine that they would be able to get up and run around. From there, it was to the back across the room, lightly tracing her hand along the top of the coffee table, made by a man in a small village in the depths of the Congo from a rich dark wood. The pile of photo albums sitting on one of the side tables beside the couch caught her attention though, and with a mischievous grin in his direction, she picked up the top one and plopped herself down on the couch, expectantly looking between the couch and Harry still leaning in the doorframe. You don't want to see your room or freshen up first? Harry asked as he crossed to her. When there's something to learn instead. She replied, wrinkling her nose. What exactly are you hoping to learn? Harry asked, barely resisting from mentioning the library that he'd accumulated over his travels. All about your last 5 years, Harry. Where you've been, what you've done, what you've seen, the people you've talked to. Her expression switched to one of mild disapproval. You didn't honestly think that those brief letters that you've sent me, so erratically I might add, was sufficient, did you? No. Harry replied. After checking the date on the first of the album and then her watch, which Harry was unsurprised to see was set to New York time, she gave a nod. There should be more than enough time to get through this one before you go and make me dinner while I get unpacked, she stated. As he settled back into the couch, Hermione shuffled closer to him and opened the album on their combined laps. Well, I didn't really know where I wanted to go at first, which I have no doubt that you remember, which is how I ended up beginning my journey in Europe, Bulgaria, to be precise, Harry began, pointing to a picture of he and Victor Crumb standing together in front of an iced-over Quidditch pitch. 000000. With the chicken parmigiana placed on the angel hair pasta and the mixed salad in the large bowl on the table, Harry looked up and around for his houseguest. A quick warming and stasis charm later and he headed off to find her. Hermione. He called, lightly tapping on her bedroom door. When there was no answer, he tentatively opened the door and took a quick look around. From what he could tell, she was completely unpacked, but totally absent from said room. Obviously, her curiosity had gotten the better of her and she'd wandered off to explore. An instant grin formed on his face. There was one place in any house or building in any country or continent that Hermione was sure to gravitate to, even subconsciously. With quick steps, Harry crossed the small hall and bounded up the stairs to the second floor of his apartment. Yep, exactly where I thought she'd be, he smiled to himself. The library. He'd had floor-to-ceiling shelves installed throughout most of the room, with only a few spaces left vacant for windows and the occasional set of photos. In the center of the room, atop the genuine Persian rug, was a set of comfy armchairs, big enough for one person to curl up in or for two to sit side by side if they didn't mind snuggling up together. Extra small bookshelves, set back to back, ran in a row near the back, leaving an aisle between it and the back shelves. An ancient desk with the wear and tear of centuries marring its top sat under the window. Hermione, as Harry would have expected, was currently perusing the shelves, one hand lightly running over the tomes while the other arm held what looked to be at least 8 volumes. "Having fun?" he asked lightly. Her response was so sudden and the glower on her face so pronounced that he involuntarily took a step backwards. Her empty hand balled and landed on her hip even as one foot began tapping. "Exactly when, Harry James Potter, were you going to mention this library that you've created here?" she asked. For a few seconds, Harry's mouth moved without a sound coming out. "Surprise!" he eventually managed to squeak before continuing in a rush. "I had you in mind when I created this room, thought that it'd be something that you'd enjoy. There's books here from every continent and nearly every country that I've visited in the last 5 years." Quickly, he crossed the room and tapped his wand against one particular bookshelf, which obediently slid forward and to the side. With an impish grin, he beckoned her to follow him. The gasp that she let out as she entered told Harry all he needed to know. The room was almost an identical size to the main part of his library, but where the other was open, airy, and relaxing, this room was filled with rows upon rows of tall bookshelves, with nearly every one of them filled to capacity. "This is my magical library," Harry explained. "There's books in here in languages that I can't even read, but I got them anyway. Figured it'd give me incentive to learn an extra language or two. If you'd told me about this, I would have come months and months ago," Hermione said as, eyes wide, she began wandering down the first aisle. Hermione," he called before he lost sight of her, "dinner's ready." She turned back to look pointedly at him. "You're not forgiven for keeping me from this, you know. But if you bring my dinner to me up here, I'll consider it." Obediently, Harry turned to head down to the dining room. Now that she'd found his library, he wondered whether he'd ever be able to pry her out of it again. 00000. "Your coffee, boss." Hermione looked up at the waitress with a smile, moving back in her seat slightly to allow the girl to place not only Harry's cup of coffee beside his plate, but also her own tea. She seemed to know what she was doing, not that Hermione thought that being a waitress in a cafe was a particularly hard job. The noise from the rowdy groups of teens on the other side of Harry's Marauder's den caught her attention and she slightly altered her opinion. Dealing with them could be difficult. "You're the boss today, Gwen," Harry countered. "I'm just a customer having a lovely late breakfast with my friend." The waitress, Gwen, shrugged her shoulder and smiled, her blue eyes lighting up before she winced slightly at the sudden outburst of laughter coming from a dozen or so teen boys. "They're in good spirits today," Harry commented. "And here much earlier than normal. I think Flash organized for them to go to a game later today and they chose to meet here," Gwen stated. "I'll be glad when they go, perhaps we'll get a bit more peace and quiet." "At least your admirer over there is always quiet," Harry commented and Hermione could hear the teasing quality in his voice. Looking across the room to where Harry nodded, she saw a dark-haired boy fiddling with a camera while reading a small booklet, possibly its instruction manual, a tall stainless steel glass in front of him. Gwen sighed irritably at her boss. "It's just Peter. We've known each other for years. There's nothing between us, believe me." Harry's caused Hermione to lay a hand on his arm and give him a warning shake of her head. Thankfully, he took the hint and dropped the subject. "I'd better let you get back to work, never know when the boss is going to show up," Harry smiled. "I thought that I was the boss today," she countered with a raised eyebrow. "Then, see you later, Harry. Enjoy your meals." Hermione waited until the girl was out of earshot before leaning into the table. "Isn't she a little young to be in charge of the den?" she asked. Harry shot a glance at the girl now back at the bar before turning back. "She's more than capable. And besides, think of what we were doing at her age," he said. "We were in a war," Hermione replied sotto voce. Harry simply raised an eyebrow and she had to concede that his point was made. "Tell me about everyone back home," Harry said. "What's everyone been up to since I've been gone?" For a few seconds, she pushed some egg around on her plate, trying to decide exactly what it was best to tell him. There'd been a lot of very upset people at the way he'd just disappeared overnight, even if, in retrospect, he had said his goodbyes. Ron, Ginny, and Molly had all been particularly angry, for similar sorts of reasons, for quite some time. "Well, I've told you about Neville marrying Hannah," she began, deciding to start on the easier people first. "They seem to have found a balance that works for them, with their different jobs at either end of the country. Oh, and Hannah's pregnant. They announced it about a week before I left." "Really? That's brilliant. I'll have to get something special to send to them when the baby comes," Harry beamed. Hermione smiled and took a bite of her Eggs Benedict before moving on to the next one. "I hardly see Luna anymore, but the Quibbler's still going strong and she seems to be enjoying life. Minerva's really changed things up at Hogwarts. There's a lot more tolerance between the houses." "Really?" Harry asked. "Yes. And it hasn't been easy and it's still a bit shaky, but it's working," she replied. Hagrid's still his old self, I don't think anything could ever change him and, his cooking is still as atrocious as ever, at least, his rock cakes were the last time I visited. She watched Harry's eyes glaze over slightly and a soft smile form on his face. For an instant, he looked a lot younger, much more like the boy that he was probably remembering himself as, rather than the world-traveling man seated across from her. He really had aged well, she had to concede. He'd grown into his looks and updating his wardrobe and glasses had played a large part in that. But it was more than that. Even a couple of years after the war, when he was still in Britain, it was easy to see that he carried a massive weight on his shoulders, the burden of being the boy who lived, the chosen one and then the man who won. As much as she didn't want to admit it, leaving Britain really had been the best thing for him. What about the Weasleys? Harry asked. Ron, George, Molly, Bill, and Fleur. Ginny. You haven't mentioned them. Internally, Hermione sighed. She'd known this was coming. To be honest, they're all still a bit peeved at you for leaving like you did, Hermione told him. Well, not George, Bill or Fleur. Nor Arthur, come to think about it. George probably understands the most and wishes that he'd followed you. But he's been throwing himself into WWW and it's been booming ahead literally at times. He's still with Angelina, although there's no sign of any pending nuptials there. Arthur, Bill, and Fleur are all doing well. Fleur seems content with just the 2 children. And Arthur seems happy as undersecretary to the minister. Harry shook his head. I still can't picture that. I was sure that he'd stay in the misuse of Muggle artifact department, fiddling with his spark plugs and whatnot. Yes, well, Kingsley did a good job of convincing him otherwise and the country's better off for it, I think, Hermione replied. The others? Harry prompted after she had been silent for too long. Molly enjoys being a grandmother and bustling about the burrow, Hermione said. She's forever trying to get everyone together for meals. She misses you, though, always saying that all of her kids should be here, even the missing one. She was suffocating me, Hermione, I had to get away from her, Harry stated, staring down at his plate. I know that she was still grieving from Fred, but it felt like she was using me to compensate, plan out every facet of my life, where I lived, what job I was to do, even who I was to marry. Did you know that about a month before I left I accidentally came across a little book that detailed every detail of my and Ginny's wedding? We weren't even together and she was still planning it. I'm sorry, Harry, she said sympathetically, laying her hand over his. And she could relate, she was sure that Molly had a similar book for her and Ron. Ron's doing well at the Cannons, she said, trying to change the topic. There's some talk of him becoming the assistant coach as well as being the keeper. I don't see him as much anymore, of course, not since you left. I'm sorry, Harry said. Don't be, she told him. We didn't work as a couple, really that was a spectacular error on both of our parts, I'm sure that I don't know what we were thinking. We simply can't help but argue all the time. We're still friends, we're simply on separate paths. And he blames you for my leaving, Harry said in a burst of rare insightfulness. He expected that if anyone could get his best mate to stay so that he didn't have to grow up and do things for himself and could be there to hang out and play chess and go drinking whenever he wanted, it'd be you. I won't say you're wrong, Harry, Hermione replied. 5 years ago, he was a lot like that. But he has matured some since then. Enough to not be angry for abandoning him? Harry asked. Possibly, Hermione finally decided. Harry gave a single nod as though it answered 100 questions. And Ginny? He eventually asked. Once again, Hermione found herself sighing, an action that was beginning to really annoy her. Ginny, she began lamely. Well, that's helpful, Harry deadpanned. Hush, you, she admonished. It's taken Ginny a long time to get over you and quite frankly, I don't think that she ever really will. Sure, she's been dating off and on, a lot, these past few years, but I doubt she'll ever find someone that'll measure up to what she's looking for. Me, Harry stated flatly. Well, yes. At that, Harry shook his head. What she wants is something that never existed. I'm not the boy in those ridiculous stories. I'm not the boy who lived. Yes, and Ginny knows that, she's known since she was 11, Hermione told him before rushing on to cut off whatever he was about to say. Yes, she grew up hearing those stories and developed quite a crush on him. You. Whatever. But then, at the end of her first year of Hogwarts, what happened? She woke up to find you standing over her, sword in hand, dead monster behind you, and you just saved her very life. You, Harry Potter, instantly surpassed all of those books of the boy who lived in her mind. She realized that the reality was better than any story. But she never really took the time to get to know me, Harry complained. All she ever wanted was the fame and celebrity status that came with being the girlfriend of the boy who lived. I never wanted that, I hate that. I know, Harry, Hermione sympathized, and it took Ginny a long time to come to terms with that as well. I don't think you would have ever worked well, but you could have worked as a couple and Ginny knows that. Unfortunately, you're the measure that she holds every other guy up to and it's impossible to find anyone that good. Well, except for maybe Neville, but he's taken. Why, Hermione, are you saying that you measure other guys by my standard as well? A playful Harry asked. As much as she tried to control her blush, she wasn't sure that she was exactly successful. In lieu of an answer, she quickly changed the topic. Really, the only other really important ones from back home, I've already told you about Teddy and Andromeda. And now that you've settled, you should see about having them out here. You don't want to be an absent godfather, after all, and sending bundles of gift back doesn't count. Quality time, Harry, that's what the two of you deserve. I know, Hermione, and I've been seriously thinking about it, Harry replied. But I wanted you to see what I've put together first. Guess I'm still wanting you to look over my homework and check that I haven't been making a right mess of things. Oh, Harry, you could never do that, she told him. What you have here is extraordinary. It's like a breath of fresh air after stuffy old England. I can see why you like it so much. Enough for you to move here, too? He asked, somewhere between playful and hoping. You know why I can't, Harry, she told him. The work I'm doing with the Ministry is incredibly important, not just to the common witches and wizards, but for every species who live there. I'm helping to build something that will change the very nature of our society and I can't turn my back on it. I'd always feel that I'd left something undone and you know that I could never do that. I guess that I'll just have to enjoy the time that I get to spend with you now, then, Harry replied, reaching across the table to squeeze her hand. Chapter 8, It's not exactly safe here, is it? Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 00000. Heroes assemble. Chapter 8 It's not exactly safe here, is it? It was a pleasant spring day and for once, Harry was able to convince Hermione that it'd be fun to get out into the sunshine and just relax. It helped that he was able to remind her of the times back in school where they would just laze around on the banks of the Black Lake or even of their camping trip. Most of the week that she'd been there, the two had either been holed up at Harry's place just talking or sitting doing little together, usually with Hermione reading a book from Harry's library, or else they'd been visiting the various museums or cultural centers dotted throughout the city that Hermione had always wanted to visit. Today, the thought was to take a walk through New York's famous Central Park, while Liberty Island and the Statue of Liberty would be left for another day. It hadn't been hard for the two to fall into patterns very reminiscent of ones that they'd shared so many times in the past, walking slowly while talking and telling stories, Harry teasing her and Hermione getting mock upset and giving him a shove or a playful slap on the arm. Their feet seemed to have no real direction to them, simply ambling wherever the mood took them. At one point, Hermione slipped her hands up around Harry's upper arm and rested her head on his shoulder. It was as they were standing in line to get one of New York's famous chili dogs from a vendor with a little cart that their day turned strange. The sudden appearance of a policeman on horseback startled everyone there. I'm going to have to ask you all to move away from this area for your own safety, the officer stated. Why? What's going on, officer? One man asked. The answer to that came in a great whoosh and roar as a red and gold blur sped by overhead. Iron Man! A young boy screamed excitedly, jumping up and down on the spot. As though the hero was a magnet, a crowd of people quickly formed around where Harry and Hermione were, surging forward to see what was going on. Unfortunately, the two were dragged along for the ride, quickly holding hands to make sure that they weren't separated. Unexpectedly, the crowd stopped moving and gave a sudden lurch backwards, leaving Harry and Hermione near the front with a clear view across the large open flat ground. They were near an edge of the park with a road to the left and trees some way to the right. Police barricades had already appeared out of nowhere to halt traffic and divert it away from the area. But it was the two combatants in the middle of the clearing that had everyone's attention. One was the Iron Man, red and gold armor glinting in the sunlight, the palms of his hands encircled in his chest glowing a bright white light. The other was dressed in all black, including the sunglasses that he had on his face. A bag of some kind had been dumped at his feet as both hands held some kind of silver stick-like things that Harry couldn't identify. Looking closer, he noted that there were more of the silver things stuck through the man's belt and even attached to his legs and arms. Give it up, Myers, this simply isn't your day, Iron Man ordered. The metal man, the other, Myers, sneered. You think you're so tough? We've all seen that you can be hurt, you're not so invincible. Better men than you have tried to take me down, Myers, and they've all failed, Iron Man replied. So, are we going to do this the easy way or the fun way? Myers' answer was to quickly bring his arm back and throw his silver stick towards Iron Man before quickly switching his stance and throwing the other as well. Iron Man seemed to react surprised, standing up slightly, no longer in a combative stance. That's the best you can do? Really? Throw some sticks at me and miss. Iron Man asked. He was in the process of shaking his head when the two silver sticks returned from their elliptical orbit to slam into Iron Man's back and explode, throwing the hero forward off of his feet. Only some quick repulsar work stopped the armored man from face planting. Boomerangs, Hermione breathed and Harry nodded, surprised with himself that he hadn't recognized them earlier. After all, he'd seen them and even thrown a few himself while he was in Australia with Hermione. Bad move, Crocodile Dundee, Iron Man stated, having flown himself upright. Then, setting his feet, Iron Man raised the palms of his hands, simultaneously creating a high-pitched whine, before shooting out a pair of energy blasts at Myers. Myers dodged and spun, sending another pair of boomerangs at the hero. Iron Man, though, seemed to have learnt from the first ones. A quick repulsar blast destroyed one while the second was knocked away. Unfortunately, that second one was sent flying off course to impact a food stand, exploding it instantly. People were sent flying and screams of terror filled the air as even more scrambled away and began to flee. Harry, though, simply narrowed his eyes and dropped Hermione's hand. He didn't expect this to be a long fight, not after what he'd seen Iron Man do on television, but the longer that it lasted, the more chance there was for people to get hurt. Harry, no, Hermione hissed, obviously recognizing the signs of what she'd dubbed his saving people thing. Repulsar blasts and boomerangs were beginning to crisscross the areas between the two combatants. As a second exploding boomerang landed dangerously close to a section of crowd, Harry let his wand drop into his hand, shielded against his leg and with Hermione standing so close. Taking a quick glance about to make sure no one was paying him any mind, he sent two quick spells. The first was a simple banishing charm aimed at one of the off-course boomerangs headed towards a crowd of people. It wasn't a perfect shot, but it was enough to have the silver explosive weapon land in a clear patch of grass where it was able to explode harmlessly. The other was a confuse charm, catching Myers mid-step. The man paused, seemingly unsure about what he was doing. But that pause was enough for Iron Man to finally connect with one of his repulsar blasts, sending the man flying, the boomerangs that he held falling limply from his hands. A short flight and Iron Man was standing over the guy before he stepped back, gesturing to a pair of police officers not too far away. Okay, it's safe now, he's down for the count, Iron Man called, before shrugging at the crowd. Sorry about the mess, folks. Tourists, love 'em or hate 'em, they always end up here, just can't keep them away from the Big Apple. Come on, Harry, Hermione hissed, tugging on his arm. One look was enough to tell him that she wasn't exactly pleased with what he'd just done and he was in for a right telling off. He couldn't help but give a wry grin. It was just like old times. 00000. That was incredibly reckless, Harry, Hermione scolded. You could have been seen. Harry'd known this was coming. He was only surprised that she'd been able to restrain herself until they were safely behind the doors of his apartment. He knew the signs and he knew the laws. In fact, he thought it might be something that he could use to at least gain a stalemate in the argument. Unfortunately, he was stopped before he could reply by a knock at the door. As he moved to answer it, he caught Hermione's eye telling him that the discussion wasn't over. He made a mental note not to forget his counter-arguments. He blinked at the two uniformed men at his door. Oh, it's you two, he deadpanned. The two Aurors glanced at each other before they turned back to him. May we come in, Mr. Potter? The one on the right asked. Stepping aside with a barely suppressed sigh, he gestured them in. Do you remember us, Mr. Potter? The one who had first spoken asked. Harry did, although their names escaped him. These were the two who confronted him in the basement of the den just after he'd bought the place, thinking that he was using magic in a muggle area. Aurors. Stephen and Jerry? He asked. Close. I'm Jenkins. My partner is Auror Stevenson, Auror Jenkins replied. May I ask who this is? Hermione Granger, Hermione replied, shooting Harry a look that told him that he had a story to tell her as soon as they were gone. I take it you're from Britain as well? Stevenson asked. Hermione nodded. Yes. I'm here on holiday. The two Aurors turned to Harry. Do you know why we're here, Mr. Potter? Well, he did, but that didn't mean that he was going to make it easy for them. No, I'm afraid that I don't, he replied. Hermione's roll of eyes told him that she knew that he was lying through his teeth. Mr. Potter. Two spells were detected being performed in a highly public area. Both spells were low-level but contained your magical signature, Jenkins stated. Is that right? Harry asked. You know that that's correct, Mr. Potter, Stevenson replied. The last time we were here we informed you that we kept a careful eye on magic being performed within the greater New York area as well as the fact that we now had your magical signature on file. Harry shrugged. Fine. I did the spells. A banisher and a mild confundus. And you know that performing both of those spells in a gnomage area is a breach of the International Statute of Secrecy, a breach that carries a fine at minimum. Stevenson asked. This, Harry thought, would be the perfect time to use those arguments that I was going to use against Hermione. Isn't there a clause within the statute that states that magic may be used in the defense of non-magicals or to aid the saving of lives? Harry asked. Hermione's gasp was music to his ears. She'd worked out exactly what his argument was. Jenkins and Stevenson looked at each other, a slightly uncertain expression passing across their faces for a fraction of a minute. There is, Jenkins allowed. Perhaps you should give us your version of events that would justify using those spells within an Omega-inhabited area. A parchment and quill had appeared in the Auror's hand to take notes. Hermione and I were in Central Park, Harry began, when there was some altercation between Iron Man and some other guy with exploding boomerangs. We're aware of the situation that occurred this afternoon, Stevenson stated. Then you'll know that with the way the two were fighting, people were getting hurt. A couple of those boomerangs were knocked off course by Iron Man and exploded where there were people. There were at least a dozen people injured before I did anything, Harry relayed. I saw one of the boomerangs heading for the crowd and used a banisher to knock it away where it could explode harmlessly. And then I used a simple confuse to confuse the guy so that Iron Man could take him down quickly and easily. No one saw me. I made sure that Hermione was between me and anyone else, he added. Under those circumstances, I believe that we can let you off with a warning today, Jenkins said. A note will, however, be placed in your file. Make sure it doesn't happen again, Stevenson stated bluntly. Harry couldn't resist. Make sure what doesn't happen again? Stopping people from getting hurt? Or helping Iron Man? Jenkins' eyes darkened. You know exactly what I mean, Mr. Potter. We'll see ourselves out. The door had barely closed before Hermione was on him. Did you want to get arrested? Mouthing off at an Auror like that? Honestly. She slapped his arm and shook her head, but before he could reply, she was pointing at the nearby couch. Now. Sit and tell me why it is that Aurors know your magical signature. 000000. In some ways I envy you, Harry, Hermione said. Harry looked at her, having to squint into the wind even with his glasses to do so. They were currently leaning on the rail of the ferry that was taking them back from Liberty Island. It'd been a brilliant day for them both, one of their last together before Hermione's holiday would come to an end. They'd spent it traveling on ferries around the bay before stopping to see New York's most famous monument. Now, they were heading home, the sun slowly sinking behind them. Hermione was staring at the city, the tie that held her ponytail doing very little to keep her long brown hair from flying about in the wind. What do you mean? Harry asked. She looked at him and her eyes held something that he couldn't quite identify. There was a hint of sadness, of wistfulness, of pride, and something else. You've been following your dreams, Harry, she said. Ever since you left Britain, you've been following your heart, living life on your terms and getting out of it exactly what you want. And now you've begun settling down and again you're doing it your way. You're doing what you want, living in a place that you love and even have a job that you enjoy. It'd be pretty silly to start a business doing something that you didn't enjoy, Hermione, he smiled. True, but how many people are doing exactly what they want to do? She asked. You, Luna and Neville from what you've told me, he replied. She shrugged, vaguely conceding the point. Come on, you know it's true. Harry countered. Neville is immersed in his plans, Luna is still having fun looking for Crumplehorn Snorkax and Nargles and what have you. And as for you, I've heard how proud you are of the work you're doing for the Ministry. Yes, I think that you are putting in far too many hours and forgetting to take some Hermione time, but you are doing what you enjoy, researching and making life better for others. Everyone's different, Hermione, we can all find our happiness in our own different ways. She bumped shoulders with him, smiling up into his face. And just when did you get to be so smart? She asked. I've been to a lot of places and visited a lot of cultures, something was bound to rub off somewhere along the line, he replied. I just wish that you'd found somewhere different to finally find your happiness, she said after they'd stopped laughing. Harry raised a quizzical eyebrow at her. Even you have to admit it, it's not exactly safe here, is it? She stated. I've followed the news since you've been here, Harry, and New York has had some crazy stuff happen. Robots blowing up one suburb, 2 giant unidentified monsters flattening another, all the strange crimes starting to emerge. There was even some speculation about some masked vigilante in some place called Hell's Kitchen on the television the other night. Harry shrugged, not sure what to say to that. And then there's you, Harry. You and your saving people complex, she added. You know what happened the other day, and if I thought that would be the last time you'd do it, I'd be lying to myself. It's who you are, Harry Potter. A good man who can't help but look out for people in danger, for those who need saving. I can't stop being me, Hermione, Harry told her. Besides, a little good every now and again isn't a bad thing. No, Harry, it's not. And I'd never want you to be anything but the man that you are, she smiled. Just promise me one thing. You know I'd do anything for you, Hermione, he smiled. Be safe. Help others if you have to, but do it safely. I've seen you hurt more times than I ever want to. I don't want my next trip out here to be because you got yourself in some sort of trouble that you couldn't get yourself out of, she told him. Really, Hermione? You want me to stay out of trouble? He leaned in, then, to ensure that they couldn't be overheard. Isn't that like asking a dragon not to breathe fire? 00000. The big board told the story and it wasn't one that the two under it were all that impressed about. When one read the fourth line down, the one that said JFK to London now boarding, it didn't produce a happy feeling. I'm going to miss you, Harry said. I've enjoyed the last couple of weeks. Me, too, Harry. It feels like we've almost caught up and now it's time to leave, she agreed. Guess you'll just have to come back again soon, he stated. And why should I be the one to have to fly back over here? She asked with a raised eyebrow. You could come for a visit, too, you know. Britain is still your home and there's a lot more than just me that would love to see you and spend time with you. Yeah, I know. Maybe. One day, he temporized. It's been nearly 6 years, Harry, I think you can safely walk down Diagon Alley without getting mobbed, she reasoned. This time it was Harry's turn to raise an eyebrow. They even know who I am over here, Hermione, he told her. The boy who lived or the chosen one or the man who conquered or whatever stupid name they're calling me now is still huge over there. And I've never wanted fame. I just want to do my bit and live my life. He sighed, seeing her downcast expression. But for you, I'll make an effort. It may not be anytime soon, but I'll visit. Promise. A huge smile broke out across her face and she threw herself into his arms. Thank you, Harry, she whispered into his ear. Final boarding call for British Airways Flight 178, a near-muffled voice announced. Please have your boarding passes ready. Time to go, Hermione, Harry said, releasing her and pushing her back slightly. Take care of yourself. I will, Harry, you too, she leaned in and kissed his cheek before meeting his eyes. Right. And don't forget your promise. Then, with one last squeeze of his hand, she grabbed her luggage and stepped up to the gate. One final wave later and she'd disappeared into the tunnel. Harry stayed until the plane had finally pulled away from the terminal, taxied to the runway and then taken off. His promise. He wasn't sure exactly which one she was referring to, the one to visit her in Britain or the one to stay out of trouble. Either way, he'd do his best to fulfill them. Chapter 9, There's No Place Like Home. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 00000. Heroes Assemble. Chapter 9, There's No Place Like Home. In the months that Harry had been running the Marauder's Den, he had seen a lot of different people walk through his doors. The largest group were the students from Midtown High, but even within them, there were as many different types of personalities as there were teenagers. There were the sporty types, the jocks, he'd been told that they were called. They were often the most boisterous, the center of attention. Then there were the ones who just wanted to hang out with their friends, sitting in small groups, talking and laughing or sharing stories. And then there were the loners, the fringe part of the crowd, like Peter, who was often there, but off by himself, watching and taking it all in. Most of his adult customers could fit into these broad categories as well. Some came to eat and relax with their friends. Others were there in body, but not in mind, their noses buried in reports or their phones. Occasionally there were small parties and groups that seemed to take over the entire place with their personalities, regardless of how much physical space or tables they occupied. Thus, when the small bell tinkled above the door, Harry had grown into the habit of looking up and seeing if he could categorize his latest customer. But Harry found the latest person to walk through his door hard to categorize. He definitely wasn't in the party mode group, being as there was only one him. The way his eyes scanned every part of the room, taking it all in and noting the people in attendance, indicated that he could be a part of a smaller group, an idea that was squashed when he strode across the room and took a seat at one of the smaller tables by himself. The man seemed to be a bit of an enigma. He carried himself with extreme confidence, but there was something there, something tiny, that told Harry that he was a little uncertain, a little unsure about things. And then there were his clothes. Now, Harry would be the first to admit that he had next to no fashion sense, but even he could see that the man's clothes were out of date. He wore a plain button-up shirt under an old-style brown leather jacket. His pants were made from some sort of linen and were held up by a wide belt. To complete his look, the man had his blonde hair neatly combed and parted. Harry waited until the man was seated and looking at the menu, a frown appearing on his face, before approaching him, his order pad in hand. Hi. Welcome to the Marauder's Den. What can I get you today? Harry asked. The man looked up with clear blue eyes, that frown still there. You know, I'm not sure, he replied. Well, we can cater to most things, Harry replied. I can do you a meal or simply a dessert or a slice of some kind. Would you have any apple pie, at all? The man asked. Sure do, Harry smiled. Would you like it with cream or ice cream at all? Cream or ice cream? The man repeated with a small shake of his head. No, I think I'll pass on those. And what would you like to drink? A tea or coffee? We can do latte or cappuccino or an espresso. Harry trailed off at the lost look that appeared on the man's face. You know, I have absolutely no idea what those are, he admitted. How about I bring you a simple cup of coffee? Harry suggested. Would you like it with milk or sugar? Just plain black coffee sounds great. Thanks, he replied, placing the menu back into his holder on the table. Be back in a moment, Harry promised. By the time he returned with the man's order, it was to find that he'd pulled out a pad and a pencil and was in process of sketching the room. Thanks, the man said as Harry placed the coffee and plate of pie beside him. You're welcome, Harry replied before nodding to the sketchpad. You're very good. Thanks, it helps me unwind. Hope you don't mind, the man said. Not at all. Stay as long as you want, Harry assured him. This time of day is always quiet. That'll change later after school gets out, though. School? The man asked. Yet. The students of Midtown High have kind of adopted this place to hang out at every afternoon, Harry explained with a shrug. Keeps them off the streets and out of trouble. And I'd assume that it's not bad for business, either, the man smiled. Harry simply acknowledged that with a smile of his own. I'll let you get back to your drawing. Enjoy your coffee and pie, and if you need anything else, all you have to do is ask, he said. Thanks, I'll keep that in mind, the man replied. 00000. Harry frustratedly flicked through page after page of the map book that he'd bought. Surely somewhere in it'd tell him where he was. This whole adventure was beginning to grate on his nerves, and he questioned the very wisdom of leaving the safe, quiet, well, sometimes quiet, den and relying on others or the public to get around. But, no. Somehow he'd been convinced that getting a driver's license and a vehicle of his own was a good idea. More freedom to do what you want, go where you want, he'd been assured. It'd be easier to take off at the drop of a hat, had been another recommendation, that one from his new chef, David. In the end, after weeks of advice from his staff and then his customers when they'd cottoned on to the idea, he'd given in. Taking a day off, he'd gone to the nearest Department of Transport office and completed the written test. After traveling so much over the past 5 years, it hadn't been hard. Really, the hardest part had been remembering those rules that pertain to driving in America, like the fact that they drove on the wrong side of the road compared to people back home in jolly old England. A couple of lessons later and he was pronounced a natural, thus, he'd gone and taken the driving test. The tester, an older man with a very large comb-over that Harry did his very best to ignore, assured him that if he could drive in New York, then he could drive anywhere in the world. Harry believed it, too. The streets around the city were pure chaos. Drivers pushed their cars into the tiniest of spaces in an attempt to get them where they wanted to be in the shortest amount of time possible. And the horns. Harry once heard that the shortest measurement of time in the universe was the New York second, the time it took for the light to turn red and the first horn to sound. And after driving in the city and experiencing it himself, he wholeheartedly agreed with that sentiment. And so, with fresh license in hand, Harry decided to treat himself with a small road trip around the state, hired a car, and had promptly gotten lost. He knew that he was somewhere in the county of Westchester, possibly in its northwest corner, although that wasn't a given. Really, with the way he'd been navigating, he could be anywhere. A sign that he passed not that long ago said Salem Center, so that was something. After flipping backwards and forwards through the map book for nearly a minute, he finally found Salem Center, and surprisingly, it was indeed in the northwest corner of Westchester County. Now all he had to do was to find the name of the road that he was on, and he was sure that he'd be able to navigate his way back the nearest highway to get himself home. Hopefully before nightfall. Dropping the open map book on the passenger seat, Harry put the car in gear and rolled slowly along the road, looking for something to give him more information. And then he saw it. A large oval metal sign was attached to a high brick fence, just beside a double metal gate. 1407 Graymalkin Lane, Salem Center. That was the address of the school that he was outside of. Throwing the car into park, he searched the map, his finger moving rapidly about. A sigh of relief escaped him. Okay, he said to himself. I follow this lane to here, hang a right and keep going till I reach this town and go left, and that should lead me straight back to the highway. Getting home before nightfall would be iffy, but at least he wasn't lost anymore. 00000. After getting lost in Salem Center in the upper part of the state of New York, Harry found that he had an urge to visit the real Salem, or at least, the one that he'd heard about and read about back home, the one where there was a magic school and the site of one of the most famous historical events of the magical world in America that there was. Salem, Massachusetts was only about a 3.5-hour drive from New York, so Harry decided to make a weekend of it and drive up there and stay overnight. Thankfully, it being a weekend, it hadn't taken much to convince Gwen to take over running the den for him. Finding a map of the area wasn't hard. A simple stop at a travel agent was all that was needed for that. Using it, Harry drove into the city with one eye out and very quickly found a place to stay. It was a quaint, little bed and breakfast. But what made it particularly attractive to Harry was the fact that it was located in a two-storied house that could have been dropped out of 17th or 18th century merry old England. The couple that ran the place were extremely friendly, especially when he mentioned that he'd come up simply to see the sights. Apparently, it was rare for a young man to do so on his own. Before he was able to excuse himself to go see the sights, he'd been gifted with nearly a dozen recommendations of must-see places. Knowing that he was likely to be quizzed later, Harry decided to stick to the Muggle parts of the town for the rest of the day. The tour of the witch house that he took was a bit of a letdown, really. It was an authentic 17th century house, decorated with period furniture and with mannequins strategically placed to simulate what life would have been like back then. But for Harry, after living in a castle for 7 years, staying in the Leaky Cauldron for a summer, owning and living in Grimmauld Place, not to mention the countless trips to Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley, it felt incredibly mundane. The Salem Witch Museum was much more interesting. It was filled with realistic sets and exhibits that detailed the Salem witch trials of 1692 as accurately as possible. He'd startled slightly when the first of the signs that he was reading blurred slightly and a second sign appeared directly beside it. This one gave a magical accounting of the scene in question, the death by crushing of a man accused of witchcraft. Now knowing what to look for, Harry spent the next couple of hours examining everything and being sure to look out for the many magical signs. Unsurprisingly, he decided that he'd learnt more in those couple of hours than he would have in a couple of years' worth of Binns lectures. The next day, after a hearty old English breakfast that found Harry going back for seconds, and then checking out, Harry moved on to the magical side of Salem. His first stop was one of the most famous magical schools in the world, the Salem Witches' Institute of Magic. From what he'd been told, all Muggles saw of the sprawling campus was a huge farm, complete with cows and a windmill. While it was interesting and was something that he could now cross off his list of places to see, Harry found it relatively unimpressive. He guessed that after living in a castle, most schools would feel that way. From there, Harry headed back into town searching for the magical district. This one wasn't that hard to find, especially as he'd noticed a magical sign giving directions near the end of the tour of the Salem Witch Museum the day before. Stepping into Old Salem town was like stepping back in time, or at least, stepping into Diagon Alley once more. Harry found himself shaking his head at how much he was comparing this visit to an historical site to back home. It was really highlighting how behind the times magical Britain was. After his usual stop-in at the bookstore where he bought a basket full of books, Harry finally succumbed and entered the one type of shop that he'd been avoiding ever since he'd lost his firebolt all those years ago, a broom store. He knew that this was going to be an entirely frivolous purchase. He lived in the middle of one of the largest cities in the world, for Merlin's sake. It wasn't as though he was exactly going to get much time to ride a broom. The thing was, after Los Angeles and searching for the missing Thestral, he'd promised himself that he'd buy himself a broom. And he hated breaking promises, even to himself. Salem was the first magical district that he'd encountered since then, so today, it seemed, was the day. The largest section of this store was set up for the sale of merchandise for quadpot, an American sport that was still played on brooms, but was more popular than Quidditch was, even though that, too, had a following here. "Can I help you with something?" a voice asked from slightly behind him. Yeah, I'm needing a new broom," Harry admitted, running a hand through his hair. A lump had formed in the pit of his stomach as he'd been standing there, perusing the racks. Even after all this time, it felt as though he was betraying Sirius by buying a new one. It was a completely ridiculous feeling, and one for which his godfather would smack him over the back of his head for. "What sort of broom are you looking for?" the young man asked. "We have your average brooms for everyday people, brooms designed for sport and ones designed for different positions, racing brooms, and even brooms to learn on, if that's what you're after. Have you had a broom before?" Harry couldn't help but smile as he answered. "My first broom when I was 11 was a Nimbus 2000 and the next was a Firebolt. Actually, it was one of the first Firebolts out of production." "A speed demon, hey?" the young man said. "Well, if speed's your thing, we've got just the thing." Harry was led into the next aisle over and his eyes widened and a smile blossomed on his face. Just looking at these brooms was enough to know that they were built for speed. The footrests were angled just right, the bristles were perfectly aligned and the handle was polished to perfection. "This is our top-of-the-line broom at the moment," the salesman said, going into his pitch. "It's the latest from Nimbus, the company that made your Firebolt. It's called the Lightning Bolt. 0-350 km/h in 10 seconds. Comes with the newest and best wind shear charms as well as all of the standard charms that you'd expect." Automatically, Harry's hand reached up and caressed the smooth cherry wood. It was a thing of beauty and he knew that he wanted it. How much? Harry asked, his eyes still glued to the broom. 00000. By the time that Harry arrived back in the outskirts of New York City, the sun had already gone down. He knew his way, though, so he wasn't worried. Oh, it'd mean taking the car back to the rental place the next day, but he'd already rung them and arranged for that. The hundreds of high-rise buildings in New York really emphasized why cities of this size were often called urban jungles. Every building was like a massive tree reaching up to the heavens, and each one was trying to outdo everyone around it. There were some, though, that simply outstripped all others. The most notable of these was, of course, the Empire State Building, the tallest in the city. Another was the Chrysler Building that, even after all these decades, was still in the top 5. And then there were the newer additions. Oscorp Tower was one that reached high above its nearest neighbors. But compared to the newest building in the city, it seemed blocky and outdated. No, the latest building was designed to be artistic as well as functional. It started wide at the base before tapering high on one side. A large section jutted out near the top which, from what Harry heard, was going to be a platform for helicopters to land on. Really, the only garish thing about the entire building was the giant word on the side just under the platform, Stark. As Harry drove into town, he found that he instinctively looked for the new tower being built a scant few blocks from the den. What he found, though, wasn't what he was expecting. For the very first time, Stark Tower was lit up. Windows up and down its length were lit in sharp white lights. And in a bright electric blue, the name of the tower as well as the line under it told everyone exactly who it belonged to. It wouldn't be long now, Harry knew, and Stark Tower would be open for business. Chapter 10, We have an enhanced in the field. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 00000. Heroes assemble. Chapter 10, We have an enhanced in the field. Seeing the tables all but empty, Harry decided to take advantage of it. He was the lone staff member in the den today. David, his chef, having needed to take the day off to look after his sick fiancée, and it still being too early for Gwen and his other high school staff to have arrived yet. Graping up a tray and throwing a cloth over his shoulder, he began buzzing about the tables, collecting empty plates and cups, wiping down the tables and replacing the small menu card and condiments in the little racks that he'd fashioned for the center of the tables. Meanwhile, he kept an eye on the 2 couples and 3 lone individuals finishing their late lunches or their coffees. He also kept an ear out for the tingling of a bell, the sound that would announce someone entering the den. For now, the cafe was near empty, but he knew that in an hour or two it would be almost filled to overflowing with the afternoon crowd, and especially with the teens from Midtown High who'd seemed to decide that the den was the place to be. It was when he was just over halfway through his task that a distant sound made him pause. He half straightened and almost unconsciously turned towards the door, a slight frown on his face. It came again, the distant sound of an explosion, only this one sounded louder. He was more than familiar with that sound. He'd gone to school with Seamus Finnegan, after all, not to mention that he'd fought in a war. When a set of explosions went off in concussion, a small rumble of the ground accompanying it, he dropped the rag to the table and quick-stepped to the door. The instant that he opened the door, the sounds of explosions multiplied. Screams of terror and cries of pain drew his eyes left. What he saw caused his wand to instantly drop into his hand. People were running, tears of terror and screams of pain coming from every which way, even as dozens of flying things zipped past just above the nearby buildings, shooting bright blue bursts of energy into the people and buildings below, destroying everything in their path. A dozen arms raised, pointing far up overhead had Harry looking up. What he saw there was beyond his comprehension. There appeared to be a hole in the sky. A hole through which the inky blackness of space could be seen. And a hole from which hundreds more of the weird flying bike-like things were appearing. Aliens! Aliens! A terrified woman screeched as she huddled behind a nearby car, her hands on her face in her disbelief and panic. The sight of small explosions happening far above, all emanating from a speck of red and gold, told Harry that Tony Stark's Iron Man was fighting back. Harry's eyes darted between the hero fighting way above the city and the people down below being shot at, injured and killed. He'd made his decision in an instant. Racing back inside, he slammed the doors open, instantly gaining the attention of his few customers. New York's under attack. He blurted. Aliens. From the sky. Iron Man's fighting them, but we're in danger down here. You need to get out of here and somewhere safe. There's a subway entrance around the corner and down a couple of 100 feet. Get there and stay safe. The streets aren't safe. The flicker of the television in the corner flashing in with breaking news showing the beginnings of the destruction emphasized his point, accompanied by the real-life sounds of explosions drawing closer had his customers deserting the den within seconds. A tap of the door to his apartment unlocked it and Harry wrenched it open, only to simply point his wand up the stairs. A couple of seconds later, the blue-grey cloak made from the hide of a Swedish short snout shot down the stairs towards him. Swinging it around his shoulders, he snapped the clasp near his throat closed and pulled up the hood. It wasn't much, but he thought that the cloak should be enough to protect him the dragon hide from whatever those aliens were shooting and the hood to hide his face when he broke every one of the International Statute of Secrets laws. 00000. Finding people to protect had been easy, actually doing the protecting and helping, that had been hard. Harry flung himself at the fleeing people, slid to a halt with him between them and the 3 flying bikes, which he now realized were more designed like a chariot, and raised his wand. Prodigo! He yelled, just as the first of the bolts of energy raced towards him. The impact caused his arm to buck, but the shield charm at least held, the energy splashing harmlessly against it. A quick glance behind him assured him that the people had kept going. Shielding, though, he realized, wasn't going to be enough. The instant that the energy beam lit up, Harry dropped his shield and cast, his arm a flurry of movement. Bombarda! That took out the middle chariot, dropping it from the sky in an erratic pattern that had it slamming into the side of a nearby building. Sectum Sempra! The driver of the chariot to his left lost his arm. Prodigo! Starved off the attack from the last chariot, before with a quick twirl of his wand, Encompasses. Put that last chariot out of action. Seeing that he'd bought the people some time, Harry raced after them. There had to be nearly 24 in the group, and thankfully, the ones in the lead actually had some sense. When the subway entrance came into sight, they doubled their pace, almost flinging themselves down the stairs in their haste. Kaboom! Harry spun around, dropped to one knee and sent out his most powerful banishing charm. The ball of light smashed into the chariot that had appeared from out of nowhere, sending it careening into the side of a building. The instant that it was gone, Harry raced across the short distance to the car now on its side. Flames were licking around its engine and he wasn't sure how long it'd be before the petrol tank ignited. A quick glance through the windscreen showed him a groggy-looking young woman blinking about her. Quickly, Harry vanished the glass, leant in and cut through the seatbelt with a low-powered cutter. A levitation spell later, and he had her out. From what little he could tell, she seemed all right, although there was a cut on her forehead that was bloody. Scooping her up, Harry dashed back across the street towards the subway entrance to give her to someone there to look after. He'd barely finished passing her off to an older gent when the sound of a motorbike caught his attention. The guy riding it was completely unprotected, no helmet or anything, and worse yet, he was headed straight towards the center of the battle. Hey! Not that way! You'll get killed going that way! But Harry's cry of warning was either not heard or ignored. 00000. Tony was trying hard not to panic. His scans showed dozens more of these aliens, these Chitauri, coming through the wormhole by the minute. Shutting down the power source was a priority. But not quite as much of a priority as getting the half-dozen chariots off of his tail. Stark, you got a lot of strays sniffing your tail, Hawkeye's voice said into his ear. Just trying to keep them off the streets, he replied, dodging a concentration of energy blasts by mere inches. Well, they can't bank worth a damn. Find a tight corner, Hawkeye advised. I will roger that, Tony replied. Instantly, he changed direction and altitude, taking the group down and amongst the buildings where they'd have less time to react. Noting a small, curved tunnel between 2 buildings, Iron Man shot between them. He was in and out in barely a few seconds, but that was enough for him to ensure that they were committed. And once they were, he used his extra maneuverability to jink around, shooting off a couple of repulsar blasts before taking off again. Unfortunately, that maneuver only knocked out one of the 6. Oh, boy, he groused. A second tunnel attracted his attention. This one had civilians near it, but it couldn't be helped. Hoping that he had the chariot's full attention, he continued with his plan. Energy blasts shot past him, slamming into the buildings and raining debris towards the civilians. Foolishly, one man in a ridiculous cloak stepped forward and raised his hand towards Tony and the pursuing chariots. Tony could only blink as a series of dark red, blue and yellow bursts of energy shot from the man's hand, missing him and slamming into the chariots behind him. He watched his scans as 4 of the 5 remaining chariots either exploded or careened away to slam into the buildings or ground. Jarvis? Tony asked. I am at a loss, sir. Energy readings are inconsistent with anything in my databanks, his AI replied. Log it for later analysis, Tony ordered. With silent thanks to the man on the ground, he shot into the tunnel as planned, ready to deal with his last pursuer. 00000. This, Hawkeye decided, was exactly what he was born for. From this position, he could track the entire battle, well, maybe not all of it, but enough to be able to help out his teammates. Noting a squadron of chariots coming in from the west, he used the controls on his bow to select his next arrow. Acid, he decided. A quick draw, aim and, when the distance and position was correct, he released, tracking its trajectory. As he knew it would be, his aim was true, striking right between the main part of the chariot and the driver's spot. The acid did its job wonderfully, eating through the coupling and sending the 2 parts of the chariot in 2 different directions. Hawkeye tracked the parts only until his sharp eyes locked onto the next part of the battle. There were a pair of chariots harassing a group of civilians, shooting energy blasts down towards them. A low growl escaped him as he realized that there was nothing that he could do from here. He was just about to call in for backup from Thor, who was the closest, when he saw something inexplicable. A golden dome appeared above the pinned-down civilians. The cloaked individual responsible for stopping the attack motioned behind him, and the civilians scampered away, seeking what little shelter that he could find. The instant that they were clear, the dun disappeared as the man rolled away, coming up on his knees and returning fire with colored energy blasts of his own. "We have an enhanced in the field," Hawkeye announced over the radio. "Seen him? He's a friendly," Stark replied. "At least, he's protecting the people and dishing it back out to the Chitauri." "Noted," Hawkeye replied. An extra person to keep an eye out for made his job that little bit harder, especially when this one, just like Thor and Hulk, didn't have an earpiece to communicate with. 00000. "Who are you?" The older, bald man gasped even as he threw his arm over the cloaked figure. "Just a friend," Harry replied. "Now, can you walk? We need to get you and your family to safety." The man nodded. Slowly, Harry helped the man limp his way along the side of the building, his wife and 3 small grandchildren sticking close enough to them that Harry suspected that if he stopped, they'd run straight into the back of him. He'd found the family of 5 huddled in a small bakery. Around them, buildings had been smashed and crumpled to pieces by one of the giant leviathan-like creatures when it'd been killed. The old man's leg had been pinned by fallen rubble, and it seemed that his wife refused to leave him, and neither of them would even consider sending their grandchildren out into the midst of a battle. It's taken a simple Wingardium Leviosa to free the man. Thankfully, they were only a block from the nearest perimeter barricade that the police had set up. This far out from the battle, Harry didn't even need to cast any protection spells to get them there safely. As he'd been helping more and more people, he'd gradually made his way further and further away. It wasn't that he didn't expect there to be others and deeper in the battle, it was simply that he went from group to individual to group as he saw them. "I suspect he's got a broken ankle," Harry stated to the officer who left the safety of the police cars to help the 6 across the last stretch of road. Thank you," the old woman said, grasping at his hand. "It was my pleasure," Harry smiled, gently disengaging himself so that he could return to where he was most needed. "You're not going back in there?" the officer asked incredulously. "There are others that need help," Harry replied simply. Then, with a sharp turn and a loud crack, he operated away. 00000. Harry arrived back near the battle and instantly looked around, to not only assess his safety, but to see if there were some people in need of some help. What he found, though, wasn't quite what he was expecting. A short distance away, a masked man wearing a blue uniform with red and white stripes around his midriff and a star on his chest, carrying a similarly adorned shield, was in a slugfest with a group of aliens. Nearby, a red-headed woman in a black bodysuit was flipping around, alternating between shooting the aliens with her gun and shocking them with some sort of blue taser-like thing attached to her wrist. Noting a group of a dozen aliens creeping up on the occupied pair, obviously preparing to catch them in a crossfire, had Harry instantly leaping into action. Noting their exact position, he operated to just in front of them and whipped his wand up. "Lumos Maxima!" he screamed, flicking the end of his wand forward to force the intensely bright light directly into the faces of the aliens, instantly blinding them. And then he went to work before they could recover, his wand a blur of motion, spells zipping out at an insane speed. Bombarda Maxima! Flipendo! Diffindo! Levi Corpus! Bombarda! Sectum Sempra! Every spell did damage. Aliens were blasted away, sent careening into walls and half-destroyed cars. 2 were left hanging upside down in mid-air. Others dropped where there were, vicious cuts littering their bodies. A crackle of energy zipped by him and Harry spun about. Expelliarmus! The alien's weapon was ripped from its hands to go clattering down the street, before a silver shield spun out of nowhere into the alien's head, knocking it out. Harry shot a grateful look at the star-spangled man and nodded. He nodded back, all the time that they had before they were once more being inundated with aliens to battle. 00000. Exactly what the giant green troll-like monster was anyone's guess. The fact that it was smashing aliens and their chariots left, right and center, though, was enough for Harry to class it as an ally. But then, anything from Earth should be classified as such against an alien invasion. It almost made him wish that there were some dragons nearby, now that would have made this battle interesting. At the moment, though, the great green guy looked as though he could use a little help. A squadron of 12 chariots were sitting just above the buildings, firing a continuous stream of blue energy projectiles at the guy. Harry took exception to that. His eyes narrowed as he tried to work out the best way to help. The chariots were too far away for accurate spell fire, or at least spells that would have any kind of punch to them. If he could only provide enough of a distraction, he thought that the other guy could throw things at them or leap from building to building to get to them that way. Throwing things, though, that was an idea that he thought could work. Harry eyed the couple of dozen cars in a nearby car park. A dozen featherlight spells later and he was ready. One by one, he levitated them off the ground until they hung just above him. Taking a peek out, he breathed a sigh of relief. The big guy sure seemed to be able to take a beating. And he hadn't yet been noticed. Gathering up his magic, Harry prepared to release it in one massive burst. As he felt the magic pool, he snapped his eyes open and jabbed his wand forward. Depulso! He screamed. Instantly, the dozen cars shot away into the air at the chariots. 4 smashed straight into the aliens, destroying them before the others were aware of the danger. 3 more veered straight into each other, sending them spinning away behind the nearby buildings where Harry heard the fantastic sound of explosions. The remaining 5 were forced to pull up and away. And that, as Harry expected, was all that the green guy needed. In one massive bound, he'd leapt from the ground halfway up the nearest building. From there, a second leap took him in range to swing a massively powerful arm to catch a hold of one of the chariots, pulling it down with him as he landed on the nearby smaller building. The remaining 3 retreated. Harry grinned and waved at the big guy. Instead of a returning wave, though, the great green monster flung the chariot towards him. Instinctively, Harry ducked, only to realize that it was going nowhere near him. Instead, the wreckage of the chariot slammed head-on into a chariot that was attempting to sneak up behind Harry. An instant or two later, and he suspected that he would have been shot in the back, and from that distance, he had to wonder if the dragonhide would have saved him. "Thanks," he called. The other guy gave a menacing grin in return before bounding off to find something else to smash. 00000. The instant that Thor noticed the cloak of blue-grey in the midst of a group of Chitauri, he changed direction. Steve had mentioned one such as this, one who was an ally, fighting for Midgard, just as they were. The man was bobbing and weaving, ducking and spinning about in a poetry of motion as he mixed attack with defense. But Thor could easily see that he was close to being overwhelmed. The battle had been going for some time now, and those of Midgard were bound to be getting tired. Thor dropped to the ground amongst the battle, instantly swinging his hammer up to block a blow before twisting about to dodge a shot. Throwing his hammer caught 2, knocking them out and away from the battle, recalling it, dispatched another. The Midgardian hadn't wasted the opportunity his arrival and distraction had provided. Energy blasts erupted from a tiny stick in his hand, something that jogged a memory deep in Thor's brain. But this was not the time for such thoughts, this was battle and only the battle mattered. To dwell on such things could easily lead one to being caught unprepared and being defeated. When all of their opponents were down, Thor took one last look down at the small man and nodded, swung his hammer in a circle and took off, rocketing into the sky once more. 00000. Harry was getting tired. He couldn't remember ever having performed so many spells in such a short time. He didn't think that he'd even done it during the Battle of Hogwarts. Still, it'd been worth it. He'd helped dozens and dozens of people to safety, not to mention battling and taking down a whole bunch of aliens. The problem was, they simply kept coming. That hole in the sky was the problem and the key. Something had to be done to close it, not that Harry even had a clue what would be needed for that. No, he'd leave that sort of thing to those others, Iron Man and the rest of them who seemed to know what was going on. He'd done his part and he'd keep doing it until he dropped. Currently, he was taking a short breather before he'd have to start again. Just so long as they could keep the fighting here. A sudden roaring sound rocketed by overhead, snapping Harry's head up. He frowned in confusion as Iron Man sped past, a large white rocket of some kind on his back. He watched as Iron Man sped towards Stark Tower before taking a sudden sharp upturn and vanishing into the hole in the sky. Harry stood there, watching, waiting for him to return. When the chariots and aliens suddenly dropped as though their power or strings had been cut, Harry started, taking a couple of steps back. Suddenly, the bright blue beam of energy emanating from the top of Stark Tower and disappearing into the hole in the sky cut off. The hole stuttered once before collapsing in on itself, leaving only a single speck in the sky, a speck that resolved itself into Iron Man plummeting towards the ground. If Harry D had his broom with him, he would have considered racing off in an effort to catch him. Fortunately, though, the great green guy came flying out of nowhere to catch the falling figure and using the side of the nearby building to slow its descent before being lost to Harry's view. With a soft smile, Harry dropped his head. The battle, it seemed, was over. Everywhere that he could see was a disaster. Buildings were either toppled or smashed beyond repair. Alien carcasses and chariots littered the streets. The wrecks of cars dotted the streets, some in more than one piece, others still with flames licking from them. Debris littered the roads, chunks of buildings and glass and what have you. Knowing that he was in no condition to apparate home without possibly splintering himself, Harry took a look around, orientating himself before beginning to pick his way deeper into the zone of destruction. 00000. Director Fury, Maria Hill called. Fury turned, instantly noting the look of confusion on the face of his second-in-command, and quick-stepped across the deck of the helicarrier. "What is it?" he asked. "I've been monitoring civilian coverage of the battle and we have a potential problem," she said. News reports and coverage are stating that there were 7 members of the team of heroes working against the alien invasion. Did I hear that right? Fury asked. 7, not 6. That's correct, Director, Agent Hill confirmed. Playing her monitor like a piano, she brought up an image of a hooded figure, a blast of red energy leaping from his hand towards the nearby Chitauri warrior. So far, this is the best image we have of him, she said. Scour the news reports and any other footage available. I want a file on this individual created yesterday, Fury ordered. Yes, sir, Agent Hill replied. Fury stared at the image on the monitor. Something about it seemed familiar, perhaps from a briefing he'd once had a long time ago. He'd check his own records. By then, Hill should have compiled a report that would go a long way to unraveling this mystery man. 000000. I do not think that we are going to find this shawarma that you speak of here, Thor stated. There was no denying Thor's conclusion. The restaurant that Tony had led the group to had a Chitauri chariot lodged in its front door. You promised us food, Stark, Natasha reminded him. But I feel like shawarma. How was I to know it'd been shish kebabbed, he whined. Really, anything's good, Bruce commented. Of the 6, he appeared the most tired, but how much of that was because of his hulking out and how much was because of the wrong-sized clothes that Tony had lent him was anyone's guess. There's a small cafe just around the corner, Steve suggested. It serves good food. Let's do that, Clint said, before turning and beginning to trudge off in the direction that the captain had indicated, forcing the others to follow. Chapter 11, I know a guy. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 000000. Heroes assemble. Chapter 11 I know a guy. This place is in remarkably good shape, Tony commented as the 6 Avengers stood outside the old red brick building. Doesn't look like it got a scratch, Natasha agreed, eyeing the shingle that hung above the door, proclaiming the place to be the Marauder's Den. Who cares? Clint shrugged. There's someone in there and they can make us something to eat. It was only by looking carefully that the others noticed that there was the shadow of somebody moving about in the cafe. That was enough to get the 6 moving. Slowly, they trudged in through the door that Steve held open. Just inside the door, they stopped, milling about as they took in the decor. Booths lined the front of the place and along one wall, the opposite wall containing a currently unlit fireplace. Additional tables and chairs were strategically placed about the large open-plan room. A long wooden counter-cum bar sat at the back of the room, stools in front of it, and shelves full of cups and glasses and ingredients of all kinds lined the wall behind it. As Tony looked around, he couldn't help the shiver that ran through him. Everything from the woods to the myriad black and white photos on the wall to the old-style swing doors that he assumed led to the kitchen screamed outdated or old world, nothing like the clean, new lines that he preferred. It's got charm, he allowed. Come on, Steve said, leading the way deeper into the room, the food and coffee here's great. You've been here before, Natasha stated. A couple of times, Steve shrugged. Oh, hi, a man said as he emerged from one of the doors to the kitchen. Sorry, didn't hear you come in at first. The man was short, maybe even a little shorter than Tony. Currently, he was drying his hands on a towel that he promptly threw over one shoulder. The glasses that he wore in front of his emerald green eyes were something that Tony would have tossed into the bin a decade ago, all black with heavy frames. And Tony was sure that his barber would have heart palpitations seeing the bird's nest that was his black mop. The fact that most of them were still suited up didn't seem to faze the guy in the slightest. The only ones who weren't were Tony himself and Bruce, who was no longer doing his green rage monster trick. Feel free to push a couple of tables together, the guy said, waving at said tables. Many thanks, Thor nodded as he and Steve proceeded to do just that. Finally, when all were seated with menus in their hands, the guy reappeared just over Steve's left shoulder. I'm guessing a plain black coffee for you, he smiled at the captain. That'd be great, thanks. I don't think we've ever been properly introduced. I'm Steve, the Avenger said, reaching around to shake his hand. Thanks for opening up for us after all, that. Harry, he replied. And my pleasure. After what you guys did, it's my honor to serve you. And just so you know, superheroes don't pay here. Superheroes? Thor asked. The kid's only doing his civic duty, point break, Tony cut in. But superheroes, Tony? Clint asked. I don't think I'd go that far. You guys just stopped an alien invasion and saved the world, Harry pointed out. In my book, that counts as being superheroes. So, what can I get you? I wanted shawarma. Do you do shawarma? Tony asked. Shawarma? Harry blinked. I don't even know what that is. I can do hamburgers, though. And fries, or if you are willing to wait a while, an Irish stew or a shepherd's pie or even a traditional English breakfast. It is past noon, Thor pointed out. Harry shrugged. I've cooked stranger things at weirder times. How big's your hamburger? Can I get one with double beef? And bacon? But no pickles, they shouldn't even be a food group, Tony said. And fries? Actually, just make it a couple of huge baskets of fries. Oh, and coffee, but spice it up, give me something amazing. Yes. A hamburger. I have had one of those before and enjoyed it, Thor agreed. Although after that battle, I am unsure that one would be sufficient for my needs. Can you just make it burgers all around? Natasha asked. And just keep them coming. Thor and Steve and Bruce are going to want a couple each. Clint, too, for that matter. I've seen what he can pack away. And coffee. Lots and lots of coffee, Bruce added, if it's not too much trouble. No trouble at all, Harry replied. He ducked off, then, only to return a few moments later with a stack of plates and forks in one hand and a covered cake stand in the other. The burgers and fries are going to take a while, he said as he put the objects on the table. I thought that this might tide you over until then. So saying, he whipped off the cover of the stand to reveal a whole pie. Apple? Steve asked. Would I serve you anything else? Harry replied, handing him a knife. If you wouldn't mind serving, I'll get to work on the rest of the order. This is good, Natasha sighed after taking her first bite. How'd you find this place, anyway, Spangles? Tony asked. I spent a bit of time after waking up, exploring the city, Steve replied. Everything was just so different from what I remembered and then I stumbled upon this place. It kind of felt like coming home, at least just a bit. The six sat back in silence for a bit then, slowly devouring the pie and allowing their bodies to relax after the pounding that they'd been through in the last few hours. Guys? Why does that seem familiar? Bruce asked, pointing to a blue-gray colored cloth draped over one of the stools at the end of the counter. The other guy, he seems to be indicating that it's friendly. Bruce shook his head as he tried to explain something that didn't even make sense to him. Tony, though, was never one to leave a question unanswered. Pushing away from the table, he crossed the room and picked it up. What he found was a large cloak, complete with hood. Whatever it was made from wasn't something that he was familiar with. At first, he thought that it might be leather, but no leather that he'd ever felt before felt like this. Guys! He said, swinging around, holding the cloak up in front of him for the rest of them to see. Instantly, Steve was up out of his chair and across the room. This is the cloak that the other guy was wearing, the one helping out in the fight, he said. It was at that instant that Harry returned. He backed through one of the swinging doors to the kitchen, two overloaded trays in his hands, one filled with basket of fries, the other with a platter filled with hamburgers. He stopped dead at the sight of the two Avengers standing at the counter, the blue-gray cloak in their hands. I take it this belongs to you? Steve asked. Peripherally, Harry noted Natasha and Clint tensing slightly. Why would you say that? He temporized. Tony took an exaggerated look around the room. I don't see anyone else around, unless you've got someone stashed in your kitchen, and this isn't the type of thing that one just leaves lying around, he said. So, is it? Is it yours? Steve asked. Believe me, if it is, you deserve our thanks for what you did for us out there today as well. Worthy allies are always to be celebrated, Thor added. After eyeing each of the six, Harry gave a small nod and a shrug. I did what I could to help people, he said. Thor, grab another chair and bring it over here, Clint said. I've heard it said that this table's for superheroes. Harry had only just put the food on the table after Tony and Steve had returned to their seats when the door to the den opened once more. Nick. Tony beamed, waving a fry at him. Pull up a seat, we're celebrating. The two that entered wore the same black jumpsuit as Natasha with the SHIELD logo on their shoulders and right breast. But that was the only similarities that the two had. The first to enter, the man whom Tony had addressed as Nick, was a tall, bald black man whose most distinguishing feature was the eye patch that he wore over his left eye. He also wore a long black trench coat, giving him a mysterious and forbidding demeanor. The other was a blonde-haired woman with striking blue eyes. In addition to the gun at her hip, the top of a baton could be seen peeking out from the holsters strapped to each of her thighs. The next time you decide to celebrate, clue me in on your whereabouts, Nick stated. He came to stand next to the table, looming between his two agents. Nice to see that you all survived, he commented. Well done. Loki. My brother is secure within Stark's mighty tower, Thor replied. I assure you that he will not be going anywhere. And the scepter and tesseract? Nick asked. In one of my vaults, Tony replied easily. Jarvis keeping an eye on them. Nick's eye narrowed and the tension rose, a tension that Harry decided to diffuse. Can I get you something to eat or drink, sir? He asked. Nick turned to face him, eyeing him up and down before speaking to his agents. Who's this? Harry, the owner of this place, Clint replied easily. He also helped us out in the fight, Natasha added. Is that so? He asked before reaching across the table to shake hands. Nick Fury, director of SHIELD. Thanks for your help. My pleasure, Harry replied. Director, there are 2 men approaching, the blonde agent announced from her position near the window. Thank you, Agent Morse, Nick replied. The 2 men in red robes that entered the cafe took one look around and Harry sighed, a sigh that was instantly heard by all of the Avengers. Mr. Potter, we need to have a word with you, one stated emphatically. And who might you be? Fury asked, his eye narrowed. Aura Stevenson and Jenkins, Harry replied, indicating each one. They're police officers. This time it was the 2 robed men whose turn it was to sigh. You shouldn't have said that, Mr. Potter, Stevenson stated. Wait, orders? Fury asked. In reply the 2 men raised their right arms, wooden sticks in their hands. Seriously? Harry asked. You're going to try to take on the group that just fought and beat an alien invasion from out of space? And expect to win? Seeing that the group that they were facing wasn't as defenseless as they'd first appeared, the 2 backed off. Looking around the den, Harry couldn't blame them. Captain America had his shield in place, also covering Bruce, Thor had raised his mighty hammer, Clint, Natasha and Fury had guns pointed at the pair, and Tony was holding some kind of glowing disc in his right hand. Even Agent Morse looked ready for battle, having drawn her batons and holding them at the ready. Wait, orders? Fury repeated. As in Ministry of Magic. Magic. Tony and Bruce repeated confusedly. Is that what you were doing, Harry? Magic? Steve asked. A Midgardian Sayer? That explains much, Thor mused. How do you know about the Macusa? Aura Jenkins demanded. My name is Colonel Nicholas J. Fury. I'm the director of SHIELD and I have level 10 clearance from the World Security Council. That means that I know all about your Magical Congress of the United States of America and exactly what an aura is, Fury replied. If that's true, then you know why we're here, Jenkins replied. Nick's eye flashed to Harry. I can take a guess, he growled. The 2 auras stepped forward until they were just in front of Harry. Harry James Potter, Stevenson said. You are hereby charged with performing in excess of 1,000 spells in the sight of Muggles, a direct and blatant violation of the International Statute of Secrecy. You are required to surrender your wand immediately and to come with us where you will be held in custody until your trial. Fury stepped forward, his hand slashing the air, instantly quieting the protests that had begun from the assembled Avengers. This man helped stop an alien invasion, saving countless lives in the process, and you want to throw him in jail because of it? Fury asked incredulously. We don't make the laws, we just enforce them, Jenkins stated. Mr. Potter. Stevenson insisted. Harry's eyes darted about the room before he visibly sagged. A flick of his wrist ejected his wand and he held it out where it was promptly taken from him, tagged and placed into a secure box. Feel free to stay as long as you like, Harry said. And if someone could check that the stove's off and turn off the lights and lock up when you leave, I'd appreciate it. Cuffs were placed on Harry's wrists then, cuffs which crackled slightly with swirling black energy. Don't worry, Harry, I'll look after the place until you get back, Steve promised. Jenkins grasped Harry's upper arm and with twin cracks, the 3 men vanished from sight. Director? Tell me that wasn't legal, Natasha said. Oh, it was legal all right, but I'm sure that there are provisions for extenuating circumstances somewhere in those laws of theirs as well, Fury stated. I'd think that an alien invasion would count as extenuating circumstances, Bruce commented. The kid did his part, he's not going down for this, Tony stated, fishing a phone out of his pocket. And what, exactly, do you think you're going to do with that, Stark? Fury asked. Call my lawyers for the kid. Tony replied. Fury shook his head. The magical world is well hidden. I only know about it because I'm the director of SHIELD and I'll be held responsible if any of you go around talking about it. And believe me, we don't want them mad at us. They have ways of erasing memories and all kinds of tricks that we can't combat. So, what, we're just going to leave Harry to face this on his own? Clint asked. There is no honor in that, Thor emphasized. No. No, I'm not going to leave him to face it on his own, Fury promised. I know a guy. 000000. Hermione. Hermione, you need to come home right this minute. Instantly, Hermione dropped her phone into her bag, took a quick look about her to ensure that she had everything that she might need: keys, handbag, a couple of basic potions, her wand, and apparat straight out of her apartment. It was so unlike her mother to cut her off in the middle of her greeting. And to then order her home like that. Something had to be wrong. Dreadfully, dreadfully wrong. How she didn't splinch herself, Hermione would never know. Her mind was too focused on her parents. Was something wrong with her mother? Did something happen to her father? Either way, she'd know in a few moments. Hermione appeared in her old bedroom, the designated place for her to appear, just in case her parents were entertaining. Instantly, she spun about, yanked open the door, shot through it and raced down the stairs. "Mom! Dad!" she yelled. "In here, sweetheart!" her father called. That was a good sign, she'd now heard both of her parents' voices, so neither were too seriously injured or something worse. Entering the lungy room at a run, she slid to a stop at the sight of her parents sitting in front of the TV. Her dad was in his favorite armchair, one arm wrapped around her mother's waist as she perched on the arm of the chair. "What? What is it? What's happened?" Hermione asked, ignoring the movie that her parents were watching. "Look, Hermione. Just look," her father said, her mother being unable to talk with her hand covering her mouth, a look of horror on her face. Hermione turned confusedly to the TV. There seemed to be some science fiction show on there. The quality wasn't great obviously, whoever had shot this wanted to give the impression that it was happening a long way away. Her confusion turned to a frown as she tried to piece together what she was seeing. If her parents had insisted that she come straight home and watch this, there must be something particular about it. The scene was set in a large city. Centered above the tall buildings was a huge black hole in the sky, a beam of bright blue connecting it to the top of one of the taller buildings. From out of the mouth of the great black hole, small things were emerging, only to fly away, bursts of blue energy shooting from them. And then there was something bigger, much, much bigger. It looked kind of like a flying whale. A flying whale wearing armor. The screen snapped to a different angle of the city and Hermione got her first good look at the things flying about the city. They looked like flying bikes or maybe chariots, being piloted by strange grey aliens. The camera zoomed out and Hermione gasped. The building that the blue beam of light was connected to was very familiar, indeed, she'd been within 100 meters of it not that long ago. "Tell me this isn't real," she gasped, sinking to her knees. "It's real, baby," her father replied, disbelief clear in his voice. "Started a short time ago. This is live in New York City." "Harry," Hermione whispered, her hands coming up to cover her mouth, a trickle of tears beginning to fall. The three sat there in stunned silence as they watched the destruction happen. People were being shot, buildings destroyed, cars blown up. And then the cameraman was able to show that there was resistance. There were people fighting back. Iron Man, zipping around the city, shooting the things from the sky with his hand lasers. A man in silver armor and a bright red cape holding on to the top of the Chrysler building, raising a hammer and summoning lightning. A man shooting at the aliens with a bow and arrow. The great green Hulk jumping about, smashing everything non-human in sight. A man with a shield, named as Captain America, working with a red-haired woman in black to fight the aliens in the street. A man in a blue-grey cloak using some kind of invisible shield to protect people from harm. "No. Go back!" Hermione yelled at the TV after the camera had switched away from the cloaked man. "Hermione?" her mother asked. "Harry. I'm sure that was Harry. He's got a cloak just like that, Charlie Weasley gave it to him, it's made from the hide of a Swedish short-snout dragon," she explained. "Harry?" her mother repeated. "Dragon?" her father latched on to. "Yes, and that shield could only have been done with magic. A Protego, if I'm not mistaken," she said. The nerve level in the small room ratcheted up tenfold from then on as the three eagerly hoped to see Harry Potter still protecting, still fighting, still alive. Finally, after who knew how long, Iron Man was seen carrying a missile through the city and then up, straight into the black hole above the city. They, like the world around them, held their breath as the hole closed until they saw the falling form of Tony Stark. Then, the fight was over and news reporters were put on the screens, talking about the destruction and the incredible, unbelievable things that had just happened, not to mention the extraordinary individuals who'd saved them all. The instant that they started to show repeated footage, Hermione was up and heading for the door. "Hermione? Where are you going?" "I doubt that the phone lines are working in that area right now," her father said. Hermione shook her head. "I know that, Dad. And talking to Harry wouldn't be enough. All he'd say would be that he's fine. No. I'm going there. I'm sure Kingsley can get me an international portrait. I'm sure that I'm owed that at least." "Wait up, Hermione," her mother said. "If you drop me at your place, I can get a bag packed for you while you're talking to Minister Shacklebolt." "Thanks, Mum, I'd appreciate it," Hermione said, before grabbing hold of her mother's arm and operating them away. Chapter 12, Shortest Trial of the Century. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 00000. Heroes Assemble. Chapter 12, Shortest Trial of the Century. Matt Murdock walked up the last flight of stairs with ease, a feat that not many blind people could accomplish. One would think that his lack of using his cane at this particular staircase could be due to familiarity, and in some way, that was true. The fact that he had enhanced senses, was more correct, though. Every sense, bar sight, worked for him far beyond the human norm. Thus, upon entering his penthouse apartment, he was instantly aware that he wasn't alone. The sound of breathing was nearly indistinguishable, but it was there. Turning slowly, Matt placed his briefcase on the floor and faced the lounge. The intruder was absolutely still, making it hard to tell much about them. The one thing that he was able to determine was the fact that they were seated in the right-hand single chair. "Might I ask what you are doing in my apartment?" he asked. "Seeing how long it would take you to notice me," a deep male voice replied, just a hint of amusement in it. "And?" Matt asked. "Just as fast as I expected, perhaps even a bit quicker," the man answered. "That still doesn't answer why you've broken into my apartment," Matt said. "And believe me, doing so to a lawyer isn't your best move. They tend to know all the laws to charge you with." "Are you threatening me?" the man asked, that amusement back. "If I need to." "Now, leave," Matt ordered. "I came here to hire a lawyer," the man stated. "The offices of Nelson and Murdoch are open between 9 and 5. I can even give you the address if you need it," Matt said. "Don't worry, I know where you work. I'm good that way. I like to keep my eye on extraordinary people," the man said. Matt stiffened slightly. If that wasn't a directed barb, then he didn't know what was. "Are you in some kind of trouble?" Matt asked. "I presume that is why you're in need of a lawyer." "Not me, someone else, someone just as extraordinary as you are. Perhaps introductions are in order. My name is Nick Fury and I am the director of SHIELD. I, of course, know who you are, both when you're a lawyer and when you're not." Matt walked forward with ease, slipping past his furniture until he was directly across from Fury, the coffee table between them. "If you know who I am, then you know not to antagonize me," Matt near growled. Fury gave a low chuckle. "Oh, I definitely know that. That's something that you need to learn that we have in common. As I was saying. SHIELD, yes. I've heard of it," Matt interrupted. "What does a secret spy organization want with me?" "Ordinarily, nothing. While your methods are unorthodox, we can't fault your results. Doesn't mean that we won't keep a close eye on you, though, just in case," Fury stated. "But that's not why I'm here. As I said, I'm in need of a good lawyer." "What's the case and why me?" Matt asked, taking a seat. "Tell me, Mr. Murdoch, do you believe in magic?" Fury asked. 00000. Matt stood to one side of the foyer of the Woolworth Building in Broadway, New York. Currently, his hands were folded atop his cane, his briefcase on the floor beside him and his head slightly lowered. He was certain that this was the place. He'd detected a person disappear into a door mere meters from where he stood, a door that had his senses screaming, indicating that there was something unusual about it. A passerby had confirmed that there was indeed a carving of an owl above the door that he was looking to enter. His problem now was finding a way through that door. After all, his new client was somewhere on the other side of it. His head shifted slightly as the outside door opened and a woman entered. Her long hair bounced around her head and there was a faint scent of apple in the air, most likely from her shampoo. Her steps paused briefly as though she was looking for something before she resumed walking, this time on a course for the very door that Matt was waiting to enter. Noting that her hand twitched slightly against her sleeve, he knew that he'd found exactly what he needed. Picking up his briefcase, Matt took the necessary strides to intercept her, deliberately tapping his cane a touch harder than necessary. "Excuse me, miss, I was wondering if you could help me?" he asked. "I'll try," she replied, in a British accent, "but I'm not from around here." "That's okay, I think that you have the information that I need," he leaned in then, lowering his voice so that none but her could hear. "I'm looking for the entrance to the Magical Congress of the United States." He noted her start. She knew exactly what he was talking about. "I'm sorry?" she asked. "I'm a lawyer who needs to see his client," Matt explained. "And I can't do that until I locate his whereabouts." The woman was silent for a long few seconds and Matt could feel her gaze focused upon him. "What's the name of this client?" she asked suspiciously. "Harry James Potter," Matt replied and her sharp intake of breath confirmed his suspicion that she knew who his client was. "You know Harry?" she asked. "Not yet. But we can change that quite easily if you help me," Matt pointed out. "And you're his lawyer? Is Harry expecting you? Who hired you?" she asked. "I am." "No. Mutual acquaintances," Matt replied. He could almost see her eyes narrowing at the way he'd answered her questions and he smiled slightly. "Right. I'm Hermione Granger. I'm Harry's best friend and if you're here to help him, then we best get you to him," she stated forcefully. She reached for his elbow but a simple sway was enough to keep her hands away. I can make my own way, as long as you're able to get us in, Matt told her. I suspect that physical contact will make the passage easier, Hermione counted. A slight nod of his head allowed her to take his elbow and walk them the last few meters to the door that he'd been staking out. Her hand rose and something, a stick he thought her wand, appeared briefly before disappearing and they stepped forward. There was a sensation that they were spinning in place, the door revolving around them almost too fast to comprehend, before they stumbled forward, out the other side into a place that was far too large for what the Woolworth building should be able to accommodate. Why magicals insist on the most unpleasant methods of travel is beyond me, Hermione muttered, obviously a long-held resentment that she held. Once again, Hermione made to grasp his elbow and he evaded her with a small sway. Lead the way, I'll be right behind you, Matt said. He could feel her looking before she shrugged and took a moment to look around the great hall before striding off to their left. Instantly, Matt moved with her, allowing her, as the magical, to be half a step in front. Good morning, Hermione said to the man behind a large counter. The man appeared to be slightly higher than they were, even though he was sitting, leading Matt to believe that he was on an elevated platform. Can I help you? The man asked. We're here to see Harry Potter, Hermione replied. I believe that he's being held here by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Sorry, miss, no one gets to see the prisoner, the man replied. What about his lawyer? Matt asked, stepping forward. Lawyer. The man repeated, the sound of his clothes moving, followed by the swish of hair and the scratch of skin telling the story of the man's movements. I haven't been told about any lawyer. My name is Matthew Murdoch, from Nelson and Murdoch Law Offices. I have been retained as Mr. Potter's lawyer, Matt stated. And I'm his assistant, Hermione Granger. I'm from the British Ministry of Magic, she said. Matt raised a single eyebrow at that, however, for now, he didn't question it. Well, I guess everyone's entitled to a lawyer, the man mused. Right, let me see your wands so that I can register them, then I'll give you a pass to go down to the DMLE. Matt waited patiently as Hermione handed over her stick, so, he was right. When the man turned to him expectantly, Matt answered the unasked question. I don't have a wand, I'm non-magical. You're a no-mage? Well, I never. How'd you get in here, then? The man asked suspiciously. I escorted Mr. Murdoch, Hermione replied. Unless you'd prefer to bring Harry out to the foyer of the Woolworth building. No, can't have that, the man backtracked. Right, put these on and follow the signs to the DMLE. It's on floor 7. They'll assist you from there. A deft hand was required to snatch the badge from the man before Hermione could take it and attempt to pin it to him. Not that there was a pin, he found, nor anything sticky on the back. However, when Matt attempted to copy his new partner's motions by holding the badge to his jacket, he found that it stuck there by itself automatically. Magic, he grunted silently. Guess I'm going to have to get used to that pretty quickly. 000000. Harry barely managed to stand before a brown-haired missile impacted his chest, strong arms squeezing around his middle. Hi, Hermione, he said, what are you doing here? Instead of replying, she pulled back, looked him in the eye and smacked his shoulder. You and your saving people thing. She accused. You could have been killed. Hey, I'm good. Fine, even. Not a scratch on me, Harry protested. Thanks to Charlie Weasley, she countered. Harry gave her a confused look. Charlie? What does he have to do with anything? I saw you on TV, Harry, you were wearing the dragon-hide cloak that Charlie gave you, she replied. Hey, he grunted, so I was. I was on TV. The whole invasion and battle was, she replied. You know that you didn't have to come all the way over here just because I got arrested on some stupid charges. You know as well as I do that I have a legitimate defense, Harry said. I didn't come here because of that, she replied. I didn't find out that you had been arrested until I arrived in America. I came because I was worried about you and that I had no idea how badly you were hurt or even if in fact you had been hurt and there was no way to contact you. I'm glad to hear that you believe you have a defense for your situation, the man that Harry had barely noticed entering with Hermione said. Harry gently pushed Hermione to his side so that he could see the man properly. He was taller than Harry and he had the impression of a lot of strength hidden under his business suit. The man also carried a walking stick, which, when combined with his dark glasses, told Harry that he was blind. Harry Potter, he said, automatically sticking out his hand and instantly feeling foolish for doing so. Surprisingly, though, the man clasped his hand unerringly. Matt Murdoch. I'm your lawyer, the man introduced himself. Lawyer. Harry echoed. He looked at Hermione for an explanation. Don't look at me, I only just met Mr. Murdoch in the foyer of the building, she said. He'd been hired for you before then. Okay, Harry said slowly. Mind telling me who hired you to be my lawyer? Nick Fury on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D, Matt replied. And I've actually got to thank you. S.H.I.E.L.Ds put me on retainer, a nice big fat retainer at that. No problem. Harry replied, not quite sure how he was supposed to respond to that. I mean, I only met Fury the once, just before the Aurors turned up, and that was only for a few minutes. I don't quite understand why he'd go to all that trouble for me. You, Mr. Potter, are now known to the world as one of the Avengers, the group of extraordinary people responsible for saving the world, Matt smiled. The world knows who I am. Harry asked panically. I mean, I know I screwed up leaving my cloak out for the Avengers to find, but I honestly thought that the whole neighborhood was deserted. I never pegged them for telling the world who I am. The world does not know your true identity, Matt reassured him, just that someone was there with extraordinary powers wearing a very distinctive cloak. The press seems to be having a field day trying to find information about you, information that your fellow Avengers are being very careful with. Don't be surprised if the press or the public have given you a moniker by the time we get the charges dropped. Speaking of, I take it that you are aware of the charges against you and you even have the basics of a defense in mind. Well, obviously, Harry's been charged with breaking the International Statute of Secrecy, Hermione began, a fact that Harry nodded his agreement with. Stop, Matt commanded, holding up one hand. I haven't had time to learn the laws of the wizarding world. Miss Granger, you've just been hired as my assistant. Now, tell me the basics of this statute so that I know what we're dealing with. The statute has been in effect since 1692 and decrees that all aspects of the wizarding world are magic, the way we dress, magical plants and creatures must be hidden from the non-magical world at all costs, Hermione replied. Okay, basically everything to make sure that your world and culture stay hidden, Matt mused. I can understand how breaking it would be a big deal. I can also see how Harry's actions would have blown that right out of the water. Tell me about the defense that you believe would work in this instance. Clause 7, Harry stated. I'm sure that Hermione knows the exact wording, but it basically says that magic may be used in front of non-magicals if there is an imminent threat to life. Which I would think an alien invasion definitely qualifies as, Matt nodded. The fact that the world does not know your identity or where your abilities came from, plus the fact that you were working in conjunction with others with superhuman abilities, will also be useful to us. Matt moved unerringly to the table and took a seat, laying his briefcase on the table. Let's get to work, he said. The first thing that I'm going to need is the exact wording of the laws, the statute and any relevant clauses. 000000. All right, Jarvis, what have you got for me? Tony asked as he entered the great glass room filled with every scientific device imaginable. This wasn't Tony's first choice of places to hang out and work, but Malibu was too far away and his main workshop in the tower was partially still under construction and the parts that had been ready had been damaged in the battle. New York is a war zone, sir, the cultured voice replied. Every building within a 5-block radius of Stark Tower has been damaged in some way, many will need to be demolished and rebuilt. The streets within that zone have also been heavily damaged, keeping emergency services from even entering. There is a lot of debris, both of Earth origin and Chitauri origin, throughout this zone. Damage is much more limited between blocks 6 and 11, once again using the tower as an epicenter. There is no report of damage further out than that. Well, that's something, Tony deadpanned. Who's cleaning up the mess? The Army and SHIELD are both on site, each claiming jurisdiction for the alien technology, Jarvis replied. Emergency services are doing what they can and building contractors, including those from Stark Industries, have begun the cleanup effort. Good. Good. Now, the important bit. What about the Avengers? Tony asked, his hands busy as he flicked through holographic displays showing footage of not just the battle, but the cleanup work as well. As instructed, I have made sure that name has been spread widely throughout social media and with the press, Jarvis stated. Excellent, can't have the press coming up with their own names, Tony commented. Their choices would be sure to be atrocious. I mean, Iron Man is kinds cool, not terribly accurate, but cool. What about the others? The alias of Miss Romanoff and Mr. Barton have been made known. Thor retains his name. The presence of Captain America has caused some widespread interest. And Mr. Banner's nickname of the Hulk was decided upon during his last outing in Harlem, Jarvis replied. What about our new friend, Potter? Tony asked, seeking out news articles related to the magical one. The press has yet to decide upon a name for Mr. Potter, Jarvis replied. Hit me, Tony ordered. His magical status has been speculated upon, Jarvis replied, leading to such names as Wizard. Boring, Tony decided. Sorcerer. Too normal, Tony stated, cocking up his nose. Magician. Pass. Mage. Stop. That one has potential. Mage, Tony mused, rolling the word around his tongue and brain for a minute. Right. That's the one. Run with it. You know what to do. Indeed, sir, Jarvis replied. 000000. All rise. Matt stood behind the desk that he'd been provided, his assistant beside him doing the same, as the 5-person panel of judges filed in from a door to the right. His heightened senses told him that the large oval room was filled to capacity with observers. The sound of popping cameras and the smell of unknown chemicals told him that there were dozens of reporters also present. Both of these facts were unsurprising given the extreme nature of the case within the magical world. Please be seated, the magical bailiff stated. This session of the Magical Congress of the United States of America is called to session. There is one item on today's docket, the trial of the Magical United States of America on behalf of the International Confederation of Wizards against one Harry James Potter. Bring in the prisoner. Movement from a door to the left heralded Harry arriving and being placed in a chair inside of a magical dome. Hermione had told him that the dome would allow sound to travel into and out of it, but magical spells couldn't be performed from inside it, nor would they pass through the barrier. The sound of dozens of cameras popping away accompanied every step that Harry made. If it pleases the court, I bring a petition, a man spoke up from just the other side of the barrier between the court proper and the observer seating area. Your name, sir? The middle judge asked. Peter Silverbrush, the man replied. I'm here on behalf of the British Ministry of Magic, Office of the Minister for Magic. Beside him, Matt felt Hermione stiffen. There was surprise in her posture, she obviously knew nothing about this petition. What is this petition? The same judge asked. The Minister for Magic requests that, as Mr. Potter is a British citizen, that he be handed over to us for trial and judgment, Silverbrush said. Matt felt Hermione lean closer to him. Harry's shaking his head, she whispered. Instantly, Matt was on his feet. Your Honours, Mr. Matthew Murdoch. Counsel for the defence. We wish to state that we are happy for Mr. Potter's alleged crimes to be judged here and today by yourselves. The 5 judges conferred briefly before the lead judge delivered his verdict. Even if we were inclined to accept your petition, Mr. Silverbrush, the fact that Mr. Potter is willing to place himself under our authority, plus the fact that the charges stem from actions on our soil, lead us to reject your petition. Bailiff, read the charges. The bailiff stepped forward, the crinkle of paper in his hand. Harry James Potter is charged with breaking the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy by performing 1,203 spells in the vicinity of non-magicals in the city of New York, in the state of New York on the date of 12 May, 2012. He is further charged with violating the dress code as defined by the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy when magicals are in contact with non-magicals. As soon as the charges had been read, before Harry had even been asked how he wanted to plead, Matt was on his feet. With respect, Your Honor, the defense does not want to take up any more of your valuable time than is necessary. With that in mind, we would like to ask that all charges be dropped immediately. A loud buzz rippled around the room as the incredulous statement was made. It was my understanding that, even though you are a nomug, you are a lawyer, the lead judge stated. Is it normal practice in the non-magical world to have such serious charges dropped before the trial has even been properly begun? No, Your Honor, Matt replied. However, due to the extenuating circumstances, that is the wisest course in this instance. Wisest course? One of the other judges asked in disbelief. I suggest that you sit down and let this trial continue in its proper manner before we fine you for contempt. With all due respect, Your Honours, Matt interjected, firmly staying on his feet. Clause 7 of the International Statute of Secrecy clearly states that magic may be used in front of muggles in exceptional circumstances, including imminent life and death situations. This is what Mr. Potter did. The entire world was at war with an invading alien army. The entire world. Not just the non-magical world, but the magical world as well. We have the resources to show you footage of what happened that day. We can call the man responsible for forming the Avengers, a group of extraordinary individuals intent on saving the world. And while my client was not originally a member of said group, his actions that day have made him one. Mr. Potter saw that lives were in danger and he acted to save those lives using whatever means he had at his disposal, including magic. Yes, he wore a cloak made from dragon hide, a cloak which saved him from harm and very probably his very life in the battle due to its magical strength. My colleagues have been monitoring the world's reaction to Mr. Potter's appearance on the world stage since that day. Yes, his extraordinary gifts have been remarked upon. No, the world does not know where they come from or that he is a wizard, although there has been some speculation on that point. No, the world does not know about you or your society. They believe that, like the other members of the Avengers, he is unique. A single magical user within a world of normal people, a world that now also contains extraordinary people, much like himself. Mr. Potter acted that day to save lives, not just the lives of those in New York, in the direct and immediate line of fire from the Chitauri, but ultimately the lives of every man, woman, child, witch, wizard, and creature on the planet. On that basis, on the basis of your own laws, I ask you once again to drop the charges against Mr. Potter. Only then did Matt sit. Impassioned pleas weren't unknown to him in the courtroom, and yet there was something a little different with the one that he just gave. And while he ultimately hoped that it would succeed, he was quite prepared to go through all the points more slowly, calling experts as they were needed to prove his case if needed. Matt easily tuned out the continuous babbling throughout the chamber as he focused his senses on the judges. The fact that there appeared to be some heated argument amongst them told him that his speech had indeed had some effect. Finally, after nearly 5 minutes, the judges straightened, nodded to the bailiff and silence was restored to the court through the use of a cannon-like blast produced from the bailiff's wand. "Your case, Mr. Murdoch, is well thought out," the lead judge said, inclining his head in acknowledgement. "There is indeed a very strong case as to why these charges should be dropped. In fact, we find ourselves questioning why this case was brought to us in the first place. The laws are clear, as Mr. Murdoch pointed out. Clause 7 gives the exceptions under which the international statute of secrecy can be broken. And this situation clearly falls into that category. Mr. Potter, we offer you our thanks not only on our own behalf, but on behalf of all witches and wizards, for the many, many lives you saved. We have seen the footage from that day and it has been noted that not once did the hood of your cloak slip, allowing any part of your face to be captured by non-mag recording devices. You also have our apologies and assurances that the reason that this case reached this far will be investigated. All charges against Harry James Potter by the magical United States of America on behalf of the International Confederation of Wizards are hereby dismissed." It was the judge's wand this time that let off the cannon-like bang, and Matt instantly relaxed into his chair, very pleased and more than a little surprised that his gambit had paid off. Chapter 13, Got a Suit? Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's. The Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 00000. /n I simply had to put in an author's note here to thank each and every one of you who've been reading, reviewing, favoriting and following Heroes. I've been totally blown away by the numbers that I've been getting, and it really keeps me motivated to keep writing and to make sure that I'm producing not only something that I like, but that I think you'll all enjoy as well. Thank you, too, for all those who voted in the poll. I closed it after receiving over 800 votes. Both Hermione and Wanda were clear favorites. And while my decision hasn't completely been made, it could very well be one of these two. Or else it'll be the other amazing option from the MCU that I received in a PM, an idea that I'm liking more and more. I guess we'll all just have to wait and see what happens. The characters do seem to have a life of their own sometimes and direct the story in directions that I wasn't originally planning. Grin. Oh, and a quick note about Daredevil: he's not following his MCU timeline in my story, as I'm sure those who noticed his brief cameo mentioned back in Chapter 8 realized. Enough rambling from me, on to this week's installment. 00000. Heroes Assemble. Chapter 13, Got a Suit? You know, seeing it on TV is one thing, but seeing it with my own eyes. Hermione trailed off, shaking her head. Currently, she and Harry were standing at the edge of the roof above Harry's apartment looking down on the destruction. Even though the battle had happened a few days ago, the cleanup crew was still working away at the edges. From what little they could see, it seemed that something big, most likely a bulldozer, had pushed their way through towards the center of the area, leaving huge piles of cars, masonry and other debris piled up on the side of the road. Their best guess was that way, emergency services to make it into any trapped or injured people still in the zone. I still can't believe that it survived intact, Harry happily said, not for the first time since the two had arrived there. After leaving the trial and the building that housed the Magical Congress of the United States, the pair had managed to slip away from Harry's lawyer, Matt, into an abandoned alley. Then, after secreting themselves behind a convenient dumpster, had apparat home, or at least to the roof of Harry's home. Some of the glass panes look a little singed in that corner, though, so it may have only taken a glancing shot at worst, Harry continued as he examined his greenhouse in minute detail. Come on, Harry, let's get inside, Hermione said, having finally turned away from the mesmerizing view of what was left of the city. Giving a nod, he crossed to the door and gave it a tap with his wand, magically unsealing it before the two were able to enter the stairwell. Instead of stopping in his apartment, though, Harry led the way down to the den. After all, the last time that he'd seen it, it had been filled with a whole bunch of people. And while said people were heroes, that didn't mean that Harry trusted them to lock up after themselves or even to clean up the mess that they'd made. The sight of the cafe looking the way that it was supposed to, threw him at first. The two tables that had been pushed together for the Avengers were back in their places, their chairs neatly placed around them. Not a dirty dish or cup was to be seen anywhere. His eagle eye could even tell that the lock on the door had been engaged. Leaving Hermione behind, Harry strode across the room and pushed open the nearest swinging door to the kitchen. Just like the main section of the cafe, in here was in pristine condition as well. Every pot, every pan, every cup and plate and utensil had been washed and put away. The benches had even been wiped down. Harry had no idea who'd done it all, but he was incredibly grateful to said unknown person. They'd just saved him hours of work, the very thought of having to clean some of those pans after them being left to sit for days had been enough to give him nightmares. Harry! Hermione called. I think these are for you. Instantly, Harry backed out of the doorway and crossed to where Hermione was examining a small pile of notes in her hand. They were on the bench, she said, handing them over. Had my people tidy up the joint for you. We'll be in touch. Fury. Well, that explains that, Harry murmured as he shuffled the first note to the back. Party. My place. 7 p.m. The day after you get released from prison. Don't worry, I'll know when. Bring a guest, if you want. And your lawyer. Tony. Hey, Harry grunted. Want to go to a party at Stark Tower? Hermione beamed at him. And get a chance to meet some superheroes? Try and keep me away. The last note answered a question that had been bugging Harry since the Aurors had arrived to arrest him. Harry, I've put your cloak in the bottom cupboard on the very left in the kitchen. Figured you wouldn't want it left out for others to see. Steve. That was thoughtful of him, Hermione said, reading over his shoulder. I assume Steve is Captain Steve Rogers. Yeah, otherwise known as Captain America, Harry replied. He's been in here quite a few times, not that I knew who he was then. Well, at least you can thank him tomorrow night, Hermione pointed out. Yeah, he replied, then, come on, let's head up and I'll make us some dinner. 00000. Harry and Hermione had barely seated themselves for said dinner, a simple steak and salad, when there was a knock at the door. For a brief moment, their eyes connected and it was easy to see that both had a look of mild annoyance in their eyes, not to mention some curiosity at who could have made it through the mess that was New York City to call on them. Harry had only made it halfway across the room before the knock came again. Lengthening his strides, he reached the door seconds later. Yes, he asked as he opened the door. The blonde-haired woman in the black jumpsuit looked vaguely familiar. It wasn't until he noticed the SHIELD logo that her uniform sported that the memory clicked. I know you. You were in the den the other day with Fury. Agent Barbara Morse, she introduced herself with an affirming nod. May I come in? In answer, Harry stepped to the side and gestured that she do so. I'm sorry, we've not long gotten home and have just begun dinner, Harry apologized. I can get you something if you like. Thank you, no, I ate before I came, Agent Morse replied. Harry noted her sharp blue eyes fix on Hermione before she turned back to him. Don't let me keep you from your meal. With a nod, Harry led the way across to the table where they both sat. Hermione Granger, Hermione said, reaching across to shake the agent's hand. Bobby Morse, of SHIELD. She replied. What can we do for you, Agent? Harry asked. I'm here to debrief you, Mr. Potter, she stated, opening the briefcase that she'd carried in to extract a file and a pen. Debrief me? Harry asked, sharing a look with Hermione. Indeed. After your actions with the Avengers, the world has taken note of you. We at SHIELD would like to help you with that, Agent Morse stated. Okay, Harry said slowly. Exactly how do you intend on doing that? From what Matt and Hermione have told me, no one knows who I am or the extent of what I can do. I'm sure that I can look after myself. Perhaps in the magical world, she replied, then, after the startled look that Harry and Hermione shared, I have been cleared to know about the magical world. How did you get such clearance? Hermione asked intently. I was under the impression that only Director Fury had such clearance within your organization. Ordinarily that would be true, but as the newly appointed liaison between SHIELD and the Avengers, of which, you, Mr. Potter, have become a part, I was given the necessary clearance. And as your liaison, I report back to Director Fury who will be running interference for SHIELD and the Avengers if the MACUSA try to stick their noses in where they're not wanted or needed. Harry shook his head. Look. I fought alongside that group once, mostly on the periphery, trying to help the ordinary people who were getting hurt and killed, and I met them once. How does that make me one of them? In simple terms, the fact that you fought for the world alongside the rest of the Avengers meant that you were de facto labeled as a part of the team. The fact that Tony Stark, who seems to have become the spokesman for the Avengers, has stated that you are one of them, cemented that fact. The world has seen the footage of you working alongside them, fighting together and for them. You are an Avenger. How much of an involvement you have with the team is up to you. Unless, of course, you tell me right here and now that even if the need was there, that you'd stay away from the fight. Hermione snorted and Harry gave her a sour look. Harry? Stay away from the action. Hermione said, laughter clear in her voice. Agent Morse, there's no way that you could keep him away. He's always had a saving people thing. It's an integral part of who he is. Fine. So apparently, I'm an Avenger, whatever in Merlin's name that means, Harry groused. So what do you need from me? As your liaison, it is in our best interest that we know as much about you as possible so that if you ever need help, resources or training, that we can provide it. Makes sense, Harry, Hermione said, laying a hand on his arm. At her touch, he sighed and nodded. Ask away, Agent Morse. This is a simple personnel file. We get this filled out now and that'll be it for today, she said, tapping her folder before opening it. Your name is Harry James Potter, correct? She asked and quickly received a nod. Have you ever been known by any other names? This includes personal names, alias, nicknames, or titles. Once again, Hermione snorted, causing him to narrow his eyes at her. Yes, he replied shortly. This will go a lot quicker if you answer the questions properly, Mr. Potter, Agent Morse stated. Fine. The boy who lived. Triwizard Champion. The Chosen One. The man who conquered, he replied with a barely suppressed growl. Their titles within the wizarding world, Hermione explained, specifically within magical Britain, although they are known throughout the rest of the magical world as well. They almost all relate to a magical civil war that engulfed magical Britain in the 80s and 90s until Harry stopped the dark wizard responsible for it all. I may want to visit that topic some more another time, Agent Morse stated, making copious amounts of notes on her form. Next relates to family and very close friends. Why do you need to know that? Harry asked, his eyes narrowed. So that we can keep them safe if the need arises, Agent Morse replied. For example, in the recent crisis, as soon as SHIELD learned that Loki was involved, we had an astrophysicist by the name of Jane Foster moved to a safe, secure location simply because she is a very close friend of Thor's. Harry nodded his understanding. I have an aunt and uncle that I haven't seen in over a decade and have no desire to, either. My cousin, Dudley Disley, and I get on all right, I guess. He lives in Penzance, Cornwall. Other than that, it's just Hermione and her parents, I guess. There's a few others, but they're safely hidden away in the wizarding world. Very well. I will need to get details for both yourself and your parents, Miss Granger, Agent Morse stated. Next is education and jobs. I finished at Hogwarts, Magic School, in '99, Harry began. That seems a bit late, given your age, Agent Morse commented. Yeah, well, I should have finished in '98, but there was a war on and I wasn't able to go to school that last year, Harry explained. And then it took half a year to repair the school and in some parts, rebuilt the castle before we could all go back. Agent Morse nodded and made additional notes on her form. And after that? After that I went into Auror training. Auror? I'm sorry, I don't know that term, Agent Morse said, shaking her head. Auror is the name for magical police, actually, it's a little more than that, Hermione explained. Think of it more as a combination of police work and special forces. Okay. And how long did this training last? She asked. 3 years, Harry replied. And then I did the job for nearly another 3 years before it got too much. The fame thing is atrocious over there, people always gawking at me and wanting to shake my hand and expecting more and greater things from me. Made doing the job near impossible. So, I got out. The only other job I've had is here, owning and running the Marauders Denmark. If my maths is right, that leaves a gap of 5, nearly 6 years, Agent Morse pointed out. Yes, Hermione said sourly. Harry decided that it'd be nice to leave everything and everyone behind and go on a world tour. Hey! I asked you to go with me. An indignant Harry protested. And you know why I couldn't, she retorted. So you traveled the world before settling down here. Agent Morse neatly cut off the impending argument. Yeah, that's about the gist of it, Harry replied. Abilities. We'll leave that as simply magic for now, unless you have something else. Agent Morse asked. Harry's slight pause was enough to have Hermione narrowing her eyes at him. No, nothing else. Have you got a suit? Obviously, that blue-grey cloak would be a part of it, but something specific to go under it. Agent Morse asked. A suit? Harry asked flatly. Indeed. Having an outfit will help identify you as an Avenger. The cloak is a good start, but something more would be good. Harry's eyes flicked towards his bedroom. I might have something. Let me think on it, he answered. And obviously, your code name is Mage, Agent Morse stated. Code name? Mage? What? Harry blustered. Ah, yes, you've been held incommunicado from the media the last few days, Agent Morse realized. The public with, we suspect, input from Stark, have decided that you are Mage, obviously because of your magic. All of the Avengers have one, Iron Man, Thor, Captain America, Hulk, Hawkeye, and Black Widow. Aren't those last two SHIELD agents? Do all agents get a code name? Harry asked. Not all, just the best of us, Agent Morse smiled. I take it you have one? Hermione asked. Mockingbird, she replied. Because of the way I like to play with my opponents by mocking them. But it is only used in combat situations. It helps keep our identities secret. Fine. I can see the benefits in it then. Guess I'm now Mage. Great, another silly name to go with all the rest, Harry groused. Agent Morse pulled out a black business card and passed it over. If it was held in just the right angle, the SHIELD logo could be seen on it. On the back was a single phone number. If you ever need me, ring that. Better yet, put that number into your phone and destroy the card, Agent Morse stated. Will do, Harry nodded. And if you need me, we'll be in touch, Agent Morse smiled secretively as she stood. Thank you for your time, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger. It was nice meeting you, Hermione called as Harry escorted her to the door. Then, after one last nod at each other, Harry closed the door behind her. Well, that was interesting, Harry said sarcastically. Oh, I don't know, Mage, I'd say that the interesting is just getting started, Hermione replied with a mischievous smile. 000000. An insistent knocking on his door had Harry stumbling out of bed the next morning. In his still half-asleep mode, somehow, he managed to snag his bathrobe as he left his bedroom, although getting said robe on was a whole other cauldron of potion and took until he was finally standing in front of his door to accomplish. Just as the infernal knocking started again, Harry yanked the door open to find a startled Gwen Stacy standing there, one hand still raised in the act of knocking. Gwen? What are you doing here? Do you have any idea what time it is? Harry asked. 8 o'clock, she replied easily. Ordinarily we'd be opening up about now. Harry shook his head at her. We're not going to open today, not much point really. Which led Harry's brain to start thinking a bit clearer. Hang on, how'd you get here, anyway? I wouldn't think it was exactly safe crossing through everything out on the streets at the moment. Dad brought me, Gwen answered easily as she entered the apartment at Harry's gesture. The police have set up roadblocks all around the area so that only construction crews and official people are allowed in. Luckily for me, my dad's one of those official people. Is he waiting downstairs? Harry asked, half expecting to the police captain standing in his doorway when he looked. No, he'll be back in a bit, he's doing a drive around to make sure no one snuck in to do some looting or something, Gwen replied. Okay. Now, are you going to tell me what you're doing here? Harry asked. Well, there's a number of reasons, really, Gwen replied. Firstly, I had to see for myself whether the den had been damaged or not, wanted to make sure that I'd still have a job to come back to when the streets reopen. You'll always have a job here, Gwen, as long as you want it. There's no way I'm letting my best employee go, Harry smiled. Gwen ducked her head slightly, her bright blue eyes shining and her cheeks gaining a dash of pink. I also wanted to check that you were okay. This place isn't too far from Stark Tower and that's where the heaviest stuff happened. And when I hadn't heard from you, well, I checked with Dad and your name hadn't come up on any lists of injured or dead that he'd seen, she explained. This time it was Harry's turn to duck his head. Sorry about that, I should have thought of letting you and the others know that the den and I are all right, Harry said. Yes, you should have. I had to come all the way from England to find that out, a voice stated from behind him. Hi, I'm Hermione. Gwen Stacy, the younger girl said as they shook hands. Gwen was my first and best employee, Harry explained. I know, Harry, you've told me about her before, remember? Hermione smiled. About that, Gwen interrupted, I also wanted to tell you that I may have to reduce my hours here somewhat. Oh? Harry asked, not sure that it mattered all that much at the moment with the cafe being closed, but later, it would. Yes, she said and a massive smile slowly formed on her face. I got the internship. You did. That's great, Gwen. I know how much you've wanted it, Harry said, happy for her. Internship? Hermione asked. It's with Oscorp. I'm going to be working in their research department, most likely with Dr. Curtis Connors. He's a brilliant scientist, specializing in cross-species genetics. Sounds amazing. Hermione replied. Congratulations. Thank you. I start next week, Gwen said. As soon as I know my schedule, I'll let you know, Harry. Don't worry about it, Harry replied. We'll work around your schedule. Gwen. A deep male voice asked from the door. Here, Dad, she called. Captain Stacy, Harry nodded to the uniformed man. Good to see you in one piece, Captain Stacy said. And your building made it through as well, which is incredibly remarkable. We were lucky, Harry shrugged. You ready, Gwen? Captain Stacy asked. Yes, Dad. See you later, Harry. Nice to meet you, Hermione, Gwen said as she crossed to the door. She's nice, Hermione said once the Stasis had left. Yeah, she's a good kid, Harry agreed. And I suspect that internship is going to be brilliant for her, she's going to meet people and do things that we've never imagined before. Well, you, maybe, Harry, but my amazing mind can imagine quite a bit, you know, Hermione laughed. 00000. Gentlemen. Thank you for coming, their leader stated. The events of the past week have not been of our making, nor of our choosing. We need to decide the direction that we will take. How did these Avengers come into being? I thought that we'd convinced the World Security Council not to go down that avenue. The man third from his left asked. We had. They were more than content to pursue the Phase 2 weapons. Fury, however, is being as big a pain in the rear as usual, their leader stated. Do we need to have him eliminated? Another suggested. Perhaps, in time. But not just yet, he was answered. What about the Avengers? How do we respond to them? One asked. Keeping them in line is not going to be easy, it was stated. Project Insight could be accelerated, another suggested. Simply add them to the algorithm and problem solved. Can we afford to wait that long? The leader asked. Project Insight has always been a long-term project. We may have other options, the one who had yet to speak said quietly. There are some assets in SHIELD facilities that we could point in the right direction. Not a bad idea, their leader mused. I take it you're thinking of Blonsky. Yes. And Stearns. If we wish to go down that track, there are other assets that we could utilize. I know that Oscorp's secure sub-basement has some very interesting toys, another said eagerly. And I'm sure that there are others that we could use. If you could head up the project, the leader said to the one with the original suggestion. Call it Project Sinister. The leader waited until he'd received an affirming nod before continuing. What of our other projects? He asked. The Tesseract has been lost to us, but SHIELD has been given permission to study Loki's staff, he was informed. It should be easy enough to divert it to a facility of our choosing. Do we have somewhere appropriate? Not yet. However, a simple nudge should be enough to cause a revolt within Sokovia, and it'd be easy enough to establish what we need there. See that it is done, their leader stated. Anything else? No? Then continue to monitor events. Build a comprehensive database on each of these Avengers. We need to know everything about them, how they think and what their likely reactions and responses are likely to be in any given situation. After all, knowledge is power. Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! The age-old battle cry was echoed. Chapter 14, The After Party. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 00000. Heroes Assemble. Chapter 14, The After Party. Sir, Mr. Potter and his party are in the elevator, Jarvis said into Tony's earpiece. One appears to be the lawyer you expected, Matthew Murdoch, the other is an unknown female. You know what to do, Tony sub-vocalized. Yes, sir, Jarvis replied. Grabbing his drink off of the top of the bar, Tony casually threaded his way through the group towards the elevator. These three were actually the last to arrive. Tony would almost think that they were trying to be fashionably late if it wasn't for the fact that they were right on time. The rest of them, the other Avengers, had been early. Well, and Pepper, but she lived there with him. Sometimes. Oh, and then there was Selvig, but he'd come with Legolas and Romanoff. A muted ding preceded the elevator door opening and Tony stepped forward. Found the place, did you? He greeted. Harry stepped from the elevator almost cautiously, his eyes darting about and spotting everyone almost automatically. Managed to find it, yeah, Harry replied. Helped that it's the tallest building in the neighborhood, although the fact that it doesn't say Stark on the side anymore made it a bit confusing. Yeah, that is a bit of a problem. The good news is that I've got some ideas to fix that, Tony replied. He was actually marginally impressed. The kid's answer had just enough sass in it to make it interesting without being rude. So, going to introduce me? Tony prompted. Tony, I'd like you to meet my best friend Hermione Granger and my lawyer, Matt Murdoch, Harry said. Hermione, Matt, Tony Stark. Checking, Jarvis stated. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Stark, thanks for inviting us, the young woman with the long wavy brown hair and, was that intelligence in those sharp brown eyes? Said. Mr. Stark, the blind lawyer said, meeting his handshake unerringly. How'd you do that? Tony asked. Are you sure that you're blind? Those shades are just for show, aren't they? I can assure you that I am blind, Mr. Stark, and there was almost a hint of a growl in that made Tony pause momentarily. Don't mind Tony, his mouth tends to speak without him engaging any sort of filter, Pepper stated, having come up behind him and grabbed his arm only to squeeze just a little tighter than Tony thought was strictly necessary. I'm Pepper, I try to run Tony's life and look after him. It's nice to meet you, Harry smiled. So, essentially, you're his carer? Matt asked. Exactly, Mr. Murdoch. A delighted Pepper replied. That's exactly what I am. Yep, she cares so I don't have to. Oh, and don't call me Mr. Stark, makes me feel like the old man is around somewhere, Tony said with a shiver. Come on, Gandalf and friends, let's introduce you around. From behind him, he heard Harry whispering to Hermione. Gandalf. It's from the Lord of the Rings. Books, Harry, I'll show you later. Just think Dumbledore, she whispered back. Making a mental note to research the name Dumbledore later, or at least, to have Jarvis do it for him, Tony stopped on the edge of the seating area. Everyone, Harry's here and he brought guests, Tony announced over the conversations. Noting that every eye switched to him, he continued. This is Hermione and Matt, who claims to be blind, but I'm withholding judgment. There, that should put him on notice. Not to mention get him back for giving Pepper such a perfect opening like that. Knowing her, she's going to use it ad nauseam, Tony thought. He watched then, sipping his drink as the three newcomers circulated through the room, doing the boring work of introducing each other properly. Jarvis. He subvocalized. Sir. I have scanned all three as is protocol. My sensors were unable to get as detailed a scan as is normal on Mr. Potter and Miss Granger. For some reason, the scanners simply could not lock onto them, Jarvis reported. Magic? He asked. That is the theory that I am working under. I suspect that we will need to do some recalibrating. As for Mr. Murdoch, there is nothing unusual to report. Jarvis said. And? Tony asked impatiently. Luckily, Jarvis was able to predict quite accurately the information that he was after. There are minimal records for a Hermione Granger in Britain. Birth certificate and early school records only. I will continue searching, but there may not be much to find if the magical community is as insular as we've been led to believe. Try known relatives if need be, Tony suggested. Of course, sir, Jarvis replied. Tony didn't like mysteries. Especially ones that defied the rules of science, and that's exactly what Harry's magic seemed to do. He was determined to get him into his lab one day and run a battery of tests to find out how this magic worked. But until then, the best that he could do was find out as much about Harry, and now his friend, as he could. 000000. Have you two met before? Thor asked, intrigued by the note of amusement in Harry's voice, an amusement that was almost always evident in the voice of his brother when he had some private joke. No, Clint stated. Are you certain? Harry asked. Now Clint was frowning. I'm sure that I'd remember if we had. You know that you don't have the best memory for faces, Natasha butted in. I'm not that bad, Clint protested. It was dark, Harry said, that might account for it. Thor noted that Harry's bright green eyes flicked towards Dr. Banner. Whatever its meaning, it seemed to be enough to jog the archer's memory. That was you? Of course, it was you. That was your place, wasn't it? Clint asked. At his fellow agent's look of inquiry, Clint explained. There was an OP last year. Fury had agents stationed all over the city, monitoring, mostly. I picked Harry's roof as my vantage point. Somehow, he knew that I was there and came out to ask me about it. How did you know? Magic, Harry smirked and Thor let out a boom of laughter. The answer was perfect from any magic user and one that provoked a sour look from the agent. Magic? That's it. You're not going to go into more detail than that? Clint asked. Aesir's ways are not to be questioned or understood, Thor said, clapping the archer on the shoulder. Just accept that they have a unique way of doing things that defy the comprehension of the rest of us. Aesir? Natasha questioned, a question that seemed to be echoed by Harry, if his raised eyebrow was any indication. Aesir, yes, Thor replied. A Midgardian magic wielder. That is what they were called, at least when last I was on Midgard many hundreds of years ago. Are you still called by that name? Harry's eyes sought out his companion, Hermione, and he allowed her to answer. It's an Old Norse word, she said. I'm fairly certain that it related to witches and wizards, but these days we just call ourselves that, witches and wizards. I will endeavor to remember that. Please forgive me if I slip into the old terms. Learning new words is not always easy, Thor said, bowing his head slightly in respect. Not a problem, Harry smiled. Besides, I think I like Aesir, we should reintroduce it to the wizarding world. Wait a minute. Did Point Break just say that he knew that there were magic users on the planet and didn't tell us? Tony interjected. It was not my secret to tell, Thor pointed out. How much do you know about us? Harry asked. Thor shrugged. What I remember from what would be ancient history to you. The Aesir and Asgardians were ancient allies, we fought together to rid this world of the frost giants. Then, after we left Midgard, Heimdall would give us the occasional report. He told us that your kind had gone into hiding centuries ago. While we do not understand it, we respect your decision. 1692, Hermione stated. That's when we withdrew. The Salem witch trials, Steve said. Remember learning about that in school? Hermione nodded. Witches and wizards had always been treated warily up to that point. But with the Salem witch trials here in America and the Spanish Inquisition in Europe, the International Confederation of Wizardry introduced the Statute of Secrecy, which declared that all witches and wizards worldwide should disappear into our own areas and not let outsiders know that we still existed. It was a survival method that's still in place today. And was what got Harry here arrested, Matt continued. His use of spells in the battle, not to mention the fact that he was wearing clothes that marked him as being different, were in direct contravention of the statute. Then how'd he get off? Natasha asked. There is a set of exemptions to the statutes, Matt explained. They primarily cover the use of magic in life-threatening situations. I would say that an army of Chitauri descending on Midgard would qualify, Thor nodded. It did, Matt stated. And how come you know all this? Tony asked. I checked. You, Matt Murdock, are a partner from a small firm that hasn't really done anything noteworthy that I could find. What makes you so special that Fury would specifically pick you for the task? Matt shrugged. The man never came out and said. He mentioned that he'd been keeping his eye on me, but that's it. Then, at the chuckles and groans throughout the group, am I missing something? Fury's halfway to being like you, he wears an eye patch, Tony replied. Either way, I'm just glad that Fury did pick Matt. He did a brilliant job. He got the charges dropped before I even had to tell the court that I was not guilty, Harry said, ending Tony's inquisition. You have done a great service, Thor stated, clapping the lawyer on the shoulder. You defended a new friend and an ancient ally. If you ever need assistance, you shall have it. About that, Harry said. I've been told that I'm an Avenger now. Which is cool. But Mage? Where'd that come from and how come I didn't get to pick my own name? Once again, all Thor could do was laugh as every eye pinned Tony with expectancy. What? You needed a name and you weren't around to ask. So, I did you a favor. You should have heard some of the ones the media was throwing around, Tony defended himself. Do tell, Harry said innocently, too innocently if Thor was any judge, and after living with his brother for so long, he could tell that there was some sort of retribution in Tony's future. 000000. Sir, there is an Agent Morse from SHIELD in the elevator, Jarvis announced through the floor PA system instead of Tony's earpiece. Tony looked up, startled before glancing at Clint and Natasha. Yeah, Jarvis, we've already got enough agents here, tell her to go home, he said. Sir, my protocols are being overwritten, Jarvis near whined, if an AI could actually be deemed to whine. I thought we fixed that after the last time. Tony trailed off. His eyes closed briefly and his mind flashed to the elevator doors opening, was it only a week or so ago? He shook his head. The memory of hearing that agent had been killed was still just a little too fresh. The ping of the elevator doors opening snapped Tony's eyes open and he moved to intercept his uninvited guest. A glance to his side told him that Birdbrain and Romanoff had shifted to positions that seemed at first glance to be non-threatening, but were close enough to offer support if necessary. Who the support was for was still up for debate. The woman inside the elevator wore the traditional black SHIELD jumpsuit with the logo on her upper sleeve. She was blonde with blue eyes, but what particularly marked her as different, was that, like Clint and Natasha, she carried additional, unique weapons. In addition to the mandatory gun strapped to her waist, she had a baton in a holster on each thigh. It was this that prompted Tony's memory. I remember you. You were with Fury in Harry's place after the battle, he accused. Good memory, Stark, she replied as she walked in. Hey, I don't remember inviting you in. Tony protested. You hadn't. But as I need to talk to everyone here and you're all conveniently in the one place, it was more efficient for me to simply invite myself, she replied. She glanced across at her fellow agents, then. Hawkeye. Widow. Mockingbird, Clint returned, while Natasha simply nodded. Being invaded in his own house was still a very raw feeling for Tony, therefore he wasn't surprised when he found his feet taking him to the bar, nor the fact that he automatically snapped the wrist cuffs on. The Mark 7 wasn't completely repaired yet, but it was in much better readiness than the Mark 8, which was still somewhere between the drawing board and production. When he turned back, his tumbler now full of scotch, it was to find that Mockingbird, Agent Morse as Jarvis had identified her, had the full attention of the room. For those who do not know me, my name is Agent Barbara Morse, I'm a SHIELD agent, also known as Mockingbird. If you prefer, you can call me Bobby, she said. Mockingbird? Do all you agents have code names? Bruce asked, and Tony noticed that Harry's lips twitched at the question. Just like the people in this room, only the very best, Agent Morse replied. The fact that her eyes flicked to Murdoch was very intriguing, something else for Tony to investigate later. What are you doing here, Bobby? Natasha asked, then, before the other woman could reply, she answered her own question. Fury sent you. Why? You're right. Fury did send me, Agent Morse confirmed. I've had a change in assignment. You're our new handler, Natasha stated. What? But I thought Phil. Clint began before tapering off. Right. Phil? Harry asked. Agent Phil Coulson, Tony replied. He recruited a lot of us. Brought us together. The son of Cowl died bravely at the hands of my brother. His spirit and courage will never be forgotten, Thor said. The raise of glasses in the air by those who knew him was echoed by Tony, not something that he would ordinarily do. You're right, this wasn't supposed to be me, Agent Morse confirmed. But someone had to take over the job and I've been tapped. You Avengers are a very special group of people, but there are going to be times when you are going to need the support and backup that only SHIELD can provide. I'm your liaison to that support. You need something, you come to me and I'll see what I can do. That goes for everyone in this room, including you, Dr. Selvig, and you, Mr. Murdoch. Both of you have made important contributions and have unique abilities that SHIELD would like you to continue to use. What role does the Avengers have now? Steve asked. That is up to you, Agent Morse replied. Really? A skeptical-sounding Bruce asked. Yes, really, Agent Morse echoed. I'm told that Director Fury promised that you'd be free to go once the Tesseract had been recovered, and we intend to keep that promise. You are free to do what you want, go where you want. We won't be keeping tabs on you. All I ask is that you keep in touch either with myself or one of your teammates in case you're ever needed again. Which you can bet your sweet ass that there will be, Tony stated. Agent Morse nodded. I'd be very surprised if there wasn't. Indeed. Whoever gave my brother that scepter and directed the Chitauri to Midgard is still out there. It may take some time, but they are sure to try again, Thor stated. And if any of you are looking for a job, then SHIELD can help you out there. Barton and Romanoff are agents of SHIELD, Stark is a consultant. We could use the talents the rest of you have, but only if you're interested, Agent Morse said. Don't look at me, I've got a cafe to run, Harry stated. I won't object if you want to send a few cases my way, but otherwise I'm happy where I am, Murdoch said. Captain? Agent Morse asked. Possibly. Let me think about it, Steve said. Fair enough, she replied before stepping forward and placing a set of black cards on the nearby coffee table. Take one. My number's on it. Call if you need anything. Idly, Tony wondered if it was written in Braille for the blind guy, but noting Pepper's gaze on him, he kept his mouth firmly shut. For now, at least. 00000. You know, she wasn't wrong, Tony stated after Agent Morse had conveniently let herself out after giving her spiel. What about? Steve asked. That we're going to be needed again, he replied. The world has seen what we can do. There'll be those that'll be itching to try their mettle against us, to see exactly what we're made of. So, what, you're saying that we need to band together? Stay here in New York so that we're ready to take on all comers? Bruce asked. It's not a bad idea, Tony replied. Yes, it is. For me, at least. I've now broken 2 New York suburbs. Bruce stated, the despair clear in his voice. Dr. Banner, Bruce, I've seen the footage, read the reports of what happened in Harlem. And I've now fought beside you. On both of those occasions, you were working to bring down the bad guys, Steve pointed out. What? You're saying that the other guy, the Hulk's some kind of hero now? Bruce asked. Seems that way, Natasha replied. You may not enjoy turning into the Hulk, but the big guy has a lot to offer. What is the deal between you and the Hulk? Harry asked cautiously. I was involved in an accident some years back, Bruce replied. Ended up being hit with a high dose of gamma radiation. It should have killed me. Instead it transformed me into the Hulk. Now, whenever I get too stressed or too angry, or I simply release the anger that I'm constantly feeling, I change into him. Harry and Hermione shared a very pointed look. We might be able to help with that, Harry stated cautiously. No guarantees, of course, but... You think magic might help? Bruce asked incredulously. Potions actually, Hermione replied. More specifically, a calming draft. There might be others and it wouldn't be a permanent solution, but the possibilities are there. I did tell you not to underestimate the magic of the Sayer, Thor stated. Sorry, wizards and witches. This is what I'm talking about. We need to stick together, to use each other's strengths to enhance our own, Tony said. Sure, go off and do your own thing, but we need to come back together. To train, to know each other's fighting styles, Steve added. If we're likely to be called up to serve as a team, then we need to know how to work as a unit. I've already started to work on plans to revamp the tower. I've got 10 levels of R&D already, adding in a couple for training and some quarters for everyone should be a snap, Tony said. You want this tower to be our, what, headquarters? Clint asked. With Stark written in big letters on it. Natasha asked incredulously. It doesn't say that at the moment, Harry smirked. Actually, I was thinking of putting Avengers on it. Assuming that that's alright with you guys, Tony said. I think we could live with that, Natasha replied on behalf of everyone. It'll take a while to get it done, especially with all of the work that needs to be done out there, which will be the priority for now, Tony pointed out, waving the hand holding his now empty tumbler in the vague direction of the window. You guys are invited as well. Thank you, but I have a job in London, Hermione said. It's a little far from my apartment and my law offices, Matt pointed out. Well, whatever, you've got time to change your minds, Tony said absently. Avengers Tower, Clint mused. I like the sound of that. It's got a much nicer ring to it than Stark Tower ever did. Oi! I invite you into my home and all you're going to do is insult me? That's not kosher, Tony protested. I would have thought that it was a requirement of living here, being all snarky and insulting, Pepper said. Right, party's over. You lot are corrupting Pepper too much, Tony declared, eliciting a round laughter. 00000. Thor gave one last look around the circle of people that surrounded he and his brother. These people were allies, his teammates, his friends. In the short time that he'd known them, he'd grown fond of them. They were different than the Lady Sif and the Warriors 3, his usual companions, but for all that, he would not give them up for anything. Eric Selvig was the first that he made eye contact with. His one regret was that he was unable to see Jane this trip, but Eric carried a note that he promised to deliver as soon as possible. The Sayer were both there as well, a term that he had no problem using within his own mind, at least. He had fought alongside one and the other he had come to suspect had a mind every bit as sharp as Jane's. And then the rest of the Avengers, Steve, Tony, Bruce, Natasha, and Clint. It had truly been an honor fighting alongside them all. While he didn't know how long it would be before he was able to return to Midgard, Thor vowed that it would be soon. Then, with one last nod to them all, he turned the handle of the device that Bruce and Eric had created and felt the pull of the Tesseract's power taking them home. Chapter 15, Taking Stock. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 00000. Heroes Assemble. Chapter 15, Taking Stock. Good to see you back, Ms. Granger, Kingsley Shacklebolt, the Minister for Magic said as he entered her office. Thank you, Minister, Hermione replied, making the man frown. After all these years, she still insisted on being formal, well, at least at work. And how's our wayward boy? Kingsley asked. All things considered, he's doing well, Hermione replied. I was glad to hear that those charges were dropped, utterly ridiculous. He should never have been charged in the first place, Kingsley stated. Yes, well, Harry's never had much luck in that department, Hermione replied, referencing, of course, the time in Harry's 5th year when similar charges were laid against him by the British Ministry of Magic. I didn't know that you were going to petition to have Harry extradited back to Britain. Kingsley shrugged. Figured it wouldn't hurt to attempt it. We could easily drop the charges once he was here. Thankfully, it wasn't needed. Mr. Murdoch did a brilliant job of defending him, Hermione replied. How did a Muggle lawyer end up as Harry's defense lawyer? Kingsley frowned. A friend of a friend, Hermione shrugged, not willing to give too much information away, even to an old friend who also happened to be the Minister of Magic. And, again, Minister, thank you for the portkaya to get me over there as quickly as possible. My pleasure, Hermione. After what the two of you did for Britain, a few perks here and there seem a small recompense, Kingsley smiled. The two were interrupted by a knock on the door and a shock of red hair poking in. Hermione. Ron. She replied with a smile. I'll leave the two of you to catch up, Kingsley stated before making his exit from the office. Heard you were back, Ron said as he dropped his lanky frame into a convenient chair. I arrived home last night, Hermione confirmed. Alone? Ron asked. Well, of course alone, what did you expect? She asked. I don't know, Ron shrugged. Thought maybe you could have convinced Harry to come home with you. 6 years, Hermione. Nearly 7, really. That's how long he's been gone and he really only sends letters back to you. Stopped sending them to me years ago, didn't he? You know what Harry's like and I told you every time I got a letter. He was never able to send letters regularly, not knowing where he'd be from one day to the next, Hermione defended her best friend. Yeah, but it's not like that now, is it? He's settled now, bought a place and everything, not that any of us can work out why New York instead of here. He hasn't even visited once. Ron stated. He's promised that he will, Hermione protested. When, Hermione? When's he going to visit? Ron asked. Hermione sighed. I don't know, Ron. He's not the only one who could visit, you know. You could go visit him. Me? In New York? Are you barmy, Hermione? I wouldn't last a day in a muggle city like that, Ron protested. Then, after a couple of heartbeats, Ron continued in a smaller voice. Is he at least happy? Yes, Ron, he is, Hermione smiled. I think, after all this time, he is finally happy. 00000. It was the quill lodged in the knot of dirty blonde hair that caught Hermione's attention. When she'd taken a second look and confirmed that she was seeing what she thought she was, a great grin broke out on her face and she swiftly deviated from her planned quick jaunt through the leaky cauldron. Luna! She called as she approached the young woman sitting on a stool at the bar. Large silver blue eyes turned to her and widened slightly as a large smile appeared on her face. Hermione! What a pleasant surprise, she exclaimed, slipping off of the stool to embrace the other woman. It's been far too long, Hermione said, how've you been? Well, thank you, Luna replied before cocking her head at Hermione. You've lost some of your nargles. Have you been taking the time to do something fun? Twice in the past few months, Hannah Longbottom interjected. You must tell, Luna insisted. Unfortunately for Hermione, she'd directed that comment to Hannah. Hermione's not long back from America. Harry lives there now, Hannah said pointedly. He does? Has he finally found his place in the world? Luna asked. I always thought that it could have been at Hogwarts, but I guess after everything that happened, it's not so surprising after all. I think he has, Luna, Hermione replied. He bought a place not too dissimilar to the cauldron. At least it's over the pond where he won't be stealing my customers, Hannah grinned. Hermione smiled back. No, I don't think that'll be a problem at all. And he's finally starting to make friends. Friends, Luna smiled wistfully. I don't often get to see my friends these days. Pity. Harry was asking after you, Hermione said. If you're over there on one of your expeditions, you should make sure to go see him. I can give you his address, if you like. Thank you, I'd like that, Luna said. Although, I don't know when I'll be there next. Maybe the expedition after next I can see if there are any crumplehorn snorkaks in Canada. So, when's Harry coming home? Neville'd love to spend some time with him again, not to mention show off the plants that he's cultivated from the cuttings and seeds that Harry's sent back over the years, Hannah asked. I'm hoping soon, Hermione sighed, getting rather sick of that particular question. She was actually getting to the point of either not mentioning going to see him, assuming that she went back again anytime soon, or marching over there, immobilizing the man and portkeying him home so that he could answer his own questions. How long are you home for, Luna? Hermione asked. I want to file a couple of articles for the Quibbler and make sure that the paper is running properly before I head off again. The man I left in charge has been making some rather disturbing choices for which articles to run. I don't think he's printed a single article about creatures in a month, Luna complained. Hannah and Hermione shared a look, both clearly repressing their amusement. Well, why don't you come over for dinner on Friday? Hermione suggested, I'd love to catch up properly with you. Thank you, Hermione, that's very generous of you. I'd love to, Luna beamed. Good. That's settled, Hermione replied. Now, if you ladies will excuse me, I need to replenish my supply of parchment and quills. And with a last hug for Luna and a nod for Hannah, Hermione bustled along to complete her shopping before the alley closed for the night. 00000. Harry turned away from the TV and the disc that Agent Morse had procured for him. For the past few hours, he'd been absorbed with watching the Battle of New York, as it had become known, from the various different points of view that SHIELD had been able to gather. He'd seen what his new teammates, and that was a thought that he was still getting used to, especially because once upon a time, in those sorts of things, it would always be Hermione and Ron beside him, were capable of. He'd also paid close attention to an aspect that Agent Morse seemed fairly insistent on, their uniforms. Clint and Natasha's were a basic variation of S.H.I.E.L.D.S, even to the extent that both had the agency's logo on them. Bruce, or in this instance, Hulk, didn't really get a suit, his giant green body was distinguishable enough. The remaining three were also very recognizable, Iron Man in his flying red and gold armor, Captain America's stars and stripes, not to mention his shield, and Thor's Asgardian armor and Mjolnir. And then there was himself. Mage. The only distinguishing feature of his outfit was his blue-grey dragonhide cloak. But if he was going to be a part of the Avengers and have other missions, he was going to need more. Especially if he wanted to stay under the MCU's radar by utilizing that free pass to use magic as long as he's doing Avenger duty that Director Fury had somehow managed to get for him. Harry's subconscious mind had been giving the concept of a uniform he flatly refused to even think the word costume a fair bit of thought ever since it was first introduced to him. This meant that after he'd consciously made the decision to do something about it, he'd already had a good idea of what he was going to do. Almost without thought, he began moving about his apartment, gathering items and bringing them back to lay on either the coffee table or the lounge. Once he thought that he was finished, Harry shook his head and went back for 3 more items. Laying them beside the others, he began to slowly go through it all. His cloak, of course, was most prominent. In the battle, he'd used a sticking charm to keep it on his head, but he thought that he could do better. Maybe an obscurus charm to hide his face? Beside the cloak lay the remaining pieces of dragonhide clothing that he had. Dragonhide, after all, was the strongest natural material in the world and should do wonders for keeping him safe, not to mention that the black pants, shirt and boots were incredibly comfortable. The belt that he'd worn during his journey around the world was next. It'd been adapted early in his 5-year wanderings to hold multiple shrunken trunks, but that could easily be altered to carrying small pouches with space expansion charms applied to them. On the coffee table was an array of items that he thought could come in handy at one time or another. At the very least, having them in a feather-light pouch on his belt wouldn't hurt. His invisibility cloak was a given, as was his backup wand and the lightning bolt broomstick. The vials of potions could be extremely handy in case of injuries or if he needed a pepper-up during an extended mission. Some of them, of course, weren't cheap either, but if they saved a life, well, that was simply galleons well spent as far as Harry was concerned. And then there were the Weasley's Wizard Wheezes products, Peruvian instant darkness powder, decoy detonators, a couple of extendable ears, a rocket box, a couple of skiving snack boxes, and, of course, a portable swamp. Harry was sure that there were new products out there, but this was all he had at the moment. He'd send a letter and a request to George later that week and request some more. After all, he was still a partner in the store. When he put all of that together, he thought that his suit would be quite good. But there was one thing that Harry knew: he hadn't practiced his magic in far too long, especially his defensive and offensive spells. With that in mind, he picked up the final 3 objects from the table. 2 were books full of magic that he intended to practice and learn in his basement over the next couple of weeks while the den was still closed. The other was titled Releasing Your Inner Animal, a guide to becoming an animagus. It was something that he'd found in a small out-of-the-way bookstore in Holland near the very beginning of his travels. At the time, he'd picked it up simply for the nostalgia. Both his father and godfather had been animagi. He'd read through it, more than once to be honest, and he'd even made it through the first third of the book in terms of learning the process. But then other things had gotten in the way and he'd put it aside. Now, though, now could be a very good time to reread it. Turning into an animal could be a great ace to have up his sleeve. 00000. Oscorp was unlike anything that Gwen Stacy had ever imagined. Everything was incredibly high-tech. Computers embedded into glass panes were everywhere one looked, and each employee had access to a state-of-the-art tablet while they were at work. At first, her work was fairly basic, even if it was incredibly exciting, although she was aware that a lot of that probably had to do with the fact that she was an intern at Oscorp. But after only 3 weeks, she'd come to the attention of Dr. Connors himself. The brilliant scientist had caught her tweaking one of the experiments. At first, he'd been angry, but when she'd had a chance to explain her reasoning and he'd double-checked her figures, he'd been astounded. Instead of firing her, he'd promoted her. Senior intern wasn't exactly a big jump up, and it was next to nothing in terms of pay, but it was going to look great on any resume that she put together. Really, Gwen's big stress in life at the moment was how she was going to juggle everything once the area of New York that had been devastated by the alien invasion had been cleaned up. By then, the Marauders' Den would be reopened for business. She loved that job. There wasn't a great deal to think about and she could almost do it on autopilot. And Harry trusted her, giving her management duties every now and again, which also meant some extra pay, which was nice. But juggling her internship, her job, and school had the potential to be too much. She knew that she may just have to give one up. And there really was only one choice that made any sort of sense. Hopefully, though, she wouldn't have to think about that for a while yet. It was almost school holidays, so that would free up some of her time. No, it was September when things were looking like they could really become really hectic. Until then, she'd continue as she was and deal with the craziness when she had to. 00000. Not for the first time, nor even the 100th, Doreen switched on her computer and pulled up the file with her all-time favorite video in it. It was a compilation of videos, really, some much longer than others, that she'd created within the last week. The instant that she'd hit play, Doreen scrambled back onto her bed, her 3-foot fluffy tail wrapping around her. Then, with a bowl full of nuts beside her, she settled in to watch. Hearing a chittering from her open window, she glanced across, a wide smile on her face. "In here, Monkey Joe," she called. "I've got nuts." She emphasized this last part by rattling the bowl, an action that caused her dearest friend in the whole world to poke his head in her window before he bounded in across her desk, scampered down the curtain, across the floor and jumped up to the bed beside her. Doreen pushed the bowl between her and Monkey Joe. "What are you doing, Reen?" Monkey Joe chittered, as his front paws grasped a nut. Watching Iron Man and the others again, Doreen replied in squirrelese. Then, as she idly munched on a handful of nuts, Doreen focused on the events of a week ago in New York. The Avengers, they were called. Superheroes. All of them with wonderful powers and abilities. They were the friends of Iron Man, her hero for the last couple of years. Iron Man, Tony Stark, wasn't like ordinary people. He was a genius and could build anything. He didn't allow his limitations to stop him, he used what he had to do the extraordinary. Already he was up to 7 Iron Man suits. She watched as the red and gold metal man zipped between buildings, shooting down any alien that he came across, all in the name of protecting the planet. A massive alien thing, that the news reporters had taken to calling Leviathans, came flying around the corner of a building, intent on eating Iron Man. Doreen, of course, knew what was going to happen next, and it was one of her favorite bits. The Hulk was about to emerge from some small unidentified guy. She identified so much with him. A person who had to hide what he was so that he could be accepted, only letting his other self out when it was safe or it was needed. And that, in a nutshell, was Doreen's life. She'd been cursed, blessed, gifted, the correct word changed daily, sometime multiple times in a single day, as a human mutate with squirrel-like qualities. Whenever she went out in public, whether it was to school or just for a walk around the neighborhood, she had to hide her true self. Her tail had to be tucked away out of sight, giving her a butt that girls envied and boys couldn't take their eyes off of. But when she was in the forest, then she could relax and let herself run free. The video shifted to Captain America fighting alongside Black Widow. Both of them fought relentlessly against the aliens, doing everything they could to beat them back. Once again it shifted, this time showing the Mage, using his magical powers to protect people from harm. "We could have helped," Doreen said to Monkey Joe, not the first time such a statement had been made. She knew that she was strong, much stronger than anyone she knew. And she was fast and had amazing reflexes. Not to mention that she could jump from the ground to the roof of her 2-storied house if she wanted to. Yes, she could have done a lot to help. As she watched the Hulk scale a building, she held one hand in front of her face and extended and retracted the small claws on the end of each finger a number of times. These were great, especially for climbing trees, but she wasn't sure how helpful they'd be with climbing a building. But even if she couldn't climb a building, she could jump up it, taking it in smaller stages, a couple of stories at a time. There was absolutely no doubt in her 15-year-old mind that she could have helped the Avengers. Obviously, they hadn't needed her, but what's to say that the next time they wouldn't? Her fantasies were broken by a quick rap on her door before it was thrust open. "Doreen, you're not watching that again, are you?" her mother asked, the exasperation clear in her voice. Monkey Joe chittered and Doreen smiled at the squirrel's comments. "And I better not find one single piece of shell in your room, I'm getting sick of having to clean up after you," her mother continued. "Now, turn that off and fix yourself up. We're expecting visitors soon and I don't want them seeing you like that." "Yes, Mum," Doreen replied. Her hands ran through her bushy tail before she sighed and shifted to her knees so that she could hide away her tail in her pants. "If only I was a proper mutant instead of just a mutate," she grumbled, "then I could have gone to Xavier's and not had to hide myself. The Avengers don't have to hide, well, the Hulk sort of does, but the rest of them don't. If only I lived in New York instead of LA." She paused for a moment, her eyes glued to the screen in front of her as the wildest of ideas flashed through her mind. What if, she wondered. Chapter 16, Unexpected Occurrences. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 000000. Heroes Assemble. Chapter 16, Unexpected Occurrences. Harry was in the middle of a training drill when a deep bell toned throughout the room. It was enough to interrupt his concentration and he had to dodge quickly to avoid the stunner that the training dummy fired at him. He grimaced as he stumbled, managing to snap off an immobilis that paralyzed the dummy mid-cast before falling to the floor. A second swish of his wand sent it and its partner, the one that he'd already blasted across the room until it had fallen in a heap on the floor, back to their places. The bell tolled again and Harry quickly crossed the basement for the door and the circular staircase behind it that would lead him back up to his apartment. The bell was a charm of his own invention, one that was designed to inform him if he had a visitor, something that he wouldn't have ordinarily have been able to know in a magically sealed room. After closing the closet door behind him, Harry raced across the room towards where the incessant knocking was coming from. "Tony?" Harry asked in confusion, seeing the man on the other side when he opened the door. "Gandalf. What took you so long?" Tony asked. "Well? Aren't you going to invite me in?" "Sure, Tony, come on in," Harry replied. Harry closed the door slowly, watching the man as his head darted about, taking everything in. For the life of him, Harry couldn't work out why he was there. It obviously wasn't business related, not with Tony wearing a simple pair of jeans, black Sabbath t-shirt and sport jacket over it. And he couldn't imagine one of the world's most powerful men making a simple house call. Hey, I imagined something more gothic, Tony commented offhandedly. What? Harry asked, confused by the non-sequitur. You know. Magic stuff. You lot are supposed to be stuck in the Dark Ages, aren't you? At least that's what I've been told. Dark Ages, Gothic, thought the two would go together, Tony explained. You expected my house to be lit by candles and be all dark and broody with woods and leather and cauldrons bubbling away in the corner? Harry asked. I suppose that there's supposed to be bats and spiders and stuff, too. Well, yeah, Tony replied, shrugging off his jacket and flinging it across a chair. Harry shook his head. No, Tony. I'm not all that fond of the goth look. Hey. Really? You mean that I got it all wrong? That's a first, he commented. Actually, if you were in the British magical world, you wouldn't be all that far off the mark in a lot of places, Harry admitted. Although, you won't see many places with unattended cauldrons brewing and bats tend to only be kept for use as potion ingredients. Ha! I was right. Tony exclaimed. Can't say I blame you for getting away from it all, though, Merlin. It'd be murder having to dodge all the spider's webs all the time, especially when you're half drunk. Please, don't call me Merlin, Harry asked. The guy's been dead for centuries and he's a pretty big deal in the wizarding world. Merlin was real? Well, there you go. Who knew? Tony asked rhetorically before looking around the apartment again. So, where do you keep it all? All what, Tony? Harry asked, wondering when the point of Tony being there was going to be brought up. Your magic stuff. Your cauldrons and wands and amulets and spellbooks and all the other stuff a magic guy like you would need, Tony explained. Harry narrowed his eyes slightly. My magic stuff. Yeah. Come on, you can trust me. We're Avengers, remember? Teammates. If you can't show your partners, who can you show? Tony asked, before upping the ante. I know you want to show it off. Now's your chance. Harry figured the guy wasn't completely wrong. It'd be nice to not have to keep everything hidden all the time. You understand that there's a statute of secrecy, don't you, Tony? That means that non-magicals aren't supposed to know about the wizarding world, that we're supposed to keep everything hidden away, Harry said. Pfft, Tony waved the concept away with a carefree hand. I'm in the know already, Sparrowhawk. Now, show. Where are you coming up with these names? Harry asked as he crossed the room. What? They're all valid names of wizards, Tony replied. They're from books, if you must know. What, don't you read? And then, after following Harry into the library. Never mind. Tony turned in a full circle as he took in the shelves full of books and the relaxing reading chairs. Well, this is quaint, he said. I'm guessing that you've never heard of an e-reader. Heard of it, never been tempted to get one, Harry replied. Magic and electronics don't get along all that well. Tony narrowed his eyes at the wizard before leaning backwards to look out the door into Harry's living room. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but a lot of that stuff you've got out there, the TV, computer, DVD recorder, that all runs on electricity, he pointed out. I know that, Harry grinned. And the only reason that they haven't exploded is because I've enchanted them using magic-suppressing runes. Runes? Tony perked up. I'd like to see them. What makes them work? No, don't tell me, the answer's magic, isn't it? But if these are magic-suppressing runes, wouldn't using magic to get them to work in the first place be kind of redundant? Tony. Harry near laughed. There's another thing that you've got to learn about magic, it doesn't follow any sort of logic. The scientist pouted at that, before dismissing the idea in favor of changing topics. Really, the man seemed to have a 30-track mind and the concentration span of a 3-year-old. So, where's your magic books? He asked. In reply, Harry casually flicked his wrist, catching his wand as it shot out of its holster into his hand before he tapped one particular bookshelf. Tony's eyes nearly popped out of his head as the bookshelf slid forward and out of the way. In here, Harry told him. A secret compartment. Now, that's cool. Tony exclaimed as he rushed forward, intent on examining every book. When one book rattled ominously at him, Tony quickly backtracked. Did your book just try to eat me? He asked incredulously. Harry shrugged. Some of these books aren't exactly safe for non-magicals to be around. In that case, it's a good thing that you've got them all hidden away, Tony nodded. I'm guessing that it's safe to assume that you've got a whole bunch of other magical hidey holes hidden all over this joint. Harry shrugged, making sure to give the best mysterious smile that he could. You know, when the tower's redesigned, I was planning on making rooms for each of us, well, not so much a room as more of a floor for me, but then it is my tower. Anyway, if you're going to be magicking everything and your magic isn't going to play nicely with my tech, then you're going to have to let me run some tests. A bunch of tests actually. That's why I came over, to invite you over, Tony said. Invite me over? Harry echoed. Yeah, well, figured it wouldn't be much fun being here all alone with this part of the city closed, so thought, why not? But now that I know that there's work to do to make sure that you don't blow me up or something, you've simply got to come, Tony said. I guess that makes sense, Harry replied. Just so long as you understand that if you are going to be testing my magic with your tech, I'm likely to blow stuff up. You should see the amount of stuff I've blown up over the years trying to figure stuff out, Tony said, blowing off the objection. Good. That's settled. Now, Gandalf, don't hold out on me. Show me what else you've got. Harry smirked to himself. Well, if you're sure. Then I guess the best place to start would be the closet. Would you like to see what I keep in there? Closet, hey? Seems a bit ordinary, but whatever. Lead the way, Tony said. 000000. Doreen took one last, long look around her room, checking that she hadn't forgotten anything important. There was still a lot of stuff here that she hadn't touched, but it was nothing that she couldn't do without or easily replace. Finally, her eyes settled on a picture of her and her parents. Marianne and Dorgreen were good parents, they'd always had a lot of fun together but it'd never been easy. Having a daughter with mutated genes that made her part squirrel had always been very stressful for them and they'd done everything that they could to make sure that they hid that fact from the world. Not an unreasonable thing, really, especially with the way the world viewed mutants. It'd always been a battle keeping that part of Doreen hidden and had caused her quite a lot of teasing at school, especially when she didn't participate in swimming or other sports. It wasn't that she couldn't, in fact, Doreen knew that she'd probably beat the pants off of most everyone else, especially with her enhanced genetics. But the fear that she'd be found out was simply too great, so her parents had forbidden her from doing anything like that. And Doreen was sick and tired of it. She wanted to be free to be herself. And here in LA, at home with her parents, she knew that that could never happen. She was 15 now and she was ready to be her own person and she knew exactly where she needed to go to allow that to happen. Picking up the photo, she stuffed it in her backpack along with the clothes and books and toiletries and her other most precious possessions, not to mention her wallet stuffed with her life savings. Her fingers caressed the envelope that she'd prepared for this occasion and she straightened it on her desk. Her decision made, Doreen picked up her belt of many pouches, each one filled with nuts, and slung it around her waist. Next, she donned her fingerless gloves, before her favorite old bomber jacket was slipped on. Come on, Monkey Joe, time to see the world, she said in Squirrelese. With one great leap and a little scampering, her best friend had found his perch on her shoulder. Then, after picking up her backpack, Doreen left her room for the last time, being careful to close the door behind her. They had a bus to catch. 000000. This is where the kid grew up? Clint asked, the disgust clear in his voice. Harry's not a kid, Clint, if you'd read his file you'd know that he's 31, Natasha retorted. I did read it, Clint replied. Doesn't change the fact that he looks like a kid. Well, at least like someone in his early to mid-20s. The file also indicated that magical people age at a slower rate. Guess he just got the good genes, Natasha said. Clint looked at his partner. Like she was one to talk. While she'd never told him a lot, he knew enough to know that the Red Room where she'd grown up and had been trained had done a number on her genes as well. She was a lot older than she looked. Her, Steve, Thor and now Harry. Clint couldn't help but shake his head. He was surrounded by teammates whose age and looks simply didn't match up. Oddly enough, what should have been a simple mission was a lot harder than either of them were expecting. SHIELD had tasked the two of them to find out more on Harry Potter's background and to recommend plans if SHIELD ever needed to step in and provide security due to the Mage's secret identity being compromised, at least in terms of the non-magical world. The magical side of things Harry would have to take care of by himself. Thus, Clint and Natasha found themselves in England, their first stop being a small neighborhood in Surrey called Little Whinging. Unfortunately, they hadn't counted on every house seemingly being made from a cookie cutter. Infiltrating hadn't been easy. Eventually, they'd managed to find a house where the occupants had gone on holidays that they'd borrowed, the perfect place for them to watch the house across the road. Number 4, Privet Drive was occupied by a single older couple, Harry's aunt and uncle, according to the file. From what they'd seen so far, their lives appeared very ordinary and incredibly boring. The woman seemed to do nothing but stay home all day and peer out the window at anyone walking past. The husband had a job at a drill company that he went to every morning at the same time and came home promptly at the exact same time every evening. Clint was sure that if he'd grown up in a place like this, that he would have gone mad within the first week. No, there were merits to having grown up in a circus, even if it did mean that he and his brother had become orphans when they were very young and that they'd had to run away from the orphanage to join the circus in the first place. Thinking about it, there were a couple of parallels between the life that he'd lived and the life that Harry D lived. Maybe one day the two of them would have to sit down and compare notes. I don't think we're going to learn any more by staying here, Clint stated. These two live perfectly normal, boring lives with no variation. What's the next part of our assignment? The cousin, one Dudley Dursley or Hermione's parents, take your pick, Natasha replied. Let's get the cousin done first, Clint decided. With that, the two quickly began packing their gear, eager to move on. 00000. The instant that he slunk into the newly reopened Marauder's den, Gwen Stacy's eyes narrowed. Peter Parker. She had a few choice words for him. As she filled the next order delivering a trayful of drinks to Flash and some of his football teammates, she watched the smaller boy with dark brown hair slide into a seat at a table off to one side as was his normal habit. Gwen. Her boss began as she returned the tray to the counter. I'm going to need a couple of minutes, she said, cutting him off without taking her eyes from her quarry. Okay, Harry said, not that she was paying attention, having already begun weaving her way through the tables. What were you thinking? She hissed as she slid into the seat across from Peter. Instantly, his head shot up and his brown eyes locked onto her blue eyes. Gwen. He asked. What were you thinking? She asked again, beginning to get impatient that he had yet to answer her. You could have been arrested and I could have been fired. I wouldn't let that happen, Gwen, you have to believe me on that, Peter replied. You still haven't answered my question, Peter, she said. What were you thinking sneaking into Oscorp like that? Peter sighed and ran a hand through his hair, musing it up somewhat. I had to go, Gwen, don't you see, Peter replied. I just found out some stuff about my dad and I wanted to learn more. He used to work at Oscorp. Gwen sat back in her chair, her head nodding slowly. She could understand the attraction of wanting to learn more. His parents had been dead for a very long time now. But why sneak in? Why not just make an appointment with someone to ask about your father? She asked. The opportunity came up and I just decided to go for it. He replied, trying one of his big grins on her, and she was not going to let it distract her. No, definitely not. You know that the guy you impersonated got thrown out, don't you? She asked. Peter's head dropped slightly. Yeah. Figured he would. Well? Was it worth it? Did you find out anything about your dad? She asked after a few moments of simply staring at him. Peter's nod became a shrug before morphing into a head shake. Well, there's a few answers for me to pick, she said sarcastically. Look. I'm not sure, Peter said. My dad used to work with Kurt Connors. My boss. She interrupted with a sharp intake of breath. Yeah. And I got to meet him, at least. Well, sort of. And there might have been something else, but I'm not sure, he finished in a mumble. Next time, ask me and I might be able to help, she said, assuming that you promise not to go wandering off by yourself again. Once again, Peter gave her that huge smile that was all teeth and bright eyes. Suddenly, the expression disappeared and she felt his foot connect with her chair before both it and her were yanked 2 foot to the left. The sound of something smashing and splashing all over the floor and table where she'd just been moments before whipped her head around. Gwen couldn't help but stare at what was obviously once a very full teapot full of boiling water. If Peter hadn't. My God. Are you all right? I am so sorry. I was bumped and it just unbalanced. It could have landed all over you, Lisa, one of the other waitresses babbled. I'm fine, Gwen told her. Are you sure? Harry asked, materializing out of nowhere. None of that landed on you? You're not burnt at all. No. No, I'm fine. If Peter hadn't. She trailed off as she stared wide-eyed at the top of the messy brown hair. It was nothing, Peter mumbled into the tabletop. No. It wasn't, Gwen told him, reaching out to lay a hand on his, bringing his head up just enough to see his brown eyes. You saved me from a serious burning. Gwen's right, Peter. Thank you, Harry agreed. Whatever you two want, it's on the house today. I've a policy here to never charge heroes. And a little something to calm you down won't go astray either, Gwen. Thanks, Harry, Gwen smiled up at him. I'm no hero, Peter protested. You are today, Peter, Gwen said, patting his hand. And Peter? Thank you. His shrug and small smile was enough to have her smiling back at him. 00000. The leader of the Hydra Council glanced down at his notes. The meeting was close to being done and there were only a few more points to cover. With his memory of the next item on the agenda restored, he turned to face the one that he'd charged with the task. What is the status of Project Sinister? He asked. Things are proceeding according to schedule, he was assured. Our man inside Oscorp has managed to gain access to the Special Projects Division. It is everything that we could have hoped for. The equipment and technology that we need is all there, just waiting for the taking. And what of the correct people to operate the suits and technology? The leader asked. We've begun compiling a preliminary list of candidates, he was told. Only one name stands out so far, but he will actually need some specialized equipment not found at Oscorp. I have some of our people already creating it. His name? Frederick Myers. Born in Australia. He has already proven that he has the potential to hurt Iron Man. With a little training and the right equipment, he could be formidable. What of Stearns and Blonsky? The question was asked from the far side of the table. For now, we'll leave them where they are. Our plan is that at the correct time, we'll orchestrate for Stearns to escape with the knowledge of how to gather the rest, including Blonsky. What is the timeline that you are thinking? Unknown at this time. While we've found the tech that we need, the appropriate individuals need to be determined and recruited before we move them into the open. Move too early and either SHIELD or the Avengers could hear about it and put a stop to it. But if we time it right, they'll be forced into simply reacting and will have no chance of stopping what is to come. Excellent. Proceed. We look forward to your report at our next meeting. Chapter 17, We have to work together. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 000000. Heroes assemble. Chapter 17, We have to work together. Harry stepped from the taxi and barely noticed when it left, so focused was he on the mansion in front of him. Really, there was no other word for it. It was an elaborate building built on the very edge of a cliff, even jutting out over it at the far side, he thought. The grounds were immaculate, although the tennis court looked as though it hadn't been used in quite some time. There was even a fountain not far from the front door, circled by a small garden and then by the driveway. Hefting his backpack over one shoulder, he approached the door. His fist was still in the process of being raised in preparation to knocking when he was interrupted. Good morning, Mr. Potter. It's nice to see you again. Harry's eyes widened slightly before he placed the unseen British voice. Hi, Jarvis. Tony invited me. He half said and half asked. Indeed. Mr. Stark did mention that you were coming. The door is unlocked for you, Jarvis replied. Taking that as permission to enter, Harry opened the door and entered into the wide entryway. Everything was immaculate, with lots of white floors, walls, even the sweeping staircase that led up to the next level. Gandalf! Tony exclaimed as he came bounding up from a set of stairs that led to a lower level. You made it. Hi, Tony, Harry replied, reaching out to shake the man's hand. Thanks for inviting me. No worries, Tony replied, waving it off. Really, you're here to do me a favor. I get to spend some time finding out how you and your magic tick. How long can you stay? No more than a week, Harry replied. My staff are sharing the responsibility of managing the place. There wasn't really a single person who was able to completely take over. Ah, what you need is someone like Pepper, Tony said. Who needs me? A voice asked from the top of the stairs, shortly followed by, Harry. Nice to see you again. Hi, Pepper, Harry smiled. So, what do you need me for? She asked as she joined the two men. I was just telling Tony that I didn't really have someone that I could leave in charge of the den, Harry explained. Oi! Hands off, Magic Man! She's mine! Go find your own Pepper, Tony exclaimed. Pepper crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow at the man. I'm yours, am I? I thought that I was only 12% yours. Although I hear that an argument could be made for 15%. Tony visibly winced. I'm never going to live that down, am I? Pepper merely smiled at him before turning to Harry. Come on, I'll show you to your room before that one squirrels you away in his lab for the rest of the week, she said. Are you saying he's a nut? Tony asked as the two headed towards the stairs. I'd have to say that I agree with your assessment. Agreeing with me will not make up for that comment, Tony, Pepper retorted without looking back. Harry swiveled his head between the two. There was definitely something that he was missing, but he had absolutely no intention of asking what it was. 000000. Harry took a good, long look around Tony's lab. There was equipment and monitors and computers and all kind of gizmos everywhere. There was even a robot in the corner that seemed to be nothing more than one giant appendage with a claw-like grip on the end that Tony D vaguely introduced as dummy. Are you sure about this, Tony? Harry asked nervously. Very. If we're going to work together, then I've got to know what you can do and if anything's going to affect me or my suit or toys, Tony replied. And you understand that I'm likely to blow up a lot of the stuff in here, right? Harry tried again, eyeing what he was certain was something worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Maybe. Maybe not. Won't know until you actually do something. So. Get on with it, Tony ordered, waving his hands in a shooing motion. With one last sigh, Harry snapped his wrist, causing his wand to jump from its holster into his hand. I just aim for that target over there. He asked. For the last time, yes. Are all your people this squeamish about using your magic hocus pocus? He asked. In reply, Harry straightened and snapped off a basic reductor at the target. As the jet of red light shot towards the target, machines throughout the room sparked and the holographic displays stuttered. All right. Now we're getting somewhere, Tony remarked, his hands a blur on his computer. Do it again. Harry complied, making the small hole in the target twice as big. This time, smoke curled up from the big machine closest to where he was aiming. How are we coming, Jarvis? Tony asked. I am detecting an unknown form of energy, Jarvis replied. It is interfering with my scans and shorting out my systems. Expected, Tony muttered. Harry, try something a little different this time. After a quick think, Harry focused on a nearby piece of metal and gave his wand a quick swish and flick, levitating it until it was hovering just above head height. That's good, Tony said, switching from one computer to the next one along. How long can you hold it? Harry shrugged. A while. Good, keep it up, Tony commanded. Whatever that energy is that you're putting out, it's definitely affecting the usual electronics. Oddly enough, my arc reactor only gave a brief stutter before settling down, seemingly unaffected. That could be a key to working it out. After a while he glanced up, although his hands were still moving on the keypads. Okay, you can drop that and try something else, maybe something with a shorter but more intense burst if possible. Harry released the Wingardium Leviosa on the metal pipe and turned to face Tony. Short and intense magic. He repeated. Tony looked up at him. Yeah. You can do that, right? In reply, Harry simply turned on his heel and disappeared with a crack, reappearing right beside Tony with an identical crack. Like that? He asked with a lopsided grin. Tony, though, was staring at him from where he'd stumbled away, one hand on his chest. Sheesh, Potter, don't do that. What are you trying to do, give me a heart attack? He asked, before instantly changing tacks. You can disappear from one spot and reappear somewhere else instantaneously. Yeah. We call it operating, Harry replied with a shrug. What's the range? Tony asked. Harry shrugged. Depends a lot on how powerful the wizard is, really. Most can make it from Scotland to London in one go, if that's any help. Approximately 615 kilometers, Jarvis supplied. Tony gave a low whistle. Not bad. Useful, too. Right, looks like you've just given us a whole bunch of new tests to do. Get back over there and let's get to work. Harry couldn't help but to apparate to the other side of the room, looking back as he appeared to check that he'd startled the scientist once again. He had. 000000. Sir. Agent Barbara Morse of SHIELD is at the front door, Jarvis announced. Both Tony and Harry paused in their latest testing of Harry's magic and looked up at each other. Best let the good agent in, Tony ordered. Very good, sir, Jarvis replied. Come on, let's go see what she wants, Tony said as he shut down his computers with a swipe of his hand and led Harry towards the glass doors of his lab and the stairs beyond. By the time that the pair reached the correct level, Agent Morse had been let into the house and directed through to the lounge. Agent, Tony greeted. I'm hoping that this is a social call and not one where you say, the world's in danger and needs you to save it. No to both, Agent Morse replied. Stark? Potter. Nice to see you again, Agent Morse, Harry greeted, bypassing Tony to go and shake the woman's hand. Then why are you here? Tony asked bluntly as he flopped into a chair. Something's come up and we were wanting your opinion on it, Agent Morse stated. I distinctly remember telling your predecessor that consulting hours are every other Thursday between 8 and 5, Tony rebutted. Harry watched as the other two seemed to pause and gather themselves after that statement. He'd been told in the very briefest way about the agent that had brought the Avengers together, but he wasn't someone that they were all that comfortable talking about yet. Still grieving, he assumed, something that Harry could relate to. After all, there were still some people that he still had a hard time talking about. What did you need our opinion on? Harry asked, deliberately steering the conversation back on track. This, Agent Morse said, pulling a data pad from one of the pockets of her pants. Instantly, Tony was leaning forward, his hand reaching out with a give me gesture. Harry watched as the pad was placed on the low table between their chairs and activated. A few quick taps at it from Tony, followed by a grand throwing gesture sent half a dozen images and videos up into the air for all to see. In the past week, this person has appeared in New York City, Agent Morse said. All we know about them is what you're seeing right now. Harry stared at the holographic screens, trying to process what he was seeing. In every one, there was a man. He guessed it was a man, judging by general body shape, dressed in a form-fitting red and blue suit with black highlights. Leaning forward to get a better look, Harry made out a symbol of some kind on the man's chest. His eyes widened as he realized that it was a spider. Most of the stills and video were grainy, as though they were taken from a great distance before being blown up. Either that or the cameras weren't the usual top-of-the-line stuff that SHIELD used. The fact that the vast majority of these were taken at night probably also didn't help. It was something that Tony obviously didn't appreciate. "Jarvis, can you do something about the quality?" he asked. The images rippled slightly before being replaced with a marginally sharper image. "I'm sorry, sir, that is the best that I can do," the AI replied. "No problem, buddy." "Thanks," Tony replied. Harry, meanwhile, had focused on one of the videos that began showing the man running across the rooftops, leaping gaps that seemed impossibly wide with ease. Suddenly, the man flung out one arm and a string or rope of some kind seemed to shoot out and the man leapt off the building, swinging away at the end of the line like some monkey in the depths of the jungle swinging on a vine. "Is that natural or manufactured?" Tony asked excitedly. "Where did it appear from? Some kind of device or straight from his wrist? And how did it attach to whatever with enough strength to allow him to swing like that? Judging by your questions, I'm guessing that neither of you have seen anything like this before." Agent Morse asked. "No, ma'am," Harry replied, his eyes fixated on what he was seeing. "As to your questions, Mr. Stark, we don't know. SHIELD has been unable to get a sample of the line as of yet," Agent Morse asked. "So, what's his deal?" Tony asked. "Some kind of guy trying to be a hero? Mutant? Or simply a punk crook with a new gimmick?" A few taps on the pad from Agent Morse changed the images floating in the air out for new ones. These were all still showing the police at the scenes of crimes with guys trussed up and left dangling in front of buildings, convenience stores, jewelry stores, ATMs, and even a bank. "He seems to be some kind of vigilante," Agent Morse stated. "From what we've been able to tell, he definitely has enhanced abilities, whether that is due to the mutant X gene, a simple mutate in his DNA, or due to technology, we have no idea." "So why come to us?" Harry asked. "He's operating in New York," Agent Morse stated. "The place where the Avengers are going to be based once Mr. Stark here finishes renovating his tower. So, if this was happening somewhere else, you wouldn't be asking us about him?" Harry asked confusedly. Agent Morse shook her head. "We'd probably still consult you, but it may not be as high a priority." "If that's the case, you're going to be coming to us a lot," Tony replied. I may have to think about increasing my fee. Especially with all of the weird that New York seems to attract." "What do you mean by that?" Agent Morse asked quickly. "Come on, Agent, surely SHIELD has seen it too," Tony said. "Jarvis? Play file, devil." Instantly, a second set of holographic images appeared. These ones, like the first set, showed a man on the rooftops at night, running around and leaping distances that didn't seem possible. And like the first, he too wore a costume, only his was a deep blood red and black. "This guy's been operating out of Hell's Kitchen for a while now," Tony stated. "We are aware of Daredevil," Agent Morse stated. "Daredevil?" Harry blanched. "What kind of name is that?" "It's what he calls himself," Tony said dismissively. "He fights crime and criminals. Kind of hard to even get these few pictures, but I am just too good to hide from. Seems to limit himself to the one small area of New York, though, which is something I guess. And he's not the only one that calls New York home. Xavier's bunch are in upstate New York." "Xavier?" Harry cut in. "Leader of the mutants." "Well, the good ones, at least," Tony replied. "Runs a school for them and everything. The ones that fight for good and all that stuff call themselves the X-Men. Mostly limit themselves to keeping the bad mutants in check." Harry shook his head. The world was definitely weirder than he thought. Not that he could really say much, being a member of a secret worldwide society of witches and wizards. "My point is that there seems to be more and more weirdos coming out of the woodwork, both the good kind and the annoying, got to put them in their place kind," Tony continued. "And for some reason, New York seems to attract more than their fair share." S.H.I.E.L.D.'s thoughts exactly, Agent Morse agreed. "We'd appreciate it if the Avengers could keep an eye on things and be prepared to step in if and when some of these people get beyond what the police can handle. I so wish Nicky Boy had come tonight. I would have loved to have seen him twisting himself in knots trying not to ask us that," Tony grinned. Agent Morse gave him a hard look. "We'll do what we can," Harry assured her, taking her focus off of the billionaire. With a nod, Agent Morse accepted Harry's promise before leaning forward, tapping off her pad and pocketing it. She rose then. "If you see or hear anything, let us know," she said. "We'll be in touch." After she'd gone, Harry turned to Tony. "There's really that many strange people in New York?" he asked. "Better believe it, Gandalf," Tony replied. "Like this one time not long back I was in New York and got called in to deal with this guy who was threatening people with boomerangs to rob a bank. Boomerangs, I kid you not. Anyway, this Crocodile Dundee want AB. Harry happily leant back in his chair, a slight smile on his face as Tony talked, gesturing wilding as he relived the event. He wondered what Tony's reaction would be if he found out that Harry had done most of the work for him that day. It was so very tempting. 00000. The light coming from the stairwell leading to Tony's lab caught Harry's attention as he crossed the room towards the kitchen late at night. He was having trouble sleeping due to the slight time difference between New York and Malibu and thought that a warm glass of milk might help. Curious, he padded down the stairs only to see Tony seated at his main desk, 4 computer screens lit up around him with a corresponding number of holographic displays in the air around him. From what he could make out, it appeared that there were Iron Man suit designs on every screen. A gentle tap on the door alerted the man to his presence, an absent wave gave him permission to enter. Couldn't sleep? Harry asked. Never been a big one for sleeping, Tony replied. Seems a waste of time, really. Know what that's like, Harry replied. You don't sleep much either? Tony asked, peering at him. Is that like a thing with magic people, needing less sleep? Harry shook his head. Witches and wizards need just as much sleep as any other person. No, my insomnia stems from my youth. I'm mostly over it now, but there were years where I didn't get much sleep. Partying too much? Tony asked. 'Cause that's a good way to stop you sleeping at night. No. Nightmares, Harry admitted. I hear you there, Tony muttered. What were yours about? The war, Harry replied succinctly. War? Tony asked, swiping his hand across one panel to close most of the displays, including the holographic ones, down. Yet. Well, I guess you'd probably see it as more of a skirmish, really, but with a population as small as ours, it was a war to us. If you were just a kid, what were you doing in a war? Tony asked. Long story, Harry replied. The short of it is that I was the central schmuck who was touted as the one guy that could end the war against the bad guys and kill the Dark Wizard. You? A kid? What were the adults doing? Tony asked incredulously. Most of them were just trying to survive. You see, there was this Merlin be damned prophecy, and in magical society, prophecies are pretty big things, Harry explained. You have to kill people? Tony asked. Yeah. A lot, actually. How close did you come to buying the farm in this war? Tony asked, and there was something in his voice that told Harry that this was a pretty important question to the other man. Couldn't get any closer, Harry replied wryly. Let's just say that I have a pretty good idea of what comes next. Yeah, I know what that's like. How'd you deal with it? Tony asked. Poorly, Harry replied. It's taken years. Didn't help that I bottled it all up. Guess that's a big part of what sent me wandering around the world for years. Well, you seem to be doing all right, Tony remarked after a few minutes of silence. Guess there's hope for all of us, then. Yeah, there is, Harry replied, clapping the other man on the shoulder. If you don't mind, I'm going to get myself a warm glass of milk and head back to bed. Knock yourself out, Tony replied. Especially if that'll help you sleep better. Thanks, Tony, Harry replied with a grin. I'll see you in the morning. Don't stay up too late yourself. Yeah, sure, no worries. Night, kid, Tony replied before turning back to his computers and reactivating his screens. 00000. Steve Rogers stepped out of the glass elevator into a new corridor of the Triskelion, one of S.H.I.E.L.D's main bases of operations. He glanced down at the pad in his hand, confirming that he was in the right place and where to go next. He'd been given a crash course on the modern world over the past few months, but in contrast to the tiny bit of sightseeing and wandering around that he'd done before the whole Battle of New York and Aliens thing, this time he'd been given instructors. The instant that he'd mentioned to Agent Morse that he was interested in becoming a SHIELD agent, he'd been snapped up, flown around and put through tests and scenarios and more classrooms than he could count. In some ways, it was very familiar, reminding him of his days just after he'd first joined the army, getting trained and ready for battle. In others, everything was strange and unfamiliar, and he'd had to fight his own mind to stop himself from having a full-blown panic attack or simply running as far and as fast as he could from this strange new world. But if there was one thing Steve knew about himself, it was the fact that he wasn't a quitter. And there was one other thing that kept him grounded, learning that he knew the 3 founders of SHIELD. Peggy, Howard, and Colonel Phillips. Peggy was the only one still alive, and he was still in the process of getting up the courage that he needed to go and see her, to tell her that he'd survived the ice. Not that he'd had much time to do that yet. SHIELD had dominated 16 or more hours of his day, 7 days a week, rushing him through training. Technology had been the biggest thing that he'd needed to be brought up to speed with. But he was getting there. Slowly. He'd even been given a brief on how to pilot one of their jump jets, not that he was rated to actually fly one. Now, though, the next phase of his training was to begin. Finding the right door, Steve gave a single knock before opening it. Captain. Good. You found the right place, Agent Sitwell greeted. Steve nodded to the man, taking note of the half-dozen men around the room. Captain Rogers, Agent Sitwell continued. I'd like to introduce you to S.H.I.E.L.DS Special Tactic Reserve for International Key Emergencies Response Team. You will be training with them for the next couple of months before you begin joining with them for missions. The men had loosely lined up. All were large men, heavily muscled and looked like they meant business. Brock Rumlow, the first man, introduced himself as. He had a chiseled face with a 5-day growth around his jaw and chin and a regulation military haircut. Welcome to STRIKE. Nice to meet you, Steve said, clasping the man's hand. Chapter 18, It's Just Not Safe. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 000000. Heroes assemble. Chapter 18, It's Just Not Safe for good, honest crooks around here. Come on, Sparrowhawk, just a couple more, Tony near-whined. There's still plenty of time yet. Tony, the others will be here in a couple of hours at most, Harry replied, his patience at a near end, both with the constant tests and Tony's incessant use of naming him after literary wizards and sorcerers. We've been at it for days. If you don't have the information that you need somewhere in your computers by now, then I seriously doubt that an extra hour of testing is going to help. Besides, I need a shower. Tony pouted at him, even while manipulating his computers, tasking them with running a different spectrum of scans on Harry's body. Obviously magical people aren't as much fun as I was led to believe, he stated. In response, Harry gave his wand a brief wave in Tony's general direction. The instant that his machines began beeping, Tony leapt at them. What did you do? I know you did some kind of magic, Tony stated, his words near blurring together in his excitement. Pardon me, sirs, the voice of Jarvis said from the walls around them, but there is something on the television that I believe that you should both be made aware of. And might I add, sir, that I approve of your new look. What? What new look? Tony asked, before waving the question away. Forget it. Show us what you've found. In response, one of the holographic displays changed to display a TV screen. Harry and Tony unconsciously moved to stand side by side as they watched what was clearly a view from a news helicopter. Where is this? Harry asked, staring at the familiar-looking bridge. The bridge was currently filled with cars, all at a standstill as the occupants of said cars fled for their lives on foot from something big near the midpoint of the bridge. New York, Jarvis replied. Specifically, the Williamsburg Bridge. Suddenly, one of the cars was pushed over the side, beginning its inevitable plunge towards the river below, a plunge that was halted midway. From the looks of it, that car, along with half a dozen others, were being grabbed midair by a line of some kind. The tensile strength of that has got to be enormous, Tony murmured. The origin of the line was revealed as a red and blue figure appeared. Spider-Man! Harry exclaimed. But what's that's doing all the damage? Tony asked. Whatever it was obviously big and green, thankfully not as big or as green as the Hulk. And this one seemed to have a tail. But that was as much as they were able to work out from the erratic pictures that the helicopter was transmitting back to the studio. A quick glance around had Harry snatching up an empty Coke can and tapping it with his wand. What are you doing? Tony asked. Making a portrait, Harry replied, before deciding to explain further after noticing Tony's lack of comprehension. I can only apparate myself so far. This allows me to travel over much greater distances instantaneously. You're heading back to New York? Tony asked. A brief flick of his eyes towards his suits of armor told the story of how much he wished that he could go too. Unfortunately, New York was on the wrong side of the country and Harry's magic wouldn't allow it to take him as well. At least, not without the suit blowing up straight afterwards. Yab. If I'm quick enough, maybe I can find out more about Spider-Man and whatever that is and lend a hand to the good guy or at least protect the innocents, Harry said. Then, with a brief nod, he tapped the can once more and disappeared. 00000. The Mage arrived on top of one of the support struts of the Williamsburg Bridge. Instantly, he peered downwards, looking for either the Spider-Man or the big, green thing that it was battling on the TV. Unfortunately, it seemed that he was too late, neither of the two were there anymore. Traveling across the country, albeit instantaneously by portrait, quickly donning his black dragon hide pants and shirt, his boots and many-pocketed belt and finally his trademark blue-grey cloak before operating to this position had taken too long. Well, Mage decided, the main two may not be here. Their mess, however, was. A second quick apparition took him to a point near the edge of the bridge near where Spider-Man had tied one of the dangling cars to. A few judicious waves of his wand straightened the cars still on the bridge while at the same time maneuvering them around so that there was some space left for the cars that he was about to retrieve. After glancing over the side, Mage began levitating the cars back up to the bridge one by one. By the time that he was finished, he was visibly sweating, at least it would be visible if not for the hood on his cloak and the obscurus spell on his face. Levitating a ton of metal was slightly harder than levitating a feather, after all. As he placed the last car down, Mage strode forward, conjuring a small container as he did so. Then, after bending down, he plucked a piece of the line that was attached to one of the cars off, a surprisingly hard thing to do, before depositing it into the container. He was sure that Tony or Dr. Banner would love to get a look at it. It was only then that he became aware of the sounds of a conversation happening not that far away. "You're trying to tell me that Spider-Man was the good guy here?" An incredulous voice asked. Mage's ears and head perked up at that and he drifted closer to find out more. "Spider-Man rescued my kid," a man was saying to a uniformed police officer. "Jack was trapped in our car and it was hanging from the bridge. Spider-Man climbed down after him and when the car burst into flames he stayed and even managed to pull Jack from the car as it began falling towards the river. The guy's a hero in my book." The police officer took a pointed look around at the wrecks of cars strewn over the bridge. "From what I'm seeing here, the guy's just as bad as whatever else was on the bridge tonight," the officer, who Mage now recognized as Police Captain George Stacy, stated. "Excuse me, Captain," Mage broke in, making himself known to the two men for the first time. "I'd like to know more about the other one involved in all this." "Mage." Captain Stacy started. "I didn't know you were here. I just thought that you were out of town with the rest of the Avengers." "I was," he replied. "I came back as soon as I saw what was happening. If you don't mind, I'd like to know more about what happened." Captain Stacy glanced down at the notebook in his hand before sighing and closing it. "I'm afraid that I can't tell you much. We've got a lot of conflicting reports. There were definitely two superhumans here, Spider-Man and something else, although we're not sure what that something else was. There was definitely some altercation, but we don't know why. I'm sorry that I can't help you any more than that." "I could tell you," the other man said. Harry looked towards the man who was still holding his son close to his chest. "Anything that you could tell me would be much appreciated, Mr. Mage said. "Napoli. Tony Napoli," the man said, awkwardly holding out his hand to shake. "It's an honor, sir. What you and your teammates did for us was amazing." Mage inclined his head but refrained from replying, instead waiting for the information that he needed. "Anyway, the other one looked like some giant lizard-like thing," Tony Napoli said. "Easily 8 or 9 feet tall, massive claws, incredibly strong. It was going after a limo, I think, before Spider-Man swung in and distracted it. Looked like Spider-Man was gearing up to fight it but my Jack here was in trouble and he chose to save him instead. I'll never forget what he did. He's the hero here." A disbelieving snort from Captain Stacy gave the policeman's view on that opinion. "Spider-Man's the good guy," Mage repeated slowly. "Yeah, well, stands to reason, don't it?" Tony agreed. "He's been catching crooks and stringing them up for the police for a couple of weeks now. Seems like he just wants to do what's right." Mage nodded slowly. "Thank you, sir, you've been a great help," Mage stated. "And I'm glad that your boy's okay." Captain Stacy. And with that, Mage turned on his heel and vanished. 000000. Harry arrived back at Tony's Malibu mansion still in his Mage outfit. His sudden appearance in the midst of the rest of the Avengers caused a myriad of different reactions. "Can you stop doing that?" Tony asked exasperatedly, having been startled backwards a couple of steps. "I nearly spilled my drink." "Harry," Natasha nodded, holstering her gun. Those two, being the closest, had the biggest reaction, although Harry could also see Steve leaning over to place his iconic shield back down beside his chair. "Sorry, guys, didn't know that you'd arrived," Harry said, tapping his face to cancel out the face-obscuring spell before lowering his hood. A quick swish had his cloak removed and flung over the back of a conveniently vacant chair. "What's with the get-up?" Clint asked. "I just came straight from New York, there was a bit of a fight or something between Spider-Man and some kind of mutant lizard thing," Harry explained. "You just came from New York?" Steve asked. "How long did it take you to get here?" "Couple of seconds," Harry shrugged, tossing the empty Coke can that he'd used as a porte-clés onto a nearby table. "Magic can be dead useful." "Mutant?" Bruce asked. "Are you sure that that's what it was?" Once again, Harry shrugged. "I don't know how else to describe it. From what I've been told, it was 8 or 9 feet tall, incredibly strong, and seemed to be looking for someone, or at least, it was attacking a limo." "What was Spider-Man's part in all this?" Tony asked. "Seems to be the good guy," Harry replied, as he plucked a small container from one of the many pouches attached to his belt and tossed it to Tony. "Present. Some of the line or webbing or whatever that Spider-Man uses. He rescued a kid from a burning car that was falling towards the river. If that doesn't say good guy, then I don't know what does." I've seen footage of him on the television, Steve commented. He's definitely been enhanced. Most likely a mutate, Bruce commented. Mutate? Harry questioned the term that he'd never heard before as he sat in the seat his cloak was draped over. Bruce nodded. His DNA has been altered out of the norm. Steve and I would be classed as mutates. Nat, too, Clint piped up. All eyes swiveled to the redhead. Let's just say that I had an interesting childhood and leave it at that, okay, boys, she said, leaving no doubt that that was the wisest course for all of them. And a mutate is different from a mutant? Harry asked. Yes. Mutants have an extra gene encoded in their DNA from the moment of their conception, the X gene, Bruce confirmed. Does that make witches and wizards mutates or mutants? Harry wondered. Bruce shrugged. Without looking into their genetics, it's hard to say. My guess is that they'd be given a different classification. You're saying that there's 4 different types of humans on the planet? Steve asked, shaking his head. Well, yeah, I guess so. Normal humans, mutants, mutates and magicals, I guess we could call them, Bruce replied. Well, now that we're all here and we've got that out of the way, are you going to tell us why you summoned us? Clint asked Tony. And why you're wearing that ridiculous hat? Natasha added. I think it's the height of fashion, Tony replied, although none missed the glare that he directed at Harry, nor Harry's chuckles. What? Did you do something? Clint asked Harry. A quick wave of his wand banished Tony's cap, revealing a head full of lurid yellow and red striped hair. The momentarily stunned look from the rest of the Avengers quickly dissolved into howls of laughter. You did that? Bruce asked through his laughter. He said that magicals had no sense of humor, Harry explained. I'll have you know that I am the son, godson, and adopted nephew of some of the greatest pranksters that ever lived. A second wave of his wand towards Tony had the billionaire quickly plucking at his hair, trying to pull it down so that he could see it. What did you do? He asked panically. Not being able to see his hair, Tony rushed across the room to look at his reflection in a metal surface. His sigh of relief at seeing his hair black again caused the others to dissolve into laughter once more. If we've all finished playing laugh at the man who's been working hard to make you all a lot of money, then I've got presents, Tony pouted. His words also triggered the appearance of Dummy, his one-armed robot, carrying a large cardboard box. Put it down on the coffee table, Tony instructed. Dummy complied, but it was with a morbid sense of fascination that the group stared at the robot as it attempted to maneuver its way back out again, making dozens of small turns backwards and forwards before it could trundle back the way that it'd come. You made that? Steve asked incredulously. Give me a break, I was a lot younger then, Tony countered. You mentioned presents. Natasha asked. And money. Clint added. Yep, Tony said, rubbing his hands together. After New York, I started to see a lot of stuff starting to appear with us on it. I've got some of it here. Opening the box, Tony began pulling items out and tossing them about. A toy hammer, shaped just like Mjolnir, was left on the coffee table. A toy shield was tossed to Steve, a mask and giant green gloves in the shape of clenched fists went to Bruce, a pair of black underwear with Black Widow written in white on its bum was tossed at Nat, a baseball cap with a purple arrow and Hawkeye on its front went to Clint, and a blue-gray cloaked action figure, its face a simple black, was thrown at Harry. Lastly, an Iron Man t-shirt was placed on the table beside the hammer. This is only a sampling of what's out there, Tony said. Pretty much anything and everything that you can think of has been made either like us or with our names and images on them. Toys, clothes, books, pencil cases, lunch boxes, you name it, it's out there. People actually buy this stuff? Steve asked, the blush that had appeared with Natasha's underwear finally having disappeared. You better believe it, Tony confirmed. Which led me to wondering why we weren't getting any royalties from it. So, I put my lawyers on it. You trademarked us? Bruce asked. Got it in one, big guy, Tony beamed. Now, whenever someone wants to use our names or images on something, we get a cut. Diving back into the box, he pulled out a stack of small black books. After opening each one, he tossed them about the room. Harry caught his and opened it to find out what it was. His eyebrows rose as he realized that he was holding a bank book giving him the details of an account in his name. Why does it say Captain America and not Steve Rogers? Steve asked, beating Harry to the question by a fraction of a second. Well, apart from me, the rest of you are all wimps, wanting to hide your identities and whatnot, Tony explained, receiving a number of head shakes and eye rolls in response. So, I convinced the bank to open the accounts using our Avenger names. There's also one for Thor for when he decides to come back. And one for the Avengers in general. Figured we'd use that one for upgrades and whatnot. I'm not complaining or anything, but why'd you do this? Bruce asked. I'm not bragging or anything, but I'm worth a fair bit of coin, figured you lot could use a bit of cash as well, Tony explained. Thank you, Tony, we appreciate it, Steve said formally. But just so you know, while none of us have the same kind of money you do, we're not poor. 70-odd years of back pay from the army would have been a very nice surprise, Clint commented. You could say that, Steve replied. Yeah, well, that didn't stop you going out and getting a job, even if it is with S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony retorted. In fact, all of you have to work to make ends meet. Harry there runs a coffee shop of all things. I have the den to give me something to do and because I enjoy it. I don't need it to make money, Harry said. You don't? Tony asked, disbelief clear in his voice. What, magic people can just make money appear out of the sky? Don't be ridiculous, Tony, Harry retorted. If I need money, I've got a couple of vaults full of gold in Gringotts. Goblins are amazing investors, after all. Goblins? Clint muttered, shaking his head. Man, everything that I thought I knew is being turned on its head. Next thing you'll be telling me is that unicorns and fairies and dragons are all real as well. They are. What do you think my clothes are made from? Harry asked. It's all dragon skin, the strongest natural material there is. Right, well, that's all I had for you. So, show's over people, Tony said. The pizza has been ordered and is on its way, sir, Jarvis piped up unexpectedly, eliciting murmurs of happiness from all there. 00000. Central Park in New York City was over 840 acres of grass and trees and even a zoo, all carefully manicured and sculptured for people to enjoy. Winding paths and seating, lighting and picnic areas, were all abundant. For the city that never sleeps, it was their oasis in the midst of their concrete jungle. But for Doreen Green, Central Park was far too sterile. It was nothing like the woods and forested areas outside of Los Angeles that she'd grown up in. She loved the wild nature of her second home, most likely a byproduct of her mutated genes. With that in mind, it had been no wonder that the instant that she'd disembarked from the final bus that had brought her to New York, that she'd made a beeline for the famous park. She'd wandered its many paths and tree-covered lanes and avenues until she'd finally found what she'd been looking for. Her sharp ears had caught the sounds first and a chitter in her ear from Monkey Joe had confirmed it, there were squirrels nearby. She'd left the path, venturing deeper in amongst the trees to a small clearing where she'd firstly dropped her pack before going to her knees in the grass. Hello. She called in squirrelese. It took another 2 calls before the first curious head had popped out from a small hole high in one of the trees. Seeing it, she smiled. Hi. I'm Doreen, she said. Cautiously, the squirrel crept further out from its home, its front paws inching down the trunk of its tree. You speak like us, the squirrel chittered. A tapping on her thigh had Doreen absently reaching into one of the nut sacks attached to her belt and handing Monkey Joe a nut. I do, she replied. How? By now, there were an additional 4 other squirrels observing her. I was born this way, Doreen explained. There are a lot of ways that I'm squirrel-like. Can you show us? A squirrel off to the left that she hadn't yet noticed asked. Sure, she replied. She was just about to get up to do so when a lumbering crashing sound came from the bushes behind her. Reen. Monkey Joe screeched, the same instant that all of the other squirrels vanished from sight. Doreen had just enough time to turn before a man disappeared into the bushes again, taking her backpack with him. Hey! She yelled. Instantly, she was on her feet and hurtling after him. Bursting from the bushes, she saw the figure of a man running down a path to her right, her backpack swinging wildly from one hand, and she took off after him. The man was quick, but against Doreen, it was almost as though he was merely out for a slow jog. It took less than a minute before she was close enough to push off in one giant leap towards him. Doreen led with her elbow, allowing it to strike him right between the shoulder blades, her full body weight, such as it was, right behind it. The thief let out a whiff of air as he crashed to the ground, the pack falling away as he skidded forward for an extra meter or so. Using her enhanced reflexes, Doreen was able to ride out the fall quite easily, coming to a stop crouched on the man's back, her eyes narrowed. It's not nice to steal from people, she stated harshly. A muffled something came from the man's face planted into the ground that she chose to interpret as an apology. Don't do it again, I won't be so nice about it next time, she warned. The man was still laying there even after she'd risen to her feet, grabbed up her pack and headed back towards the trees where she'd left Monkey Joe and all of her potential new friends. 00000. Web slinging, Peter found, was good to clear the cobwebs out. Ever since the incident on the Williamsburg Bridge, he'd had a lot to think about the lizard, saving that boy, Jack, what he wanted to do with these powers that he had. But swinging through the city was the perfect exercise to give his mind a rest. It all became soothing, automatic. Simply shoot a web and swing before shooting the next one. An extra bit of power in the next swing had him letting go of the web at the top of its arc before he performed a complete somersault and coming to land on the roof on a nearby building in a crouch. Rising, he moved to the edge and looked out and down. The city was never still, never at rest, but there were times, like now at 3 in the morning, when there were next to no cars or people around, that it seemed as though the city itself was taking a bit of a breather. The hint of movement in the shadows caught his attention and he focused in on it. There were two men huddled against a wall, both dressed in black. Peter frowned at them, wondering what they were doing there. When one shifted to reveal an ATM, he knew exactly what they were doing. Flinging out one hand, he shot a web before leaping from the top of the building to cross the street. This time, he landed on the wall, directly above the men before turning about and beginning to creep down towards them. "I'm telling you that it's just not safe for good, honest crooks around here," one said. It was obvious that the two enjoyed a good conversation while they worked, and Peter paused, curious about what a couple of guys intent on breaking into an ATM had to talk about. And it wasn't as though they'd be able to escape him if they saw him and decided to run. "It's a heck of a lot safer on this side of town than it is in Hell's Kitchen," the other countered. The first grunted. "Between the devil and the kingpin taking care of anyone who he thinks is trying to muscle in on his territory, that's a given. And no one wants to get in the middle of a pissing contest between Kingpin and the devil," the second stated. "There's a rumor out that Kingpin's aiming to hire some professional help to deal with the devil. That right? Well, I wish 'em luck. They're gonna to need it. Well, until it's sorted, I say that we confine our wealth accumulation to this side of the city," the thief stated, giving his head an emphatic nod for emphasis. Peter sighed to himself. Whatever was going on in Hell's Kitchen was forcing criminals over to his side of town. Seemed that once the lizard was taken care of, he could easily find himself fighting crime on a nightly basis. Having heard enough, Peter flipped off of the wall to land behind the pair. What little noise he made was enough to alert the two, and they spun about, one even having the nerve to pull and point a gun at him. "It's that spider guy," the one with the guy pointed out. "Spider-Man," Peter corrected. "Where'd he come from?" the other asked. "Seriously? I'm Spider-Man. I swing from webs attached to the tops of buildings. Why does no one ever look up?" he wondered. "Well, whatever you do, you've got no business here," the gun-wielding thief snarled. "Unless you want to be filled with holes, I suggest that you get lost." Peter sighed and shook his head. He half-turned before whipping up an arm and shooting a glob of web, pinning the hand and gun to the wall behind the man. An additional half-dozen web shots had both men pinned to the wall by their hands and waists on either side of the ATM that they'd been attempting to rob. "These things are not toys," Peter said, plucking the gun from the immobilized hand. The sound of a siren in the distance decided Peter on what to do with the gun. A quick web burst stuck it to the wall above the ATM for the police to find and deal with. "Well, gotta go. It's been fun," Peter said to the two would-be crooks. He shot out a line, but just before swinging off, he turned back. "And if you get the chance, spread the word to the rest of your buddies. Just like Hell's Kitchen, the rest of New York isn't your personal playground anymore." Chapter 19, He's Not Alone. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 000000. Heroes Assemble. Chapter 19, He's Not Alone. Spider-Man was barely managing not to choke, held as he was around the neck by the lizard's tail. For the briefest of instances, Spider-Man wondered whether coming here to Oscorp Tower really was the smartest thing to do. He'd had to battle a squad of police officers, had his secret identity exposed to his girlfriend's father, who also happened to be a New York City police captain, no less, had been shot, and was now on the losing end of a battle with his father's scientific partner who'd managed to turn himself into a giant green lizard of all things. Even his web shooters had been destroyed. And all in the smallest hope that he'd be able to stop Doc Connor's plan to turn the entire city into giant mutated lizards through the release of an airborne virus. Getting to the roof of Oscorp Tower had been one thing. Reaching the Gonally device attached to the tower mast seemed to be a completely different kettle of fish. Currently, Spider-Man knew that there were three really when it came down to it problems with saving the city. For one, he didn't have an antidote to the lizard serum that could be used to disperse across the city for those already affected. Gwen, he knew, had gone to create one, but what had happened there, he had no idea. Secondly, even if he managed to destroy the Gonally device before it detonated, there would still be some residue gas that would infect people. Which led back to the first problem of no antidote being available. Oh, and thirdly, was the fact that the lizard had caught him and didn't seem to be in any mood to let him go anytime soon. Or even to let him live for that matter. Spider-Man's eyes widened in horror as one massive paw reached up and over his head, its razor-sharp talons dragging across his face as the lizard removed his mask. Poor Peter Parker. No mother. No father. No uncle. All alone. Peter stared defiantly back at him, unable to speak due to the pressure around his neck. He's not alone. Both Peter and the lizard's heads whipped around to find Captain Stacy standing behind them, a flak jacket to protect his torso, a shotgun in his hand. No, he's not. This time there were 3 heads whipping about to stare at the other side of the rooftop. Peter's eyes widened at the sight of the Avenger, Mage, standing there, his arms crossed and his blue-grey cloak flapping about his feet in the breeze. Crack! The sound of Captain Stacy's gun firing distracted Lizard just enough for Peter to get his hands free and catch the flailing hose spewing liquid nitrogen. Instantly, he directed it at the Lizard's face, distracting him even more and allowing Captain Stacy's shotgun and Mage's bright red flashes of magic to hurt the giant lizard man. Peter wasted no time, using the liquid nitrogen on the lizard's tail to freeze it solid and shatter it, allowing Peter to break free and flip himself back to the ground. A combined effort of bullets, magic and a final kick from Peter pushed Lizard into the pit filled with liquid nitrogen tanks. A gift from Gwen, Captain Stacy said, pulling out a vial of blue liquid from inside his vest. Peter took it, his head switching between the 2 men before him and the lizard behind him. Don't look at me, kid, I don't have a clue about that device up there, Mage stated. If you know how to stop it, do it. Go, Peter, we've got this, Captain Stacy added. Peter wasted no time, racing across the rooftop and jumping high before climbing as rapidly as he could up the mast towards the gonally device. 00000. Together, Mage and Captain Stacy began firing bullets and magic at the lizard. Their combined efforts, though, were doing little. Each and every injury was instantly being healed. Even the hand that had been blown apart after being frozen solid by the liquid nitrogen was regenerating at an insane speed. The 2 backed up slightly as the lizard began crawling from the pit, his focus on Captain Stacy who was standing between him and the mast that Spider-Man was climbing. Bombarda! Mage cried, exploding a massive chunk from the lizard's back. A cry of pain erupted from the lizard even as his back arched. One arm swung out, smashing the shotgun from the police captain's hands, even as the other came up sharply, the claws extended as they tore through the front of the flak jacket and into skin and muscle before reappearing in Captain Stacy's back. It was then that Mage took off the kid gloves. Spells rained down on the lizard in a multicolored light show. Ropes wrapped themselves around him, chains bound his feet, cuts by the dozen lashed his skin, only to heal near instantaneously, his tail was lopped off and his mouth was bound. Then, with one final burst of magic, the lizard was blasted off of its feet, crashing into and through a metal plate before landing hard on the rooftop. A whizzing high above had the ones left on the roof look up to see a small white light shooting upwards before exploding in a brilliant neon blue burst of cloud. 00000. The instant that Peter's feet hit the rooftop once more, he looked for the lizard. What he saw told him that the antidote that Gwen had cooked up had worked perfectly. Already, the lizard was fading away, only for Dr. Connors to begin reappearing. His lizard-like face was near gone, returned to near human with pain-filled eyes and thinning straw-colored hair on his head. His green scaly skin was patchy at best as normal pink skin increased in appearance. Despite his reduction in size, Dr. Connors was bound quite securely by ropes and chains and laying amidst the ruins of a metal wall. After that one glance, Peter ignored him in favor of the prone form of Captain Stacy. The fact that Mage was frantically waving his wand over the man's torso told Peter that he'd been injured, most likely severely. Captain Stacy! Peter gasped, dropping to his knees beside the man. Mage barely paused in what he was doing on the opposite side of Captain Stacy. The captain's eyes opened and focused in on Peter. I was wrong about you, Peter, he said. This city needs you. Here, you're going to need this. From nearly under his body, he pulled out Spider-Man's mask and handed it over. Almost tentatively, Peter took it from him. You're going to make enemies, Captain Stacy continued. People will get hurt. Sometimes people closest to you. So, I want you to promise me something, okay? Leave Gwen out of it. Promise me that. You promise me. No, Mage growled, as he gave his wand one vicious wave, vanishing the captain's flak jacket, shirt and tie to leave the man bare-chested, 4 bloody gashes in the man's stomach oozing thick red blood. No, Mage repeated, his force of will seemingly enough to make Captain Stacy keep his eyes open, eyes that were now looking at the wizard. You will not make him promise that. Sometimes those closest to us are the very ones that give us the strength we need to keep going, even when everything seems darkest. And this is not even your choice to make. That's between Peter and Gwen. She deserves to make her own choices. You can tell her what you'd prefer, but don't make her choose between the two of you. While Mage had been saying this, he'd reached into one of the many pockets of his belt and pulled out a small glass vial. The lid, after he'd unscrewed it, contained a small dropper. He used this to place a single drop of liquid into each of the 4 vicious slashes that had been made by the lizard's claws. As each drop landed and went to work, a small cloud of steam rose and Captain Stacy's body arched, a gasp hissing from between his teeth. What is that? Peter asked anxiously. Phoenix tears, Mage answered. Incredibly expensive and even harder to get a hold of. This bottle had only 50 drops. Phoenix tears. Peter echoed. Yes. The tears of a phoenix have amazing healing powers. It won't completely heal him, but it'll keep him alive until I can get him to a hospital, Mage replied. They watched as the blood that had been flowing from the wounds slowed to a near stop and the skin around the slashes closed slightly. Mage nodded before picking the man up. I think that's the best we'll be able to get. I'll be in touch. And without another word, the two vanished with a crack from the top of Oscorp Tower. For a few minutes, Peter stared at the dark, shadowed patch of blood left on the concrete where Captain Stacy had been laying. He straightened then and pulled his mask back on. One look confirmed that the lizard was no more. Dr. Connors was back in his place, still heavily bound. Sound from the nearby stairwell caught Spider-Man's ear and he moved away into the shadows, disappearing from the scene moments before the police arrived. 00000. Mage stood in the corner of the hospital waiting room. Most passed him by without a second glance thanks to the mild notice-me-not charm that he'd dropped on himself. It'd been close to an hour since he'd arrived at the hospital with Captain Stacy in his arms. The instant that he'd arrived, doctors and nurses had swarmed. A trolley had appeared for the captain and he'd been whisked off, straight to surgery he'd been told. Mrs. Stacy and her sons had arrived half an hour after that, Gwen hot on their heels, brought there by the police officer who'd been charged with her safety. The family had thanked him for saving him before retreating to huddle together for the long wait. Nearly an hour after Captain Stacy had disappeared into surgery, Peter had arrived, wearing normal everyday clothes and looking incredibly worried. His face was still dirty, grimy, and even a little bloody from the fight, but he either didn't care or didn't realize. The instant Gwen saw him, she was up, near sprinting across the room to throw herself into his arms, her shoulders heaving as she cried. Peter looked across at Mage and received a single nod of acknowledgement. Thankfully, the news footage on the TV mounted in the top corner of the room was muted, making it that much easier for the family to ignore, not that there was much that it showed, mostly just Spider-Man's web-swinging rush towards Oscorp Tower and some limited footage of the lizard scaling the building. The fact that Mage was there and involved in stopping the lizard had become known, but the image of him that they showed was stock footage from the Battle of New York. Finally, after another 2 hours, a trio of doctors emerged, looking extremely tired but happy. The family was up in an instant, huddled together to receive the news. Even Peter was a part of it, but that may have been more due to the fact that Gwen had yet to release her hold of him since he'd arrived. Dropping the notice-me-not, Mage drifted closer to hear what the doctors had to say. He'll live, the lead doctor said simply. There were cries of joy and relief, mixed in with a liberal amount of fresh tears. Whatever you did, the doctor said, looking straight at Mage, it definitely saved his life and made our job a lot easier. He had massive internal injuries but we were able to repair it all. There'll be scarring, of course, nothing that we could do about that, and he'll be confined to bed rest for the foreseeable future. When can we see him? Mrs. Stacy asked. He's in recovery at the moment and will be moved to a room in about an hour. You can see him then, the doctor said. Then, after heartfelt thanks from the family, the doctors withdrew. The Stacy family turned to Mage, then, giving him just as much, if not perhaps a little more, of their thanks. Mage smiled, not that they could see it with the obscurest charm on his face. Please, you don't need to thank me, he said. But you saved him, Mrs. Stacy protested. Mage shrugged. Captain Stacy is an incredible man. What he did up there, helping Spider-Man and myself to stop the lizard, was one of the bravest things that I've seen. I simply did what I could for him, the doctors did the rest. He didn't notice the way Gwen's eyes shone extra bright and the way she glanced at Peter with what he said. Will you all be all right? Mage asked. Oh, yes, we'll be fine, Mrs. Stacy replied. The police department will take care of us, they're good that way, taking care of their own. Good, Mage stated. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's been a long night. With that, he gave one last nod to Peter before striding from the room. After all, it'd be rude to apparate out from the middle of the hospital, not to mention that he didn't want his magic to affect any nearby essential equipment. 00000. Peter came to an abrupt halt, staring at the notice on the door in front of him. A hand ruffled in his pocket as he pulled out the note that he'd found lying on his bed the previous night after he'd arrived home from the hospital. Meet me at the Marauders Denmark 5 p.m. Mage. He'd arrived nearly on time only to now find that the place was closed due to a private function. Peter's eyes darted between the note and the door continuously, unsure what to do. His dilemma was solved by the simple method of the door opening and Gwen sticking her head out, a smile on her face. Well, aren't you going to come in? She asked. And believe me, you want to come in. Meeting her smile with one of his own, Peter stepped in, pausing briefly to give his girlfriend a quick kiss, even if there was an instant pain in his chest as Captain Stacy's words rang through his head. As Gwen closed the door behind him, Peter found himself once again freezing in place. The place wasn't empty. And the people who were here, he'd seen some of their faces before. Tony Stark, Hawkeye and Black Widow, not that he knew what their real names were. There were 3 others, 2 men and a woman. By process of elimination, he guessed that the taller, blonde guy was probably Captain America and the smaller, nervous-looking guy was the Hulk, or at least the guy who could transform into the Hulk. He had no clue at all as who the woman could be. "I see you made it," Harry commented from behind the counter. "This is the guy?" Stark asked, pointing a forkful of something at him. "He's a bit scrawny. And young. Is he even out of school yet?" "Peter is one of Midtown High's best and brightest," Gwen stated forcefully before Peter could reply. "Midtown High, huh? They've got a good science program there," Stark mused. "But you're gonna have to do something about standing up for yourself, kid. Talk about whipped." Hawkeye suddenly gave a hacking cough that strangely enough sounded like the word pepper to Peter's ears. "Leave the kid alone, Stark, I think he's earned some respect," the guy Peter thought was Captain America said. "I'm supposed to meet Mage here," Peter half stated and half asked. "And you have," Harry said, coming around the end of the bar. Peter's eyes widened as he connected the dots. Gwen's gasp beside him told him that she, too, had put two and two together. "You're Mage?" Peter asked. "Yeah," Harry said with a small smile. "Figured that it was only fair to tell you since I knew who you were, Spider-Man." His eyes flicked to Gwen then. "And I didn't think it'd be fair to make you keep secrets from your girlfriend." "That doesn't mean that you can go around telling anyone else who we are," Black Widow stated. Peter rapidly shook his head. "Come on, let me introduce you around," Harry said, waving him to follow him over to the twin tables that had been pushed together for the Avengers to eat at. "Everyone, this is Peter Parker, also known as Spider-Man. Tony, I'd think, you'd already know," Harry started. "Next to him is Dr. Bruce Banner, otherwise known as the Hulk. Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton, Black Widow and Hawkeye respectively. Next to Clint is Agent Bobby Morse from SHIELD. If we're also giving out code names, you might as well know that mine is Mockingbird," the blonde woman stated. Peter nodded as Harry continued. "And last, we have Steve Rogers, also known as Captain America." "Nice to meet you, son," Steve said, rising to shake Peter's hand. "Sorry we couldn't get there in time to help against the lizard, we were on the wrong side of the country, only got into New York early this morning. Although from what Harry tells us, you didn't actually seem to need our help." "I'd never turn down help from the Avengers," Peter said quickly. "And I'd assume that if you were called on, you'd be willing to help them out as well?" Agent Morse asked with a quirked eyebrow. "Sure," Peter shrugged, unsure exactly what sort of situation the Avengers couldn't handle by themselves. "Good," Agent Morse nodded. "We'll sit down together later and go through some details." "Agent Morse is our SHIELD liaison," Harry explained. "That web stuff, is it organically produced or did you make it?" Stark asked. Peter's eyes bugged. "Produce it? No. EO. That's just..." He shook his head, trying to dispel the mental image that Stark had put in his head. Finally, he calmed himself enough to answer properly. "The line's an Oscorp design that I've modified slightly. I created some web shooters that I wear on my wrists to shoot webs as I need them." "I think you need to brush up on your biology, Stark," Natasha stated. "What spider have you ever seen producing webs from their legs?" "Nat's right," Clint agreed. "Besides, could you imagine seeing the kid swinging around New York from lines shot out of his two hands, one from Black Widow, the other from Mockingbird, clamped over Clint's mouth, preventing him from finishing that sentence, a sentiment that Peter was extremely thankful for. "Pull up a chair," Harry said, "and I'll get you some food." "You, too, Gwen." "But I'm no hero," Gwen protested, even as Peter began tugging her forward. "Yes, you are," Peter countered. "Who produced the antitoxin to counter the lizard formula?" "You did." "You produced that?" Bruce and Tony asked simultaneously. "If you can do that, then I'll hire you here and now," Tony continued. "Stark Industries is always looking for the best and brightest." "You, too, Parker." "Thank you, Mr. Stark, but I already have an internship with Oscorp," Gwen replied. Stark made a sour face. "What would you want to work with that two-bit wannabe corporation for when you could work with the best?" Peter eyed Gwen and Stark, two parts of him warring with each other, his loyalty to Gwen and his excitement at getting his own internship, not to mention the little extra cash would be nice to help Aunt May out with. "I'll take you up on it, if you've got an internship going, that is," Peter blurted. "Well, at least one of you has some sense," Stark beamed. "And bring some of that webbing of yours over and your web shooters as well, and we'll see if we can't give them a bit of an upgrade." A plate of chips, a couple of burgers and 2 milkshakes floated down onto the table in front of he and Gwen, and Peter looked up and around to find Harry waving a stick, his wand, obviously directing the food to its destination. Automatically, Peter dug into his back pocket for his wallet. "I remember telling you once before that heroes don't pay here," Harry said. "You better believe him, kid, he won't even let any of us pay," Clint stated, popping a chip into his mouth. Not that I'm complaining or anything. How about you tell us a bit about yourself, Peter, Steve said with a smile. Peter took a look around at the encouraging smiles and felt an encouraging squeeze of his hand from Gwen. Well, like Gwen said, I go to Midtown High where I'm top of my class, he began. Are you sure about that? Gwen asked, her blue eyes sparkling and a pointed raised eyebrow daring him to continue. The look was enough to cause everyone around the table to burst out laughing, and Peter felt the tension that he'd been holding since he'd walked in melt away. Chapter 20, Just People with Different Agendas. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 00000. Heroes Assemble. Chapter 20, Just People with Different Agendas. Living in New York was turning out to be not what Doreen had expected. Before she'd left home, she'd envisioned meeting up with Tony Stark, not to mention the rest of the Avengers, and showing them what she could do. Then, of course, they'd ask her to join them and she'd be living the dream. The reality, though, was completely different. So far, she hadn't gotten close to any of the Avengers. Once, she thought that she'd had a glimpse of Iron Man flying up to Stark Tower, or at least, what used to be Stark Tower. By the look of it, it was being renamed as Avengers Tower, at least judging by the stylized A on the side that had replaced the word Stark. She couldn't even imagine anything cooler than that. Unfortunately, the tower was still under construction and she hadn't been able to get closer than the street outside of it. And without getting to meet up with any of the Avengers, she hadn't been able to show them what she could do. And without that, it meant that she had nowhere to stay. Being a 15-year-old in New York with limited money and resources wasn't exactly fun. Oh, sure, her new squirrel friends had helped, finding extra nuts and fruits for her. And being covered in squirrels at night kept one warm. At least, she'd been able to save a bit of money that way, not that she'd started with much, especially after buying a bus ticket across the country to get here. Which all brought her to where she was now. Doreen had found that, while fruits and nuts were good and being part squirrel meant that they provided the nutrition that she needed, the human part of her wanted more. And without much money, she had swallowed her pride and taken to checking the dumpsters behind some of the restaurants and cafes around the city. With her hope of meeting the Avengers, she'd naturally gravitated to the area around Avengers Tower. From where she currently was, she could even see the tower. Glancing around, Doreen checked the street. As expected for this time of night, the street was empty, meaning that she didn't even have to duck into the alley beside the cafe she was outside of surreptitiously. She paused when she first entered the alley, giving her eyes time to adjust to the limited light. The expected dumpster was against the back wall of the alley. Her steps paused as she noted a door partway down the alley and she eyed it warily. Seeing no lights coming from either the slit under it or the small window set in it, she pushed on, her grumbling stomach agreeing with her decision. 00000. Harry's wand was moving in such a way that an outsider would have thought that he was conducting a symphony orchestra. Under his direction, dishes, cutlery, pots and pans were washing themselves before floating across to the tea towel in order to be dried. Clean and dried items were making their way home into the cupboards. At the same time, cloths were wiping down benches and the mop and broom were fighting over which part of the floor that they were responsible for. A tingling in the back of Harry's mind caused his concentration to slip and for everything in the kitchen to freeze in place. Slowly, his head turned towards the alley beyond the heavy oak door. Someone, he knew, was out there. The wards that he'd placed told him that the person continued past the door that led to the staircase in his apartment. His head cocked as he wondered what the person would want further down the alley. There was nothing there except for a dead end and the dumpster. A single sharp swish of his wand had the cloths dropping in place, the dishes settling on counters and the broom and mop retreating to their respective corners. With a satisfied nod, Harry stowed his wand into his wand holster and strode towards the door. Harry's head was already turned towards the end of the alley when he stepped out of the door to the kitchen. Slight movement told him that whoever was there had their head over the side of the dumpster, meaning that his presence hadn't been detected. A quick look around confirmed that there were no others about anywhere in the alley. Thrusting his hands into his pockets, he slowly began to traverse the length of the alley. As he did, he examined the person who tripped his wards. They were small. Slim, too, but whether that was due to genetics, age, or lack of food was next to impossible to tell. At the moment, they were barely managing to stay on the very tip of their toes without falling in, the upper part of their body and their arms invisible to him, being as they were inside the dumpster. "Are you all right?" Harry asked. The unexpectedness of his voice startled the person in the dumpster to such an extent that Harry found himself darting forward to help them. First had come an echoing squeak of fright, then the person had overbalanced, their feet leaving the ground as they seesawed dangerously towards tipping the person completely into the dumpster. Only Harry grabbing their leg stopped their movement, eliciting a second high-pitched shriek from them. Gently, Harry pulled the person back until their feet were firmly back on the ground. It was only when they'd completely righted themselves and turned around that Harry realized that the reason the person seemed so small was because they were young and female. Are you all right? He asked again, his eyes roving over her form. She had short hair, although working out the color in the dim light was impossible. And as for her clothes, the best that he could tell was that she was wearing some kind of jacket over her shirt, jeans, and boots. I'm fine, the girl replied quickly. Harry gave her a dubious look. Aren't you a little young to be out at this time of night? He asked. No younger than a lot of others, she shrugged. Harry could already tell the way this conversation was going to go, no matter what he asked, she was going to be evasive and defensive. I'm guessing that you're hungry, he said, and he noted the accuracy of his statement through the way that she looked away and down. Look, I've got a few leftovers in the kitchen that I'll just end up throwing out tomorrow, how about me giving them to you now instead of diving through the bins for them tomorrow? She looked everywhere but at him before her eyes settled on his face and she shrugged. I guess, she said, if you were just going to get rid of them anyway. With a nod and a smile, Harry turned and headed back to the near-concealed door leading to the kitchen. Soft footfalls behind him told him that she was following. He waited for her at the door, but she stayed stubbornly just out of the light. Realizing that she had no intention of entering, Harry quickly ducked inside, gathering up a couple of rolls and filling them with slices of beef and putting them into a bag. His hand barely paused before he grabbed the leftover apple pie and putting it in a container and adding it to the bag. The leftovers gathered, as well as a bottle of juice, Harry headed back to the door. As expected, the girl was waiting for him, shifting nervously from foot to foot. At first he thought that there was a small movement near the top of her jacket when he first went out, but it could have been a simple trick of the light, at least, that was his guess considering that there was no repeat when he was looking at her. Here you go, he said. The girl darted forward to take the bag and bottle, barely staying in the light long enough for him to get a better look at her. We open at 8. You're welcome to come back then and have breakfast. On me, Harry offered. I'll think about it, she replied. Thank you. With that, she quick walked out of the alley. Harry watched her go until she'd turned the corner. In all the time that he'd owned the den, that was the first time that he'd had anyone dumpster diving in the alley. Hopefully, it'd be the last, and especially for someone that young. 00000. The mood in the room was cautious to say the least. Each of the 5 that were waiting for the boss eyed the others warily. Business, of late, hadn't been good. Too many things had begun going wrong, shipments intercepted, men beaten, businesses raided, their protections being exposed. None of the 5 divisions had been spared, and rumor had it that the 6th section of their organization, the one under the direct control of the boss, had also suffered. One would think in times like these that the different parts of their empire would band together, drawing strength in the protection that allies could give. But instead, each group had drawn inwards, trying to protect their own without exposing weakness that could be exploited, either by the enemy or by allies. After all, a knife in the back kills just as well as a frontal assault. Into this atmosphere, the boss strode, his crisp white suit a stark contrast to the dark environment that they'd gathered in. The boss, or their employer, after all, one never spoke his name, especially if one liked the idea of living, was a tall man, broad-shouldered, and while very large, it was all muscle. He stopped at the appropriate place, completing the circle of his, well, not peers, but the next closest thing. The fluorescent light glinted off of his bald head as his hands folded over the top of his cane, the hard, smooth diamond set in the handle cool under his touch. Gentlemen, Madame Gao, he greeted. Soft murmurings or nods returned the greeting from the heads of the various syndicates, the Chinese heroin ring, the Yakuza, the mob, the Russians, and the accountant that headed the businesses tying them all together. Along with his own, local, enforcers, these 6 owned or at least controlled, New York City. Business had not been as profitable of late, Owlsley opened with cautiously. Behind the boss, his assistant, Wesley, shifted almost imperceptibly. A flick of his shoulders stilled the man. That is why I called you here, the deep bass voice of the boss stated. As expected, their gazes shifted into one that was more eager, perhaps even hopeful. I know that the devil has been making trouble for each of you in Hell's Kitchen. And of late, he's even begun branching out into the surrounding areas, the boss stated. The Spider-Man looks to be another like him, the Russian stated. And if they ever joined forces? That is not something that we'll have to worry about, the boss assured them all. I have arranged for some specialized help to deal with the devil. I have been assured that he will be here soon. Who? Who is this person? The head of the Yakuza asked. His name is not important. All you need to know is that he can truthfully claim that he has never once missed his target. Have your men scale back their operations for now, better to lose some money than men, contacts, or equipment. Each of them immediately nodded, grins lining 1 or 2 faces at the thought of the imminent downfall of the daredevil. 00000. Gwen? What are you doing here? Harry questioned as the blonde teen almost marched past him at the counter, her destination the kitchen. She paused and Harry could see a fierce expression on her face, something that looked a mixture of anger, exasperation, and annoyance. It was a look that Harry knew well from his school days. It was one that Hermione often wore when things didn't go her way. Something in his own face must have tipped her off to her appearance because Gwen seemed to take a calming breath, her eyes closing for a moment. When she finally looked at him again, her face was calmer, although he was sure that those who knew her well would be able to see the signs of how she was really feeling. "Hi, Harry," she said. "Hello, Gwen," Harry replied, before repeating his earlier question. "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in school?" Midtown High is closed for the foreseeable future, she stated, and it was obvious that she was repeating something that she'd been told. "Oh?" Harry asked, his hands automatically moving about as he began preparing the requested latte for the customer at the far table. "Yes. Spider-Man and the Lizard did a bang-up job of destroying an entire wing. Including the library." She near spat. She swallowed and closed her eyes momentarily again. "There's hope that they'll be able to work out a way to hold classes in the rest of the school while they rebuild the damaged part, but that won't happen for at least a week or two." "So, you decided to put your newly acquired free time to good use by coming into work?" Harry smiled. "Well, it was the best place to be," Gwen replied almost sheepishly, making Harry cock his head in question. "Oscorp's a madhouse after what happened with the Lizard, and everyone in Dr. Connor's division has been temporarily suspended while they conduct interviews to be sure that none of us were helping him," she replied. "And as much as I love my dad, I couldn't stay at home with him at the moment." "How is Captain Stacy recovering?" Harry asked. "He's getting better," Gwen sighed. "Still confined to bed, of course. But that hasn't stopped him going on and on about how stupid I'm being for continuing to date Peter." Harry gave her a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. "He just cares for you and worries about you," he said. "I know. Which is why I'm here. I was afraid that if I stayed at home I'd end up saying something that I'd regret," she nodded sadly. "Go grab your apron and be useful, then," Harry said as he passed her to take the now completed order to the waiting customer. 00000. Doreen really wasn't sure if she was doing the right thing. Only the growling in her stomach kept her going. The meat rolls and juice that the guy had given her the night before had done wonders, not to mention the couple of slices of apple pie, but a single meal did not a cure for starving Mage. And, he'd seemed kind of nice. Monkey Joe had even agreed to hang out with their new friends in Central Park while she came here. Tentatively, she pushed open the door, causing the small bell above her head to jingle. She stepped inside and sidled to the closest table, the idea being to sit and observe a bit, and if she didn't like what she saw, then she could retreat before anything untoward happened. Unfortunately, those plans didn't last past the first few seconds. "Hi. Glad you made it," a friendly-sounding voice said from her side, the side between her and the door at that. Her head whipped about to take in the small guy standing beside her, and she relaxed slightly with her enhanced squirrel abilities. There was no way this guy with the glasses and messy black hair could stop her. Casually, her hand lifted back up from her backpack which she'd placed beside her chair. "Hello," she replied cautiously. "May I?" the man asked, indicating the chair across the table from her. "Okay," she nodded. He'd barely taken a seat when a blonde-haired girl, maybe a year or two older than Doreen herself, appeared beside her table. "What can I get Gwen to bring you?" the man asked, trailing off with a pointed look. "Doreen," she supplied. "Doreen," the man repeated, and there was not even a hint of a snigger or anything at her name. She stared at him. "You're not going to comment about my name?" "Why would I?" he asked, sounding surprised. "Doreen's not that unusual. You should have heard some of the names of people that I used to know. Now, what would you like?" "As I said last night, it's on me." Seeing the girl, Gwen, waiting patiently for her to choose, she picked up the menu and quickly perused it. "Can I get some bacon and eggs? And sausage? And maybe some fried tomatoes? Oh, and a strawberry milkshake as well, please?" she asked. "Not a problem," Gwen smiled, writing the order. "My name's Harry," the man said after the waitress had wandered off towards the kitchen. She nodded before blurting the question that had been burning in her since he'd given her the bag of food the night before. "Why are you doing this?" "Helping me, I mean." He gave a kind of sad smile then, and she knew that whatever he was going to say, it was the truth. "Because I know what it's like to be hungry," Harry replied. "And if it wasn't for my friends way back when, I could easily have been worse off than you." "So, you're just going to give me free food?" she asked skeptically. "Today, yes," Harry replied. "And we'll talk while you're here and work out what comes next." "Next?" she asked nervously. He just gave an enigmatic smile. "Yes. Next. Now, why don't you tell me what you can about what's brought you to the point that has you looking for food in dumpsters?" Doreen looked around the cafe, trying to buy herself some time while she decided what to say. It wasn't as though she hadn't been expecting the question, just that she'd never been able to work out the best way to answer without giving too much away. I miscalculated, she eventually said. I thought that I could make it on my own, but everything in New York is more expensive than I expected. I take it that you're not a local girl, then? Harry asked. No. I'm from back west, she replied, pleased with herself for not giving away all of her secrets. Harry nodded as though that was good enough for him. And what brought you to the Big Apple? Thought I'd come see the sights, meet some new people, she replied, sounding vague and pleased that it was also the truth. Now if only she could work out how to meet Iron Man and the other Avengers. What about your parents? Harry asked, and she could hear the tentativeness in his voice. Let's just say that we don't see eye to eye and leave it at that, she said. Thankfully, he seemed to acquiesce to her wishes on that one. Obviously, you've realized that you've overextended yourself, Harry said. What are you going to do now? Doreen sighed. She'd been asking herself that very question for the last couple of days. No way was she meekly going to tuck her tail between her legs, something that she could do better than anyone else, and go home. In the end, all she could do was shrug. Try to find a job, I suppose. Get some money to pay for food and a place to stay. What about school? You look as though you are still school age, Harry commented. As much as I might like to go back to school, it's not necessary, Doreen replied, and would probably cut into my work time. Money's more important right now, I can always go back to school later. Right then, the waitress returned with a plate full of food and a large glass filled with frothy pinkness. While you're enjoying your meal, Harry said as he rose from the seat, I'll have a think about a couple of things and we'll talk after. I might have a couple of ideas that you might be interested in considering. Doreen looked at him intently for a few seconds before agreeing with a single nod. She watched, confused, as Harry walked away. He seemed like a good guy, but she couldn't work out why he was willing to help her. With a shrug, she put the thought away for now. There was a plate full of delicious-smelling food in front of her demanding her full attention. 000000. Our top news story tonight is the deaths of 29 people and a further 18 injured in what is thought to be a terrorist attack in Chicago today. An explosion rocked a small mall in the outskirts of the city just after 9 a.m. this morning. Thankfully, most of the shops were still in the process of opening for the day, meaning that there were a limited number of people in the area. The blast destroyed 3 shops and set fire to the mall. Firefighters took nearly 2 hours to bring the fire under control due to the intense nature of the fire and the heat that it produced. The scene cut to show a woman wrapped in a blanket, her hair a mess and soot covering her face. As she described what had happened, her eyes were big and round and she trembled slightly. It was terrifying. One minute we were just doing our shopping, the next, there's this massive boom and we're getting thrown around. And the heat, I was sure that I was going to be burnt up alive just from how hot the air was. There were people everywhere, lying about or screaming and trying to put the flames on their clothes out. The cause of the explosion is still under investigation. The newsreader trailed off, lifting one finger to his ear. I've just received a report that a group led by someone calling themselves the Mandarin has claimed responsibility for the attack. As soon as more is known of either the Mandarin or the group or what their aims are, we will bring you that information. 000000. Agent Sitwell. The senior SHIELD agent turned at the sound of his name to find one of his best operatives standing in his doorway in the classic at ease pose. Agent Ward, he greeted. Come in. What brings you by? Just thought that I'd stop in and say hi before I head out to my next assignment, Agent Ward replied. Ah, yes, I'd heard something about that, Sitwell nodded. France, isn't it? Yes, sir, Ward nodded. And how did your last assignment go? Sitwell asked. As good as we'd hoped, Ward replied, deliberately vaguely. Glad to hear it, Sitwell replied. A pointed glance at the clock had Ward reaching out a hand. Clasping it, Sitwell felt the tiny USB in the palm of his hand. Let's hope that this mission is just as successful, Sitwell said. Thank you, sir, Ward nodded before leaving. Sitwell waited until the agent had left before transferring the USB into a secure container. Ward, it seemed, had been the perfect choice to infiltrate Oscorp while they were scrambling around after the lizard incident. If Ward was right, Hydra now had the schematics to every device that they'd need to make Project Sinister even more of a success than they could possibly imagine. Chapter 21, I'll leave the door unlocked. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 000000. Heroes assemble. Chapter 21, I'll leave the door unlocked. I still don't get why you're doing this, Doreen stated after turning in a complete circle inside the bedroom that she'd just been told was hers for the foreseeable future. Harry sighed from where he leant against the doorframe, his arms folded across his chest. No, I don't suppose you would, he said. Really, only Hermione would. He waved off her question as to who this mysterious Hermione was in favor of giving an answer. Hermione calls it my saving people thing. It's something I've always had. If I see someone or something in trouble and there's something that I can do to help, I do it, often without even considering the consequences. So, you're a good Samaritan, Doreen asked slowly. Hey, Harry grunted. As good a description as any. And it's not like it's forever, only until you get on your feet. That's right, Doreen stated emphatically, thinking of the deal that they'd struck. It'd taken the two of them, with some input from that waitress, Gwen, nearly an hour to hash out the details of their deal. Harry would provide room, meals, and a job, and she would work for him as well as go to school. At least she'd have someone she'd know at her new school once she'd enrolled, even if Gwen was in the year level above her. Gwen had even hinted that there was a possibility that her parents might take her in. Which would mean that she wouldn't have to live with Harry, no matter how nice he appeared to be. Taking an extra look around the room, she knew that as bizarre as this was, it was infinitely better than living in the park, especially with how cold it was becoming each night. There is one other thing, Doreen said. She still hadn't put her backpack down, saving that for after this particular conversation. Harry's raised eyebrow was enough to keep her talking. I have a pet, she said in a rush. A pet? Harry asked. May I ask why you haven't mentioned this before? He's not your usual type of pet, Doreen hedged. Well, I used to have an owl for a pet and I have a mate who had a toad when he was younger, so I can't imagine whatever pet you have as being too unusual, Harry assured her. Doreen stared at him. A toad wasn't too unusual, she supposed. But an owl? Monkey Joe's a squirrel, she said. It seemed that this time it was Harry's turn to stare. A squirrel. He repeated. Well, I suppose that's not so bad. Is he housebroken, at least? Monkey Joe knows how to behave himself, Doreen stated indignantly. Well, fair enough, but if Monkey Joe makes any mess, it's your responsibility to clean up after him, Harry said. Agreed, Doreen said quickly. I'll leave you to get settled in, Harry said. Dinner's at 7 but the rest of the day is yours. Thanks, Harry, Doreen replied. Harry merely nodded and left, closing the door behind him. Finally alone, Doreen took off her pack before shucking out of her old bomber jacket and flopping onto the bed. She'd unpack later, for now she was enjoying the feeling of laying on a proper mattress for the first time in what felt like forever. 00000. What do we know about our potential client? Matt Murdock asked. From the chair immediately to his left, the sound of rustling papers could be heard where his best friend and partner, Foggy Nelson of Nelson and Murdock Law Firm, was shuffling through the file that they were given by Sergeant Mahoney as they entered the police interview room. Right, the basics, Foggy began. Felicia Hardy. 20. Born in Queens. Currently a freshman at Empire State. A freshman? Matt questioned. Yeah, seems a little older than normal, Foggy agreed. Oh, wait, looks like she's only just re-enrolled. She actually started university 2 years ago, before dropping out in her first semester. The sound of more rustling paper filled the room. Here we go. Oh, man, this says that she was raped, Foggy near groaned. By her boyfriend no less. The dude was killed in a car crash before he could be brought to trial. Other than that, her file's clean. Any known associates? Matt asked, wanting to cover all bases. Let's see, Foggy mused. Just the one, her father, Walter Hardy. He's a world-class cat burglar, currently serving time upstate. The door opening interrupted any further exchange of information. Matt's head shifted as he used his extraordinary senses to get an idea of who had entered. The police officer he dismissed immediately. No, it was the girl he focused on. Her tread was light and he assumed that her clothes were form-fitting as he couldn't detect any hint of their movement as she walked. In fact, the only real sound that she gave off was the slight swish of her hair, obviously long. And there was a hint of perfume on her, a flowery scent that he was unfamiliar with. You two are my lawyers? The girl, Felicia, asked as she took the seat opposite them. We are, assuming that we agree to take your case, Matt said, taking the lead. My name is Matthew Murdock, this is my partner, Foggy Nelson. We're told that you've been charged with murder. I didn't do it. I didn't kill anyone. Felicia stated forcefully, by the sound of it leaning forward in her intensity. Matt cocked his head slightly as he listened to her heart rate and breathing. Why don't you tell us what happened, Miss Hardy, he said. I'll admit, I wasn't supposed to be there, Felicia began. The apartment of one James Bradshaw, Foggy supplied. Just why were you there, Miss Hardy? James used to date one of my friends, she replied. My friend never got all of her stuff back from him, some of it was important to her and she was getting more and more upset. So, I decided to do something about it. Lie. But he was already dead when I got there, she continued, her voice cracking with emotion on every other word. He was just lying there, a knife sticking out of his chest and there was blood everywhere in his eyes. He was just staring up at nothing, you know. Truth. I went to check on him, to see if he still had a pulse or something, and that's when the police busted in and arrested me, she finished. Truth. I don't believe that you're telling us everything, Matt stated. But I do believe that you didn't kill Mr. Bradshaw. We'll take your case, but I must warn you that it'll go a lot easier if you trust us with telling us everything that you know. You believe me? Felicia asked, hope filling her question. You'll defend me. We will, Foggy assured her. Just sit tight and we'll see what we can do about arranging for bail and getting you out of here. Thank you, Felicia said. After the two men had left the room, Foggy leaned in towards his partner. You believe she didn't kill the guy? He asked in a near whisper. I do, Matt replied, his cane tapping ahead as they walked. She did not kill Mr. Bradshaw, she was in the wrong place at the wrong time. However, I don't believe her story about why she was there. We're going to have to get her to tell us the truth if we're to defend her case successfully. Shouldn't be a problem for you, gorgeous women seem to open up to you all the time, Foggy groused. Was she gorgeous? Matt asked amusedly. Don't go using the blind card again, Foggy accused. I know you, Matt Murdock. If there's a gorgeous woman within 100 feet, you can find her. And then end up dating her. Matt could hear the way his friend was shaking his head. Don't worry, Foggy. I have no intention of dating Miss Hardy, she is a little young, after all, Matt replied. He chose to ignore the grumbling mumble of his friend as they continued their walk towards the appropriate counter in an attempt to arrange bail for their newest client. 00000. Brown eyes scanned the street, seeking out any threat to his person. This being New York meant that people were more inclined to ignore everyone else, intent on getting where they needed to go or be within the smallest amount of time and with the least amount of interaction with others as possible. This being Hell's Kitchen, the denizens were even more wary of interacting with others, giving each other a wide berth as they passed on the street. He smiled to himself, one hand automatically reaching up to make sure that his black beanie was settled properly on his head, covering his most distinguishing feature. His eyes settled on a bar and he cocked his head as he considered it. Its windows were mostly clean, but there was just enough grime on them to keep the casual glance from seeing what was happening inside. The rest of the building looked to be in good condition, solidly built even though it was old and showing its age. With a nod, he crossed the street to get to it, striding straight inside as though he owned the place and he had nothing to fear, which was more true than anyone would ever realize. Inside was sparsely populated by the usual low-life scum that one would find in dives like this, the perfect sort of people to get information from. He stepped up to the bar and settled onto a stool, 2 down from one of the patrons. A single raised finger signaled the barkeep. Whiskey. Neat, he ordered. A glass was quickly placed in front of him before being filled. He nodded his thanks before taking a sip. Nice and smooth, just the way he liked it. I'm looking for a bit of information, he stated. The barkeep's eyes shifted about the room nervously before settling back onto him. What do you want to know? He asked. Might be able to help, depending on what it is. A single note was pushed across the bar only to quickly disappear. I'm new in town, he began. And like the looks of this here neighborhood. Seems a good place to do some business. Glancing about, he could see that he had everyone's attention. As he continued, he plucked a toothpick from the nearby jar and began turning it about in his fingers. Thing is, being new, I don't know the lay of the land where the best places to avoid or what the cops hereabouts are like, he said. It ain't the cops you gotta watch out for around here, one of the old men at a nearby table stated. You're in Hell's Kitchen, boy. Here, it's the devil you need to watch out for. He's always watching, his friend at the same table elaborated. And he'll eat you alive, the man on the stool just down from him chuckled. A little guy like you don't stand a chance. The toothpick he was turning over and over stilled, even as his mouth drew into a hard line. A devil, hey? He asked, modulating his tone to give off an air of skepticism. I'm thinking you guys are trying to pull one over on me. No bull, man, the first man stated. The devil's very real. Men and businesses have been suffering for a long time now. Most of the smart ones have moved away from the kitchen because of him. Better take the same advice, stool barman said with a broad grin. Get out of the kitchen while you still can. You won't last a day otherwise. With one swallow, he finished off his whiskey before slamming the glass back onto the bar. Get out while you still can, before the devil gets you, too, the same guy chuckled. The toothpick still twirling in his fingers, he walked to the door. Then, just before he exited, he twirled, his hand coming up and the toothpick flying dead and true. The man at the bar grasped his throat as he began gagging. Ignoring the dying man, he continued back onwards to the street. The regular people here were running scared, no wonder he'd been called in. Now to see his employer and see what he'd get paid to rid the city of the devil on their shoulder. 00000. The instant that Tony saw the missile tracking towards his Malibu home on the TV, he knew that he'd made a mistake of epic proportions. Giving out his home address to terrorists was something that he'd never do again. Assuming that he lived through the next minute, that is. And that he still had a home. As the missile hit and the world around him exploded, Tony knew that there was only one importance: protecting Pepper. The Mark 42 armor was the only one in the room. Thankfully it had the new remote command function. Even as he was blown backwards, he could see the armor beginning to attach. Now whatever happened, everything would be all right. The next 5 minutes were pure terror. The house was disintegrating around him, missiles were hitting at annoying regularity. Getting his armor back on his body helped him gain some confidence. After all, he'd taken on an army from space. The instant that the thought crossed his mind, Tony violently squashed it away. He had no time for a panic attack right then. 2 helicopters were down and he was about to get a beat on the third when the second crashed into what was left of the mansion. There was no escape from what followed. Chunks of concrete, cars, furniture, the roof all crashed around him and took him with him in their slide down the cliff face and into the water. Through the face mask, he could only stare in horror at the sight of the rest of the house plummeting after him. And then it landed, crashing into the sea floor around him and burying him alive. Tony could feel his heart rate spike and his breathing coming in short, sharp spurts. "Sir, take a deep breath," Jarvis stated, and all Tony could do was trust his AI with his very life. 00000. Being in a small village in Brazil wasn't Bruce's first choice in life. But with his propensity to lose control, it was always best to be as far away from civilization as possible. At least if something went wrong, there was less chance for innocent people to get hurt out here in the middle of nowhere, not to mention the fact that the Hulk did seem to enjoy being able to roam free in the wilderness. For the briefest of times, Bruce had thought that he might be able to stay in New York with his newest friends, allies, teammates, whatever they were. He knew that they, at least, had the power to contain the Hulk or at least redirect him somewhere safer. But what would be their new home needed some work done to it, so, for now, they'd separated, gone their own way to take care of what was important to them. He'd been a medical doctor before, most recently in India where Natasha had found him. It was a good profession, not quite what he was trained for, but close enough to help people in small, out-of-the-way communities that wouldn't normally have access to medical help. And it made him feel as though he was giving something back, repaying humanity for the death and destruction that the Hulk had caused. At the moment, Bruce was resting in his cabin, his usual medical hours in the village having finished an hour before. While he lay on his bed reading a medical journal, the radio played in the background, but it was merely noise, his attention wasn't on it. A single name read out by the newsreader snapped his attention to the radio and he sat up in shock. Stark? I repeat, word has come from Malibu, California of the presumed death of Tony Stark. There are confirmed reports of an unspecified number of armed helicopters firing missiles into Tony Stark's Malibu mansion, utterly destroying the mansion before the remains of the building, with the billionaire inside, sank to the bottom of the ocean. At this stage, Stark has not been found, either alive or dead. We will bring you more of this story as soon as we have it. Before Bruce had even really considered what he was doing, he was up and moving about the room, gathering his meager belongings and throwing them haphazardly into his bag. To be honest, he wasn't sure exactly what he was hoping to accomplish. All he knew was that he wanted to be back in America, closer to his friends to celebrate with them when Tony was found. He refused to even consider any other scenario. 00000. Harry had stood frozen in place as the news report, complete with footage from a nearby news helicopter, played on the television in the corner of the Marauder's den. No, Doreen was whispering, but Harry wasn't paying her the slightest attention. A hand on his arm ripped Harry's attention from the TV. Big blue eyes stared at him in horror and understanding. Go, was all Gwen said. With a nod, Harry turned and fled the den, only just managing to stop himself from operating or port-keying straight out of the place. Instead, Harry hurried to his apartment upstairs and into his room. There, he changed as fast as he could, donning his mage outfit. After all, it would do no good to appear in Malibu where others could see without a way to hide his magic use. As soon as he was ready, he tapped his face with his wand before tapping a small wooden spool and disappearing in a flash of multicolored light. When Harry arrived, it was to almost immediately stumble backwards. There was almost nothing left of Tony's mansion. A small amount of rubble remained, part of a wall here or there. And smoke, there was plenty of smoke and even a few flames off to either side. Harry's mind drifted back over a dozen years and across to a different continent to the ruins of a massive castle, a castle that once was his home. Looking about, he immediately noted the biggest difference: the lack of bodies lying about. Shaking his head, he forced his mind back to the here and now, back to the reason that he'd come. A figure off to one side caught his attention. She was dirty, covered in dust and ash, her hair was disheveled and there were tear tracks running from her eyes. Pepper, Harry said as approached. Pepper spun about, her eyes widening slightly at the sight of him. Ha! Mage, she said before throwing her arms around him and beginning to sob. What happened? Harry asked as he gently patted her back. There were helicopters and explosions and then Tony put his armor on me and he was still inside. He babbled. All right, he was inside, that doesn't mean that he's gone, Harry said, trying to reassure her. Was he wearing one of his suits? Yes, she confirmed. There, then he's all right. Not much can damage that armor and you know that it's waterproof. Plus, he's got Jarvis in there to look after him, Harry said. You're right, Pepper said, pulling away and scrubbing her face with her hand. He's going to be all right. After giving her arm an extra pat, Harry strode across what was left of the house, pulling his wand as he did. From up here, it was impossible to see anything that the water had swallowed. That didn't stop him trying though. Hominum Revelio. He intoned, putting as much power into the spell as possible. Unfortunately, it came up empty, but whether that was because Tony was dead or because he wasn't in there was anyone's guess. Oxio Tony Stark. Harry tried again. Once again, his spell came up empty. Mage. Pepper's scream spun Harry around and he sprinted back to her. She was standing there, one of the Iron Man helmets in her hands. He's alive. She grinned. How do you know? Where is he? Harry asked urgently. He sent a message, Pepper replied, lifting the helmet to indicate how she'd received it. But he didn't say where he was. He's alive, that's something, Harry said, feeling some of the weight that he'd been feeling since he'd heard the news report lifting, lightening the heaviness in his chest. Knowing Tony, he's probably been distracted with something. He'll come home as soon as Jarvis reminds him to. You're right. He's Tony. He's always all right, Pepper agreed, but Harry could hear the worry still in her voice. Pepper, a new woman that Harry's never seen before, said from off to the side. We can't stay here, they'll be back. Yes. You're right, Pepper nodded. Mage. Thank you for coming. Anytime, Pepper, you know that, Harry replied. If you need me, you know how to get hold of me. I will, she promised. She was pulled away then and Harry watched her go. Then, after taking one last look at the ruins of the mansion, he activated his portkey at 000000. Director Fury. Nick looked up from his tablet and nodded at the two standing off to one side. I don't know anything, he said, answering their questions before they could even be asked. We request permission to take a Quinjet to Malibu, Natasha said. Denied, Nick replied quickly. Seeing the looks on both Clint and Natasha's faces, he sighed slightly, not that they would notice. Look. I know what you're thinking, but I need you here. Stark can take care of himself and he can get his damn fool ass out of the mess he got himself into. What kind of idiot invites terrorists to his very home? If it makes you feel any better, I'll send one of the nearest teams to get a detailed report of what happened. The two Avengers looked at each other before falling in line. Yes, sir, they replied together. Outwardly, Nick nodded before turning back to the report that he'd been reading. Internally, though, he had to wonder how much longer these two would last as agents. Clearly their ties to SHIELD were slowly being replaced by the Avengers initiative. Which, when it came right down to it, was precisely what he wanted. Didn't mean he had to be happy about losing two of his finest, though. Chapter 22, The Devil's Days Are Numbered. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 000000. A/N I've had a number of reviewers concerned that there isn't enough deviation from the movies in this story, so I thought that I'd give a few hints of what I have planned. Please be assured that I view Heroes as a story of epic proportions. I envision it easily hitting a couple 100k words. As you would notice, there is a small arc happening at the moment with Harry, Spider-Man, and Daredevil. Soon will come Thor 2, where Harry, and possibly some others, will end up in England where there will be some trouble that has to be dealt with. And then will come the big one after Cap 2, the Avengers needing to band together to deal with the fall of SHIELD and Hydra's Project Sinister. This will be big enough of a threat that all Avengers and associates will be needed. Hope that sneak peek answers some questions and even whets your appetite. Hope you enjoy this week's installment. 000000. Heroes Assemble. Chapter 22, The Devil's Days Are Numbered. The instant that Wilson Fisk stepped into his office, he stopped, staring at the man lounging in the chair behind his desk. The fact that the man was in this very office, in the heart of Fisk's empire, didn't seem to faze him. Indeed, the man even had his boots up on the desk, his ankles crossed, and seemed to be filing his fingernails of all things. The twin guards at his back, noticing his movements, burst through the doors and took up positions to either side of him, their guns drawn and trained on the man. Only Wilson's raised hand stopped them from pulling the trigger. There'd be time for that later. Firstly, there were questions to be asked, namely who the man was and how he got past security. You seem mighty relaxed for a man walking on the edge of death, Wilson commented. The man's eyes briefly flicked up, took notice of the guns still trained on him and promptly went back to ignoring them. Before I have you killed, perhaps you'd be polite enough to tell me how you got in here and exactly who you are, Wilson said, and there was steel in his voice that even this man couldn't ignore. I'm here because you invited me, the man said. As to who I am? Well. Instead of answering the question, the man simply removed his boots from Wilson's desk, sat up straighter, before leaning forward and slowly took off his black beanie. A very distinctive scar rested upon his forehead that had been covered by his headwear, a scar in the shape of a target. Bullseye, Wilson smiled. Now are you going to tell these two chuckleheads to point their guns somewhere else, or would you prefer me to simply kill them? Bullseye asked. Wilson was tempted to allow the man free license, after all, it would be only prudent to see what he was going to be paying for. But, after a moment's thought, he simply gestured for his bodyguards to lower their weapons. It was often so hard to find good, competent men after all. Wilson strolled forward, teetering away from his desk to the side cabinet where he took out a glass and poured himself a shot of whiskey. I'd offer you one, but I suspect that if you really wanted a drink, then you'd already have it, Wilson commented. Bullseye merely waved his nail file in Wilson's direction, acknowledging the point. What should I call you? Wilson asked. I don't even know your real name. And I'd like to keep it that way, thank you very much. Bullseye's fine, he was told. Very well, Bullseye, Wilson smiled. He could appreciate the need to keep one's identity a secret, after all, he'd taken great pains, or, at least, other people had had a world of pain, to eliminate any that tried to link Wilson Fisk the business tycoon with Wilson Fisk, the kingpin of New York crime. I assume that you know why you're here? Wilson asked. You've got a vigilante problem. Some devil that has the neighborhood running scared, Bullseye punctuated his statement with air quotes around the word devil. Indeed. Daredevil has been making a right nuisance of himself and it's been bad for business, Wilson confirmed. I assume that you can deal with this problem of ours. Give me the right sort of motivation and you can consider the job done, Bullseye replied, staring hard at Wilson, a slight grin on his face. I'm certain that we can come to an arrangement that is mutually beneficial, assuming that you can hold up your end of the bargain, of course, Wilson replied. As quick as a flash, Bullseye's arm flicked out. From beside the door, one of his guards gave a piercing scream as he fell to the floor, both hands clutching his right eye, blood spurting between his fingers and oozing down his face. I think that I can get the job done, Bullseye stated into the stunned silence. Now, let's talk payment. 00000. Atop one of the taller buildings in the city, Spider-Man watched and waited. From where he was perched, he could see a number of the streets below. People scurried by, intent on their tasks, unaware of his presence. His spider sense was on full alert as he made sure that there was no danger nearby, either to him or to those he was protecting from the shadows. But when it came to knowing what crime was happening in the city, Spider-Man had another tool, one that was quite illegal, no matter how useful it was, a police scanner. He'd used it multiple times now, having built it from scratch from parts that he'd bought using the money that he earned as a Stark intern. Admittedly, he hadn't had much to do as an intern yet, but his time was coming. He'd been assured that once Avengers Tower had been completed, he'd be in there working whenever he could, apart from school times, of course. And that day was getting closer and closer. Tony D given him a tour of the scientific equipment that was being installed and he couldn't wait to get his hands on it. The radio on the ground beside him crackled. Instantly, his head snapped towards it. All units, we have a 1031 at Parkman's Jewelry. Location 431 Lexington Avenue. Spider-Man switched the radio off and stowed it away. He'd heard enough. A 1031 meant that there was a robbery in progress. And he wasn't that far from the location, he was sure that he could get there long before any black and whites arrived. Without a second thought, Spider-Man leapt from the building, his hand whipping out and a web line shooting out to impact the far building. Then, using line after line, he flew through the city, far above the people and cars below, whipping around corners and flipping through the air at the height of one arc before shooting out the next line that he'd use. With a final flip, he came to rest in a crouch on the top of the building that housed the jewelry store. Pulling out the police scanner once more, Spider-Man flipped the switch, hoping for a little more information about what was happening downstairs. Thankfully, he was in luck. Hostages have been taken. Repeat. The 4 perpetrators at Parkman's Jewelry have taken hostages. Estimate is for 5 civilians. That was enough and he turned it off and put it away. With innocence in play, Spider-Man knew that he couldn't simply burst through the front doors, his webs blazing at the bad guys. No, this called for something a little subtler. He'd only just begun to pace across the roof, one hand up to scratch at hair that he couldn't touch because of his cowl, when his eyes lit on the perfect thing. Superhuman strength was needed to pry the cover off of the air vent, but it was accomplished with ease. Good thing all that food Aunt May's been feeding me hasn't made me into some fat blob thing, he commented as he began slithering into the tight space. Navigating the ventilation system wasn't easy, it was far too small for him to crawl in and at times, he needed to shoot a web at the far wall and pull himself along. The slides down between levels wasn't a lot of fun, especially when it took all that he had just to keep from landing on his head each and every time. Finally, though, he'd reached his destination, directly above the jewelry store. Knowing that there was a chance that the robbers could hear him, Spider-Man took extra care maneuvering across to the closest vent. It took a bit of twisting and turning of his head before he located all 4 bad guys. Currently, they were huddled behind the main counter, talking while occasionally peering towards the front of the shop. The hostages, Spider-Man found against the left wall. Their legs were bound in duct tape and their hands disappeared behind their backs, presumably also taped together. For good measure, a final piece of tape had been placed over their mouths. While he was formulating his plan, Spider-Man took careful note of where each display case was, not to mention the pieces of razor-sharp glass that littered their tops and the floor around them. As slowly and as soundlessly as he could, Spider-Man twisted himself into a near knot, getting his feet into just the right position. Then, before a cramp could fully form, he kicked out, smashing his way through the ventilation shaft and dropping into the store. Even as he was falling, his hands whipped out, jets of webbing shooting from his wrists. 2 robbers caught blasts in the face, sending them wheeling backwards, their hands scrabbling at their mouths in their panic to get the webbing off so that they could breathe again. As his feet touched the floor, Spider-Man jumped and spun to the side, firing off another couple of rounds of webbing. A 3rd robber went down, pinned to the floor. Unfortunately, the last one managed to move at just the right time, dodging Spider-Man's attack and bringing a gun to bear in the process. 4 sharp cracks rang out as shots were fired. Only the web crawler's superhuman reflexes and his spider sense enabled him to spin and dodge out of the way of the bullets. And then he retaliated. With a number of flips, he catapulted himself across the store before a 10-second trade of blows saw the last robber knocked flying, only to come up hard against the far wall before slowly sliding down it to land in a crumpled heap. Seeing his last opponent down, Spider-Man quickly crossed the room before grabbing the first 2 robbers, ripping off the webbing that was stopping them from breathing and cocooning them in a spray of webbing. "Looks like my work here is all but done," he remarked, surveying the littered bodies around him. It was as he was freeing the hostages from their duct tape bindings that he heard something that had him pausing. "You reckon the boss'll put out a hit on Spider-Man once Bullseye's finished his first job?" One of the robbers asked his partner quietly. "Who knows?" the other replied. "Either way, the devil's days are numbered, so that'll make things easier. Then there'll only be the 1 menace to deal with instead of 2. 00000. Harry was halfway across the den, a tray filled with cups of various types of coffee in hand when he stopped, his head automatically going up as if he could see through the 2 floors of his apartment to the roof far above. After quickly finishing his delivery, he made his way back to the counter. "I'll be back shortly," he said to Gwen as he placed the tray into its appropriate place. "Your boyfriend wants to have a chat." "What does?" Gwen began before her big blue eyes got even bigger and rounder. "Oh, okay. I can handle things down here." With a nod of thanks, Harry quickly made his way outside and up, taking the stairs 2 at a time in his haste. Peter D never come to the den in costume before, and the fact that he was on the roof waiting told Harry that that's exactly what he'd done. As he stepped out of the doorway, he looked around and then up, finally spotting the red and blue hero perched on the side of the wall in the shadows. "Spider-Man," he greeted. "Oh, man, you looked up," Peter complained. "No one ever looks up." Harry grinned at him. "I'm a wizard, I know to expect the unexpected." "What's up? Can't a guy just come over for a visit without something being wrong?" he asked. "Sure," Harry shrugged. "But if you wanted to do that, you'd come in your civilian clothes, not dressed like that." "You're right. And we do have a problem," Peter confirmed. "Or, well, at least, not us. We don't have a problem. But there is a problem, if you know what I mean." "How about you slow down and tell me what's going on," Harry suggested. "I was out patrolling," Peter began. "And there was this jewelry store robbery which I completely foiled. Had to get in through the ventilation shaft, if you can believe it, but there were hostages and, yeah, well, I dealt with them and everything, but then I heard a couple of them talking. The robbers, not the hostages. Anyway, seems there's a new big bad in town named Bullseye. And he's been hired to target the Daredevil of Hell's Kitchen." "Daredevil, hey?" Harry said, rubbing the back of his head as he thought. "Don't really know much about him other than that he's been combating crime in Hell's Kitchen, like you said, for a while now. Tony's got a file on him, I think. And SHIELD, too, for that matter. Do they know how to find him?" Peter asked. "Only, it sounded like this Bullseye guy's fairly new here, and I thought that it'd be only right to give the guy a heads up that he's being targeted. Tony's still off the grid somewhere," Harry mused. And I don't think that we really need to bother Shield for something that we can do ourselves. Let me get my suit and we'll head out and see if we can't find Daredevil ourselves. I hear that he's pretty hard to track down, Peter cautioned. Harry merely shrugged. How hard can it be to find one guy in a single neighborhood? 00000. Steve hefted his bag as the ramp of the Quinjet hit the tarmac. Then, with his iconic shield on his back, he stepped out, taking in a deep breath of fresh air as he looked around. As far as he knew, he was on liberty for the next 3 days, having already been debriefed about the OP that he and the STRIKE team had not long finished. It'd been a long mission in northern Africa, in actuality not far from the border between Algeria and Tunisia. They'd been there for just shy of 8 weeks, having to infiltrate the local population before they could even get a beat on their target and then take down the wannabe warlord and his thugs. Rumrow and the rest of the men had been whisked straight off to another location, a location that was deemed classified as far as Steve was concerned, while he had been able to return to Washington so that he was close enough to report to the Triskelion after his 3-day R&R. A figure in a black SHIELD jumpsuit caught his attention as she moved out of the shadows towards his position. Agent Morse, he greeted. Captain, Bobby replied with a nod. And what have I told you about calling me Bobby? That I should do so, Steve replied, barely able to stop himself from ducking his head. And I will, as long as you remember to call me Steve. Bobby nodded back before gesturing that they take a walk together. Surprisingly, instead of heading in towards the buildings nearest to the tarmac, he was led away, out into a clear space where there would be less chance of the two being overheard. Are you here with a mission? Steve asked. No. I'm here as your Avengers handler, Bobby replied. At Steve's raised eyebrows, she continued. There's been a situation with Tony. Steve's gaze hardened. What happened? Have you heard about the attacks from the Mandarin? She asked. He's the leader of a terrorist organization, Steve recounted. They've attacked public places, injuring and killing dozens. Every attack has been followed up with a television broadcast with a message aimed at President Ellis. Correct, Bobby confirmed. It seemed that not long ago, one of Tony's men, a Happy Hogan, was caught in one of the attacks and injured. In Tony's anger, he challenged the Mandarin to come face him like a man. Even gave his home address to make it easier for the Mandarin to find him. Steve stiffened. Is Tony dead? No. Although the world thinks so, Bobby said, eliciting a sigh of relief from the captain. We only know that much because Ms. Potts told us. But Tony has gone off the radar. We don't know where he is or what condition he's in. We can't even provide any support if he needs it. Steve stared at her, scenarios running through his mind. I trust that you'll keep me informed? And that if you hear something, that I want in. Tony's a good guy, the world owes him for what he did in New York, not to mention that I still owe his father a few debts as well, Steve stated. Don't worry, Captain, that's why I'm here, Bobby assured him. The second that we hear something, and provided that we can get you there in time, you'll be sent in. Romanoff and Barton made the same request. Good, Steve nodded. What about Banner? Or Harry? We're not currently tracking Banner, but we believe that he's somewhere in South America. He knows to ring me if he needs something. Even if it's just a lift home, Bobby replied. Harry went straight to Malibu as soon as he heard what had happened. As far as I'm aware, Potts is keeping him updated. While Steve didn't know Bruce all that well, he couldn't imagine the guy ringing up SHIELD simply to ask for transportation. The fact that Harry was already in the loop at least eased his mind somewhat. All right. Keep me informed, Steve said as the two began their trek back across the tarmac. 00000. The majority of the room was darkened, only the small downlights dotted about the walls shed any light. Consequently, the group of men seated at the table were mostly in shadow. Despite that, everyone there knew who the others were. Really, how could they not? They were SHIELD agents, trained to know such things, even if their real allegiance was not to the spy organization but to something older, something more powerful and more insidious. For 70 years, their organization had been hiding in plain sight, manipulating events as they saw fit, subtly influencing the way the world should work and eliminating the threats that cropped up from time to time. And now, their greatest project was nearing completion. Project Insight, designed to eliminate any threat before that threat even reared its head. Hundreds, thousands could be wiped off the face of the planet in mere seconds. And once the helicarriers with the algorithm embedded into it were launched, there would be nothing that could stop them. They could once and for all come out of the shadows into the light. There would be no need for Hydra to remain hidden any longer. But there was one potential obstacle. One that could still disrupt their plans even after the Insight helicarriers were launched. One that the helicarriers could miss. The Avengers. The 7 superheroes who believed that it was their duty to stand up and defend the world. Thus, the meeting that was taking place. Just as a Hydra was a beast of many heads, Hydra itself made sure that it had not only many heads, but also many plans. Report on Project Sinister, their highest-ranking member ordered. Project Sinister is on track to be ready on time, the agent in charge reported. Dr. Stearns is currently undergoing tests. SHIELD thinks that they are attempting to understand what happened to him, what enhanced his brain capacity to such a level. What we are really doing is helping the doctor to increase his transformation, training him to use his vast intellect to its fullest potential. Colonel Blonsky is under cryostasis at a facility in Alaska. His guards are minimal and will be easily breached at the appropriate time. Agent Ward gathered the intel that we needed from Oscorp. We now possess the full technical specifications of every single off-the-books project that they have engineered. Our tech department assures me that they will have working prototypes of every device we need within 6 to 8 months. What of the personnel to use them? Their leader asked. Mr. Myers has been successfully recruited and is undergoing training with his new weapons as we speak, he was answered. Of the remaining 5 that we're hoping for, we have identified 2 and have begun the recruiting process. Who are these men? The shadow third from the left asked. The first is Sergei Kravinov. Mr. Kravinov has enhanced strength, speed, endurance, agility, and stamina. He is a gifted hunter, having spent decades stalking and eliminating the most dangerous of prey known to man. It doesn't seem as though it will take much to convince him that the Avengers will make the ultimate of prey for him to hunt. The second is Hermann Schultz. Schultz was one of the original designers of a piece of technology that Oscorp appropriated and enhanced. The layman's terms, it generates vibrations, either through the suit itself or just the gauntlets that can be worn with or without the suit. Nothing can hold it and it can disrupt physical attacks. In addition, the gauntlets can shoot out concentrated vibrations of air molecules. They sound acceptable choices, their leader nodded. And the remaining 3? We are still considering candidates, sir, he was informed. Very well, carry on. Even if Project Insight eliminates the Avengers, there are enough other potential problems that will see your team be an extremely useful asset. Even in the darkness, the glint of teeth could be seen as those around the table smiled, savoring the idea of what was to come. Chapter 23, Not All It Appears to Be. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 00000. Heroes Assemble. Chapter 23, Not All It Appears to Be. The ringing of the phone brought Harry out of the library. As he passed the guest room, an unusual sound had him glancing in the half-open door. There on her bed was Doreen, sitting cross-legged in front of her pet squirrel, and it sounded as though she was talking to the animal, or at least attempting to mimic the sounds that the animal was making. It was almost like how everyone always described him of being when he was speaking parcel tongue. The insistent ringing of the phone, though, pulled him onwards. Hello? Harry speaking, he said, silencing the phone by picking it up. Sparrowhawk. Tony? Harry asked, before continuing in a rush. Are you okay? Where are you? Hey, calm down. I'm fine, Tony replied. Pepper said you'd been a worrywart. Now I see what she meant. What happened? Harry demanded. Hey, you know. Got involved with some bad guys that I probably shouldn't have. But they learnt their lesson and won't do it again, Tony replied, giving Harry no useful details. And you're all right? Harry insisted. Yeah. A bit banged up and bruised. Pepper's going to need some medical help, but I'll have her put right in a couple of days, tops, Tony replied. Pepper was hurt? Harry asked anxiously. How? Those bad guys I mentioned. Captured her thinking that they could use her to get to me. I showed them the error of their ways, though, Tony said vaguely. Anyway, that's not why I called. Harry sighed. It seemed that if he wanted the whole story, then he'd have to go see Pepper. Which sounded like a good idea anyway. So, why did you call then? Harry asked. Mostly to stop you being a worry wizard. But also to tell you that me and Pepper are moving to the tower. It's all but done. Party in 2 weeks. We'll get the gang back together, have a few drinks, a few laughs, the whole enchilada, Tony said. The tower's nearly finished? About time. And a party sounds good, Tony, or at least, seeing everyone again. Let me know when and where, Harry said. I'll send an invite, or you can just use your magical voodoo to work out when all by yourself, Tony replied. Better run. Looks like Pepper's waking up. Thanks, Tony. Take care of yourself. And Pepper, too, Harry said. You know Tony Stark? A voice behind him asked as he put the phone down. Harry turned to see a wide-eyed Doreen staring at him, Monkey Joe perched on her shoulder like he often was. We've met a few times, Harry replied nonchalantly. That is so cool. Doreen nearly squealed. You have to introduce me. Well, Tony is moving to New York soon. I'll see what I can do, but no promises, Harry temporized. Doreen nodded her head eagerly, her brown eyes shining with excitement. 00000. The marvel of computers that talked was an amazing blessing to a blind person. And especially to a blind lawyer. Work history of James Bradshaw, Matt instructed the computer on his desk. List in reverse order. Searching. Results found. Current employer, Eastwell Mining. Time of employment, 6 years. Matt frowned, despite the good news. This was another point that could be used to vindicate Felicia Hardy of the crime of murdering Mr. Bradshaw. Apart from the ex-boyfriend of my friend connection, there was nothing to link the two together. And with nothing to link them and only circumstantial evidence, it looked to be an easy case to win. That didn't mean that Matt's curiosity bone wasn't itching, though. And he was sure that it would be something that the prosecutor would be questioning his client about as well. Why was Miss Hardy in Mr. Bradshaw's apartment in the first place? Her reasoning seemed rather slim. And when Matt had questioned said friend, he detected the lie. The two had dated at one time. Briefly. But there had never been anything of the young woman's left at Mr. Bradshaw's apartment, regardless of what Miss Hardy claimed that she believed. So why were you there, Miss Hardy? Matt asked. Search for location of Miss Hardy. The computer queried. Matt's hand shot out, intending to shut the computer down but a fraction of an inch from the button, he paused. That might not actually be a bad idea, he mused. Whatever reason that she had for being there, she hadn't achieved it. And odds were that she may attempt to go back. Most people did, at least the ones that thought that they could get away with it. And Miss Hardy's father was a renowned cat burglar, who knew what sorts of skills she'd picked up from him. A shift of his head let the sunlight fall on Matt's face, telling him that it was getting late in the day. It was almost time to go home. And then, once night had fallen, his real work could begin. 00000. Harry D learnt very early into their first patrol and search that trying to talk to Spider-Man while he was web-slinging was incredibly frustrating. With Harry on his lightning bolt broom flying at a constant height and Spider-Man using his webs to get around, they were never on the same level long enough to hold a conversation. That didn't stop the webhead from trying, though. Every time they were close to the same height, he'd spurt out a few words, maybe even a phrase. But then he'd either continue his swing up or be swinging down and away. After the first hour of it, Harry D finally had enough and simply stopped responding. They could talk when they were resting on the top of a rooftop, surveying the city below. And talk they did. Spider-Man was full of questions. How did Harry become the Mage? What was it like in Britain growing up? Is magic a genetic ability? And then, after Harry D let slip something of the war, the questions altered slightly to more understand what it was like having that sort of responsibility thrust upon his shoulders. The two had gotten quite philosophical at times, debating the merits of doing what was right over what was easy and the mistakes that they'd made by doing the wrong thing, even if it was for what they'd thought was a good reason or with good intentions at the time. At first, Harry D tried to shy away from the talk, but after hearing about how Peter's Uncle Ben had been killed and the blame that Peter had heaped upon himself because of it, Harry D opened up. He'd told the teen about losing his godfather and the guilt from his mistakes that night, not to mention the guilt that he'd had about Cedric, Remus, Tonks, Fred, Colin and all of the others. By telling Peter his story, he hoped that the teen took something away from it, and especially the lesson that had taken Harry himself a very, very long time to learn: we are not responsible for the actions of others. We can do all we can to protect the innocent and to stop the bad guys, but ultimately, we're not to blame when things go wrong if something bad happens that's outside of our control because of the actions of others. Peter, too, had opened up, telling Harry about his thoughts and excitement and fears from gaining these strange new powers, how he'd realized especially after the incident with Doc Connors that his being Spider-Man could place those he loved in harm's way. Captain Stacy's words on top of Oscorp Tower had had a huge impact on Peter. Harry could only hope that he'd helped the teen through their talks and debates. Peter had even begun coming by the den more often as himself rather than Spider-Man to continue their philosophical discussions and debates about life itself. Harry D found himself enjoying the talks and looking forward to them. Those, though, had also had the advantage of helping to take away the frustration of a week's worth of patrolling the city at night and coming up empty in terms of locating even the slightest hint of the daredevil. From what they'd heard on the street, Bullseye hadn't had any better luck finding the elusive vigilante either. It was coming down to a race as to who would find him first: Spider-Man and Mage to warn Daredevil or Bullseye to kill him. 00000. The instant Daredevil saw the slim figure leaving the roof of Felicia Hardy's building, he knew that he'd been right. In the light rain, it was easy for him to follow her movements as she leapt across the small space to the next building before using its fire escape to reach the ground. From high above, he followed her through the streets, leaping from building to building, using the grappling hook function of his billy clubs when necessary to scale higher or the smaller form of just one to slide along a cable connecting two buildings. As expected, Miss Hardy led him unerringly towards the apartment building where James Bradshaw had once lived. 2 buildings over, she ducked into an alley and scaled the walls as though she was an Olympic-class gymnast. Cautiously, using the shadows that he instinctively knew were there, he moved closer. The rain had begun to come down slightly harder, making tracking her movements that little bit easier. It was obvious that the girl had inherited her father's talents. Perched high above the street, Felicia quickly picked the lock on a window and let herself in. Daredevil rose from his perch on the edge of the building across, standing tall, preparing himself for the confrontation that was sure to happen the instant that he crossed the gap. Movement off to his side had him instinctively jerking his body away and down, a hiss escaping him as pain blossomed from the cut that had just appeared on his left bicep. Dodging and spinning, Daredevil easily avoided the next 4 spinning metal discs before he could find cover. The tingling sound of metal striking metal sounded and he followed its movement. Now who does this belong to, I wonder? Daredevil growled as his fingers examined the shuriken that he'd just picked up. 00000. There! Spider-Man yelled to his partner as he flung out a hand towards what his spider sense had detected. As he dropped, instinctively shooting out a web that would swing him in the right direction, he took in the scene. A bald man in a long black trench coat was standing on the top of a building throwing something at a blood red and black suited figure on another building. Luckily, the Daredevil, for it couldn't be anyone else, was using extraordinary reflexes and gymnastics to dodge the deadly projectiles. He's good, Spider-Man muttered. As he swung up on his arc, he shot a half-dozen web balls at the trench-coated man. Annoyingly, the man must have seen them coming, for he spun away, dodging them with ease. A glint of light on the man's bald head showed Spider-Man the scar on his forehead. Seriously? You have a bullseye on your head? Is that so others know where to target you, or so that you can look in a mirror and remember your own name? He quipped. Unfortunately, he neither got a response from Bullseye nor did he have a chance to follow up his attack against the man. The instant that Bullseye saw him, he simply grinned before leaping into a large vent and disappearing. Spider-Man landed on the roof as quickly as he could before cautiously looking into the vent. It led straight down and there was no sign of the guy. With a sigh, he turned away before running across the building and leaping up, shooting out a web so that he could swing across to where his partner was already talking to Daredevil. Spider-Man, Daredevil greeted as he landed. Hey man, nice to meet you, Spider-Man replied. Likewise. Thanks for the assist, Daredevil nodded. No worries. Us heroes gotta stick together, you know. Spider-Man replied. What are the two of you doing in Hell's Kitchen? Daredevil asked. He's the reason that we're here, Mage said, shooting a thumb over at the building where Bullseye had been. Spider-Man frowned when Daredevil shifted to look where Mage had indicated. The cowl that Daredevil wore had no eye holes and the leather that it was made from would prevent his eyes from being able to see through it. Maybe it was some kind of tech, like Iron Man had in his helmet? Who was he? Daredevil asked. He's called Bullseye, Mage replied. Got a wicked scar on his forehead shaped like a target, Spider-Man added helpfully. I've not encountered him before. I take it he's been hired to remove me from Hell's Kitchen. Daredevil half questioned and half stated. Yet. The crooks I heard talking about it only referred to the person doing the hiring as their boss, Spider-Man said. We wanted to warn you about it before he got to you first, Mage added. Seems that we weren't really needed. I wouldn't go that far, Daredevil said, rubbing what looked to be a hastily applied bandage on his arm, before looking at Mage. Appreciate whatever it was you did to stop those last few shurikens from getting anywhere near me. Basic shield charm, Mage replied. I intended on getting a tracking charm on him as well, but he escaped before I could do so. You know who he's working for? You mentioned some lowlifes mentioning a boss? There's only one person that they could mean. The Kingpin, Daredevil growled. Kingpin? Mage questioned. Daredevil nodded. Runs the crime gangs in not only Hell's Kitchen, but also most of New York. He's got the Mafia, the Yakuza, the Triads, the Russians, and a host of others all reporting to him. I've been trying to take him down for a long time now. Haven't got close enough yet, but I've been chipping away at his operations. Heard you've started doing the same thing. Peter rubbed a hand over the back of his head. Yet. Well, I've been doing my bit. The Avengers will be based here soon, Mage stated. We'll do our bit, too. In fact, why don't you come by the tower once it's open next week? You can meet everyone and we can coordinate better. I'm sure Iron Man would have something that you could have to help you keep in touch with us. Appreciate the offer, Daredevil said. But I'm used to working alone. Yeah, I was like that, Spider-Man stated. But working together's not bad. You should give it a try, you never know when a little backup will help. I'll think about it, Daredevil replied. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got someone to find and question. Don't forget that Bullseye's out there looking for you, Mage reminded him, giving his wand a nonchalant wave in Daredevil's general direction. I won't. Don't worry, I'll deal with him later, Daredevil promised before turning and leaping off the edge of the building. Spider-Man quickly moved to the side of the building, leaning on the crenellation as he watched the hero quickly move down the side of the building before disappearing in the shadows. 00000. Thanks for the lift, Bruce said before climbing out of the cab of the truck and down to the side of the road. The man, Jerry, simply nodded, raised a hand and, once Bruce shut the door and stepped back, put his truck in gear and drove off. Exactly where Bruce currently was, he wasn't certain. Oh, he knew that he was in the outskirts of Los Angeles, but not what part or suburb he was in. All he knew was that as soon as he'd heard the radio report, he'd realized that he was traveling in the wrong direction. His intention was to get to Malibu to see Pepper and to find out if there was anything that he could do about Tony being missing. Exactly what help he could provide was uncertain, but he wanted to be there just in case. But now the radio had reported that Tony was alive and well and kicking butt the way he did when he was being Iron Man. Apparently, he and Colonel Rhodes' war machine had ended up in Florida of all places, saving the president and battling the bad guys. There'd even been unconfirmed reports that a lot Tony's Iron Man suits had been destroyed in the dust-up. The main thing, though, was that Tony was alive and well and currently in New York, having moved to the all-but-completed Avengers Tower now that his Malibu mansion had been destroyed. New York. As in the New York clear on the other side of the country. With a grumble, Bruce started walking. Getting from Brazil to Los Angeles had been difficult enough, but to find out that he'd spent nearly the last 2,000 miles going the wrong direction was just plain annoying. Now, he needed to find a way to travel to the other side of the country. Tony, Bruce knew, would tell him to simply use the credit card that he'd given him to buy a plane ticket. But Bruce was loath to put himself in a confined metal container 40,000 feet in the air for hours on end. True, it was unlikely that anything would happen, but there was no way that Bruce was going to let the Hulk anywhere near that kind of potential danger. And that also took trains out of the equation. SHIELD, of course, was never an option. That left hitching a ride, something that he was getting good at. Looking up and around, Bruce came to a stop. This area felt familiar although he couldn't place exactly why. Something from his past, he thought, but a long way in his past. Maybe from his teenage years? Whatever it was, the reason eluded him. It'd come to him, he knew probably at the most inopportune time. Shoving the feeling to the side, he quickly crossed the street so that he'd be on the right side of the road for the direction that he wanted to travel in and began walking with his thumb out and his bag over his shoulder. He'd barely gone half a mile when he heard it, a woman's scream. It was a cry filled with absolute fear and terrible, terrible pain. Instantly, Bruce was off, racing down the street and around the corner. A nudge from the other guy had him skidding, one hand flung out to grab the brick corner to help him stop before he entered a small alley. His eyes darted about, assessing any possible danger. Not seeing any, he focused in on the slumped form against one wall near the far end. Whoever it was wasn't moving and Bruce picked up his pace to get to them. One look told him how bad it was. Blood was pooling from the woman's stomach, spreading out around her. It was obvious that she'd been shot, most likely multiple times judging by the amount of blood. Only the smallest rise and fall of the woman's chest indicated that she was still alive. Exactly why someone would want to shoot the woman was anyone's guess. She was dressed in a smart pencil skirt and jacket and what had once been a white shirt. The fact that her purse was on the ground next to her belied the idea that this had been a mugging gone wrong. Bruce took one look at the woman's face, intending on assessing her condition, before stumbling backwards. He knew her. He hadn't seen her in years but he knew her. Worse still, he was related to her. His cousin. Jennifer. He hadn't seen her in years, nearly a decade to be honest, not since her mother's funeral, but it was unmistakably her. Desperately, Bruce clamped down on the Hulk's need to go find who did this and to smash. Jennifer's life was in the balance here, he needed to stay focused and not change. Jennifer. Jennifer. He called desperately. Stay with me, Jennifer. Ripping her blouse so that the buttons flew off gave Bruce a good look at her stomach. He was right, she'd been shot multiple times. It was hard to tell through the blood and mess that was her stomach, but Bruce wouldn't be surprised to find that someone had emptied an entire clip into his cousin's stomach. From what he could tell from her pulse when he placed her fingers against her neck, combined with the injuries that she'd sustained, he knew that she didn't have long to live. Not without medical assistance at least. And there was none of that to be had here. Borrowing a bit of the Hulk's strength, Bruce scooped Jennifer's prone from off of the ground and raced down the alley. The instant that he came out onto the street, he stopped, his eyes feverishly searching for help. There. A pharmacy. Not ideal, but the best that he could do for now. Before he knew it, Bruce was barreling through the door. Someone call an ambulance. He shouted. Whether they did or not, Bruce didn't know, his focus was solely on keeping his cousin alive. As gently as he could, he lay her down on the floor and ripped into his bag, pulling out everything that he could think of that he'd need that he had in there. Checking her pulse again, he found it to be weak and thready. She'd already lost too much blood. Where's the ambulance? He demanded. They're on their way, he was told. Looking up and around, Bruce found that he'd gathered a crowd. What happened? Gunshot? A man in a white smock asked. Yet. I didn't see it, Bruce asked. Together, the two did what they could to stop the bleeding. She's lost too much blood, the pharmacist said, sitting back. There's nothing more that we can do here. No. I refuse to believe that, Bruce growled. All she needs is a transfusion. Do you have blood here? We're just a pharmacy. We sell medicine and bandages and the like, the man replied. Ignoring the obvious solution, Bruce looked up at the gathered crowd. Does anyone here have O-negative blood? He demanded. Many looked bewildered, others simply shook their heads. Without the universal blood type, giving Jennifer the wrong blood could kill her. Not that she had that long to live anyway by the looks of it. This was his cousin. Jennifer. His father and her mother had been siblings. If there was any chance at all of saving her life, he had to take it. But the consequences? Bruce wasn't sure that he could live with it if something went wrong. Looking down into his cousin's face, her long black hair a mess on the ground framing her, he knew that things were already as bad as they could be. Decision made, Bruce ripped his sleeve away, exposing his arm. Then, he grabbed up the tools that he'd need from his bag. What are you doing? You can't give her your blood. What if you're not compatible? The pharmacist said, leaning across Jennifer's body to grab onto Bruce's arm. We're related. Cousins. We'll match, he said simply, ignoring the possible reality for the hope that he needed, and shrugging the other man's arm off to continue to work on saving her life. There was only the briefest hesitation before he placed the needle into Jennifer's arm. Pulling the tourniquet loose from around his own arm, he watched as the life-giving and hopefully not life-altering blood began to flow from him to his cousin. The sirens in the distance gave him hope that he'd done enough to buy his cousin enough time to reach the hospital and the doctors who could save her life. Chapter 24, They Made Me Miss. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 000000. Heroes Assemble. Chapter 24 They Made Me Miss Bruce. The eyes of the man in question shot open and his head snapped up. This interruption was not wanted. Hulk wanted out. Hulk wanted to smash. Hulk wanted to find the humans who'd hurt his cousin and teach them not to do it again. Bruce had been able to keep the Hulk at bay all through the time that he'd been working on saving his cousin, Jennifer's, life in the pharmacy and through the ambulance ride to the nearest hospital. He'd even been able to keep the transformation under control after the doors to surgery had been closed in his face and he'd been forbidden from following. His hands had been shaking when he'd gone to the nearest bathroom to clean up, to wash Jennifer's blood from his hands and to change into a shirt that wasn't soaked red. But Hulk's urge for revenge surged forth after he'd returned to the waiting room, and it was all Bruce could do to calm the other guy down. And that's what he'd been doing, concentrating on his breathing, trying to exclude every distraction around him. And now he was being interrupted. A single glance was enough to take in the uniform of a Los Angeles County Sheriff, badge and all, and once again Hulk surged forth, intent on getting free. His heart racing faster than ever, Bruce groped for his bag beside his chair. Unzipping it, he searched for the special box that Harry'd given him just before he headed off to Brazil. Finding it, he pulled it out, instantly snapping it open. Inside lay half a dozen vials of some concoction that Bruce had never been able to figure out. Ignoring his trepidation at taking something unknown, his shaky hands pulled one forth, uncorked it and appended it into his mouth. And then it was his whole body shuddering at the vile taste. A shuddering that only lasted a few seconds as the calming potion took effect. Almost instantly, Bruce's heart rate and breathing slowed and he felt a peace, a calmness, descend on his mind. And Hulk retreated like he'd never done before. Lowering the vial, Bruce stared at it in wonder. He'd been resisting taking one of these magical potions for so long and now, for the life of him, he couldn't work out why. Thank you, Harry, he whispered. Bruce. The voice, the sheriff, repeated. This time when Bruce looked up, he was able to focus on the individual instead of the uniform. Uncle William. Bruce returned in wonder. I thought that was you, William Walters smiled. It's good to see you, lad. What's it been 10, 12 years? Not since Aunt Elaine's funeral, Bruce replied grimly. Ah, yes, William replied, an instant air of the past settling between the pair before the older of the two managed to shake it off. I'm told that you saved Jennifer's life? I didn't even know you were in town. I only just arrived, Bruce replied with a shake of his head. It was pure luck that I heard Jennifer's screams. Didn't even know it was her. But you found her. You saved her. She's alive, William said, falling heavily into the chair beside Bruce's. I did what I had to, Bruce replied, his mind instantly replaying the image of his blood flowing down the tube to enter his cousin's arm. Exactly what the consequences were going to be for that was anyone's guess. And I'm grateful, William said, squeezing Bruce's shoulder. She's alive because of you. Whatever brought you here, I'm glad. Bruce's smile was more grimace, but his uncle didn't seem to notice. Are you going to be in town long? Do you have some place to stay? William asked. Actually, I was just on my way out of town, Bruce replied. But I thought that you said that you'd just arrived. A confused sounding William asked. I did. I'd heard that one of my friends was in trouble. He lived in Malibu, Bruce explained. But just after I got here, I heard that he moved to New York. And you plan on heading there to make sure that he's all right, William supplied. You're a good friend, Bruce. But surely a day or two won't matter. I know Jennifer'll want to see you, to thank you at the very least. And there's a spare bed at my place, you know that. Thanks, Uncle William, Bruce smiled, sleeping in a real bed, even if only for a single night would be a luxury that he hadn't had in quite some time. I think I'd like that. 00000. Bruce eased himself into the hospital wing his cousin had been assigned, quickly checking that he was alone. Well, alone except for the unconscious young woman lying on the bed. After closing the door behind him, Bruce crossed to the end of Jennifer's bed. She was nearly motionless, only the soft rise and fall of her chest and the beeping of the machines that she was attached to giving any indication that she was still alive. A breathing tube was taped to her mouth and fours extended from both arms. Currently, her sheet was only covering the bottom half of her, allowing Bruce to see the thick bandages that covered her midriff peeking out from her pajama top. After taking a last almost guilty look about the empty room, Bruce plucked her file from the holder attached to the foot of her bed and began reading. After Jennifer D finished her marathon 4-hour surgery, the lead doctor had come out to tell the two waiting men that she'd survived and that she'd make a full recovery. Unfortunately, that recovery was expected to take many weeks, if not months. Jennifer had been shot with 5 bullets, all doing massive damage to her intestines and other internal organs. It was actually a miracle that she'd survived long enough to even make it to the hospital, let alone through the surgery. Bruce started, one hand shooting out to grab the end of the bed to steady himself as he read that his cousin's heart had actually stopped not once, but twice while she was on the operating table. From what he was reading, it seemed that the doctors couldn't work out exactly what had caused her to survive at all. Bruce, though, had his suspicions. And, as his eyes scanned her vitals that had been taken on the hour, every hour for the past 14 hours, his suspicions only deepened. For what Jennifer had been through, she was recovering remarkably quickly. I hope that the extra healing factor is the only thing that you got, Bruce murmured as he snapped the file closed and dropped it back into its holder. There was one way to be sure, and now, with no one else around, was the perfect time to do something about it. Pulling a needle and vial from his pocket, Bruce rounded the bed. Her arm felt quite cool when he grabbed it, turning it over so that the inside of her elbow was exposed. After removing the needle's cover, he inserted it into her vein and watched as her thick red blood quickly filled the vial. The instant that it was full, Bruce removed the needle and popped a cotton swab on it before attaching a piece of tape to hold it there. His hand automatically made its way to her forehead before he gently lifted one eyelid. A frown marred his face as he took in the unfocused green eye. Jennifer D always had green eyes, but for the life of him, he couldn't remember if they were this vibrant. The pitfalls of not seeing her for over a decade, he supposed. Bruce? A quiet voice asked. Hello, Uncle William, Bruce replied, turning to greet the man, dropping the now sealed vial of blood into his pocket. I didn't know you were coming in this morning, you should have said, we could have come together, William admonished. Sorry about that, Bruce replied. Guess I've sort of gotten used to being independent. You've had a hard life, right enough, William agreed. Bruce's eyes widened at the startling statement. Oh, don't give me that look, William said, as he moved to stand on the opposite side of Jennifer's bed, his large hands instantly finding his daughter's. Your family. My sister's boy. Do you honestly think that I haven't been keeping tabs on you? I know the army's been trying to find you for years, though for the life of me I don't know why. Let's just say that they're interested in some of my research that I don't think they have the best of intentions for, Bruce replied vaguely. William held up one hand. Hey, you don't need to explain anything to me. Your family, that takes precedent over everything. Bruce gave a nod of thanks, not quite sure what to say. This level of trust wasn't something that he was used to. I'm guessing that you're not planning on sticking around? William asked, the nod of his head indicating the bag that Bruce had left just inside the hospital room's door. I can't stay, Bruce replied. Not even for Jennifer? I know that she'll want to see you when she eventually wakes up, William said. I'm sorry, Bruce replied, anguish clear in his voice. Where will you go? William asked. New York. I've got a friend there to see and he's got a safe place for me to stay, Bruce replied. You want to give me the name of this place? If for no other reason than so Jennifer can write or visit once she'd better, William coerced. Stark Tower, Bruce hedged, knowing that that wasn't quite the correct name anymore, but that'd do. That was until inspiration struck. Actually, I'm not sure when I'll get there or how long I'll stay. How about you tell her to look up Harry Potter? He owns a place called the Marauder's Den not too far from the tower. He'll know how to get in contact with me. Harry Potter. Marauder's Den, William muttered as he wrote the names on a loose piece of paper that he found on the bedside table. William reached across the bed, then, offering his hand to the younger man. You take care of yourself, Bruce. And if you're ever in the neighborhood or even if you just feel like a holiday, you come visit. You hear me? William smiled. I will, Bruce promised. And Bruce? Thank you, William said, directing both of their gazes to the young woman lying between them. 000000. 2 days, or more precisely, nights, surveilling Bradshaw's apartment assured Daredevil that his hunch had been correct. Hardy wasn't coming back here. The odds that she'd accomplished what she'd aimed to the last time that she'd come here was approaching certainty. Unfortunately, Bullseye had interrupted that mission, and by the time that Spider-Man and Mage had scared the man off and had left themselves, Hardy had already left. With a frustrated sigh, Daredevil slapped his thigh with one of his batons. There was nothing for it but to take the direct approach. Unfortunately, that wasn't what he'd originally wanted. Confronting the girl without information was a bad deal. If he didn't ask the right questions, it was all too easy to miss the vital part. But then, it was the same thing in the courtroom: never ask a question that you didn't already know the answer to. Holstering his baton, Daredevil turned and began racing across the rooftop. Unerringly, he planted his foot just right, pushing off in a jump that had him soaring across the alley numerous stories below before landing on the next building and continuing his run. Building to building he went, soaring over gaps, scaling ledges and fire escapes where necessary, or using the wires that connected 2 buildings in conjunction with his billy club to slide quickly over greater distances. Barely a sound could be heard when he finally came to a halt on the 3rd top floor of the building that he was targeting. A sharp rap on the fire escape with his baton had him tilting his head as he watched the vibrations run up and down the metal and echoing throughout the alley. A small smile lit his face as he saw that the window that he was aiming for had been left open. Stepping out, Daredevil dropped, quickly falling past floor after floor. A hand snapped out. A twirl, a twist, and Daredevil landed in a crouch on the correct landing. The smallest sound, an intake of breath, told him that his quarry was at home. Instantly, the window was pushed up and Daredevil stepped inside. And then it was a case of dodging to the left to avoid the kick thrown at his head. A step backwards had the fist aimed at his head sailing past his face. Then there was a flurry of hands and feet, all geared towards blocking everything that the girl was throwing at him. Hand. Foot. Knee. Backwards flip. Forearm block. Forearm block. Duck. There was no doubt that the girl was good. Too good. She'd had training, and a lot of it with how accurate the flurry of strikes and kicks were aimed. Not fighting back was actually starting to hinder him, and he took a well-placed kick to the upper thigh that had him grunting. I'm not here to hurt you, Daredevil growled. Hardy didn't answer verbally, merely increased the tempo of her attack. Deciding that he'd had enough, Daredevil changed tactics. Her next punch was caught, as was her next kick. Then, using the momentum that she'd used, he pulled her off of her remaining foot, spun her around and threw her onto the nearby couch. I'm not here to hurt you, he repeated forcefully. Then why are you here? The girl spat. Breaking into my home in your masked costume doesn't scream innocent intentions. You're right, it doesn't, Daredevil replied. Nevertheless, I only want to ask you a couple of questions and then I'll leave. He could tell that she was shifting about, getting into a position that would allow her to relaunch an attack. What? She asked, but he could tell that it was merely a stalling tactic. Why were you really at Bradshaw's apartment? Daredevil asked. Bradshaw? What do you know about that? She asked, his question momentarily stilling her. I know that you didn't kill him. I also know that you went back there 3 nights ago. What I want to know is why, Daredevil stated. What are you going to do? Arrest me for breaking and entering? She sneered. Do I look like the police? Daredevil snapped back. Now. Why? You wouldn't believe me, she sighed. Try me, Daredevil said, letting his body drop into a less confrontational pose. You're the devil of Hell's Kitchen, so you know about the Kingpin. Hardy half asked and half stated. I know about the Kingpin, Daredevil confirmed in a growl. Bradshaw had something. Something that Kingpin needed for one of his operations, Hardy stated. Daredevil took a couple of menacing steps towards the couch. You work for the Kingpin? No. Never. The man had my father arrested and thrown into prison. I'd never work for him. Felicia snapped back. Then what were you doing at Bradshaw's apartment? Daredevil asked. Getting the thing that Kingpin needed out of his reach, she replied. What was it? Daredevil asked. The sound of her hair dragging against the back of the chair told him that she was still looking for a way out of her predicament. I can help. I want Kingpin taken down as well, Daredevil stated. The smallest of size told him that he'd gained a measure of trust, however small that was. An industrial-grade diamond. One of the largest in the world, she finally admitted. What was Kingpin going to use it for? Daredevil asked. No idea. I'd just heard that he needed it for something big and important, Felicia replied. Where is it now? He asked. Out of Kingpin's reach, she replied emphatically, and he could tell that that was one question that she wouldn't answer. Do you know who did kill Bradshaw? He asked. No, she replied with a shake of her head. My guess would be someone else who'd heard about the diamond. It was under some serious security. Does Kingpin know that you've got the diamond? Daredevil asked. No. I covered my tracks. There's nothing that would lead anyone back to me. Except for the fact that you've been charged with murdering Bradshaw, Daredevil countered. A swish of air told him that she waved off that notion. My defense is solid. Let's hope so. For now, I suggest that you don't do anything that would attract anyone else's attention. I'll be watching, he stated. Then, before she could reply, he took 2 quick steps backwards and dove out of the window. 000000. Being out this late at night, alone, in Central Park, would be sure to freak out a lot of people. Especially teenaged girls like her. But not Doreen. She had a few aces up her sleeve that meant that, while she didn't advertise her presence, she still felt confident enough to walk about under, well, normally she'd say the stars, but the city lights prevented 90% of them from being seen. She'd been out for a couple of hours now, visiting mostly, but also enjoying the chance to connect some with nature. That was the one downside of living in New York compared to back home. She shook her head at that thought. Los Angeles was not her home anymore. Back there she had free run of the forest, something that she enjoyed and made her feel complete, fulfilled. And New York City had a decided lack of forest. At the very edge of the park, she stopped and dropped to one knee. Instantly, she was swarmed as 5 of the 8 squirrels that she'd been visiting with scampered up and over her to perch on her shoulders, head, and in the case of 2 of them, on her knee. Monkey Joe sat just off to one side, taking in the sight. It was great seeing you all again, she said, stroking the fur of one while shifting her head about to take them all in. I'll try to visit again tomorrow, or if not then definitely the day after. A flash of movement caught her attention and she looked up. Her eyes grew wide and her mouth dropped open at the pair of superheroes passing just a block away from where she was, one swinging up and down on his webs, the other flying through the air on what she knew was a magic broom. Mage and Spider-Man. Doreen's eyes tracked the two, taking in every detail that she could. This was the closest that she'd ever been to any of the heroes that she'd come to New York to meet. And while these two weren't the big one, the one that she was desperate to meet, they knew him. Iron Man. She'd nearly dropped the tray of plates and cups that she'd been carrying when the news had reported that he'd been supposedly killed. And her relief when he'd turned back up again, alive and well and kicking ass, had her jumping all over her room in her excitement. As her eyes tracked the movements of the 2 superheroes, she tried to guess where they were going. And then she turned her head slightly and knew. Avengers Tower. They were on a direct route to Avengers Tower, where Iron Man was now supposed to be living. Gotta go, guys. I'll see you later, she said. Come on, Monkey Joe. Doreen paused just long enough for the squirrels to change places, her new friends back on the ground and Monkey Joe up on her shoulder before she took off. Her enhanced, squirrel-like abilities enabled her to run faster than almost anyone. But she was a long way behind Spider-Man and Mage and had a fair bit of work to do if she wanted to meet them and get them to introduce her to Iron Man. 00000. The doors slamming open alerted Wilson to someone entering his domain. Upon seeing the short, angry man clad in his now trademark black trench coat, his bald head displaying the scarred target on his forehead, he raised his hand. Instantly, the 2 guards stilled. They, too, knew how dangerous the man was in this particular mood. I take it that your hunt did not go well tonight? Wilson asked. No. It did not, Bullseye grouched before flopping himself into the chair facing the desk. You weren't able to find him? Wilson asked. Oh, no, I saw him right enough, Bullseye groused. It were those other 2. Hovering around and keeping me from getting close enough. Surely the presence of 2 individuals, no matter how enhanced they may be, offer no threat to you, Wilson cajoled. Instantly, Bullseye's feet swung down from where they rested on Wilson's desk and he leant forward, a mad, intense look on his face. They made me miss. He growled. So, you missed, Wilson said, waving away the problem. Just don't miss next time. You don't understand, Bullseye retorted. I never miss. And they made me. If it has you that perturbed, then do something about it, Wilson suggested. Aim for them, too. A slow grin steadily spread across the mercenary's face. I will. And I won't even charge you for it. This I'll do for free. It's a matter of honor, now. 00000. A quiet night, Harry noted as he pushed off the hood of his cloak. Yeah, well, not every night can be a barrel of laughs. I mean, sure it would have been nice to beat up a few bad guys. But if the crooks are having a night in, what can you do? Peter replied, shrugging his red shoulders with the distinctive webbing design. A quiet night is good, Peter, Harry counted. It means that we're making a difference, making the criminals rethink their decisions. Once again, the younger man shrugged. Or that we were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. Harry nodded. He had to give his partner that one. And it had been a quiet night. In the entirety of their 4-hour patrol, they hadn't seen one single criminal act being committed. Not even Daredevil, who they'd shadowed for part of that night, had had any criminal activity to combat. Two heads, suddenly and simultaneously, snapped to the left and down, as though they could see through part of the roof of Harry's building. Harry knew what had caught his attention. The wards that he'd placed around the alley had been tripped by someone entering it. He assumed that it was Peter's famous spider sense that had alerted him to the same information. Quickly, Harry pulled up the hood of his cloak. At the same time, he snapped his wrist, bringing his wand ready for use. A quick notice me not charm on the two of them later, and they approached the edge of the building and looked down. The figure down there seemed to flit from shadow to shadow, but it was as they passed a lighted patch that Harry noted the small shape on their shoulder. It's just Doreen, he noted, relaxing slightly. Although I would have thought that it was a bit late for her to be out. Like we're ones to talk, Peter snorted quietly. Any retort on Harry's lips was instantly forgotten as Doreen took one last look around before crouching slightly and jumping up straight up to the window of her third-floor bedroom. Harry and Peter could only stare at each other, both wondering if what they'd just seen had really happened. 00000. A/N for those concerned that I'm adding in too many characters to keep a track of, I'd like to reassure you that there won't be any new characters for quite some time now, except for Harry's eventual romantic interest, but again, that won't be for quite a number of chapters yet. While others may make appearances, they won't stay long, and indeed, some that have made appearances, won't be a large part of the story. Also, I always try to stretch myself in a new way with every new story that I write. In the case of heroes, I am working on multiple storylines that interconnect and weave around each other, a concept that I feel that I am getting a good handle on. Chapter 25, That's Just Not Right. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 00000. Heroes Assemble. Chapter 25, That's Just Not Right. Feeling the supersensory charm go off, Harry turned from the hallway to face the far bench in the kitchen apartment. From here, utilizing the mirror charm that he'd placed on the tiles, that was only keyed to himself, Harry could watch what happened without appearing to do so. He still couldn't believe what he'd seen last night. Doreen, a 15-year-old girl, jumping 3 stories from a standing start to reach her bedroom window. As Peter had said, that was just freaky awesome, but freaky. In usual circumstances, Harry didn't like that word, brought back too many bad memories, but in this instance, it was accurate. The fact that Doreen had been hiding that ability lent one to assume that she was also hiding others. Not that he was one to talk. But still, it was his home and he wanted to know just who he'd invited to live with him. At first, he'd considered simply confronting her, but he was sure that that would simply scare her away. And the fact that she'd been living on the streets when he first found her told him that she was more than prepared to do so again. No, scaring her away was not an option, not if he wanted to continue helping her. And he did, more than ever now. Harry knew intimately what it was like to be different. The other possible outcome of confronting her was that she'd attack, and, while Harry was fairly certain that he could contain her with his magic, without knowing exactly what she was capable of, there were bound to be injuries. Thus, he'd devised a number of small tests to gain a measure of her abilities and hopefully give him a better idea of how to handle things. The smallest of shuffling noises alerted him to Doreen coming down the hallway, and Harry focused on the mirror. As Doreen stepped into the main room, her feet slipped out and her arms pinwheeled, her legs danced for a moment, trying to gain traction. And then, all of a sudden, she stopped, just as though she'd not only found traction but had superglued her feet to the floor. He saw her look down and frown. On her shoulder, Monkey Joe chittered at her, and for an instant, Harry could have sworn that Doreen answered the squirrel. In squirrel language, if squirrels had a language, that is. But then, snakes did, so why not? A quick wave of his wand cancelled the charm on the floor before he secreted his wand back away and turned around. "Morning, Doreen," he said. Hi, Harry," she replied, but he could see that she was still preoccupied with the floor. Tentatively, she moved first one foot, then the other, testing the floor cautiously with each step before giving another frown and walking towards the center bench. Again, Harry was ready. "Here's your coffee," he said, placing it on the counter. A small wandless banishing charm ensured that it slid at speed towards the edge. In an instant, Doreen had crossed the remaining distance, plucking the mug out of the air just as it began to careen towards the floor. Speed and reflexes? Harry wondered. They definitely seemed enhanced compared to a regular person's. Sorry about that, Harry apologized. Must not know my own strength. Know what that's like, Doreen chuckled. Speaking of, feel free to move that box out of your way, Harry said, indicating the large cardboard box in the middle of the bench. It's for the den, I'll take it down later. Just put it over there. With a nod, Doreen picked it up before striding across the room to place it beside the door. It took everything Harry had not to react. He'd charmed that box to be nearly 10 times the weight that it was supposed to be, and she'd moved it as though it was nothing. Speed, reflexes, strength, balance. Not to mention that she can jump 3 stories. Oh, and possibly talk to animals, Harry catalogued as he set 2 plates of omelets on the bench in front of each of them. Breakfast, then, carried on like normal, and before long, Doreen had deposited her plate and mug in the sink and disappeared towards the bathroom. It was as Harry was about to enter the hallway to return to his own room that something out of the corner of his eye caught his attention. There were some sort of marks on the floor, right where Doreen had managed to catch her balance. Kneeling down, Harry ran his fingers lightly over the 10 small holes in the wood. Exactly what are you, Doreen Green? He asked. 00000. You know, I still don't get what changed, Spider-Man said as he passed on his upward swing. A barely heard flick sounded as the webhead shot out a new line after releasing the one that he'd been swinging on. We go weeks without finding the guy. Mage never even turned his head to acknowledge his red and blue partner as he dropped past on his swing, nor as he swung back up and blurted out his next phrase of his one-sided conversation. And now we can't seem to not run into him when we're on patrol. Not one muscle moved on Mage's face, not that anyone could tell the difference with the obscuring charm that hid his face under his hood. Yeah, it's almost like magic, Mage thought sarcastically. Really, he was surprised that Spider-Man hadn't put 2 and 2 together, considering how smart the teen was. Is he tailing that girl again? Spider-Man asked as he passed on his downward swing. The unexpected high-pitched yell caused Mage to snap his head down and to the left. His eyes widened at the sight of his partner free-falling towards the ground. A string of webbing flapped uselessly from a red-gloved hand before opening to release it and send out a new web line at the nearest building. Instinctively, Mage knew that he was too close to the ground, there was no way that he'd be able to save himself. The merest thought spun the lightning bolt around and down, and Mage flattened himself against the broom, intent on catching Spider-Man if needed. The sound of something passing his head at speed even as a second something slammed into his broom with a solid thunk caused Mage to jerk the broom even further down. A third something flew past, only being seen in his peripheral vision, but at least it was further away. The nose of the broom was nearly pointed straight down now, and Mage couldn't help but grin. The black bitumen loomed large in his eyes, not exactly the green grass of a Quidditch pitch. At just the right moment, Mage pulled backwards, performing a perfect Wronski feint even as a laugh was ripped from him. At speed, he dodged through the oncoming traffic before pulling straight up, his head whipping backwards and forwards. Mage had no idea what had happened to Spider-Man. The kid, he knew, could take care of himself. Spider-Man, though, wasn't the one in danger, despite his potential crash down to Earth. No, the one in danger was Daredevil. The shuriken still embedded in the shaft of his broom attested to that. A touch of his wand with the correct mental command had Mage quickly flipping his broom over before rolling back upright. Half a dozen buildings zipped by as Mage honed in. And then he saw them. Daredevil and Bullseye were going toe-to-toe, trading blows and leaping about. By the way that Daredevil was favoring his right leg and left arm, Mage guessed that he'd been injured already, most likely by something sharp. As Mage closed in, he saw Daredevil backflip half a dozen times to give himself space. You're giving him a chance to use his strengths, Mage growled internally. And indeed, he was right. The instant that Bullseye had clearance, a dozen glinting objects were shot from his quickly moving hands, one after the other. Mage's Phoenix wand was already out, pointing straight ahead as he lay almost flat against the lightning bolt, trying to coax every bit of speed out of it that he could. Instinctively, Mage twirled his wand in ever-increasing circles, creating a vortex of wind that quickly turned into tornado strength as it slammed into the flying objects, sending them wildly off target. Bullseye spun about, a grimace on his face as he realized that the Avenger was bearing down on him. With a casual salute, the man turned, his leather coat flaring behind him. Mage's eyes narrowed as the marksman hopped behind a multitude of struts, obscuring his chance of hitting him with a spell. But there were more ways than one to catch a crook. A flick upwards and a jet of blood red shot from his wand, almost instantly followed by the lightest of blues. The first spell impacted the water tower, smashing it to smithereens and sending a deluge of water careening onto the rooftop, right where Bullseye had last been seen. And then the light blue spell hit the water, freezing it into a bizarre sculpture of a wave of water. Mage slowed his broom before beginning to circle the roof, staring into the ice, trying to see the image of a man trapped inside. Unfortunately, the ice was crystal clear. In fact, the only thing inside that he could see was a half-open door leading down into the building. After slamming his fist into his thigh in frustration, Mage zipped across the roof to where Daredevil was leaning against a wall. "You all right?" Mage asked. "I am now," Daredevil replied in a near growl. "What happened?" "Caught me by surprise," Daredevil replied. "He was lying in wait to ambush me. Glad you happened by. I take it he got away." This time, Mage scowled. "Hey guys, what did I miss?" Spider-Man asked as he landed lightly on the rooftop, his costume a little torn and the worse for wear in a number of places. 00000. Doreen scowled at the assignment question that she'd been given by her history teacher. Describe the differences between the three types of colonies that existed in the British Empire in America during the height of its power in the 18th century. How was she supposed to know that? She hadn't even known that there were different types of colonies in America. Hopefully, the answer lay in one of the stack of books that sat on the end of her desk. As soon as the bell had rung, Doreen had raided the library for anything that looked as though it might give some sort of answer. The only problem now was that she was going to have to read through them all to find the answers she needed. And then she had a brilliant thought: she was living with a living, breathing English guy. If anyone was going to know the answer, it'd be him, right? Not that Harry was home right then. Really, the guy barely was ever home, or at least, that was the way it seemed. If he wasn't in the den downstairs, he was out, wherever that was. He never said, only sort of skirted the question or changed the topic. But Harry, she knew, had a library filled with books, hundreds of them. Surely, somewhere in there, he had one on history. After sliding from her seat, Doreen padded from her room and down the hallway to the library. She stopped at the entrance, looking over the many shelves. Then, with a shrug, she began exploring. Her hand trailed along the spines of the books as she read the titles. If there was a system, she couldn't find it. It didn't help that at least 1 out of every 10 books wasn't even written in English. And then, on the 4th shelf, she found what she was looking for. Or at least, the history section. There weren't really a lot of books about history, but one, a large book with a dark, nearly black cover made out of something that felt like leather, caught her attention. It took a bit of tugging, but eventually, Doreen managed to free the book from its brethren, although the weight of it surprised her and only her increased strength allowed her to maintain hold of it instead of dropping it. Doreen dropped to the floor, sitting with her legs crossed and the book cradled in her lap. If there'd ever been a title on the cover, it'd long since disappeared. Instead, she opened the cover to the first page and stared. Goblin Rebellions of Avalon, 592 AD to 1357 AD. Shaking her head, Doreen read the title again and then again. Nope, it stayed exactly the same. With a lurch, she opened the book to a random page somewhere in the middle. To one side, the writing was small, cramped and looked almost handwritten rather than typed. On the other, though, was the most bizarre picture that she'd ever seen. It showed some kind of battle between men holding swords. No, on closer inspection, when she bent her head close to the page, she realized that they were actually sticks and the strangest creatures that she'd ever seen. They were short with long ears, wickedly sharp-looking teeth, and the axes that they were wielding looked to be held by the longest fingers she'd ever seen. This obviously belongs in the fiction section, she decided. Not knowing exactly where that was, Doreen decided to simply put the weird book back where she found it. Trying to squeeze the book back into its slot was only made possible when she took out one of its neighbors. Now this looks more like it, Doreen smiled at the book in her hand. Expansion of the Commonwealth. A quick flick through proved that it was exactly what she was after. Then, with the book firmly in hand, Doreen made her way back to her room and the dreaded assignment. 00000. Hominum Revelio. Harry's eyes narrowed as he examined the results. The various red blobs downstairs could be instantly ignored. No, it was the one in his apartment that he was being wary of. And there she was, in her room with the door shut. A simple nod of satisfaction preceded Harry slipping into the closest and closing the door behind himself. Originally, the door led to the top of a spiral staircase leading down to the part of Harry's basement dedicated to his magical training. But with the introduction of Doreen to the apartment, he'd been forced to put in a false wall, hidden by magic, of course, and to fill the cupboard with brooms, mops, and other cleaning supplies. A series of quick taps of his wand caused the back wall to become transparent and Harry simply walked through. As he stepped off of the bottom stair, a pair of magical dummies appeared from alternate sides of the room, wands raised in wooden hands. A dodge to the right was enough to avoid the jet of red light, a swish of his wand raised a shield for the dark blue bowl to bounce off of. 3 more spells were snapped off from the dummies, 2 from the one on the left, 1 from the right. A dodge and a second shield were enough for 2 of the spells. The third, however, was headed straight for Harry and there was nothing that he could do about it. Instinctively, he snapped up his left hand, the thought of a dueling shield, similar to a buckler, in front of it. The sound of a gong as the spell impacted nearly caused Harry to get hit by the next spell. He'd never managed to do that before. Feeling the pull on his magic the more he shielded, Harry switched to attack. Swirling to the left, his wand came up in intricate patterns and jets of light yellow, white, red spat out. One dummy had its wand arm blown off while the second was hit in the midsection, sending it hurtling backwards to crash into the far wall before falling to the ground. After one last check with narrowed eyes at the downed dummies, he straightened and holstered his wand. Raising his left hand, Harry willed the same dueling shield from before to appear. And it was there, perhaps not as strong as if he'd conjured it using his wand, but it was a shield nonetheless. A wandless shield. He'd been working on this for months and finally. Letting the shield fade away, Harry danced a jig before nearly skipping across to the small reading section that he'd put in. A casual wave of his hand summoned the book that he needed, not that that was a great feat. He'd had a bit of an affinity for the summoning charm ever since the Triwizz all those years ago, and as a consequence, it'd been the first wandless spell that he'd been capable of. Well, apart from a wandless Lumos, but he didn't think that counted. After revising the passage in the book for the umpteenth time, Harry sighed, closed it, and moved to the center of the room. His eyes closed and he turned his attention inwards. As always, the prickling sensation over his arms came first, and he knew that he was growing feathers in place of the usual hair on his skin. His clothes rippled and flattened against his body before his torso also began to take on that tingling feeling. The bones in his arms and legs began to shift, scraping against each other, even as his butt changed and he felt long tail feathers growing from there. And then it stopped. As it always did. Harry opened his eyes and took stock of his new body. Mostly, he was bird-like. Exactly what type of bird was anyone's guess. The problem was that his head refused to transform. And he remained the same size. Yab. He'd developed some kind of block. The book even said that this could happen. Not that it really offered any kind of solution. With a sigh, Harry reversed the transformation. He'd been stuck at this point for weeks now. There was nothing for it. He was going to have to bite the bullet and talk to someone who'd successfully become an animagus, someone who could coach him past this block. One name instantly came to mind. There was only one problem with that: she was in Britain, a place that Harry had no real interest in going. 00000. Dr. Curtis Connors. The man in question lifted his head from the text that he was reading and turned to face the small window set into the door of his cell. The face on the other side was not one that he recognized, a fact that the slight German accent should have told him anyway. Yes. Can I help you? Kurt replied. It'd been months since he'd first been incarcerated in Beloit Psychiatric Hospital, a place that Kurt didn't think that he actually belonged in. No, he wasn't insane. A criminal, yes, that certainly, after all, he'd hurt a great many people. But insane, no. He wasn't even dangerous anymore, not since his body had absorbed the antidote to the lizard formula that he'd taken to transform into that savage beast. But as much as he protested that he didn't need to be there, that a simple penitentiary would be a much better choice for him, his pleas had fallen on deaf ears. Countless doctors of all sorts had practiced on him, most with one goal in mind, to get the formula out of him. But that was something that Kurt would never give up. The formula that created the lizard was simply too dangerous to be allowed out into the world. And so, Kurt had changed his tactic. Be meek, be mild, be helpful, except where it came to that damned formula, answer any other questions, force them to see that he wasn't insane, that he didn't belong here. My name is Dr. Daniel Whitehall, the man introduced himself. I have been assigned to treat you. As you wish, Kurt replied. As he'd expected, the door swung open, admitting Dr. Whitehall and an assistant who obediently placed a file into the waiting doctor's hand. Whitehall calmly perused the file, flipping page after page as he read through it. Finally, he looked up, his clear blue eyes looking interestedly at Kurt through his black-rimmed round glasses. This says that you have been cooperative in most aspects, Dr. Whitehall stated. Most aspects? The one area that you refuse to enlighten us on is the formula pertaining to the serum responsible for creating the lizard. I will not tell you, or anyone else, what that formula is, Kurt stated emphatically. It is too dangerous to be in the hands of anyone. Anyone but yourself, Whitehall finished for him. Kurt shrugged. Unfortunately, it is in my brain. If I could erase it from my mind, I would. Interesting, Dr. Whitehall said. One hand slipped into the doctor's coat pocket before pulling out a tranquilizer gun, pointing it at Kurt and pulling the trigger. Kurt had just enough time to gasp, clasp one hand over the dart embedded his neck and pull it out before promptly keeling over and crashing to the floor. Prepare him for reprogramming, Dr. Connors stated, turning to leave the room. Doctor, the assistant called hesitantly. Are you planning on turning him back into that thing again? No, Whitehall replied, the antidote in his system prevents that. The formula, however, has potential that Hydra may have a use for one day. 00000. Who are you? How'd you get in here? The harsh questions dissolved into hacking coughs and the questioner slumped back on his bed. A shaky hand reached over and eventually, after the third try, managed to grasp the glass of water on his bedside table. Drops rained down over the floor and the bed sheets as the water splashed over the side due to the man's inability to keep the glass steady. By the time that he'd managed a couple of sips, enough to quieten the coughing fit, his labored breathing had evened out. With one hand on his chest as though to make sure that his heart was still beating, the man opened his eyes to check on his uninvited visitor. In the time that he'd needed to steady himself, Norman found that the black-suited man had pulled up a chair and had seated himself beside the bed. One knee was crossed and his hands lay innocently in his lap, an innocence that Norman failed to believe. Beside the chair, a briefcase sat upright where it had been deposited. "Who are you? What do you want?" Norman demanded in his scratchy voice, a voice he was pleased to hear didn't dissolve into a coughing fit or simply peter out. "My name is unimportant," the man stated. "As to what I want, let's just say that it's more what I can do for you." "You? You're no doctor. What could you possibly do for me?" Norman asked. It was an educated guess, but after so many years around the cursed profession, Norman was confident that he could spot a medical man a mile off. "Retroviral hypodysplasia," the man in black stated. "That is the name of the disease that you suffer from. Genetic, I believe, at least, so I've been told. Really, I know little about it. Other than it's a horrid way to die. And die you will, soon apparently." "I know that," Norman spat. "If you're here to taunt me, save your breath. I know it all, exactly what this disease is, what it's doing to me and what it's going to do. I also know that there's no cure." "Ah, but what if I told you that there was?" the man asked. Norman's eyes bugged out and his green-tinged hand with the long fingernails reflexively, imploringly, reached out. "I'll give you anything for it." "Name your price," Norman stated. The man sat there momentarily, his head cocked to one side, apparently considering the request silently. "Unfortunately, I am not the one who owns the cure," the man eventually replied. "What do you want? A finder's fee?" "Fine, name your price, just tell me who has the cure," Norman asked, his frustration building. "My price is that, once you're cured, you listen to a little presentation that my colleagues have prepared. Listen and give the proposal careful consideration." Norman stared at the man. That was it. Listen to a proposal? He'd sat through hundreds no thousands of the things in his lifetime, one more was nothing. "Deal," Norman replied. "Now. Tell me who has the cure." The man's lips curved upwards slightly. "Norman Osborn." "What? Don't you think I'd know if I had the cure to save my own life?" Norman near screeched, or as close to as his failing body was capable of. "Get out of here. Leave me alone." The man, of course, simply ignored Norman's order. "The cure is in two parts," the man stated, both located in the sub-basement level at Oscorp Tower. "The first is a serum derived from the venom of genetically enhanced spiders. My researchers tell me that this serum has the potential to accelerate the retroviral hypodysplasia. However, there is a prototype exoskeleton suit that is designed to heal soldiers from even the most grievous of wounds. Theoretically, with your body in flux from the serum, it should heal you. You may not be quite the same man that you once were, but you'd be alive, even if you'd never be able to take the exoskeleton off again." Norman stared at the man, his mind whirling through the possibilities of what he knew of the two projects. Both projects had originally been designed as potential cures, both failed when put through simulations and tests. Never, as far as he was aware, had any of the projects been combined, though. Was it possible? Had he been sitting on a cure for all these years? Norman knew his prognosis: he had weeks left. Assuming he was lucky. And if this killed him quickly, well, it was a win-win scenario, wasn't it? "Take me to Oscorp," he commanded. Chapter 26, Getting the Band Back Together. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 000000. Heroes Assemble. Chapter 26, Getting the Band Back Together. "If you didn't kill James Bradshaw, then who did?" the prosecuting attorney asked. Instantly, Matthew Murdoch was on his feet. "Objection, Your Honor. It is not Miss Hardy's job to determine who the guilty party is, that is the job of the police." "Objection sustained," the judge declared. "Mr. Smythe, please confine your questions to the matter at hand." "Yes, Your Honor," Smythe replied with a minuscule bow of his head. "The prosecution has no further questions for this witness." "Your witness, Mr. Murdoch," Judge McIntyre stated. Slowly, Matt rose before beginning to move closer to the witness stand. There was definitely one advantage to being a blind lawyer: it gave one a fraction more time to think before having to ask any questions. The problem right now was that, while Matt was certain that Miss Hardy was innocent of murder, he knew that she wasn't as innocent as she appeared to be. And it'd be bad form to get her thrown in jail for a different crime than what she'd been arrested for. Miss Hardy. Prior to the evening of the 14th, had you ever had any prior contact with Mr. Bradshaw? No. Felicia replied succinctly. Matt nodded. And on the evening in question, was the door to Mr. Bradshaw's apartment unlocked before you entered? It was, she replied, with not even a hint of a smile or smirk in her voice, something that he was very grateful for, considering how he'd worded that particular question. Did you attempt to determine if Mr. Bradshaw was home before you opened the door? He asked. Yes. I called out, but there was no answer, she replied. Then why did you decide to enter Mr. Bradshaw's apartment without an invitation? Matt asked. I thought that I could quickly get in, grab what I needed to and get back out again without causing a scene, Felicia explained. The items belonging to Angelica Stone? Matt asked. Yes, she replied. And just like that, they were past the most dangerous part of the questioning. How far into the apartment did you go before you discovered Mr. Bradshaw's body? Matt asked. I didn't need to go into his apartment, that is, Felicia replied. As soon as I opened the door, he was just there, lying there. That's when I rushed in, hoping to help him. And that's how the police found you, Matt stated more than asked. Yes, Felicia replied anyway. You were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, Matt clarified. Exactly. Felicia agreed. 00000. Miss Felicia Hardy, Judge McIntyre said after reading the piece of paper that had been handed to her by the bailiff. Please stand. Felicia complied, with her two lawyers, Nelson and Murdoch, rising on either side of her as well. It is the decision of this court that you are not guilty of the murder of James Bradshaw. I must caution you, however. Much of the verdict was decided upon by the reasonable doubt that was shown in your defense. The fact that you were willing to enter another's home, regardless of your intentions, is a crime. A note will be entered into your permanent file and you will be placed on a good behavior bond for a period of 3 years. Do you understand? Yes, Your Honor, Felicia replied. Judge McIntyre gave Felicia a long hard look before lifting her gavel and bringing it down. Case dismissed. Instantly, Felicia turned to Matt and grasped his hands. Thank you. Thank you so much, she said, before whirling about to thank Foggy as well. Just be sure to keep your nose clean, Miss Hardy, Matt stated once she'd turned back around. 3 years good behavior, remember. Don't worry, I will, Felicia assured him. It's straight back to university for me and as soon as I can, to find a good, honest job. That should keep me out of trouble. Good luck, Miss Hardy, with everything, Foggy said, before beginning to straighten their notes and to place them into his briefcase. Matt watched as Felicia left the courtroom. He could only hope that she learned her lesson from this and left what she'd learned at her father's knee behind her. Somehow, though, he doubted it. 00000. Bruce eyed the crowd across the street warily. From the position he was in, he was almost invisible, not that any of the crowd were looking his way anyway. The bulk of the crowd seemed to be reporters, although there were a fair few everyday New Yorkers who seemed to be Avengers fans. Many, he noted, wore shirts and hats with one or more of the heroes on it. 2 young boys, brothers by the look of them, were both wearing giant green fists on their hands. Gasps, screams, and pointing indicated that something high above the crowd had caught their attention. Bruce leaned out from behind the pillar and looked up, only to instantly start grumbling to himself. Sure, bypass the crowds, take the easy way in, he muttered towards the red and blue teen swinging high overhead and the cloaked figure on his flying broomstick. Within minutes, the two had disappeared from sight, landing somewhere on the great platform above the Avengers logo. 4 jumps, maybe 5, Bruce muttered, eyeing the tower. But turning into the other guy to reach the party would be somewhat counterproductive. They were gathering to celebrate that the tower was finally fixed and refurbished, not to trash the thing again. Finally, Bruce gave in and, after looking both ways, dodged through the traffic to reach the front of the tower. Getting through the crowd, though, was a whole other ballgame. Excuse me. Sorry. Sorry. Excuse me. It took a fair bit of maneuvering to get his body through the tiniest of gaps and a whole lot of apologizing as he made his way towards the front, but eventually, Bruce reached his destination. Only to come face to face with a cordoned-off barrier that was still a couple of meters out from the great glass entrance doors. Dr. Banner, a security guard said, stepping forward. Bruce looked around to find a face that he sort of remembered. Ah, yeah, hi, he replied. The man merely nodded and moved the barrier in slightly, enough for Bruce to make his way through. I'm guessing that you don't remember me, the man said. I'm Happy Hogan, I'm in charge of security today. Nice to meet you again, Bruce replied as he was led inside the building. Wondered how long it was going to take you to get inside, a voice stated from the shadows. Bruce's head snapped around. Leave him alone, Natasha said to the archer leaning against the far wall. At least he walked in instead of crawling through a vent. Hey! I had to check out Tony's security, Clint retorted. And what did you decide from the jolt of electricity from the trigger that you tripped? Bobby asked, one eyebrow raised. Clint ignored the jibe, instead coming upright and striding across the lobby to call the elevator. Dr. Banner. It's good to see you again, Steve said, coming up beside him and clapping him on the shoulder. You too, Steve, Bruce smiled. 00000. You sure that it's okay for me to come? Peter asked as he landed in a crouch beside Harry. Harry barely even looked at the teen as he shrunk his broom before stowing it away in one of the pockets on his belt. For the last time, Pete, of course you're invited, too. You may not have fought with the whole team yet, but you're one of us, Harry replied. Besides, didn't Tony invite you the last time you were at work here? Well, sure, but I just thought that he was being polite or something, Peter replied. Well, I was, but that doesn't mean that I didn't meant the invite, Tony stated as he joined the two on the platform. How are you, Tony? Harry asked. Good now that the workers have finally gone and we can do some partying, Tony replied. Gotta say, though, I thought you guys would have used the proper entrance. Isn't this where you take off from and land in the Iron Man suit? Peter asked, looking around. Tony replied. It's been modified a bit, though. Looks big enough for a helicopter, Peter stated, looking about the large platform, or maybe a Quinjet. Got it in one, Webed, Tony beamed. I'm having a couple of Quinjets like the ones that SHIELD use modified for our own use. They're not ready yet, but once they are, we can park one here. For those of us who can't fly, Harry agreed with a smile, flipping back his hood and cancelling the Obscurus spell. Hey! There's nothing wrong with webbing wherever you need to go. And it's more fun, too, Peter protested. But flying so much faster, Tony countered before throwing an arm around Harry's shoulders and beginning to maneuver the other two inside. Come on, I'll give you a tour while we're waiting for the others. 00000. Finally got the band back together, Tony said. Well, except for Point Break, but he's off guarding or something. Anyway, to the band. Tony's half-full glass was raised high, a gesture that was mimicked by all assembled there. After the group had drunk, Steve leant forward in his chair and placed his tumbler on the coffee table in front of him. His action was enough to garner the attention of all, especially when he deliberately made eye contact with each and every person before moving on to the next. Finally, when all were looking at him, Steve focused his attention on Tony. You had us worried, Tony, Steve began. Reports of your death were announced worldside. Exaggerated, as you can see, Tony replied, spreading his arms wide. I heard it all the way down in Brazil, Bruce put in. It's why I came home earlier than I'd planned. Harry here even came to Malibu as soon as it happened, Pepper said, placing her hand on Harry's shoulder. Yeah, I remember you saying that our resident wizard was a bit of a worrywart, Tony replied. We were all worried, Steve pointed out, drawing the conversation back to himself. But there's no reason we should have been. Exactly. I can take care of myself. Besides, I had Rhodey to back me up, Tony pointed out, waving a hand at the man seated beside him. Not until the end, Steve replied with a shake of his head. To start with, you shouldn't have needed backup. Challenging the head of an evil organization like that wasn't smart. And it was even dumber giving him your home address. See? Pepper said. I've already apologized for that, Tony pointed out. I'm not saying that the Mandarin didn't need to be challenged or taken care of, Steve continued, but there were smarter ways of going about it. Not least of it is the fact that we're supposed to be a team. And teammates back each other up. When you need backup, you call us in. That goes for all of us. We're stronger together. I assume that goes for you, too, Cap? Tony asked. Absolutely, Steve replied. Back in the day, I had Peggy, Howard and the Howling Commandos to back me up. Now, though, I've got all of you. Just like I've got your backs whenever you need it. Just try not to call on the other guy too much, Bruce pleaded. He tends to make a mess. The chuckle that comment produced was cut off by a gasp. Bobby? Natasha asked. Everything okay? Bobby simply shook her head. New York just went dark. The lights are out on the island and as far as I can see. Jarvis? Tony asked. Agent Morse is correct. The only location with any power is Avengers Tower, Jarvis replied. That'd be because of the arc tech running through the place, Tony preened. What's caused the blackout? Unknown at this stage, Jarvis replied. All that I can tell you is that it originated on the island of Manhattan, somewhere in the vicinity of 42nd and Madison Avenue. The Baxter Building? Clint asked. Suddenly, Harry stiffened. Daredevil's in trouble. His vitals are all over the place, he stated even as he was grabbing up his cloak and swinging it over his shoulders. What? How do you know that? Steve asked. I put a monitoring charm on him when we first met, Harry replied even as he was creating a portkaya out of an empty Coke can. It's usually used for young children, allows parents to monitor the kid's location and health. Handy, Natasha stated. You coming, Pete? Harry asked, holding out the can. You couldn't keep me away, Peter replied after pulling his mask into place. Is this one of those times where we're all supposed to be going? Tony asked. 'Cause I'm sure that's what the capsicle was just saying. Bullseye's nothing more than an irritant, Harry stated. Between the two of us and Daredevil, it shouldn't be problem. Then, before another word could be spoken, Harry tapped his wand to the can and he and Peter disappeared in a swirl of colors. 26.3. Tracking the devil across Hell's Kitchen was child's play to Bullseye. The only thing he hadn't been able to work out was who the guy under the mask was when he was at home. Or where that home was. But he'd work it out. Assuming that he hadn't killed the guy first, of course. Then again, unmasking him after he'd off the guy would also work. Right now, he was using his small, handheld telescope to track the guy across the rooftops. Soon, very, very soon, the devil would be in his sights again and ripe for the killing. Oh, sure, he could snipe the guy now, but where was the fun in that? No, it was much more satisfying to see the surprise in their eyes up close and personal right before that light left their eyes. It was as he was watching the devil run across the building 2 over from where he was lurking in the shadows that all of the lights went out. And not just in the city block, but in the entire city. With a snarl, Bullseye snapped his telescope shut and put it away before pulling out his night vision goggles and donning them. Surprisingly, once he found his target again, it was to find that the devil hadn't even altered his speed or trajectory due to the lack of sight. The guy's good. Must know these rooftops like the back of his hand, he murmured. Well, let's see just how good he is when he can't see a thing. With a predatory grin, Bullseye emptied the small cylinder at his back and spread the handful of ball bearings across the rooftop. 000000. It was the sounds that alerted Daredevil that something had happened. First, came the panicked voices and then, when he focused on them, it was the lack of sound that told him what had happened. There was no constant buzzing of electricity, obviously the power was out, although how far that extended he had no idea. Lack of lights, though, was never going to be a problem for Daredevil, after all, he'd been living blind for the vast majority of his life. With that thought in mind, he continued running across the rooftops before unerringly using his billy club to attach to the wire that joined this building with the next and sliding down to the next roof. As soon as he sensed the distance under him was right, he released one half of his club and dropped. His feet came down unexpectedly on a number of small, hard round objects. Objects that slid out from under him. And before Daredevil could regain his footing, he'd slipped and come crashing down hard on his back, the wind temporarily knocked from him. And then his right thigh exploded with pain and he screamed. Even as he moved to grasp at the handle of the knife protruding from his thigh, a second dagger came whizzing out of nowhere to slam into his left bicep, rocking him backwards and pulling a second scream from him. The third knife he only just noticed in time, swaying just enough so that instead of burying itself in the meaty part of his left thigh, it only just clipped him. The cut, though, was still long and deep. The fourth knife, the one aimed at his right arm, he managed to avoid completely. Well, well. Looky what we have here. The devil of Hell's Kitchen, all caught in the dark, a voice mocked. Bullseye, Daredevil growled as he tracked the man walking across the roof towards him. The one and only, the assassin replied, and it sounded like the man had given a mocking bow to accompany the acknowledgement. What do you want? Daredevil asked, more to buy time than anything else. Why, simply to fulfill my contract, Bullseye replied. And that's when the real fun will begin, getting back at those two who made me miss. Obviously, the man had plans to target Mage and Spider-Man, plans that Daredevil had no intention of allowing him to complete. You're going to have to go through me first, Daredevil stated. With pleasure, Bullseye smiled. A swirl of the man's long cloak was just enough warning for Daredevil to roll to the side, inadvertently causing the knife in his leg to be pushed deeper into him. But the roll wasn't enough to avoid the attack. While 3 tings of sound indicated where the shurikens that had missed him had landed, the other 2 now embedded in his back caused him to arch his back and scream in pain. Pop. Bullseye. 000000. Pop. The instant that Mage and Spider-Man arrived on the rooftop, Mage groaned. There were no lights on, he couldn't see a thing and hadn't thought to cast a charm on his eyes allowing him to see in the dark. But that didn't mean that his ears weren't working. The sound of Daredevil's scream of pain told him that the hero had been injured, most likely severely. Bullseye. Mage yelled, hoping to at the very least distract the man. More blind mice. How fun, Bullseye replied, and Mage could hear the grin in his voice. Watch out. Spider-Man called. Relying on the strength of dragon hide, Mage simply pulled his cloak tight around him and dropped his head. The feeling of half a dozen thunks impacting his cloak told him that the marksman had just attempted to skewer him with something sharp, without success. Obviously, the man could see in the dark, an advantage that Mage wasn't going to allow him to keep. With a vicious swipe, Mage incanted the most powerful Lumos Solemn that he could. This time it was Bullseye's turn to scream in pain, a scream that was accompanied by the man ripping off the night vision goggles that he'd been wearing and throwing them away. Mage watched warily as the man staggered away. But it was only a feint. Bullseye suddenly snapped around, throwing a pair of knives blindly towards Mage. Mage, of course, didn't waste a second, instantly banishing the knives right back where they'd come from. A second scream was ripped from Bullseye, this time accompanied by him gripping his right wrist with his left hand, one of his daggers embedded to the hilt through the marksman's hand. And then the globs of webbing hit the man, sending him stumbling backwards, only to trip over the low wall that encircled the roof before plummeting over. Both Mage and Spider-Man raced to the edge, firing magic and webs after him. Mage's spell hit Bullseye a fraction of a second before Spider-Man's line. The two opposing forces, one to catch him and yank him back, the other to stick him to the side of the building, saved his life, but his left arm was badly dislocated and possibly broken in a couple of places as well. In the light of Mage's Lumos Solemn, the two heroes could see that Bullseye was caught fast, with both arms dangling uselessly by his sides. The man, Mage could tell, would be extremely lucky to ever get full use of his hands again. "You right to take care of him?" Mage asked his partner. "Yeah, no worries," Spider-Man replied. "I'll swing him by a police station before taking him to a hospital." "Good," Mage nodded. "I'll take our friend back to Avengers Tower. There's a brand new medical ward there that needs to be broken in." 00000. Gwen stood behind the counter of the den, shocked into inaction. This was a situation that she'd never encountered before, and it wasn't even 9 o'clock in the morning. People, customers, knew the drill. You walk in, either take a seat and wait for a waitress, or you come up to the counter, order, eat your meal, pay and go when you were ready. People did not simply walk in off of the street and start redecorating with some type of fruit of all things. As the young woman with dirty blonde hair seemed to almost waltz across to the fireplace and begin placing garlands of the weird orange fruit at seeming random places on the mantel, Gwen caught the looks from not only her fellow workers, but also some of the customers. Even David, the den's chief chef, had come to the kitchen door to watch the bizarre sight. Finally, Gwen took a deep breath, straightened to her full height and marched around the counter and up to the woman. "Can I help you?" Gwen asked, a touch more harshly than she'd intended. The woman didn't seem to catch Gwen's irritation and simply hummed as she continued looking around the den with those large blue-gray eyes of hers. "Look, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to ask you to leave," Gwen stated. "You can't just come in here and start putting whatever those are all over the place." Gwen had trailed off slightly after getting a good look at the orange fruit. They were like nothing that she'd ever seen before. They were sort of like a cherry, she supposed, only orange. "Dirigible plums," the woman supplied, finally looking at her. "And it's okay, Harry won't mind. They'll help keep the nargles away." This last was said in a whisper as she leaned in towards Gwen, a whisper that still carried throughout the room. "Wait," Gwen said, latching on to the only part that had made any sense. "You know Harry?" "Of course. Did you think that I would ward against nargles for just anyone?" she replied. Once again, her words made absolutely no sense. What in the world was a nargle? This woman was obviously mentally unstable. But, now that Gwen was listening, she caught the British accent that the woman spoke in. "You knew Harry from back in England," Gwen said slowly. The woman nodded before drifting to the closest table and beginning to lay a wreath of plums around the menu card. "We've been friends for years. We went to school together, you see. He was also one of my best teachers," the woman replied. And then it clicked. School. Harry hadn't told her much about his other life. Peter was the one he talked to most about that sort of thing, but Gwen knew enough to piece one and one together. This woman wasn't making sense because she was talking about magic things. Knowing that, Gwen made a decision. "How about we find you a seat and I'll bring you something to drink?" "What sort of tea would you like?" Gwen asked, steering the woman towards an unoccupied out-of-the-way table. "That sounds lovely. Do you have some Earl Grey tea?" the woman asked. Gwen gave an inward sigh of relief at the normal response. "Of course. Wonderful. It's always nice to have something from home when you're away. I'm Luna, by the way, Luna Lovegood," the woman introduced herself. "Nice to meet you, Luna." "I'm Gwen," she smiled. "I'll be right back with your tea." Gwen left the woman happily arranging more of the strange fruit on the table in front of her. Her eyes flicked to each of the other garlands around the room. For now, she'd leave them alone. And if they were to prevent nargles, whatever those magical creatures were or did, away from the den, then that could only be a good thing, right? Chapter 27, the Babel of New York. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 00000. Heroes Assemble. Chapter 27: The Babel of New York. The slightest noise, a change in breathing, perhaps, roused Harry from his semi-sleep. Using the arms on the chair, he pushed himself up straighter, his eyes instantly focused in on the man in the bed. Not seeing any change, Harry adjusted his position some more to something that was a little more comfortable before scrubbing his face with his hands and running his fingers through his hair. That, he knew, would make his hair even messy than usual, but really, who would be able to tell? Matt, the one that he was keeping watch over, was lying on a mattress created using some kind of gel that molded to his body. Supposedly, it was designed for people with serious wounds, allowing their bodies to be able to relax without causing undue pressure on any wounds and aggravating them. And wounds there were. Matt had sustained deep cuts on both legs, in one arm and 2 deep puncture wounds in his back. He'd lost a lot of blood, a situation that only Harry's blood replenishing potion and the quick work of Dr. Cho and her team of doctors and nurses had been able to fix. Harry, still dressed as Mage, had remained in the corner of the operating room, his arms crossed over his chest as he watched over the surgery to save the man's life despite the protests of said doctors and nurses. They were even less impressed by the fact that they were unable to remove Matt's mask, both because Harry wouldn't allow it and because of the sticking charm that he'd added to it to ensure that his wishes were followed if he was called away. Now, after a night-long vigil, Matt was seeming to respond to the treatment, at least according to the change in his breathing and to the blips and beeps that the instruments were making. "Who's there?" Harry startled out of his chair at Matt's growl, a growl that he was able to detect a slight panic in. "It's Harry Potter," he said as he approached the bed. "You're safe. You're in the medical ward of Avengers Tower." Matt quickly lifted his right arm, the only appendage not injured in the fight against Bullseye, and sighed loudly when his hand encountered his mask still in place. "Don't worry, I wouldn't let them take that off you," Harry reassured him. Matt seemed to pause, his hand half lowered before his head turned slightly towards where Harry was standing. "You know who I am, don't you, Harry?" "Mage," he stated more than asked. "I do," Harry smiled. "Who've you told?" The growl was back, this time with a resigned flavor. "No one," Harry reassured the man. "You've known my identity ever since you defended me after the Chitauri battle to my fellow witches and wizards, never once telling anyone, not even hinting at it to Spider-Man. Keeping your secret in return was the least that I could do." Matt nodded. "How'd you find out?" "The first time that Spider-Man and I met you as Daredevil, I placed a monitoring spell on you, strictly in case you ever got into too much trouble because of Bullseye," Harry added quickly. "That charm allowed me to know your health as well as your location. I followed it once to check that it was working properly and it led me straight to your business. I'm guessing that charm was what enabled you and Spider-Man to get to me, last night? When I encountered Bullseye?" "Yeah, it was," Harry replied. "In that case, as much as I don't like the idea of that bit of magic, thank you," Matt said. "I don't think I want to think about how that would have turned out if you two hadn't shown up when you did." "It's what friends, allies, do for each other," Harry replied. "What happened to Bullseye?" Matt asked after a small pause. "Like you, he needed a hospital, but he's under heavy guard awaiting trial," Harry summarized. "You're letting cops guard him?" Matt asked, and for a second it seemed that he was about to attempt to get out of bed before he gave up, not being able to move for the gel. "They won't last an hour with what he's capable of." "Hey, easy," Harry said, laying a hand on the crime fighter's shoulder. "He can't hurt anyone." He caught one of his knives through one hand and the other arm was dislocated and broken in 2 places when he was caught after falling off the roof. "You caught him?" "Why?" Matt growled. "Believe me, I would have preferred to let him fall," Harry spat, "but I couldn't. He only went over the edge because of Spider-Man's web balls." "And you couldn't let the kid have a death on his conscience," Matt finished for him. "How'd you know he was just a kid?" Harry asked. Matt shrugged with his one good shoulder. His voice mostly. The timbre and speech patterns place him in his late teens. Wouldn't bet against him still being in high school. "You know he's going to have to deal with causing a death sometime, right?" "He already is," Harry replied. "Well, sort of. A relative was killed due to his inaction. I think our talks have gotten him past it, but I didn't want to have him have to deal with something else like it so close after getting past the first one." "Fair enough," Matt replied. Then, after a couple of minutes of silence, Matt continued. "No one else here knows who I am under this mask." "No," Harry reassured him. "I wouldn't even let the doctors take it off when they patched you up. That's also why I'm being careful with how we're talking now. Jarvis monitors every part of the building and he is Tony's AI. You might want to consider changing that though. The Avengers are good people. They'll keep your secret. And support you if and when you need it." Matt nodded slowly. You might be right. And having partners isn't as bad as I thought it would be. 000000. Harry. Bruce asked, being the first to notice the wizard entering the lounge where the rest of the Avengers were relaxing. Harry nodded at the man sitting back on the couch, appearing for all the world as though he were perfectly relaxed. Not that he was fooling Harry, he could see the slight lines around Bruce's eyes, not unlike Remus used to have just before and after the full moon. Bruce D told him how well the calming draft worked at suppressing the Hulk, and also that he'd rather not have to rely on it too much, in fear of forgetting how to manage the other guy when he didn't have the potion on hand. Quickly, Harry's eyes sought out the rest of the team, Clint playing some sort of game on the big screen, Natasha behind the bar, Steve turning from looking out the great glass windows, and Tony and Peter who had their heads together over some sort of hologram program embedded in the table. He's awake. And asking for all of you, Harry stated. Should I put my suit on? Peter asked, his hand half raised. Only, you guys are the only ones who know that I'm Spider-Man. Well, you and Gwen. But she's not here at the moment. Harry's lips twitched into an ironic smile. Don't worry, Pete. Daredevil won't be able to tell whether you're wearing your suit or not. Peter gave him a dubious look before eventually giving a jerky nod. Even still, Harry noted that the youngest of them brought up the rear, seemingly deliberately staying behind Steve. Finally, when they'd all filed into the room and shuffled about, Harry laid a hand on Matt's shoulder. Jarvis, can you seal this room? Avengers only until we say otherwise, Harry instructed. Of course, sir, Jarvis replied. A slight clicking sound signaled the lock engaging in the door and the light altered slightly as the windows increased their reflective capacity, blocking any potential spies from seeing in. We're all here, Daredevil, Harry said. I'd like to start by thanking you for having me here and fixing me up, Matt said. And also Harry and Spider-Man for coming after me and saving my butt. You know who Harry is? Peter interjected. Of course, Matt smiled wryly. I've known for months. Then, using his good hand, he reached up and pulled his mask off. Hey. I know you. You're that lawyer guy who did the legal mumbo-jumbo that got Harry off the hook with the other witches and wizards after the Battle of New York, Tony stated. Matt Murdock, Matt confirmed. It's nice to see you again, Mr. Murdock, Steve said. And especially that you're all right. You could have said that you were that vigilante guy, Clint stated. You do know that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s been trying to track you for a while now? Natasha asked. I know. And I'd prefer to keep my identity out of their databanks. Is that going to be a problem? Matt asked, his voice dropping to just shy of his usual growl. This is Avengers Tower. What happens in here, stays in here, Steve assured him. Some of us may work for SHIELD, but that doesn't mean that they're entitled to know everything about us or our allies. Thank you, Matt replied. You're supposed to be blind, right? Tony asked, cause I've seen some of the things that Daredevil can do and I never even considered that he couldn't see. So, nope, not believing that he's blind with all his acrobatic stuff he does across rooftops. Or you, for that matter. I can assure you that I am, Matt replied. Just really well trained. And you're a lawyer, too, just like my cousin, Jennifer, Bruce stated. You know, that could come in handy, especially if we, break the city again. Hey, I'll take any business you're happy to throw my way, Matt smiled. But don't feel you have to go out of your way to make it. So, you know who we all are? Peter asked nervously. Not all, Matt replied. I've met everyone here in costume and all but you out of it. Harry looked at Peter as did the rest of the Avengers. All right, Peter said, caving to the combined gazes. We've worked together and I know who you are, so I guess it's only fair if you know who I am, too. Just don't spread it around, okay? You have my word, Matt promised. Then, I'm Peter Parker. Nice to meet you, Peter Parker, Matt said. Harry wasn't the only one grinning as the two shook hands. You've got your own place, right? Cause I just redesigned the tower and I'm running out of rooms for everyone, Tony complained. Yes, I have my own place, Matt assured Tony as the others laughed. 00000. Mr. Potter? There is a call you for from Miss Stacy, Jarvis announced. Gwen? Harry asked. His eyes met Peter's as the younger guy gave a shrug, before they flicked to the clock on the wall. 9:30. That meant that the den had been open for a couple of hours. And that's where Gwen should be, running the place. Obviously, something had happened. Harry just hoped that it wasn't too bad. You can use the phone over there, Tony said, waving a hand in the direction of the bar. Thanks, Harry said before quickly crossing the room. Hello? Gwen. Harry said after picking up the receiver. Harry. Thank goodness. I was hoping that you were there, Gwen said in a rush. Is something wrong? Harry asked. No. Not really. Just weird, I guess, Gwen replied cryptically. How so? Harry asked. A strange woman turned up in the den this morning and started putting bunches of some strange orange fruit all over the place. Called them dir, some sort of plums, anyway, she began. Harry's eyes widened. Not dirigible plums, by any chance? Yeah, that's them, Gwen replied. She wouldn't happen to have blonde hair and blue eyes, would she? Harry asked, hope building in his chest. As it happens, she does, Gwen replied, and Harry could hear the smile in his voice. Luna, Harry breathed. You do know her? Gwen said happily. Is she still there? Harry asked eagerly. Yes. I've given her some tea and cake, Gwen reported. I'll be right there, Harry replied. Thanks, Gwen. As soon as he's put the phone down, Harry spun around, a huge grin on his face. Sorry, everyone, I've got to go, he said. Then, before anyone could reply, Harry spun on the spot and disp parrot with a near-silent pop. 00000. Harry barely had time to close the door leading to the stairs from his apartment in the main part of the den and to begin looking around before a lithe body with dirty blonde hair streaming behind her slammed into him, engulfing him in a hug. Hello, Harry Potter, Luna said into his ear. Hello, Luna Lovegood, Harry returned, even as his arms tightened around her. Finally, the two separated and Harry smiled down at one of his oldest friends. Her face had matured somewhat, but she was still the same Luna, radish earrings and all. It's great to see you, Luna, he said. You as well, Harry, she replied, her large, blue eyes searching his face. Your wandering has been good for you, you are much more relaxed than I have ever seen you. If only I'd taken you up on your offers to come searching for Crumplehorn Snorkax, I could have turned out like this much earlier. She hummed, but there was a note of skepticism in her voice. Spotting a lone teacup and the remains of a slice of cake at a nearby table, Harry slipped an arm around Luna's waist and guided her back towards her table. How long have you been in New York? He asked after they were seated. What do you think of the city? I arrived today, she replied, so I haven't had a chance to see much yet. Luna leant forwards over the table. Are there any nargles here? Harry's face nearly split into a grin. He'd missed his eccentric friend. Not that I know of, at least, I haven't seen any yet, he replied. Unsurprising, she said. After all, they do much prefer colder climates. Have you managed to find any of your creatures since I last saw you, Luna? Harry asked. Luna's face fell momentarily. No, they remain as elusive as ever. At least the trips themselves always make up for it. There's so much to see in the world and so many wonderful creatures, even if others discovered them first. Harry nodded his understanding. That's what I loved the most about traveling the world, seeing all of the amazing landscapes and creatures and encountering the different cultures of the world, both normal and special. Luna's tiny nod told him that she understood what he was saying. Speaking of, Harry continued before lightly touching the garland of orange fruit that encircled the menu. These do not generally like lying around like this. You're so silly, Harry, Luna giggled. I do know the laws, you know. And dirigible plums don't lose their special properties because of the charms that I place to ensure that they stay grounded. Harry smiled and reached across to pat Luna on the arm. Glad to hear it, wouldn't want to be infested with rackspurts now, would I? It's always best to be careful, Luna agreed. Not that I've seen any around here, your travels, or perhaps something here has completely removed the ones that used to like living in your hair. How long can you stay? He asked, changing the topic. Not long, I'm afraid, Luna replied. I'm supposed to be on my way home after my latest expedition in Canada to write an article for the Quibbler. But being so close, I couldn't resist at least stopping in for a few days to say hello. I'm glad you did, Luna, I've missed you, Harry said. You'll stay with me, of course. Are you sure that you have the room, Harry? I wouldn't want to impose, she replied. You could never do that, Harry assured her. And I've got the room. Well, at least, you can have my bed and I'll sleep on the couch. I've sort of rented out my spare room. Yes, Hermione told me of the girl that you found and decided to help. She sounded most exasperated, you know, Luna told him conspiracally. Hermione is intent on eventually convincing you to move back to England and your side projects seem to be getting in the way of her plans. Harry couldn't help but grin while shaking his head at the same time. Hermione knows how I feel about the idea of even visiting England, let alone moving there, he said. I know, but she has always been one to cling to her hopes and dreams, no matter how remote they are of coming true. Usually it's quite an admirable trait, but there are times when it is quite vexing. Come on, I'll show you up to my apartment and then you can tell me more about your trips without the wrong ears hearing what they shouldn't, Harry said. As long as you tell me about your adventures in return, she replied. Deal, Harry said as they both rose from the table. 00000. When Harry entered his apartment with Luna, it was to find Doreen lounging in front of the TV watching some kind of cartoon. It wasn't until he'd taken a second look at it that he realized what it was, an animation featuring the Avengers. Currently, his cartoon counterpart was battling some kind of alien monster, sending different colored beams of light at it before sending the four-armed, red-skinned creature flying across the screen. Closing his eyes, Harry counted to 10 while simultaneously making a mental note to rant to Tony about it. Not that that was likely to do much good. The man simply loved to be the center of attention, and to be immortalist like that was probably a dream come true. Clearing his throat had the desired effect, although Luna's disappointed was not what he'd been expecting when Doreen sat up and instantly snapped the cartoon off, most likely because she felt that it was too babyish for a teen to be caught watching. Deciding to ignore the whole situation, Harry settled for introductions. Luna, this is Doreen Green, Harry said, gesturing to the teen girl now standing in front of the couch. She rents my spare room and also works in the den, when she's not at school. Doreen, this is my friend from England, Luna Lovegood. She'd visiting for a couple of days and will be staying with us. A great smile blossomed on Doreen's face as she bounced across to shake hands with Luna. Hi. It's great to meet you. I'm guessing that you've known Harry for a while. She said in one great rush. Luna, for her part, cocked her head quizzically towards the girl, her large blue eyes scanning her up and down before she turned to Harry. You didn't say that she was AW. Luna began before Harry's eyes rounded and he practically slammed his hand over her mouth. Seeing the aghast expression on Doreen's face, Harry blurted the first thing that he could think of. Don't mind Luna, she often has no filter between her brain and her mouth. Just excuse us a minute, I need to. In the end, he faltered and with a shrug practically dragged Luna out of the room, down the hallway into his room where he closed the door and raised a silencing charm. It was then that Luna decided to lick his hand, making him shudder and quickly remove it from her mouth and wipe it down the legs of his jeans. Now, why did you do that, Harry? Luna asked intently. I was only going to point out that she's magical, just like us. That's just it, Luna, she's not, Harry replied before continuing quickly. That's not to say that she's not different, because she is. Just that I'm not sure how, and I'm positive that she's trying to keep it a secret. Well, that's silly. We're all different in some way. The world would be rather boring if everyone was exactly the same, Luna pointed out. I know, Luna, Harry replied. But we both know what it's like to be made fun of and hurt for being different, and I'm pretty sure that Doreen suffered in the past because of her differences. I'm hoping that she'll eventually open up if I can show that I'm trustworthy and that I won't hurt her or make fun of her. That's very kind of you, Harry, Luna smiled, patting him on the arm. Luna? How'd you know? That she's different, I mean? Harry asked. I'm not sure, Luna replied, her eyes going slightly out of focus. Doreen has a touch of an animal about her. I was wondering if she'd been trying to become an animagus and something had gone wrong. Well, she's not a witch, so that can't be it, Harry said. Let's just try to act normally and see what happens. Luna giggled at Harry's suggestion. After your antics a few minutes ago, I'm not certain that normal is possible. Harry sighed. He'd missed Luna. But there were definitely times that he didn't miss the obvious statements that she was prone to make, highlighting just how idiotic he could be every now and again. 00000. Dinner the night before and even the evening afterwards had been incredibly awkward. Doreen kept giving both Harry and Luna the oddest looks, as though she were both worried for their sanity and waiting for either Luna to say something strange or for Harry to try to stop her. Harry, of course, did his very best to avoid looking at Doreen very much at all, or else making sure to change the topic away from anything that could even remotely set Luna off onto one of her creature stories. Luna simply found the whole thing amusing and spent the night grinning and giggling the whole time. The morning hadn't been much better. What didn't help was that Doreen had that particular day off work. And then she'd gone and said that she was going to go to Central Park, the only real green area in the city, and there was no way that Luna was going to miss that, so promptly invited herself along. Of course, that meant that Harry had to go, too. Do you come here often? Luna asked Doreen as the three wandered one of the less frequented paths. Doreen nodded eagerly and quickly took a big lick of her mango ice cream that they'd gotten from the vendor before answering. Every chance I get, she finally replied. Reminds me of back home. And Monkey Joe loves it here. Their three heads automatically swiveled to regard the squirrel who was currently scampering along amongst the trees a little distance in from the path. No matter where they went, Monkey Joe did an excellent job of keeping pace with them, sometimes on the ground like now, or more often than not, by scampering from branch to branch and tree to tree. Your little friend is incredibly loyal, Luna remarked. As one would expect, the instant that Luna had been introduced to the squirrel, she'd been captivated. She'd even made squirrel-like noises at Monkey Joe the night before, which had caused the squirrel to chitter back at her and for Doreen to roll around the floor of the lounge laughing so much she'd had to hold her stomach. The three of them watching Monkey Joe caused him to pause in his run along the ground between a pair of trees and to look back at them. That pause and distraction, though, was exactly what the predator needed. The brown-colored snake wasn't large, indeed, Monkey Joe was actually larger, but that didn't seem to be a deterrent to the snake. As soon as the squirrel was distracted, it slithered from its hiding place and poised before darting its head forward, its mouth open and fangs ready. "Stop!" Harry yelled, one hand extended as though he could physically restrain the snake even from that distance. At the same time, Doreen had taken a couple of quick steps forward as she, too, yelled out. "Look out! Behind you!" At Harry's command, the snake froze mid-strike before swiveling its head to look at him. "Speaker?" the snake asked in confusion. "Leave the squirrel. It's a friend," he commanded. "As you wish, Speaker," the snake replied before dropping to its belly and turning about to slither back into its hidey hole. "I think it's okay, Monkey Joe." "I think that Harry told the snake to leave you alone," Doreen told a still shivering Monkey Joe as he scampered across the grass and up her body to perch on top of her head. Finally, with the danger past, Harry and Doreen turned to stare at each other. "You speak squirrel?" Harry asked. "You can talk to snakes?" Doreen asked at the same time. "As fascinating as your abilities are, I think that we should have this discussion somewhere a little more private," Luna commented. Without taking their eyes off of each other, both Harry and Doreen gave simultaneous nods of agreement. 00000. A/N with this chapter, Heroes passes the 100,000 word mark and joins that rare few in this crossover category to have done so. 100k in and it almost still feels as though I'm near the beginning. We're close to the beginning of the arc that includes Thor 2, then there's the Cap 2 arc and finally the Sinister 7 to close out Heroes Phase 2 plotlines. My Phase 3 begins with Age of Ultron and goes from there. I've even already hinted at a couple of events that won't play out until Phase 3. At least you all seem to be enjoying the story as much as I've been enjoying writing it. Till next week. Chapter 28, Call the Exterminators. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 00000. Heroes Assemble. Chapter 28, Call the Exterminators, We've Got Squirrels. Luna Lovegood sighed. What was potentially going to be an incredibly interesting conversation had stagnated at the "if I stare at you long enough, you'll eventually cave and share all of your secrets" first stage. The fact that the two involved were one of her oldest friends, Harry Potter, and a potential new friend, Doreen Green, made the silence even harder to bear. "Who wants to go first?" she asked lightly, her head swiveling between the two. Unfortunately, her attempt at starting the conversation fell flat. Silence continued to reign, just as it had ever since the two had found out that they had the ability to talk to an animal, albeit animals of different species. Really, Luna was starting to get most annoyed at Harry. Yes, he had a bit of stubborn streak, but she was certain that, after spending so many years being kept in the dark from vital information, that he'd have been able to avoid picking up that particular bad habit. After another 5 minutes of the pair sitting on separate chairs in Harry's apartment staring at each other, Luna was getting tempted to hex the truth out of the two of them. Unfortunately, doing so would only get the pair focused on her and she'd be the one explaining magic instead of Harry doing so. And that wouldn't be any fun whatsoever. "Harry James Potter," Luna began and promptly had to stifle a giggle at how Hermione-ish she sounded. "You're supposed to be the adult here. Therefore, you start." Finally, Harry tore his gaze from the teenager across from him to scowl at Luna. But that, of course, only lasted a few seconds. For some reason, Harry never could stay angry at her. Luna wasn't quite sure why, but it made her all fuzzy and warm inside and always made her smile. After running his hand through his hair, Harry sighed. "I can speak to snakes," he began. It wasn't much, but it was a start. Luna nodded encouragingly at him and settled back more comfortably into her chair to enjoy the show. "It's called parseltongue," he continued. "It's pretty rare. Only a handful of people worldwide have had the ability in the past century, at least that I know of." "I can talk to squirrels," Doreen admitted after a half-minute of silence where Harry was looking at her expectantly. "I don't know if it's got a proper name, but I call it squirrelies." Harry nodded. "Makes sense. So, is it just squirrels or can you talk to other animals as well?" "Just squirrels. Well, animals in the squirrel family, I think. I talked to a chipmunk once, but he sounded like he had a really thick accent. And I've never met any marmots or prairie dogs, so I don't know about them. What about you? Is it just snakes in general, or all reptiles?" "Just snakes, I think," Harry said, before looking thoughtful. "Although, now that I think about it, it might include some kinds of lizards." "What do you say that, Harry?" Luna asked interestedly. When I was in Indonesia a couple of years ago, I was out in a jungle on one of the islands visiting a local village when I thought that I heard someone talking but I couldn't see anyone else around. Not long after, there was a Komodo dragon that crossed the path, so I guess that's what it was. Dragon? Luna asked, eagerly sitting forwards. Harry gave her a lopsided grin. Not a real dragon, like the ones from the Triwiz, Komodos are really just a huge lizard. Real dragon? Doreen asked, her eyes bugging out. Are you trying to tell me that dragons are real? Luna gave a soft laugh and settled back into her chair, ignoring the annoyed look that Harry shot her. Yes, dragons are real. And unicorns and griffins and thunderbirds and a whole host of other magical creatures as well, Harry admitted. They're all simply kept hidden by magic. Doreen's eyes flicked between the two before narrowing. If you know that they're real. She began slowly, before her eyes widened and she finished in a rush. You're magical. That's how you can speak to snakes. I am, Harry admitted. You know, telling you this is hard for me. And quite illegal. If anyone from the magical world ever found out that you knew all of this, they'd come and take these memories away and I'd be in a whole heap of trouble that'd probably land me in a jail for the rest of my life. Then why are you telling me? Doreen asked. Not that I'm going to tell anyone. 'Cause I won't. I swear I won't tell another person. Ever. She solemnly placed one hand over her heart to emphasize her promise. I know you won't, Doreen, Harry replied. I know how good you are at keeping secrets, at least the important ones. Once again, her eyes rounded before narrowing. You know I'm different, that I'm not a normal person. Hey. Is that why I'm different? Am I magic, too? She asked eagerly. Harry shook his head. No, you're not. You're something else. Damn. It would have been cool to be magic, to find out where I fit in, she sighed. What do you mean, Doreen? Luna asked, her head cocked quizzically. I've always been different. At first, my parents thought that I might be a mutant. Do you know about them? She asked. Yeah, Harry replied before noticing Luna's puzzled expression. Bruce, a friend of mine, explained it all to me a while back. Apparently, there are actually 4 different types of people on the planet. There's the normals, who we call muggles, the magicals, the mutants, those born with an extra special gene called the X gene in their DNA, and lastly, the mutates, those whose bodies have been changed in some extraordinary, often inexplicable way. Yep, that's me, a mutate, Doreen said. I like the extraordinary bit, though. Makes it sound kinda cool. In what way are you different, Doreen? Luna asked. How much do you already know? Doreen asked. Harry shook his head. Not a lot. Apart from the squirrel-speaking thing. I know that you can jump really high. And I'm pretty sure that you're strong and that you've got some amazing reflexes. How'd you work out? She asked. I saw you one night jumping from the alley up to your bedroom window, Harry admitted. I gave you a couple of little tests the next morning, asked you to move a heavy box, nearly dropped a mug, which you caught. I can promise you that I haven't told a soul, not even Luna here or Gwen or anyone. So dumb luck, hey. Doreen sighed. Guess I should be glad that it was only you. For a second, Luna could have sworn that Harry had a guilty look on his face, but it was gone much too quickly to be sure. That didn't mean that Luna had no plans to question her friend about that later, though. Doreen's definitely not a witch then. Luna asked disappointedly, crossing her arms. Phooey. I was sure that she'd used accidental magic to become an animagus squirrel and had gotten stuck halfway. I have no idea what you just said, Doreen admitted, staring at the woman. When magical children are still developing their gifts, their magic can do strange things, Harry explained. An animagus is a witch or wizard that can magically change themselves into an animal. That's another rare-ish piece of magic. Once they turn 11, they get their first wand and go to magic school to learn to control their magic. Wow. Witches and wizards and magic, Doreen said, shaking her head. Who'da thought that was real? Hang on. Magic. Magic. Like Mage. That's it, isn't it? You're Mage. Please tell me that's true. Harry's head dropped, but not before he saw the wide smile on Luna's face. I was hoping to build up to it a little more. But, yeah. I'm Mage, Harry admitted. For a few seconds, there was dead silence as Doreen sat there, her jaw dropped open as she stared at the guy she'd been living with for the past weeks. Then, without warning, she let out a loud, long, piercing scream of excitement. Instantly, she was up, bouncing around the room. Her erratic movements sent Monkey Joe scurrying from the floor where he'd been dumped from her lap up the closest curtain to perch on the rail and begin chittering angrily down at her. Barely pausing in her bouncing, Doreen chittered back at the squirrel, the other two guessing that she was telling her friend what she'd just found out. Obviously, she got the point across because Monkey Joe shifted position until he was nearly right above Harry and began staring down at him. Finally, Doreen dropped back into her seat, but even then, she didn't quite stop her bouncing. You're him. Mage. One of the Avengers. And I've been living with you. How could I not realize that? You helped stop the invasion from aliens. And you've been flying around the city on your magic broom. Bruce. You said Bruce before. That's Bruce Banner, isn't it? The Hulk. And you've been on the phone with Tony Stark. Iron Man. The one and only. You can introduce me to the Avengers, can't you? Please? I'll do anything. Anything. It's why I came to New York in the first place, Doreen said, staring intently at Harry the whole time. Harry, for his part, simply stared back, wondering how the girl was still conscious. He was sure that she'd said that entire speech in one breath. You came to New York to meet Harry and the Avengers? Luna asked. Well, Iron Man and the Avengers, Doreen said sheepishly. But really, I've wanted to meet Iron Man ever since he became a hero and started doing all those amazing things and helping people and everything. And then after I saw the Battle of New York with all of the Avengers, well, I knew that I could have helped if I'd been there. So, I thought that if I came here and met Iron Man and the rest of them and showed them what I could do, well. But you're still in school, Harry protested. And were you any different, Harry Potter? Luna asked. I seem to remember you leading a group of students on a rescue mission when you were Doreen's age. Not to mention winning a war for us when you were not much older. But that was different. Harry protested. Perhaps to some extent, but it all boiled down to you wanting to help others. I believe Hermione calls it your saving people thing. Luna countered. Harry scowled at her momentarily before deciding that he wasn't going to win that argument. What exactly is it that you can do? Harry hedged. Well, you know that I can talk to squirrels, which can be dead useful, especially if I need a little extra help, Doreen began. And you know that I can jump really high and that I'm strong and have good reflexes. I'm also really fast, have excellent hand-eye coordination and great agility. I can heal quicker than normal people. And then there's my physical differences. To demonstrate this point, she firstly held out both hands above the coffee table. Harry and Luna obliged by leaning in. Once they had done so, she flexed her fingers and small claws extended from each finger. I can climb just about anything, just like a squirrel, she said. I've got those claws on my toes as well. There's also this, she said as she clenched her fists making the knuckle spike extend from its sheath under her skin on each hand. Harry whistled at the sight of them. That's amazing. Looks incredibly sharp, too, he said. Oh, it is, Doreen grinned. Can cut through any wood with ease. And lastly, there's my tail. Harry and Luna blinked confusedly at each other as Doreen stood up and put her hands behind her, fishing her 3-foot-long bushy tail out from her pants and turning around for them to see. This is why my parents thought that I might be a mutant, she said. I was born with it. Great for balance, especially when I'm climbing or jumping. I imagine it would be, Luna said with a smile as she reached out and began stroking the soft fur. So, do I have what it takes? Can I be an Avenger, too? Doreen asked eagerly, her eyes shining. I don't think it's quite that easy, Harry said slowly. For one, we'd have to evaluate you, test you, to see exactly what you can do. For another, like I said, you're still in school and that'd have to come first. Oh. Maybe I could be like a reserve. Doreen asked, her excitement growing with the idea. You know, when the danger's too big that you need extra help than just the 7 of you, well, 6 of you, really now that Thor's gone back to Asgard you can call me in to help out. Harry's eyes sought out Luna, desperately asking for help in how to curb the girl's excitement. I would imagine that you'd need to do an interview, Luna stated, to show your capabilities. After all, it wouldn't do for you to be asked to help and you get there and you don't have the right skills. What if they need someone to fly one of their planes, for example? Quinjet, Harry corrected. You're saying that I need extra training? To get a bigger, better skill set? To be able to do more stuff so that I can help more? Doreen asked. Exactly, Harry replied. And school will be a big part of that. Okay, I guess I can understand that, Doreen said. How soon can I meet the rest of the Avengers and show them what I can do? Harry sighed. I'll ring Tony later this afternoon and see what I can arrange. Once again, Doreen squealed with joy and began chittering with Monkey Joe. Luna, meanwhile, turned to Harry. The good part about Doreen knowing now that you're a wizard is that you won't have to sleep on the couch anymore. Harry cocked an eyebrow at her, encouraging her to explain that statement. You can simply transfigure it into a bed, Luna said. 00000. Well, it is unsurprising that your animagus form would have wings, Luna stated as she circled the half-transformed man before her. It really was an intriguing look for Harry, being half man and half bird, kind of like a hippogriff or griffin really. Except both of those creatures had the front half being the part that was bird, unlike Harry who'd decided to keep his human head and change the rest of him to bird form. And then there was the size. Harry seemed to have yet to work out how to alter from human size down to the appropriate size for his feathered form. If this is your proper size, she supposed, it might be easier to guess what you're supposed to be. Ostriches and emus are quite large birds, but neither have wings that let them fly, unlike the ones that you seem equipped with. They also have long legs and you don't. No. I don't think that you're one of them. It'd be nice if you were a dirical or a whooper, they're both magical and that could be fun. Well, not the whooper, perhaps their cries can drive a person insane and that wouldn't be any good at all. I think I'm more likely to be some kind of bird of prey, Harry commented, a surprising ability considering that his neck was half bird-like and half human. Obviously, his voice box was in the half-human part. Yes, I suppose so, your talents do lend one to that conclusion, Luna sighed in agreement. That's not as much fun, though. It could be, Harry grinned and she knew that he was imagining flying through the air, much like he did with his broom, only more so. Finally, after circling him for the 4th time, Luna signaled for him to transform back. I don't think that I will be of any use to you in working out how to complete your transformation, Luna said sadly. That's okay, Luna, thanks for taking a look, Harry said, giving the girl's upper arm a rub. Luna cocked her head at him. I think, Harry Potter, that you already know what you have to do. After dropping his head, Harry nodded. I need to talk to Minerva, he stated. She's a transfiguration master, not to mention an animagus herself. Luna waited in silence for Harry to finish his inner turmoil. I'm going to have to go back to Hogwarts, aren't I? He half asked, half stated. England isn't so bad, Harry, Luna stated, completing the thought out loud for her friend. And you have been gone a long time, perhaps their interest in you has died off. Do you really believe that, Luna? Harry asked skeptically. Unfortunately, Luna could no more lie to Harry than she could to herself. It's possible, but doubtful, she said. You will always be the boy who lived and the man who conquered no matter how long you have been away. The wizarding world has a long memory, after all, and your absence may have just increased their fervor to know where their hero has been all this time. What you must ask yourself is whether or not your need to complete your animagus transformation is greater than the discomfort that you may experience during your return to England. It is, Harry whispered before continuing his reasoning in a louder voice. Both my dad and Sirius were animagi, it's something that I've always wanted to do to be like them. And this could be something that saves my life one day, considering the life that I've chosen. It sounds to me that your decision is made, Luna stated. You're right. It is. And I guess that it'll be good to see my other friends again, Hermione, Neville, some of the day, even the Weasleys, I suppose. Guess I'd better buy some tickets before I lose my nerve, Harry grimaced. 000000. Good afternoon, Mr. Potter, the disembodied voice of Jarvis said immediately after the doors to the elevator had closed on the 3 of them. May I inquire as the names of your guests? Hi Jarvis, Harry replied, and he couldn't help but to lift his chin slightly, even though he knew that there was absolutely no point in directing his voice towards the ceiling. The young lady to my left is Doreen Green and the lady to my right is Luna Lovegood. Very good. I shall inform Mr. Stark that you are on your way up, Jarvis stated. Thanks, Jarvis, Harry replied. Is anyone else here? Dr. Banner is currently in the labs and will join you shortly. Miss Potts is awaiting your arrival in the lounge. The others are currently away from the tower on assignment with S.H.I.E.L.D, Jarvis said. I told you that it was a long shot, Harry said, noticing Doreen's disappointed look. It's rare that we're all here at once. That's okay, she replied. At least I'll get to meet Mr. Stark. 000000. As Tony stepped into the lounge area of his apartment, he noticed not only the people, but also the animals. Animals were an anomaly, definitely not something that belonged in the tower. Well, except for Birdbrain, but he was a member of the team, so allowances had to be made. Jarvis, call an exterminator, we've got squirrels, he announced. Hey! The young girl exclaimed, swinging around. Tony goggled at the long busy tail attached to said girl. Actually, make that 1 exterminator and 1 terminator for the weird-looking rouse, he amended. I am not a rodent of unusual size, thank you very much, the girl retorted, her hand on her hips and a fierce expression on her face, and while squirrels and rats are both rodents, squirrels are much nicer, friendlier, and cuter. And unless you've been experimenting in things you shouldn't be again, the Terminator isn't real, Pepper stated. It was a joke. Tony complained, trying to keep himself out of trouble with his sometimes fiery partner. Back me up here, Gandalf. Don't look at me, Tony, I've got no idea what you're talking about, Harry replied. Rouse, rodents of unusual size, the Terminator, Princess Bride? What? Nothing? They're movies. Classics, even. You are so plebeian, I don't think I want to admit knowing you right now, Tony retorted with a shake of his head. I've told you that magic and tech don't get along. That means that I haven't seen a lot of movies in my life, Harry defended himself. Tony stared at the man. Jarvis, schedule team bonding for at least once a fortnight. We'll want all the classics, pizza, popcorn, the whole deal. Make sure the Capsicle knows about it as well. God knows that he's just as bad as Sparrowhawk here. I shall make a note of it, sir, Jarvis replied. Tony walked down into the lounge. The fact that Pepper gave him a kiss told him that he wasn't in too much trouble for that joke before. So, who's the kid? I like her by the way, she's got spunk, he commented. Tony Stark, meet Doreen Green, Harry introduced, gesturing appropriately. The girl's horrified expression morphed into one of pure adoration, albeit one with incredibly red cheeks. She rushed towards him with her hand extended, a hand that Harry quickly lowered. Don't mind Tony, Pepper apologized for him. He's a jerk sometimes and has a thing against touching others or being handed things. The girl, Doreen, nodded cautiously. Really, apart from the tail and the squirrel perched on her shoulder, she seemed quite normal. He looked forward to getting her downstairs and seeing what she was capable of. And this is Luna Lovegood, Harry continued. Luna's a friend of mine from way back, we went to school together. School, huh? Guess that means that you're magical like Gandalf, Tony commented. I'm not sure who Gandalf is, but if you're referring to Harry, while I am a witch, there's no one quite like him, Luna replied. One of a kind, eh? Well, can't have too much of a good thing and all that, I suppose, Tony replied. Suddenly, a blur of red and gold rocketed into the room from the outside platform, blasts of red energy spurting from the armor's hands. The first blast hit Harry, sending him spinning through the air before he crumpled against the wall and slid down it. Two more blasts were shot in the direction of Tony and Pepper. With a dive he didn't know that he was capable of, Tony careened into Pepper before they both hit the couch, their momentum taking it and them over backwards, out of the line of fire. A quick once-over confirmed that Pepper was okay, meaning that Tony was free to scramble forwards and peer around the couch. The girl, Doreen, was currently in the midst of a backwards jump, where she did a complete spin before landing on her feet in a crouch. Her eyes were focused on the rogue armor. As the armor hovered on its boot jets, its hands were extended, shooting bolts of red at the girl, not one, though, was hitting her. Doreen dodged to the left, the right, and then the right some more. Her eyes narrowed and Tony noted that both the claws and the knuckle spikes that Harry had mentioned were extended. Unexpectedly, she charged forward, but only a couple of steps before she leapt high. Tony watched, impressed as she twisted herself to hand on the roof, clinging there by her hands and feet for an instant before she pushed off, spinning once more to dodge the armor's attack before her hands grabbed the armor's shoulders as she passed. With a grunting heave, she pulled the armor up and over her head before slamming it down onto the ground. Instantly, she was on it, her knees trying to pin its arms to its sides as she slammed her knuckle spikes into the armor's shoulder joints. The creak of metal told Tony that she'd succeeded in piercing it. With that, Tony stood and made a slashing gesture with his hands, causing the armor to instantly power down and disassemble itself. What? A confused Doreen asked as the armor fell apart under her, its lights going out at the same time. You all right over there? Tony called. Yeah, I'm good, Harry grunted, rubbing the back of his head. That packed a bit more of a wallop than I was expecting, though. Was, Tony countered. I had it set at only 50%. Wait. What? Doreen asked, looking backwards and forwards between the two men. You knew about this, that this was going to happen? Was this some kind of weird test? Got it in one, Tony grinned. What? You're not impressed? I am. You did great. Didn't think you'd actually be able to take down one of my suits that easily. Although, truth be told, at full power, you wouldn't have had a chance, especially sitting on the arc unibeam. That thing could have reduced you to ash in milliseconds. You've got potential, kid. You wanted to show the Avengers what you could do, didn't you? Harry asked. Doreen nodded and Tony was pleased to see that she was getting it, he didn't want those spikes aimed at him, after all. We'll put you through your paces anyway, but we thought that this'd be a good first way to gauge what you can do, Tony said. And we'll make sure that the others see the video of it, too. Okay, Doreen nodded eagerly. When can we do that? How about we head down to the training room now, Harry suggested. 000000. She's good, plenty of potential. A little young, though, Tony said as he, Harry, Bruce and Pepper watched Doreen swing through the gymnastics equipment that Natasha had installed. Luna was in the corner playing with Monkey Joe, keeping him occupied and out of the way. A little young? She's what, 15? Pepper asked incredulously. You're not going to allow her to join the team? She's got to at least finish school first. It's bad enough that you're allowing Peter to join in. Peter's a little older. Harry began. 1 year does not count, Pepper snorted. And he was doing the hero thing before he joined up, Harry continued. Matt and I'll keep an eye on him. Doreen's different, she hasn't done anything yet, not that she doesn't want to. But I think we can convince her that her schooling comes first, especially if we phrase it as getting the best skill set that she can in order to be the best Avenger that she can be. And if we have her come in and train with each of us on a regular basis, I think that she'll be happy. Should buy us a few years before we need to decide if she'll be a full-fledged Avenger one day. What, like an Avengers Academy program? Bruce mused. Could work. We could use the same approach on Peter, keep him off the streets a bit as well. And it wouldn't hurt the rest of us to get some training in either, especially as a team, Harry commented. Not that you're going to be helping with that, Gandalf, Tony commented. Aren't you headed back to jolly old England next week? Yeah, well, it's something that I've got to do. I need to get some expert help with a piece of magic that I'm struggling with, Harry replied. Well, it's not like any of us could help you, Tony said before reaching into a pocket and pulling out a phone and tossing it to Harry. Here. In case you do need some help while you're away. I'm pretty sure that I've got the shielding sorted now so that your magic won't short the thing out. Thanks, Tony, Harry said before pocketing it. And also for the loan of the staff you're sending over to manage the den while I'll be away. Don't thank me, you're the one who will be paying their wages, Tony replied. And don't worry about Doreen, Pepper stated. I'll pop over every other day to check on her. Thanks, Pepper. I don't plan on being away too long, just a quick trip to get this magic sorted, maybe a visit with some old friends and then it'll be straight back here, Harry said. Strictly a low-key visit. Luna's peals of laughter had the four turning to stare at her. Oh, Harry, when have you ever done anything low-key? She asked before dissolving into laughter once more. Chapter 29, Can't Say No to a Roast. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 000000. Heroes Assemble. Chapter 29, Can't Say No to a Roast. Harry and Luna strolled down the sidewalk of the New York City street arm in arm. One would think, on first seeing the pair, that it was a romantic outing, but they couldn't be further from the truth. Luna had never been to New York City before, to be more accurate, she'd never visited any city of this size before. Consequently, she had a nasty habit of being easily distracted and wandering off without telling Harry what had caught her attention. And with the crowds that New York were famous for, it'd taken a panicked Harry a few minutes to locate her more than once. Thus, after the second time, Harry had taken her hand and placed it in the crook of his arm before they continued their outing. This had worked out fantastically. Now, whenever something caught Luna's attention and she veered off course, Harry was simply pulled along for the ride. Look, Harry! Erumpets! Luna exclaimed, her arm flung out to point across the street. Harry closed his eyes, thankful that the magical word would mean nothing to the dozens of muggles surrounding the pair. Feeling the pull on his arm, Harry opened his eyes and followed his friend's finger, before blinking in shock. There was no doubt about it, Luna had been right. Well, mostly right. Across the street was a bakery and in their front window were a number of their products, one of which, a bun of some kind, was unmistakably in the shape of an erumpet. Come on, Harry, Luna said, pulling him onwards, I've never eaten an erumpet before. Not that one should eat a real erumpet. Her head cocked as she obviously was contemplating such an endeavor. Given the size of one, I'm not sure how one could eat an erumpet. One bite at a time, I would expect, Harry said absently as he studied the sign above the bakery. Kowalski's Bakery. Judging by the style of building that the bakery was situated in, Harry guessed that it'd been there for a long time. Well, at least the building had been, there was no telling the age of the bakery itself. Following Luna's urging, Harry quickly caught up before guiding a distracted Luna across the street without her getting hit by one of the many cars as they drove past. The two paused outside the window of the bakery and Harry saw Luna's face light up. Demiguise, Niffler, Bowtruckle, Thunderbird, Erumpet, Flipper, Mooncalf, Luna named as she pointed to each of the different buns or cake decorations in the window. A small bell tinkled overhead as they entered and Luna quickly pulled free to all but press her face against the glass as she moved from display case to display case. What surprised Harry as he perused the cases himself were the names that had been given to each of the pastry items. The erumpet-shaped one was called a rhino bun, the flipper-like ones had been labeled owl cakes, each decorated in icing just like the magical bird fluorescent pink, yellow, lime green and purple. Can I have a dribbly demiguise bun, please? A man asked off to the side. The word demiguise immediately caught Harry's attention, especially when he saw that, according to the small plaque, they were simply called dribbly buns. Excuse me, but is that chocolate dribbled over the demiguise buns? Harry asked. The man looked up, clearly startled. Sorry. He asked in a high-pitched voice. The dribbly demi-guise buns, Harry said, pointing out the bun that he meant, is it covered in chocolate? They're just dribbly buns, the man stuttered, sharing a panicked look with the older gentleman across the counter. Harry leaned in and whispered with a grin. To the no-mages, yes. But not to us, we know what they really are. You're a wizard? The man asked, clearly relieved. I am. And my friend is a witch, so you don't have to worry, Harry replied and extended his hand. Harry Potter. Luna Lovegood, Luna said, straightening and following Harry's lead to also offer her hand. Rolf's commander, the young man smiled. This is my cousin, Adam Kowalski. It's nice to meet you. You're both wizards as well? I didn't think that there were really any in the city at all, Harry commented. I am, Rolf replied. I'm a no-mage, Adam stated. Well, as much as it matters. Neither my father nor I have any magical talent. Take more after Grandad Jacob at least. Baking. It's in the blood. That's why I come back as often as I can, Rolf confessed. Great-uncle Jacob's pastries have always been something special. Besides, it'd be criminal not to have a magical person enjoying these magical creatures. Why did all of the witches and wizards leave New York? Luna asked. Rolf and Adam shared a look. There was an incident back in the 20s that nearly exposed the magical world. Luckily, my grandfather, Newt, was able to help all of the no-mages forget. Even still, it didn't take long for the magical population to relocate, less chance of the obliviation being overridden that way, Rolf replied. Newt. You said your name was Scamander? An excited Luna asked. Harry, Newt Scamander wrote our magical creatures textbook. He's incredibly famous. The world's first mage zoologist. You're saying that he was just like you, Luna? Harry smiled. You're interested in magical creatures? Rolf asked. Oh, yes. I go on expeditions to try to find new magical creatures as often as possible, Luna replied. Perhaps you've read some of my reports in the Quibbler. Rolf nodded solemnly. I have read one or two. Almost absently, the two drifted off towards the nearest small table. Harry shook his head before turning to Adam. If I know Luna, she's going to be talking to him for hours about all of the creatures that she's been searching for, he grinned. Rolf's the same way, Adam replied. Always off on one expedition or another, just like Great-Uncle Newt was, even after he married Great-Aunt Tina. Well, while they're talking, can I have one of the nifflers for myself and one of the demi-guises for Luna, please? Harry ordered. 000000. 7 hours on a plane wasn't the longest flight that Harry had ever had, but it was awfully close. Not to mention that it'd been a while since he'd done a trip like that. Even traveling first class with all of the extra legroom and other benefits had almost had him reconsidering his decision. An international port KA would have been over in just a few minutes, and utilizing one of Tony's jets would also have been quicker. Both, however, would have been like using a sonorous charm to announce his presence. The first telling the wizarding world that he was back in the country, the other attracting every media outlet in the country to see who was in the Stark jet, and there were some wizarding journalists that did have connections in the non-magical world. No, as uncomfortable and long as the journey was, Harry was sure that he'd entered the country in the best way possible. As was his habit when flying, the instant that he could step to the side after leaving the tunnel that lead from the plane, he did so. A roll of his shoulders and neck eased the worst of the tension. The fact that he already had his pack and didn't need to collect any baggage was another plus one less crowd that he could avoid. There wasn't much that he could do about customs, but he grinned and beared it, knowing that he wouldn't have to put up with waiting in line for a taxi, nor would he have to endure the ride to the city. As soon as he was done with customs, Harry headed for the bathroom, went into the nearest stall and operated. As expected, platform 9 3/4 was blessedly empty. With a sigh of relief, Harry hefted his pack a little higher and walked through the entrance, trusting to the notice-me-not wards to keep his unexpected appearance out of a wall away from the muggles. Almost instantly, he noticed the exact thing that he was looking for, a payphone. Using one phone to read off a number while dialing on another phone felt kind of silly to Harry. After all, the new mobile that Tony had given him was set up to make international calls, but he did it anyway. After all, there was no need to broadcast the number on his Avengers phone if he didn't have to. 000000. Hello, Hermione Granger speaking, Hermione said with not a small amount of breathlessness. Really, it'd been a miracle that she'd managed to answer the phone before the person on the other end had hung up. She'd first heard it before she'd even unlocked her door, and in her rush to get to the phone, she'd ended up having to leave her keys in the lock when they failed to come out easily. Oh, Hermione, you are home, her mother's voice stated. Hi, Mum, Hermione said, plunking her purse down on the small table in the hallway. How are you? I'm fine, dear. And yourself? Jane asked. Oh, you know, same as always, Hermione replied. Overworked then, Jane stated matter-of-factly. Hermione chose not to dignify that with an answer, not only because it was the main thing that she and her mother disagreed upon, and also because, if Hermione was being brutally honest with herself, it was true. Is there something particular that you called for, Mum? She asked instead. Actually, there is, Jane replied. I called to invite you over for dinner. Hermione glanced at her watch. It was late, and to be truthful, all she wanted was to get off of her feet and soak in the bath, preferably with a glass of wine at hand. I don't know, Mum, I'm kind of tired, she hedged. All the more reason to, Jane replied. No cooking or cleaning up for you. Simply pop over, have a nice relaxing dinner with family, and then you can head home to bed. I don't know, Hermione replied, her bottom lip caught between her teeth in indecision. I'm making a roast, Jane cajoled. Hermione's eyes narrowed. You're not trying to set me up on a date, are you? Of course not, honey, Jane laughed, but it was a laugh that didn't convince her daughter. You promise there'll be no strange men there, no work colleagues or old family friends that you haven't seen in ages. It'll just be the three of us. Hermione, I promise that I have no ulterior motives. And that you'll regret it if you don't come, Jane promised. Well, I do always enjoy your roasts, Hermione said. All right, give me half an hour or so to get cleaned up from work and I'll apparate over after that. Wonderful, darling. I'll see you soon, then, Jane said happily. Okay, Mum, see you soon, Hermione replied, hanging up the phone. And if this is a way to set me up, I'm going to hex you and Dad something frightful, she promised the handset. 000000. Hermione appeared in her old bedroom after operating from her apartment. A quick glance was enough to assure her that she was alone, a usual state of affairs when she popped over like this. Cocking her head, she noted that there was nothing to be heard, which meant that her parents were both downstairs, most likely in the kitchen. Hermione took her time going down the stairs. After all, she still wasn't convinced that she wanted to be here. Her initial idea of how to spend the evening was most appealing. Unfortunately, her parents could be quite persuasive. Not to mention that she still had a lingering feeling of guilt after her Hogwarts years, spending 10 months of the year at the castle and then a large portion of each holiday away from home with Harry and the Weasleys meant that she hadn't spent as much time with her parents as she should have. Not to mention what she did to them in her first 7th year. The sound of her parents' voices coming from the kitchen as she approached the door had the corners of her mouth twitching upwards. That smile, though, was instantly dispelled the second that she heard that third voice. And to think that she'd believed her mother when she'd promised. With a scowl, Hermione stomped the rest of the way to the kitchen and pushed hard enough on the swinging door to slam it back against the far wall. Mother, I'm going to have to take a rain check, she began through her clenched teeth. Hermione. Her mother said, one hand on her breast in her apparent shock of her daughter's appearance. Hermione fixed her mother with a deathly gaze, her mind going through the myriad of hexes that she'd like to cast. In her peripheral vision, she noted the man seated at the table across from her father, but there was no way that she was even going to grace the man with any attention. I'm guessing it'll just be the three of us, then, Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Shame really, I was looking forward to catching up with my own, the man said. Hermione's eyes widened. She knew that voice. And that shock of messy black hair. Harry? She asked in disbelief. Then, after seeing that lopsided grin when said man turned to look at her, his green eyes sparkling with mischief, Harry. Instantly, she was across the room, flinging herself at him. Thankfully, Harry was able to push himself and his chair back fast enough from the table in order to catch her on his lap. The two hugged fiercely. What are you doing here? She laughed in her ear. You should have told me that you were coming. Now where would the fun be in that? Harry asked as they let go. Prat, she smiled, giving him a gentle slap on his chest. Marauder, Harry countered. The laughter from her mother spun her head around. And you? Keeping this from me? I thought that you promised that you had no ulterior motives, Hermione accused. Well, I didn't. Harry did, Jane grinned. I did also promise that you'd regret it if you didn't come, didn't I? And I was right. Hermione gave her mother a mock glare, one that she simply laughed at. When did you arrive? How long are you staying? Do you have somewhere to stay? Why are you finally back in England? I've got a spare room at my apartment if you need it, Hermione asked in a single breath. Harry laughed at her. It's good to see you again, too, Hermione. Now in answer to your questions, I arrived this morning, I'm not sure, Grimmauld Place, I do own it, after all, and a transfiguration problem. Hermione's eyes lit up. A problem? What is it? Describe the effect you're trying to achieve, the incantation and wand movements, then outline where it's going wrong. I think that can wait until after dinner, her father, Henry, interrupted. Hermione pouted, but relented, moving from Harry's lap to the chair beside him. You know everyone's going to want to see you now that you're back, Hermione said. Harry grimaced. I guess that I'll catch up with a few people. But really, Hermione, all I'm wanting is a short, low-key sort of visit. Hermione stared at him incredulously for a few seconds before bursting out laughing. Why does everyone start laughing every time I say that? Harry pouted, running a hand through his hair. Who else laughed when you said that? A still smiling Hermione asked. Luna, Harry replied simply. You've seen Luna? A surprised Hermione asked. When did you see her? She just appeared at the den about a week ago and ended up staying with me until I left New York, Harry explained. She made a new friend, a fellow Mage zoologist, and she's now gone off with him on an expedition. Yes, that sounds like Luna, Hermione smiled. How did she go keeping the fact that she's a witch from Doreen? Doreen knows about magic now, Harry replied and quickly continued at her rounded stare. It wasn't Luna's fault. And there were other factors involved. Let's just say that it involved a squirrel, a snake, and a really interesting tale. Harry snickering to himself while not providing the complete story did not impress Hermione. I promise to tell you all about it later, Harry said. Perhaps after dinner. Good idea, her mother agreed as she carried a large white pot full of vegetables to the table and placed it in the middle. Do you prefer white meat or leg, Harry? Her father asked from where he stood over the roast chicken, carving knife and fork in hand. 000000. The two needed to squeeze together on the end of the lounge for them both to be able to see across the hall and into the study, but neither Henry nor Jane Granger minded. Simply getting this chance to see their daughter happy like this, smiling and laughing even in the seriousness of the magic puzzle she was working on with Harry, was worth a small amount of discomfort. Both had gasped and Henry had nearly spilled his tea when Harry had changed his body from human into some bird-human hybrid. Hermione's laugh at the absurd sight eased their fears that something terrible had happened. Animagus, Jane said, snapping her fingers. That's what it's called, what Harry's trying to do. Remember when that McGonagall lady first came to give Hermione her Hogwarts letter, that she could turn into a cat? That's what she called it. Henry nodded as the memory surfaced. If Harry's doing it, how long do you think it'll be before Hermione sets her mind on doing it, too? He asked. Probably not long, Jane agreed. She's never been one to be beaten at anything. The two sat and watched as Hermione circled Harry, one hand cupping her elbow as the other tapped her chin. And then the questions began. While neither Henry nor Jane could make much of them, obviously Harry could, for he patiently answered every one. Finally, Harry transformed back and the two flopped onto the couch in there together, Hermione immediately turning her body and tucking one leg under her so that she was facing her best friend. I know that fathers aren't supposed to ask this, but remind me, why didn't she leave with him all those years ago? They could have been married with kids by now, Henry sighed. Not to mention happy. I know. It's so rare to see her this happy, Jane replied. But to answer your question, if you remember, she was still dating Ron back then, not to mention that she'd not long started her career and had all of those goals. And how many of them have become a reality? The magical world is so backwards, and as much as I admire Hermione wanting to ensure equality for all magical species, I doubt that one woman, no matter how impassioned, is really going to make a difference, Henry stated. I completely agree, Jane said. But you have to admire her for what she's trying to do. Oh, I do, don't get me wrong, Henry replied quickly. It's just, seeing her so happy like this, it's all we ever wanted for her. Jane watched as Hermione laughed at something Harry said and gave him a slight push in the lip-sided grin and bright eyes that Harry was giving her back. Who knows, maybe having Harry here in England for a bit will get her to think where her life is headed, Jane suggested. Maybe, Henry agreed. 000000. Standing in the small rundown park, Harry stared at the townhouse across from him. In the years that he'd been gone, it hadn't improved nor had the neighborhood. The same derelict car, its tires gone, sat in the same place in front of one of the houses down the street. Half of the street lights were no longer working and the ones that were only enhanced the dreary, dead feeling. Rubbish littered the pavement, road, and park. And every house looked as though they were long past the time that they should have been demolished. Unfortunately, the townhouse across from him was his. Number 12 Grimmauld Place, the ancestral seat of the ancient and noble House of Black. Such as it was. Sirius had hated the place, but it had been his, making it the only reason that Harry had kept it. With another sigh, Harry plucked the heavy, gaudy ring from his pocket and placed it on his right ring finger. He grimaced at the feel of the oppressive magic that coursed through him before settling into his core. He'd felt it a number of times and each time he'd hated it, thus why he hardly ever wore the thing. When he'd left England, Harry sealed Grimmauld Place up tight, activating the Black family wards. No one could enter and any that tried wouldn't live long enough to regret the decision. Unfortunately, the ring was needed to once more unseal the house for use. Steeling himself, Harry marched across the road, up the short flight of stairs and pressed the ring against the door. He could feel the magic at work, testing, tasting before grudgingly doing what he willed it to do. At the sound of the lock disengaging, Harry took his hand away and turned the knob. The hall was pitch black, but a simple wave of his hand towards where he knew the nearest torch was located solved that problem. One by one, the torches in the hall lit, sending a soft golden light through the hall. It was just as Harry remembered it, clean, meaning that Kreaker was still alive and doing his duty, but full of dark woods that enhanced the shadows and the claustrophobic feel. Who dares enter the House of Black, defiling and sneaking in to steal and cause havoc? A raspy voice croaked. Hello, Kreaker, Harry said. The old elf stepped into view then, his face turned up quizzically. Harry noticed that he looked much the same, albeit with some extra tufts of hair growing from his ears. Master has returned, Kreaker stated. Kreaker wonders how long for. I'm not sure, Harry replied. A few weeks, maybe? It'll depend on how things go. Master'll be wanting some food, Kreaker stated before shuffling about to head to the kitchen. No, that's all right. I already ate, with the Grangers, Harry said. Kreaker stiffened slightly as though he'd just been insulted. You remember Hermione, don't you? Harry asked. Kreaker remembers. Girl helped Master retrieve Master Regulus' locket for Kreaker and fulfill Kreaker's vow, the ancient house elf replied. She did, Harry smiled. The fact that Kreaker wasn't insulting Hermione or calling her names told Harry that, even after all of these years, Kreaker hadn't slipped back into how he was before he was given the locket that he still wore around his neck. Kreaker will prepare the Master's suite, then, Kreaker said before trudging off. Thank you, Kreaker, Harry replied. As much as he'd prefer to head to bed as quickly as possible, Harry decided to rest for a short time in the parlor before heading up. After all, the ancient house elf wasn't as quick as he once was and Harry didn't want to rush him. Unseen by Harry as he entered the parlor was the interested look that one particular portrait gave him before he turned and walked straight out of his frame. 00000. Her world had phased in and out, perhaps some semblance of reality, perhaps simply a dream. Either way, this time, this waking, felt different to Jennifer. As always, there was only darkness, but this was attributed to her closed eyes rather than a lack of light. The beeping that was constant, although now it registered as a separate sound and not something ambiguous that could be ignored if she chose. The one thing, the big change that she noted, were the voices. Indistinct and muffled had become words. Focusing on those words caused a frown to appear on her face, another new sensation, that of her skin moving. But what really caught her attention was the fact that she recognized one of those voices. Dad. Her voice was soft and scratchy, barely there, but it was enough. A rough, calloused hand lifted hers up and held it tight, its thumb stroking the back of her hand. Jennifer? Can you hear me? He asked. Once again, Jennifer frowned. Her dad sounded scared and worried. Dad. She repeated. I'm here, baby, he said, and she could hear the relief and tears in his voice. You're safe. Why she wouldn't be safe, Jennifer didn't know. But her daddy said she was safe, so she allowed the small amount of tension to bleed back out of her body. A second set of hands began touching her head, her cheek, her wrist, her stomach. Who they belonged to was unknown, but her daddy was there, so Jennifer knew that there was nothing to worry about. She's on the mend and out of danger, an unknown female voice stated. She knew who you were, that's a very good sign. It won't be long until she wakes properly, but the longer she sleeps, the better. Just rest, baby, sleep some more, her daddy instructed. Jennifer gave the smallest of nods before allowing the small hold that she had on consciousness to slip away once more. Chapter 30, New. Anything but that. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 00000. Heroes Assemble. Chapter 30, New. Anything but that. For the first time in a long time, more years, in fact, than many would dare to admit, owls winged their way throughout the British Isles carrying an accurate news report about the man who conquered. The fact that this report was in the form of a front-page news article of the Daily Prophet, would surprise none of the magical population bar one. That one, of course, happened to be the man in question. As far as he was aware, he'd done nothing to attract the attention of said population since setting foot in the country. Indeed, he'd gone out of his way to ensure that none had gotten wind of his presence, save the one person who he knew that he could trust beyond all others. Consequently, as he took the liberty of having a lie-in, no need to get up early to open the marauder's den while he was in a different country, others were sitting down to breakfast, buttering their toast or spooning up some porridge or digging into their bacon. Owls by the flock flapped through windows as they did so to land on tables and chairs and to deliver their burdens. Some took payment in their special pouches, others simply took a quick bite or drink. Although, left behind something that caused more than one to nearly choke on their food or to spit their coffee all over said paper. Man Who Conquered returns. By Serena Iserman. Sources, who shall remain anonymous, confirmed to staff of the Daily Prophet late last night that Harry Potter, the Man Who Conquered, has indeed returned to the shores of Britain yesterday. While there has been much speculation and rumor concerning the whereabouts of Mr. Potter during the last 7 years, it is believed that this is the first time that he has come home. Exactly what drew Mr. Potter to return to us is currently unknown, however, we at the Daily Prophet hope that this is not just a visit, but a prolonged stay in his home country, a feeling that we are certain that the entire population of magical Britain also hold. Harry Potter has numerous duties and responsibilities that he is long overdue in taking up, not the least of which is the hereditary Wisengamot seat that is controlled by the ancient House of Potter. This seat is in addition to the one that Mr. Potter acquired as a part of his Order of Merlin First Class Award for ridding magical Britain of the Dark Lord he who must not be named. Currently, Andromeda Tonks, a distant relative of Mr. Potter, sits in his place within the Wisengamot. Amongst the many and varied reports of Mr. Potter's whereabouts over the years is that he has settled in the colonies, where he has joined a group of costumed Muggle heroes intent on saving the world and battling evil. While we here in magical Britain know that Harry Potter is a hero, the concept of the highly magical wizard joining such an absurd group is all but laughable. Much more believable of the many rumors of Mr. Potter's whereabouts are the many reports that have surfaced from all over the world where it is believed that Mr. Potter has increased not only his knowledge, but also his power, the better to protect and guide us all. To Mr. Potter, our man who conquered, we say, welcome back. We look forward to you rejoining society and the wisdom and leadership that you will bring. To the few owls that stayed long enough to see the reactions of those reading the front page article, they had more entertainment doing so than they had seen for quite some time. In Devon, an older, plump lady with red hair that was fading quickly to grey, clutched her breast at the sight of the headline before falling into the closest chair around the large kitchen table. Upon finishing the article, she quickly read it through a second time before glancing up at the strange clock on the wall before nodding to herself and rushing towards the fire, only pausing just long enough to snatch up some green powder and flinging it into the flames before she thrust her own head into said flames. In a castle to the far north, hidden from the world in the hills of Scotland, at one of the 4 great tables in the enormous hall filled with students, a teen gripped the paper hard as he read the news. He blinked slowly before a great grin spread across his face. And while he never told any of his friends exactly what he was thinking, the fact that his hair turned jet black and messy and his eyes turned a brilliant emerald green told them exactly where his thoughts had gone. A frown of annoyance grew on a red-haired man as he read the paper. Once, he would have been the first to know such news. But those days were long past. Now, he was relegated to reading about his once best friend in the newspaper like everyone else. Having finished the article, he folded the paper before tossing it into his locker. He'd think more about it later. Right now, he had a practice to get to and the cannons were much more important than an old friend who never wrote. The platinum blonde man who read the headline scowled at it, a scowl that only grew the more he read. His disgust quickly grew to the point where, long before he reached the end of the article, he flung the paper into the nearby grate, pointed his wand at it and set the offending rag on fire. 00000. The missive that Hermione sent to the ministry informing them that she was taking the day off work was sent in barely 5 minutes before her copy of the Daily Prophet arrived. Her sigh of annoyance over the article only grew the more she read. It was just like the pure blood run paper to ignore the non-magical world once again. Harry was a hero, in this world and the other. She had half a mind to go there and tell them so, to explain exactly who and what the Avengers were and Mage's part in it all. Unfortunately, she knew that doing so would be nothing more than a complete waste of her time and breath. The other thought that stayed her from such a course was the realization that, once Harry saw the article, he was most likely to pack up and run once again. The man hated his fame. One would think that some years away from the magical world would have tempered their infatuation with Harry. His absence, however, had simply intensified it. One would also think that Harry might have learned how to deal with the public, being a hero and all. The fact he wore a hood and used an obscurus spell, however, meant that he never had to deal with it. She nearly scolded her mouth in her haste to drink her tea so that she could apparate across to stop Harry from doing something that at least she would regret. 00000. Hermione was only marginally surprised when the wards to Grimmauld Place allowed her to apparate straight into the entryway. Miss Hermione has returned, Creaker sees, a scratchy voice remarked. It only took Hermione's eyes a few seconds to adjust to the gloom before she made out the old house elf standing hunched in the shadows. Hello, Creaker, she smiled. Master is in the kitchen, Creaker replied before turning and shuffling away. Taking Creaker's words as part invitation, part instruction, Hermione strode forth, knowing exactly where to go even though it had been nearly a decade since she had last been in the house. Good morning, Harry, she exclaimed. Harry turned from the stove, a smile on his face and a spatula in his hand. Morning, Hermione, you're here early, he replied. Her eyes scanned the room as she approached and she breathed out a sigh of relief at seeing no sign of a newspaper. Thought I'd take the day off and spend it with you, she stated. Brilliant. Harry said as he turned from the stove with a plate full of pancakes. Help yourself, there's plenty. At the look of the stack of golden, fluffy pancakes, Hermione couldn't resist and instantly snagged a couple to put on the plate that appeared in front of her. What did you have in mind to do today? She asked as she drizzled maple syrup on her pancakes. I was thinking about heading to the alley, Harry replied. I need to see George and find out what new wheezes he's created. Something in her expression must have registered for his look morphed into one of concern and his knife and fork lowered. What? He asked. Hermione couldn't resist biting her lower lip as her mind whirled, trying to find the best way to tell him about that morning's article. Come on, Hermione, Harry said. You know you can tell me anything. There was nothing for it but to tell it straight and hope that he didn't overreact. There was an article in the Prophet this morning, she blurted. Harry's eyes closed briefly. They know I'm in Britain, don't they? He asked resignedly. How'd they find out? I don't know, Hermione admitted. Doesn't matter, Harry sighed. Just means that I'm going to have to be a little more circumspect though. Unexpectedly, he stood and raised his hand towards the open doorway. Magic fairly swirled around him, enough that Hermione could feel it, although that may have simply been because she knew what Harry's magic felt like. And then, in a swirl of blue-grey, Harry's dragonhide cloak whizzed through the door, quickly followed by his many-pouched belt. Both items were donned before Harry flipped up the hood of his cloak and waved his hand across his face. Harry Potter. If you think I'm going to sit here with you while you play dress-up. She began before drawing her wand. The finite incantatums followed by the banishing spell should have undone Harry's own spells and knocked the hood off of his head. Her frown preceded her second attempt, his chuckles, her third. That's not going to work, Hermione, Harry laughed. Besides, I have it on very good authority that it's never a bad thing to wear your suit at home. If you're talking about taking the advice of Tony Stark, then I hardly think that he's the best role model for you to emulate, Hermione retorted. And exactly why aren't my spells working? Parseltongue, Harry replied simply. Figured that I needed a variant of the usual spells in case I encountered other witches or wizards. And as for Tony, I can get him on the phone for you if you like, I'm sure that he'd tell you the same thing I am. Hermione scowled at him. Make it Pepper and you've got a deal. Now. Undo those spells. A simple wave of his hand preceded him lowering his hood. You've got to admit that it'd be better than going as myself, Harry said. No, I do not, Hermione replied. You may wear the hood up, but no obscuring spells if you expect me to be seen with you in public. Reluctantly, he nodded and she gave her own nod of satisfaction. Now, start talking. I never knew you were so good at wandless magic. She stated. Harry laughed. Figured I needed an edge. It's not easy and my spell repertoire is limited, but it has its uses. You will teach me, won't you, Harry? She asked, her eyes never leaving his. Never thought anything different, he replied. 00000. Harry stepped from the floor into the leaky cauldron and stopped dead. It was almost as though he'd stepped back in time. Everything was near identical to the very first time that Hagrid had brought him here when he was 11. The place was dark and gloomy, patrons sat around at the tables nursing pints or glasses of strange-colored beverages, a group of what looked to be hags occupied one corner table, and there was a light covering of dirt on the walls. Even the slight smoky haze near the ceiling emphasized the old-world feel that permeated the tavern. The only difference from all those years ago was that old Tom was no longer standing behind the bar wiping a glass. Now it was a blonde woman that looked vaguely familiar. Hannah Longbottom, Hermione whispered into his ear and Harry gave a slight nod of thanks for the reminder. With that first encounter at the cauldron uppermost in his mind and what had happened then, Harry wasted no time in striding forth, intent on reaching the back courtyard. Hi, Hermione. A bright-sounding voice greeted. Hi, Hannah, Hermione replied. Then, as Harry refused to stop, I'll have to catch up with you later, apparently we're in a rush. The intake of breath that came from the far side of the bar told Harry that Hannah had recognized him. Thankfully, she didn't make a scene. Make sure you stop by Hogwarts soon, Hannah called after them. I think there's someone there that'd love to see you. Harry paused in the courtyard before tapping the bricks to make the portal to Diagon Alley open. She's right, Harry stated, cutting off Hermione before she could remark on his rudeness. I need to get up to Hogwarts today instead of waiting until the weekend. Teddy's there and he's bound to have seen that article. You're right, Harry, Hermione agreed. Somehow, though, I think Hannah meant Neville. Harry nodded. Well, yes, it'll be great to see Nev again as well. A quick flick of his wrist brought his wand to bear before he tapped the remembered sequence of bricks. Once again, Harry felt that odd sense of déjà vu. The alley was almost exactly the same as he remembered it. Oh, there might have been a store or two different, but it was all the same, cobblestones and all. As Harry stared at the place, he began to wonder whether it changed in the slightest in the past couple of 100 years. The clothing, the storefronts, the wares on the street, all screamed 18th century, a far cry from what he was used to. Even his infrequent jaunts to Salem or one of the other American magical districts or most of the dozens of others around the world, were centuries in advance of what he was seeing. And when you added in what he was used to in the non-magical world, Harry was almost feeling culture shock. As he walked along, his shoulder bumping Hermione's, he stared at the people around him. Their clothing was so old-fashioned. His staring, though, caused others to notice him and stare back. And then it happened. A stray breeze caught under his hood and it flared wide. At exactly the wrong moment. It's him. The man who conquered. Harry Potter. One man cried, his finger pointing straight at Harry, his eyes huge as he stared. That one cry was enough to have everyone within earshot spinning in place, eyes searching before locking onto him. Eyes flicked firstly to his forehead where the thin white scar of his lightning bolt could still vaguely be seen in the right light, before switching to Hermione and then back again. Hermione's presence by his side seemed to be all the confirmation that they needed. Within seconds, it seemed that half of the population of the alley had surrounded them, some appearing so fast that they might as well have apparat. The man who conquered. Mr. Potter, welcome back. Welcome back-1. Where've you been? The boy who lived. Are you back for good? Can you sign this? Are you two together? What have you been doing? Do you have a girlfriend? Wife? Children? Harry was sorely tempted to use a banishing charm or at least a silencing charm on the crowd that had gathered around, pressing closer and closer as more and more joined them. Questions peppered him, the quality and quantity of them telling him that reporters had arrived. Grabbing Hermione's hand so that he didn't lose her, Harry began pushing through the crowd, excusing himself, it seemed, half a dozen times every meter that they were able to move. The bright garish orange of Weasley's wizard wheezes shone as a beacon of hope and sanctuary, a haven that Harry and Hermione worked towards. If you just say something to them, maybe they'll let us through, Hermione panted. Deciding that she may be right, Harry stopped and turned to where the majority of the crowd stood behind them and flicked his hood back. It's nice to see you all again, he began his impromptu speech. And it's good to be back in Britain. At the moment, I haven't decided how long I'll be staying for or what I'll be doing while I'm here. Well, other than catching up with friends and family. Hermione's told me about the rumors of my travels that have circulated here over the years and, from what I've heard, there were quite a number that were correct in some of the places that I've visited. I've enjoyed my time away, I've learned a lot and even made some new friends. Right now, though, I'm off to visit one of my old friends, so, if you'll excuse me. He knew that it was pretty pathetic as far as speeches went and if Tony ever heard it, he'd never hear the end of it, but for what it was good enough. Oh, at least, it served its purpose and had some of the crowd backing off enough to allow the two of them to quickly reach the door of WWW without too much trouble at all. 00000. Pathetic. The same platinum blonde-haired man that had incinerated his copy of the Daily Prophet that very morning stated. Prince Potter abandons them all for years and as soon as he turns up again, they're all over him again. Sheep, his companion replied. Crying out for real leadership. Humph, the blonde snorted. They had it and either killed them or left them to rot in Azkaban. One of these days. The third of them said, a statement that the other two nodded to before all three turned away in disgust from the sight before them. 00000. Where one would expect the sound of a bell announcing someone entering a shop, Weasley's wizard wheezes would never have something so plebeian. Instead, when Harry and Hermione rushed through the door, a great belch reverberated above them. Harry looked up in surprise but, seeing the look of revulsion on Hermione's face, he found himself beginning to chuckle. It's random, Hermione stated, and that's not one that I've heard before. You've obviously not been in here enough then, Miss Granger. I don't think you've heard the full range of fart sounds either. George. Harry smiled, leaping forward to give the man in the horrid fluorescent orange and purple jacket a brief, manly hug. Thank goodness, Hermione muttered behind him, causing Harry to laugh even more. Good to see you, Harrikins. Heard you were in town, George said. You and everyone else in the magical Britain, Harry said bitterly. Even here, Harry's presence was garnering a fair bit of attention as the few customers that were getting an early dose of their pranking mayhem needs took note of who had arrived and had begun drifting closer. Come on out the back, George waved, and we can have a bit of a chat in private. Harry nodded eagerly before following his host and partner. In a lot of ways, Harry noted as they weaved through the shelves, WWW hadn't changed all that much. Every shelf was still filled with brightly colored boxes and tins and bags. Over in the corner was a hideously pink section, obviously aimed at the young witch. A soft trilling to his left indicated where the pygmy puffs lived. And every now and then, a firework whizzed by, multicolored sparks flying behind it. The back room was still a jumble of bizarre ingredients on shelves and the giant table mixed in with parchment, ink, quills, and both finished and half-finished pranks of all shapes and sizes. Now, before we get down to the mundane, I'm guessing that you are wanting to see is what new, cool, brilliant, bizarre, and downright fun things we've come up with since the last time you ordered. George guessed, a massive grin on his face. Bring it on, Harry agreed, rubbing his hands together. To start with, George said, gesturing grandly to a basket filled with small purple silk bags, we have the Expect-A-Vision goggles. Harry plucked up one of the bags, pulled apart the drawstring and tipped a pair of glasses into his hand. The frames were actually fairly stylish, if one ignored their fluorescent yellow color, and the dark grey lenses would be certain to hide one's eyes. I'm assuming that what you see using them is not what one would expect. Hermione guessed. Right in one, Miss Granger, George replied. I haven't actually decided what I'm going to do with these yet, they didn't come out as intended. What were they supposed to do? Harry asked, eyeing the pair in his hand warily. See-through clothes, George grinned. George Weasley. Hermione screeched. What in Merlin's name were you thinking? Cor, you don't half sound like Angelina. That's almost a dead ringer for what she said when she first heard about them, George said, putting a finger in his one good ear and wiggling it around. So, what do they do? Harry asked, intentionally moving the conversation on. Well, they do let you see through clothes, but skin and muscles as well, George replied. Right down to the bones. Also lets you see through walls, well, one's made of wood or curtains at least, concrete and bricks are a no-no. Sell them to healers, Harry suggested as he put a pair on and began looking around the room. Could make their job easier when diagnosing broken bones and whatnot. Cheers, Harry, a happy George exclaimed. For that, the pair you're wearing is yours. Harry nodded as he took the glasses off. Seeing Hermione's bones moving as she did was quite disconcerting. Looking back into the shop through the wall, though, was kind of interesting. Just make sure to check that they are healers, burglars and thieves would have a field day with these, Harry remarked. George nodded before moving on to a bin full of small round, glass balls about the size of a marble. Different colored gases swirled about inside the balls: red, blue, green, orange, yellow and purple. These are the next generation of our Daydream products, George stated. A person only needs to inhale one of them and they're instantly lulled into a pleasant dream which lasts from anywhere from 10 minutes to half an hour. Great for distracting someone or even distracting yourself. And easy to hide as well, just don't get them mixed up with your gobstone set. Do they have a proper name? Hermione asked. Not yet, George confessed. Still working on that bit. Only just finished the testing phase and moving into the marketing side of ideas. Grabbing up a scoop, George dipped it into the barrel before filling a bag with the glass balls before handing it over to Harry. Here you go, partner, he smiled. Thanks, George, Harry replied before slipping the bag into one of the pouches on his belt. By the time that George had finished showing Harry and Hermione all of his latest and greatest inventions, Harry's pouches, even the ones designed to be practically bottomless, were bulging. I don't think I want to know what you are going to do with all of that, Hermione remarked with a shake of her head as he pushed the last item, a pair of gloves that, when being worn, allowed the wearer to stick to anything, into his pocket. Have fun, Harry stated. Play pranks, George agreed. Beat up bad guys, Harry added. Boys, Hermione sighed, but the small upturn of the corners of her mouth told Harry and George what she really thought of it all. 000000. Hogwarts Castle, home of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, hadn't changed in the years that Harry had been gone. Everything, from the towers to the great stone walls to the expansive grounds surrounded by the Forbidden Forest and the Black Lake and even Hagrid's overgrown hut, were exactly as he remembered it. Consequently, he couldn't help pausing just inside the gates to the ground to stare in wonder. There were so many memories attached to this place, both wonderful as well as the type that had kept him up countless long nights as they haunted his dreams. This was the first place he'd known as home, it was the first place that he'd made friends, the first place he could remember risking his life for others. And it was the place that so many that he loved and cared for had died. How long he stood staring, he wasn't sure, only the touch of Hermione's hand on his broke the spell. A shared smile and they started their trek down the path once more. The rumbling of hundreds of voices that greeted their ears as they entered the castle told them that they'd arrived during dinner. Hermione, Harry could see, was reluctant to interrupt them, her glance told him that she was willing to wait at the stone gargoyle for the headmistress to finish. Harry, though, had other plans. Not to mention a special someone to surprise. Automatically, his eyes snapped to the Gryffindor table as they entered the Great Hall before he deliberately focused on the blue and bronze of Ravenclaw. He hadn't even completed his sweep of the table before a boy further down was up and racing down the aisle towards him. Teddy. Harry laughed, catching the lad up in a bone-crushing hug. Uncle Harry. You're here. Finally. Teddy replied. Letting his godson regain his footing, Harry eagerly drank in every part of him. It'd been years since he'd seen more than photos. Yes, there was remission and inquisitive eyes, shining through Tonk's metamorph ability. His hair may be cycling from brown to messy black to blue and back to black over and over, and his eyes were changing color to match Harry's own, but his parents were always there for all to see. "It's so good to see you," Harry exclaimed, dragging him in once more for another hug. "You keep doing that and you're going to crush him to death," Hermione smiled. "Not Teddy, there's too much of his father in him for me to be able to do that," Harry replied, feeling the added strength of Teddy's hug threatening to squeeze the air from his lungs. "Mr. Potter," a familiar voice interrupted. "While it is very good to see you once more, you are interrupting dinner." Harry grinned at his one-time head of house, now headmistress, over the top of Teddy's head. "Sorry, Professor," he said happily. "Scamp," she humphed. "Do you actually have a purpose for making a spectacle of yourself, here of all places? I need to see you, and, after hearing about that article this morning, well, I couldn't let Teddy here think that I'd forgotten to visit as soon as I could," he shrugged. "Well, take a seat," Headmistress McGonagall instructed. "We can talk after dinner. And have a butterbeer together after that," a deep voice finished. "Hey, Neville," Harry said, releasing Teddy to clasp hands with his friend. "You got it, looking forward to it." "Come on, Uncle Harry," Teddy said, grabbing his hand beginning to drag him away. "You and Aunt Hermione can sit with me and you can meet my friends." "Sounds a brilliant idea," Harry grinned. "Lead on, Macduff." 000000. "And how long do you say you've been stuck at this point?" Minerva asked as she considered the half-man, half-bird before her. Harry's head looked up at her, a frown on his face. "Couple of months," he replied. "That's why I came to you, there's no one else I'd trust to get me past this." "Not even Miss Granger?" Minerva asked, her skepticism mixed with amusement. "Hermione's not an animagus," Harry pointed out. "Touché," Minerva replied, with the smallest hint of a smile. "However, if she were, she would know that the problem is easy to identify. And easy to solve." Hermione asked hopefully. "That is up to Mr. Potter," Minerva stated. "Well?" an impatient Harry asked. "The problem is completely mental," the Transfiguration Mistress stated. "You've developed a mental block, refusing to allow your body to change." "What would cause such a thing?" Hermione asked. "If I was to hazard a guess, I'd say that it's Harry's unwillingness to be anything but himself as a human that is," she replied. "You know as well as I do that Mr. Potter was always one of the smallest in his cohort and how much he detested it. Now his body has identified that he needs to shrink to complete this new form and he's unwilling to allow himself to become small once again." "That's it?" Hermione asked amusedly. "You're afraid to be small?" "Laugh it up, fuzzball," Harry retorted. "Oi! Leave my hair out of this. And for your opinion, it's much more manageable than it used to be. Unless you think I look like a 9-foot Wookiee who can rip your arms off." Hermione asked, her hands on her hips and one eyebrow raised. "I won't even pretend that I have any idea what you two are talking about," Minerva sighed. "Now, Harry, what you need to do is to let go. The bird is a part of you, a very natural one I would think, having seen what you're capable of in the air on a broom." "Minerva's right, Harry," Hermione added. "Just imagine what it'll be like to be flying with just your wings to hold you up, something that can't happen with you this size. No matter your size or shape, you will always be Harry Potter, the youngest seeker in a century," Minerva continued. "This new part of you needs to be let loose so that you can be complete, to be the person you have always had inside you." As the two continued talking and encouraging, Harry closed his eyes and let his mind internalize what they were saying. They were right, he knew, he was always a natural in the air. Even as Mage he used a broom to fly simply because he loved being in the air. And back when he was still in school, it was the flying that he loved the most. Quidditch was simply a way to ensure that he had time outdoors in the clouds, flying, rolling, looping, being free. "That's it, Harry. You're doing it!" Hermione unexpectedly exclaimed. Harry felt his head changing shape and, when he opened his eyes, he noted both that everything seemed much bigger, as though it loomed over him, and also that it was in perfect focus. He could count the number of freckles on Hermione's face from here. Or the lines on Minerva's face. "What type of bird is he?" Hermione asked. "That's the easiest question to answer of them all," Minerva replied. "I've seen hundreds of them here in Britain over the years. Here, see for yourself." Harry watched as Minerva summoned one particular book from her shelves before opening it and leafing through it to one particular page. Hermione's eyes rocketed backwards and forwards as she read the information before focusing on one point: the picture, he assumed. And then she looked to Harry and back to the book over and over, the edge of her lips curling upwards more and more with each look before she promptly threw her head back and roared with laughter. "His wings may still be brand new, but as had been pointed out, he was a natural flyer and it was nothing for him to flap up to the table to see the book for himself. No. He thought, shaking his feathered head backwards and forwards. It couldn't be. Not that. Please, anything but that. He just knew it, he was never going to live this down. Chapter 31, It's a visit, just a visit. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 000000. Heroes assemble. Chapter 31, It's a visit, just a visit. Somehow, a single butterbeer with an old friend had turned into a flow trip and a late supper with said old friend and his wife. This is really good, Hannah. I may have to get the recipe from you to take back with me, Harry said. Hannah Longbottom visibly preened. One condition, Harry, you don't cook it anywhere in Britain, she said mock sternly. You have my word, Harry promised. Take back, Harry? Neville asked. I thought that you were back for good now. Harry shook his head. I've got a business to run back in New York. And it's not as though he could move it here, Hannah stated. Between the cauldron and the three broomsticks and the Hog's Head in Hogsmeade, there really isn't a need for another pub. Is there, Harry? Harry chuckled at the fierce glare Hannah was giving him. I'd never try to muscle in on your territory, Harry promised. Besides, after the clientele that I get in the den, I think I'd find things a little too sedate. Sedate? Hannah repeated incredulously. This place is always hopping and you never know who you are going to get come in. Last week an entire coven of vampires turned up, scared all of my regulars away for the night. What sort of people do you get at your place, Harry? Neville asked. Mostly regular people off the street, much like Hannah would have. But the dens they go to hang out place for one of the high schools nearby, they're in before and after school every day, and sometimes during the day as well if they've got a spare. Every day? Neville asked, clearly surprised. Harry chuckled. It's not like Hogwarts. These kids don't board at the school, they go home every night. There are some schools that take boarders, but even they let the students come and go with strict curfews, of course as often as they like, allows them to blow off steam and experience the real world. Neville shook his head at the alien thought. Sounds kinda dangerous. Can be, Harry shrugged. But the majority of kids know how to look after themselves and how to keep out of trouble. That's your main customers, then? Regular people and school kids? Doesn't sound so different, Hannah asked. For the most part, Harry shrugged. Although I've been known to have superheroes and gods drop by occasionally. Neville laughed. I'd forgotten you had such a sense of humor, Harry, he said. I wasn't joking, Nev, Harry replied seriously. I do have those sorts of people come in. Helps that they're friends of mine, have been since the Chitauri invasion. Chitauri? Hannah asked, looking to her husband to see if he knew the strange word. Harry shook his head. I'd forgotten how sheltered the magical world is. A while back, New York was invaded by aliens from outer space. Took a group of extraordinary people to drive them back off-world. One of the few places that wasn't damaged was the den. That's how I got to know them, when they came in to chill after the battle. Neville stared wide-eyed at Harry. That is the craziest thing I've ever heard. And I can't tell whether you're being serious or making it up. Now if you were George Weasley, I'd know you were spinning a tale. I'm not making it up, Nev, Hannah. It actually happened. There's a whole bunch of weird and wacky people out there who can do extraordinary things without magic that normal people can't do, Harry tried to explain. I think I'm glad that I live in the magical world, Hannah said with a shiver. Sounds too dangerous out in the muggle world. Not really, at least, not for the average person, Harry tried to reassure her. The non-magical world has lots to offer if you'd only give it a chance. I don't know, Harry, I think my greenhouses can be enough of a challenge for me at times, Neville replied. You don't know what you're missing, Harry sighed, taking a last swallow of his drink. Thanks for dinner, guys, but I should probably head, it's getting late and you've both got work tomorrow. No worries, Harry, Neville said. We'll get together again soon and catch up some more. And you know that there'll be others wanting to see you, Hannah added. Everyone in the old day, at least. Hey. That's an idea. Harry, keep Friday night free, we'll get the old crowd back together. Don't worry, I'll arrange everything. Sure, Hannah, sounds good, Harry replied easily. 000000. The doorbell had barely finished ringing before the door was pulled open and Harry was being yanked inside and into a massive hug. Hi, Andy, he managed through a mouthful of hair. It's good to see you, too. Andy released him before pushing him back slightly, her hands remaining on his shoulders as she looked him up and down. It's about time you came here, Andy admonished. I heard from Teddy yesterday that you'd already been up to Hogwarts to see him. Well, I knew that there was a Wiesengamot session yesterday and I didn't want to intrude, Harry said. Oh, Tosh. Andy replied with a wave of her hand. You have more right than most to be there. I'm not a sitting member, Harry protested. You should be, though, Andy huffed. Just because your reprobate of a godfather managed to name me as the voice of the ancient house of Black, not that I have figured out how he got around the family magic in order to do that yet, did not mean that you had to follow his lead and make me the proxy for your 2 seats. It's only because I trust you so much, Andy, Harry replied with a great grin. Andromeda Tonks huffed a second time before turning to shut the door. Well, come on, then, she said, setting off for the kitchen. I'll make us a cup of tea and tell you all about the votes that I've cast in your name recently. Since we're on the topic, might as well get the boring stuff out of the way before we settle in for a proper catch-up. Dutifully, Harry nodded and followed her down the portrait-lined hallway. Unlike most magical homes, these portraits weren't imbued with magic, being simple non-magical photographs. Harry found himself pausing to stare at and lightly touch quite a number of them: Ted Tonks, Just Call Me Tonks Tonks, Remus, and a multitude of Teddy as he grew from baby to toddler to child to teen. A simple tap of Andy's wand on the kettle had it floating across to the sink to fill itself before it landed atop the stove. A wave had the stovetop lit and the kettle beginning to heat as the two sat. It hasn't been easy of late, Andy began. Most of the momentum from after the war seems to have dried up. What do you mean? Harry asked. You know that the Wiesengamot from before the war had been decimated of most of its pure blood base, allowing the Muggleborn laws to all be repealed, she said, to which Harry nodded. Well, a lot of those seats have now been filled by the next generation and they're slowly pushing back towards laws that favor the pure blood once more. What? A startled Harry asked. Hermione hadn't mentioned anything like that. Oh, it's nothing much at the moment, but it has the potential to be a real pain in the future, thus why myself and those I'm aligned closely with are doing all that we can to ensure that there remains a balance, Andy explained. The downside is that all of those creature laws that we want either replaced or overhauled are taking so much longer than we thought they would. Harry cocked her head at her. I thought they were all overturned years ago. The harshest ones were, Andy confirmed, but others, the ones that have been in place for centuries, were never going to be changed in a hurry. The ones like only witches and wizards can sit in the Wiesengamot, no creatures or those of other species, like goblins, centaurs, mere people or dwarves. The house elf laws have stalled completely, even if all we were aiming for was a basic code of how to treat them. Harry shook his head at the bigotry that he was hearing. While yes, it existed in the non-magical world, it was getting better as time passed. Men and women were able to vote and color of skin mattered little, at least for the most part in the Western world. We could really use someone with some political clout and a name that everyone respects and looks up to champion the cause, Andy stated. Oh no you don't, Harry protested instantly, waving his hands in emphasis. I'd be pants at sitting around a chamber of old people talking out of their asses all day just to hear themselves and to make sure the status quo remains in place. I'd probably last a day before I started hexing everyone in there. That's why I made you my proxy. Can't help me from trying, Andy shrugged, and Harry breathed a sigh of relief knowing that Andy was well aware of his stance. You will, one day, have to come up with an alternative. I'm not getting any younger, you know. I know, Andy, and maybe one day I'll be ready to settle down to that sort of life, but it's just not now, Harry replied. For now, I'm happy to simply read the monthly reports that you send me. Oh, so you do read them? I did wonder, considering you never respond to what I put in them, she admonished. If I don't respond, it simply means that I agree with everything you've voted on, Harry replied quickly. Now, tell me how Teddy's been doing. Andy gave him a nonplussed look that screamed that she knew that he was changing the topic. Teddy's been good, Andy said. Although there's times that he nearly gives me heart attacks. I caught him last summer standing at the top of the stairs with that horrid pink hair that NYM used to favor. He'd morphed her face as well, could have sworn that it was her standing there, especially when he stumbled and only just caught himself before he fell down the stairs, just like his mother used to. It wasn't until he laughed at himself and I recognized his voice that I realized that it was Teddy and not Nymphadora. Harry laid a hand on her arm in sympathy. Even after all this time, he missed Tonks and Remus as well. I'm just glad that he takes after his father as well, Andy continued. I cherish the days where he curls up with a book and just reads the day away. It's nice to have a break every now and again. Mind you, I do miss him when he's away at Hogwarts. So, you won't mind if Teddy comes over to visit me during the summer holidays for a few weeks then? Harry asked. Oh, Merlin, no, Andy smiled. It'll be good for him to spend some time with you and I'm sure that he'd enjoy it. 00000. The party was already in full swing by the time that Harry and Hermione walked through the doors. Hannah had joined 3 of the Leaky Cauldron's private rooms together and then enlarged the space. A large table, filled with platters, dishes, and tureens containing all manner of food lined the wall to one side, while on the opposite side, half a dozen tables had been set up. A small bar had been installed against the back wall, and this seemed to be where the majority of those there were congregated. Harry. The call went up from George and was quickly echoed by all of those there, along with a number of cheers and even a whistle that could only be Seamus. Harry raised his hand in greeting, giving them a wave and, it seemed, incidentally, signaling a stampede. The first to reach him were Angelina, Alicia, and Katie, who wrapped him in a four-way hug, each managing to plant a sloppy kiss on his cheek. "It's good to see you guys, too," Harry laughed as he took one hand off of Katie's back to shake hands with Dean, followed by Dennis, Lee, and Oliver. "Let the guy breathe, why don't ye?" Ron said, pulling the girls off Harry only to promptly wrap him in a gigantic bear hug. "Hey, Ron," Harry said. "How's things?" "Yeah, you know," Ron replied, running a hand through hair that Harry noted was starting to thin. "Good. Cannons are having their best season in years. Heard they'd finally gotten a decent keeper," Harry replied. "Boys," Hermione mock huffed, her smile giving away her true feelings. "Here you go, Harry." Harry felt a tankard thrust into his hands and looked to see the distinctive foam of butterbeer in his hand. "Thanks, Susan," Harry said. "It's been too long, mate," Ron complained. "Thought you'd be done with your wandering years ago. Seeker's spot is still yours if you want it, just say the word. I assume you can still fly as great as you used to." "What? Of course, I can," Harry replied indignantly, images of him and Spider-Man patrolling the city flitting through his mind. "Forget it, Ron," Oliver interjected. "When Harry goes professional, you know he's going to join the best team in the league." "Puddlemere. Puddlemere." An aghast Ron protested. "Why in the world would he play with them when he can play with his best mate?" "Well, we are the top team in the league. Have been for the past 4 years running. And a Seeker needs the best captain and keeper backing him up," Oliver boasted. "What? You?" Ron spluttered. Harry felt his arm pulled. "Come on, once those two get going, nothing can stop them," Hermione whispered. Harry grinned at her. Suddenly it was as though the years had just melted away and they were back in the Gryffindor common room once again. It was probably those thoughts that helped him focus on the woman half hidden in the corner at one of the tables. "Is that Lavender?" he asked, nodding in her direction. Hermione looked over, surprise written on her face. "Yes, it is. It's surprising that she's here, actually." When Harry looked at her curiously, she continued. "It's rare to see her these days, she gets shunned a lot. You remember how Remus used to be treated? Well, it's like that, only worse, her being a girl. Her scars don't make it easy. At least she feels comfortable enough with us." Harry frowned in annoyance at the ridiculousness of the wizarding world. Lavender Brown was a hero of the Battle of Hogwarts. She fought when so many didn't. Harry'd seen her that day, holding her own against Death Eaters 2, 3, and 4 times her age. And she'd survived. The last that Harry heard, she'd earned herself a respectable position as a lead writer with Teen Witch Weekly. Obviously, his information was out of date. Squaring his shoulders, he marched across the room, greeting others here and there as he did, but not allowing himself to be waylaid for more than a second or two here and there. "Hi, Lav, mind if I sit here?" Harry asked. Lavender looked up in surprise. Her long hair was draped over half of her face, covering the scars that Fenrir Greyback had given her. Sure, Harry, if you want to," she said. "How've you been?" he asked as he sat. She shrugged non-committally. "You know. Good, I guess. I'm guessing Parvati and Padma are still in India?" he asked. "Pad visits occasionally, but Parv is married now and has 2 boys and a third on the way, so she doesn't get to travel much anymore," Lavender replied. "She's married?" Harry asked with a shake of his head. "You go away for a few years and everything changes." "Right. Looks like I've come to the right person, fill me in on all the goss." It was almost like he's flipped a switch in the woman. Her face lit up and she even leant towards him, coming out of the shadows somewhat. What followed next was an hour of the most in-depth discussion of what had been happening in the wizarding world that Harry ever heard. And Lavender wasn't the only one getting in on the discussion. Everyone there drifted over at some point, adding in what they knew, not only about the couples that had formed, the weddings attended and the children born, but also the jobs that they'd settled into. And through it all, Harry made sure that he kept smiling and laughing along with everyone else. Inside, though, he was cringing. Nothing had really changed. These people he once knew so well, his friends with so much potential, had hardly moved on at all. They had the same jobs as their parents, with very few exceptions. Life for them revolved around the same few things: family, jobs, Quidditch, the ministry and, to some extent, Hogwarts. And that was life for them. To be honest, it wasn't much different in the non-magical world. People there lived their normal, everyday lives, focusing on family and friends, jobs and the government and their sport of choice. It was exactly the life that Vernon and Petunia Dursley had always emphasized. But to Harry, it sounded almost like a prison sentence. Where was the excitement? The challenges? The adventure? And when he compared it to his own life he shuddered. He'd left this world behind. He'd traveled the world, seen wonders, met people, eaten food that no one here could even imagine. And when he'd finally settled, it was only to almost instantly fall into a life of adventure with the Avengers. Tony, Peter, Matt, even Doreen and Gwen kept life exciting, unpredictable, and he wouldn't have it any other way. Harry. A high-pitched squeal interrupted his musing. Before he'd even had a chance to look around, his face was full of long, red hair and his lap was filled with a lithe, female body. Hi, Ginny, he smiled once he'd recovered the breath that she'd knocked out of him. It's so good to see you again, she said, wiggling around until she was sitting sidewards on his lap, one arm draped around his shoulders. You, too, he said, shooting a look at Hermione, a look she promptly ignored. You should have told me you were coming, I'd have gotten you season tickets with the Harpies, she continued. As it is, I can use my connections to get you in the top box at our next home match. His mouth snapped closed as she continued talking, not allowing him a chance to respond. And you've simply got to come home to the burrow. Mum is dying to see you again. She's promised to cook all of your favorites, we'll make it a family reunion. Where are you staying? I hope it's not here, no offense, Hannah. Doesn't matter, you can come stay at my place, with me. We've got so much to catch up on, now that you've got your wandering out of your system. And I can introduce you to all the important people, of course. Harry looked around the table at the faces sitting there grinning madly at him as she continued babbling on. Dean seemed to be almost laughing, a fact that Harry wasn't amused with, especially considering that Ginny had apparently only broken up with him again a month or so back. Ginny. 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 He said, getting progressively louder. Finally, he'd caught her attention enough to interrupt her latest sentence. Thanks for the offer, but I've got a place, remember? Grimald? And as for your mum and dad, of course I'll make sure to go over and visit while I'm here, but this is just a visit. I'm heading back to New York when I'm done here. Hearing that caused every conversation to stop and heads to swivel to look firstly at him and then at each other. The party seemed to stutter then, and it wasn't long before the first ones began leaving. After all, most had children to get home to. When it seemed polite, Harry, too, made his farewells and gave his thanks to Hannah and Neville before he, too, left, seeking something to assure himself that he wasn't going to be stuck in this world where the greatest excitement was assured if your Quidditch team had won their latest match. 00000. If you could resume your animagus form? Minerva asked. Harry sighed but stood from his seat and moved to the open area of the headmistress' office. This, he thought, would have been so much cooler if I'd been something, anything else. Even a pigeon, at least then it'd be something I could write off as having strategic value, able to blend in and gather intel. But this? On second thought, there was only one bird form that Harry thought would have been worse, to have a merlin. He could just imagine it now. The entire wizarding world going absolutely nuts over the idea of him being the second coming of the greatest wizard in history. If he thought his fame was bad now, it'd be nothing compared to that. Mr. Potter. Minerva interrupted his thoughts. Harry, hearing the impatience in her voice, quickly closed his eyes and concentrated. Instantly, his body began transforming. Slate grey and black feathers grew on his head, out of his back and from his arms as they morphed into wings. His chest feathers rippled as they emerged, chestnut brown bands on white with some orange highlights. His feet quickly changed into the talons that he'd grown used to in this form. The only anomaly in his form marking him as an animagus instead of a true bird of this species was the fact that instead of bright yellow eyes, they were banded by emerald green. Well done, Harry, Minerva smiled, a truly remarkable feat. And I must say that this form suits you perfectly. A sparrowhawk. Harry cocked his head up at her and glared as best that a bird could. Really, Mr. Potter, is that necessary? I'm not the one that you're perturbed with, if I understand you correctly, she admonished. And this form suits you perfectly. Small, fast and incredibly good flyers, capable of outflying most other birds. Yes, Harry replied after transforming back. But Tony's going to pay out on me so much, especially since he's been calling me Sparrowhawk for ages. Obviously this Tony has exceptional intuition, Minerva countered. No, he just likes being a jerk, Harry muttered. Minerva's glare told him that the only reason she was refraining from commenting was because she didn't know the man. Perhaps the best way to stop your friend's teasing is to show him exactly what you can do in your form, Minerva said. And to do that, you must first get complete control of transforming between human and bird. You should be able to change forms in the blink of an eye. So, that's what I want you to do, transform back and forth as quickly as you can 5 times. After that, we'll rest, review your progress and continue. With a nod, Harry concentrated within himself, felt the sparrowhawk and changed. 00000. Harry roared with laughter as Teddy finished telling the tale of his latest, greatest prank. You should have seen them. Every single one of them was convinced that they were totally naked. They were grabbing everything that they could, bags, books, one even ripped the shield from one of the suits of armor. Professor Flitwick was trying to get them back in class, but they were refusing, trying to hide from everyone and race back to their common room at the same time. It was hilarious. And the best part was that they were doing it to themselves, Lachlan, Teddy's best friend added. Harry clapped Teddy on the shoulder. You truly are your father's son, a marauder through and through. Why do I get the feeling that I'm glad that I missed hearing that particular story? The headmistress asked in a dry voice from directly behind them. Harry swung around on the bench, a smile still on his face in direct contrast to the looks of horror that now graced the faces of Teddy, Lachlan, and their three friends. What you don't know can't get anyone in trouble, Harry replied. Minerva cocked an eyebrow at him. Are you saying that someone deserved a detention, Mr. Potter? Absolutely not. Harry protested. All I'm saying is that hearing a story, out of context, or worse, a part of a story is never a good thing. I'll take your word for it, she deadpanned, her gaze sweeping over the students before settling back on Harry. There is, however, a purpose to my seeking you out, Mr. Potter. Harry sat up slightly straighter. Yes. Professor Sinistra has brought to my attention that there is a rather rare astronomical event due to happen in a few days, she said. I believe that it's called the convergence and only occurs once every 5,000 years. Sounds like something that could be very educational, Harry replied cautiously. I'm glad that you see that, Mr. Potter, a pleased-sounding Minerva replied. Therefore, you should have no problems accompanying Professor Sinistra in her new astronomy class to Greenwich to see the event. Harry stared at her. Greenwich. With a bunch of pure-blood teenage witches and wizards. Yes, Mr. Potter. Precisely. Thus, why the inclusion of a chaperone who knows the Muggle world intimately is vital, she replied. Harry simply stared at her. Finally, Minerva sighed. If you agree to do this, I'll even sweeten the deal by allowing a single fourth-year astronomy student to accompany the excursion. Beside him, Teddy perked up, a huge smile on his face. Say yes, Uncle Harry. Teddy exclaimed, grabbing Harry's arm. I'd love to help out, Harry said, smiling at Teddy. Thank you, Mr. Potter, Minerva smiled. If it helps, consider this as payment for me helping you with your little problem. Harry's head spun to stare at her as she casually turned and strolled away, the corners of her mouth turned up in what Harry took as a massive grin. 00000. Dad? Jennifer asked, her voice scratchy and soft. It was enough, though, to have William spinning away from the window he was gazing out of and rushing to her bed. His first impulse was to sit on the side of the bed itself. Instead, conscious of his daughter's injuries, he settled for the chair. I'm here, Jen, he said, grasping her hand. Jennifer blinked at him before her eyes shifted slightly to take in the room around her. William's eyes misted over slightly as tears formed. This was the most lucid his daughter had been since she'd first woken, however briefly, a week ago. I'm in the hospital. She asked, confusion evident in her voice and her furrowed brow. You are. You're on the mend, you're going to be all right, he assured her. What happened? Why am I here? She asked. William hesitated, unsure whether it was wise to tell her so soon after her waking. Dad. Jennifer insisted. You were shot, he finally said. Shot? She repeated, wide-eyed. When? Why? You don't remember? William asked, his policeman side half hoping that she did while his parental side hoping that she didn't remember something so traumatic. Jennifer shook her head. No. Kinda remember leaving work, then, nothing. That's okay, baby. It happened a number of weeks ago, William replied before rushing past the second part of her question. No need to tell her that the current theory was that she was targeted as a warning to him, especially as it didn't seem like a mugging gone wrong. It was pretty bad, baby, we nearly lost you. If it hadn't been for Bruce. Bruce? A confused Jennifer asked. Bruce Banner. Your cousin, William clarified. Bruce? I haven't seen Bruce in years. He was there when I was shot? I don't remember, she trailed off. William shook his head. No. Bruce wasn't there then. He happened by, completely by chance, just after. He saved you, Jen. If it wasn't for him, you wouldn't have made it. You'd lost so much blood, he had to give you some of his just to get you to the hospital. Her head moved around then as she searched the room. Where? She asked. Where is he? William asked, to which she nodded. Bruce couldn't stay. He headed to New York, I believe. He left you an address if you want to talk to him or see him once you're better. Jennifer nodded. Yes, I'd like that. William fished out the piece of paper his nephew had given him and placed it on the table beside her bed, sliding the edge of the phone over it so that it didn't blow away. There you go, it's there for you when you're feeling better, he smiled. Chapter 32, I've never been more. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 00000. Heroes assemble. Chapter 32 I've never been more than each of you created. Harry flopped onto the Granger couch and leant back, cradling the cup of tea in his hands. It was nice to simply relax and, for some reason, it was easier to do so here than in his own house. Grimmauld may be much cleaner and less dark than it once had been, but it still held far too many memories for Harry to ever be completely comfortable in it. Really, if it wasn't for Creaker, he would have sold the place years ago. But the ancient house elf would die of a heart attack if Harry did that, so, for now, he kept it. Harry D spent most of the day pottering around the house, inspecting the library for useful books and even reading one of them. But what should have been a relaxing day, wasn't. To be honest, he was still too wound up from the night before. The party should have been just that, a party full of fun, laughter, good food and drinks and catching up with old friends. But seeing them all, hearing about their lives, it struck a nerve, giving him a picture of what his life could have been. Safe, predictable and oh, so boring. Just like the Dursleys always said life should be, only with a magical twist. And to top that, seeing how insular Lavender had become, one of the most popular and outgoing girls that he knew at Hogwarts, was simply a travesty. He wished that he could change the opinions of the magical idiots that couldn't see that a simple disease didn't stop a person from being good and worthwhile. Oh, he knew that he probably could, at least he had the potential to make a difference. Hermione over the years and Andy the other day had pretty much told him that he had the political clout to do so. And while it'd be a good thing to do, he simply wasn't ready to devote his life to magical Britain and to give up the life of adventure that he'd, well, not quite built, more like fallen into. Harry? Hermione asked, breaking into his thoughts. Good, you are here. Mum said that you were simply being so quiet that I wasn't sure if she was mistaken. Harry looked up and smiled slightly at her. Hermione paused as she was crossing the room to look at him. When her smile morphed into a frown, he started to worry. You're brooding, she stated. I thought you'd got over that particular bad habit before you even left Britain. I'm not brooding, Harry protested, before withering under her disbelieving gaze. Well, maybe a little. With a few quick steps, Hermione finished crossing the room before settling on the couch beside him, one leg under her so that she could fully face him. What's wrong? She asked, taking his hand. Nothing, I'm fine, Harry replied. Hermione gave him a nonplussed look, a look that he knew all too well. Just thinking about last night, he finally conceded. What about it? Hermione asked. I thought that it was fun, it's not often that we all get together like that. Why's that, Hermione? Harry asked, already knowing the answer. Well, we all have our own lives to lead, she frowned. A bunch of us are married and those that aren't might as well be married to their jobs, I guess. Exactly. Harry replied. You all live such normal lives. Family, work, Quidditch for those interested in it either playing or following. And that's it. Life in a nutshell. What happened to the group of people bent on changing the world? What do you mean? We are changing the world, she frowned, at least in our own way. Those of us who work for the ministry have been working hard at changing those repulsive laws that got put in place under Fudge and Umbridge. The ones who own businesses make sure that there's no prejudice wherever they can. And you can be sure that none of our children will be anything like some of the kids that we went to school with. But how much difference is all that actually making? Harry asked, and plowed on before Hermione could respond. Lavender is shunned, for goodness sake. She simply has a disease and that amazing dream job that she had? What happened to it? Not to mention what Andy's been telling me. The Wizengamot sounds like it's going backwards. Just how many of those laws that you've been burning yourself out trying to get past to better the lives of other magical species have gotten passed? And the ones that have been passed, how much difference has actually been made? Hermione gaped at him, her mouth opening and closing. Finally, she closed her eyes momentarily and Harry knew that she was gathering her thoughts for a counter-argument. And then she visibly wilted. You're right, Harry, she said quietly. It's a real struggle and what progress Shaq, Arthur, and I made after the war stalled pretty quick. Not many of the laws that I've written have even made it to the floor of the Wizengamot and a lot of the ones that do, don't get passed. But we press on because it's the right thing to do for world we love, we want it to get better and how can it if people simply give up or walk away? Harry stared at her. Is that what you think I did? Give up? Walk away? You have to admit, Harry, that that's what it looks like, she replied. You went through Auror training, achieved your dream job and then, after only a couple of years, you quit. And then, one day, you simply up and left. If I had to pinpoint a time when magical Britain started sliding backwards, that's the point I'd pick. People simply gave up trying. We faltered without you there as our beacon, showing us the way. And that allowed the old purebloods their foothold to begin dragging the momentum back towards their way, the way society has been for centuries. Harry stared at her, aghast. You're seriously going to lay the blame for all that on me? He asked. Hermione shrugged. Oh, I know that it's not your fault, but the people needed their leader, their hero, the man who conquered, showing them that their world could be better. I hate those titles, Harry spat. I know that, Harry, Hermione replied. But that doesn't mean that that's not who you are, especially not to everyone else here in magical Britain. Yes, I've never been anything more than what everyone made me to be, Harry stated with a shake of his head. Hero or villain, that's been my whole life here. Remember what it was like in Hogwarts? I was the boy who lived one day in the air of Slytherin the next, a liar, cheat and attention-seeking git or a Triwizard champion depending on the mood of the population. I remember, Hermione replied softly. I know you do, Harry said, squeezing her hand. You were the only one who was there through it all, even Ron left a couple of times. She nodded and, seeing that she did understand, he continued. That's why I had to leave, you know that, he said. I saw exactly what you were saying, that everyone was wanting me to be another Dumbledore, to be the leader of the light. But that's not who I am, I'm Harry, just Harry, not an entire society's role model or compass or whatever they wanted me to be. Now you're also Mage, for the whole world to look up to, she smirked. Harry crinkled his nose at her. And the best bit is that no one knows the true identity of Mage. I can still be me, Harry, as well as indulge my saving people thing that you say I have. Here, in Britain, I couldn't do that. I'd be in the spotlight all the time and I'd hate every minute of it. I'd go insane. I know, Hermione sighed. Your travels around the world and your life in New York with the Den, not to mention your new friends, has been good for you. Doesn't mean that your friends here don't want you to come home. We miss you, Harry. You don't have to. You could move, come with me to New York, Harry said hopefully. You know I can't do that, Hermione replied. Shaq needs me and I've put too much time and effort into my work here to leave things half finished, that's simply not me. And I will change the world, I will not let magical Britain slide back to what it was before and during the war even if it takes me the rest of my life. Harry nodded sadly at her. He knew what her response would be, he'd always known, really. And while they'd always be the best of friends, it didn't seem likely that they'd ever be living on the same continent, let alone in the same city, again. All right, enough of this depressing topic, Hermione said, tugging on his arm. Come on, stand up. Harry complied with a confused expression on his face. There was a reason I asked you here for dinner, apart from getting out of cooking because Mum enjoys cooking for us, she said. Now, transform into your Sparrowhawk form. Harry stared at her, making sure that she wasn't going to crack some kind of joke in Tony's absence. Seeing only interest and earnestness in her face, he complied. Wonderful! She exclaimed. That form suits you so well. And your colorings are perfect. The feathers on your back and wings are only a few shades off of your dragonhide cloak even. Now, seeing as none of the original Marauders are here to do it, it falls to me to give you your animagus name. Harry looked up at her, startled. That, he decided, was a very bad idea. He still remembered Spew, Hermione had horrible taste when it came to naming things. Therefore, as the representative of Padfoot, Moony and Prongs, she continued, I hereby name you Ged. Harry instantly transformed back. Ged? What sort of name is that? He asked. Instead of replying instantly, Hermione moved across to one of the nearby bookshelves and took down a package that Harry hadn't noticed before. This will explain, she said, thrusting the package at him. Curiously, Harry ripped off the brown paper to find a set of 6 books. Ursula K. Le Guin, he read, noting the author's name on every one of the books, before looking up at her questioningly. The main protagonist in the stories is a man whose true name is Ged, but his everyday name is Sparrowhawk, Hermione explained. I thought it kind of fitting, especially because of Tony, Harry finished. You know, giving me a Marauder name is kind of redundant, don't you? Well, of course, I know that, Hermione huffed. But it's something that Sirius and Remus would have expected, not to mention your father. So, I made sure that you have one, even if it never really gets used. Thank you, Hermione, he said sincerely before pulling her into a hug. They'd only just let go when Jane and Henry entered. Don't mind us, Jane said. We just want to catch the news headlines before dinner. The 4 shifted around the room before settling on the lounge chairs, Harry reading the blurbs on the backs of his new books. It wasn't until a familiar name was said by the newsreader that Harry looked up. Selvig, notable for his involvement in the alien invasion of New York, streaked nude across Stonehenge. The newsreader was saying. Eric. Harry whispered as he stared at the image of the man that he'd only met a handful of times appeared on the screen. Is that? Hermione asked. Yep, Harry replied. Disrobed, and began shouting at visitors to the historic site. He was later taken into police custody for psychiatric evaluation. Police are still refusing to confirm. Harry shook his head. Something wasn't right with the man, but darned if he knew what it was. 000000. Miss Granger? I'm surprised to see you here, Minerva commented, her eyes flicking from first Hermione, across to Harry and back again. A once-in-5,000-year event? How could I miss it? Hermione replied. Indeed, Minerva smiled knowingly. I am almost tempted to come along myself. Unfortunately, my duties keep me here. Uncle Harry. An excited Teddy broke in, rushing up to greet them. Hey, Teddy, Harry replied, draping an arm over the teen's shoulder and squeezing. Ready for an adventure? You bet. Teddy replied eagerly. This will not be an adventure, Mr. Potter, merely an astronomy excursion to observe the heavens, Minerva admonished. To be honest, I expect the whole experience to be very sedate. Harry shrugged. Getting out of the castle is always an adventure, Professor. Minerva frowned. Come along, the class is meeting in the astronomy classroom to go over last-minute details. Upon entering the classroom, Harry took one look around and promptly had to suppress a groan. It was just as he feared, a dozen or so pure-blood teenagers dressed in traditional wizarding robes. They were going to stand out a mile if something wasn't done. At least Teddy was dressed appropriately in jeans and a dark green shirt with a dragon motif on the front, even if said dragon was obviously a Hungarian horntail. First thing we need to do is to get them dressed properly, Harry stated matter-of-factly. I'm taking it none of this lot ever took Muggle studies. I do not believe so, Minerva replied as she looked around the room. Harry's right, Hermione said. Wizarding robes are not appropriate for going out into the Muggle world. Thankfully, a bit of transfiguration work is about all we need. Harry? If you'll take the boys. With a nod, Harry strode forward and to the left, while Hermione went to the right. Okay, boys, over here, he called, waving his arm. After checking with both professors, the 5 boys moved towards him, even as the 8 girls headed towards Hermione. At his gesture, one of the boys stepped forward, however warily. Harry, though, wasn't giving him time to reconsider. A simple flick of his wrist brought his wand to hand before it was moving in an intricate pattern. Robes shimmered and changed to a pair of dark grey slacks, the Hogwarts button-down shirt was altered slightly to more reflect modern non-magical fashion. The Slytherin tie, he decided to leave alone. Is this really what Muggles wear? The boy asked, lifting one knee then the other to get a feel for the pants. It certainly is, Mr. Harry replied. Greengrass, sir. Daniel Greengrass. Harry stopped and looked at the boy. Any relation to Daphne Greengrass? He asked. Yes, sir. My father's cousin's daughter, Daniel replied. I went to school with Daphne, Harry explained. We weren't friends, her being a Slytherin and me a Gryff, but we were at least cordial, especially in our 7th, 8th, last year of Hogwarts. She's a good woman, earned my respect at the Battle of Hogwarts. Daniel's eyes bugged out. I never knew she fought in the war. Harry smiled slightly. Daphne didn't fight, that's not the Slytherin way. What she did do was refuse to leave before the battle. Spent hours, days really working with Madame Pomfrey, patching up anyone and everyone who was injured, on both sides of the war. Thing is, she knew that just being in the castle would have gotten her killed if Voldemort's forces had won, and yet she stayed anyway. Wow, I didn't know that, Daniel replied. She's a healer now. And I'd bet a damn fine one, too, Harry smiled. Next time you see her, say hi from me. Now, who's next? Just as Harry was finishing up, Hermione came over with a pile of clothing in her hands. Here you go, boys, put one of these on as well, she instructed, handing one to each of the students, including Teddy. Harry took a good look at the jerseys and grinned. They were perfect. The front and collar was white with the Hogwarts crest on the upper left chest. 4 bands, a finger width wide, in red, blue, yellow, and green encircled both biceps. The back was made of 4 panels, red and blue at the top, yellow and green at the bottom. What are these? Minerva asked, eyeing the jerseys. School jerseys, Hermione replied. Almost every Muggle school has clothing like this, in their own particular colors. Of course, it helps to define the school out in the public. Many personalize them, having the student's name on the back, and some even include the year, especially for the seniors, saying when they graduate. And this won't make us stand out? One of the girls asked, her fingers running over the crest. Not at all, Hermione replied. In fact, we'd be more likely to stand out without something like this. This way, we'll simply be seen as a class on excursion and dismissed. If anyone does ask us about Hogwarts, all we need to say is that we're an exclusive boarding school from Scotland. Very good thinking, Minerva replied. I may wish to talk to you some more about these jerseys at a later time. Hermione gave a nod just as Professor Sinistra called the group together. Before we leave, I thought that it might be useful to go over what to expect today, she said. As you all know, this convergence only happens once every 5,000 years. That means that what records we do have of the event are rather incomplete, to say the least. What is known is that the fabric between the worlds that includes Earth, or as it was known the last time, Midgard. Midgard? Harry interrupted. As in Asgard, Jotunheim, and the rest of the 9 realms. I was not aware that you knew about the Old Norse mythology and the worlds of Yggdrasil. Professor Sinistra commented with raised eyebrows. Yeah, well, let's just say that a friend got me interested, he replied, ignoring Hermione's snort. Very well, she continued. As I was saying, the fabric between the 9 realms will be thinnest as they converge into alignment. It is believed that this will allow us a very brief window into those worlds themselves. Harry's hand drifted momentarily to the phone in his belt before he decided otherwise. There will possibly be other affects, a change in weather being among them, but nothing that should cause any need for alarm. Does anyone have any questions? She asked. When none were asked, she clapped her hands together. Well, then, we'd best be off. We'll need to reach the edge of the wards before we can use the portkaya the Ministry has provided, Professor Sinistra stated. 00000. The portkaya had deposited the group of 17 in a convenient, out-of-the-way alley just outside of Greenwich University. After checking that they hadn't been noticed, Harry and Hermione led the group across the road and onto the campus itself. They'd scoped out what they hoped was a good spot the day before, an open green area, bordered by trees on one side, the building of the university, coincidentally the library that Harry D had a hard time keeping Hermione out of, on another, and the River Thames on the last. Unsurprisingly, Hermione's assessment of their wearing a school jersey was accurate. They didn't garner more than a second glance, and in most cases, not even a first look. This should do perfectly, Professor Sinistra smiled as she surveyed their chosen location. From here, we can see the sky perfectly, and it won't take much to see even more if we need to move further out away the trees. Any idea how long until it starts? One of the boys asked. Professor Sinistra looked at her pocket watch. Not long, I believe. Uncle Harry? Is the river supposed to do that? Teddy asked. Harry turned to see what his godson was looking at. Almost instantly, his eyes bugged out before narrowing and his hands began moving of their own accord. No. It's not, he stated grimly, watching the wave that had formed as though something was pushing it towards the shore. And then, the thing that was pushing the water appeared out of nowhere. It was narrow but incredibly tall, easily a couple of 100 meters, and made of a jet black metal. The fact that it flying and clearly alien screamed that he had work to do. He'd deliberated that morning on what to wear. Now, he was glad that he'd chosen his work pants and shirt and black dragon hide boots, just in case. As his hand passed over his belt, making both it and its multitude of pockets become visible, the alien vessel hit ground. Instead of slowing it as one might expect, the alien ship just plowed on. Concrete, dirt, stone, grass, it was all tossed up and aside like paper. Around them, people began screaming and running in a blind panic. Clouds above the ship began to gather and darken as the convergence drew closer. Get them to safety, Harry ordered, swinging his blue-grey cloak around his shoulders, having pulled it from one of his pouches. Teddy, stick with Aunt Hermione, she'll look after you. Harry? What's happening? Hermione asked. I don't know, but I'm going to find out, he stated grimly. It was then that his eyes, scanning the area for people in trouble, found someone unexpected, someone that he knew, someone standing in the direct path of the oncoming alien spaceship. Stay safe, he ordered, before applying the sticking and obscurus charms to his hood, turning on the spot and operating away. Chapter 33, Darcy? Jane? Mage? Dr. Selvig? Mayuma. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's. The Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 00000. Heroes assemble. Chapter 33, Darcy? Jane? Mage? Ian? Dr. Selvig? Mayuma. Pop. In the split second that he had after operating in, Mage noted that both Darcy and the other guy were carrying a pile of metallic pole-like things. He didn't wait to analyze them, though. His hands shot out, grasped the two by their biceps, and with a quick turn, the three operated away, mere milliseconds before the bow wave of grass, dirt, and concrete would have smashed into them. 00000. Pop. What just happened? Darcy Lewis asked as she stumbled after Mage let go of her. Beside her, Ian was doubled over, heaving his guts up and trying to suck in deep lungfuls of air at the same time. Sorry about that, operating can be a bit rough the first time, Mage stated, sounding anything but apologetic. Darcy spun around, her big brown eyes widening at the fact that she wasn't where she thought she was. In fact, from where she now stood, she could see the big ugly ship thing plowing straight through where she'd just been standing. Frantically, she patted herself down to check that she was still there, letting the scientific rod things fall to the ground with a clatter. Only then did she take note of the cloaked man standing in front of her. Mage. Did you do that? Rescue us from getting splattered into jelly? She asked, leaping forward to give him a hug. Us? Mage asked. Oh, yeah, that's Ian, my intern, Darcy replied, looking down at the somewhat recovered now named Ian standing bent over with his hands on his splayed knees. You have an intern now? Mage asked before shaking his head. Never mind. You've got some sort of scientific equipment. Does that mean that you or Jane or Eric perhaps have some idea of what's going on? Well, yeah, Darcy replied. At least Jane and Eric do. And Thor, I guess. Thor's here? Mage asked quickly. Yeah. He's here to stop the big bad guy from destroying the world or the universe or something equally stupid, Darcy replied. Tell me everything, Mage commanded. Well, me and Jane stumbled across this strange phenomena where you could literally throw stuff between different worlds, Darcy began. It even swallowed my car keys. Then Jane disappeared, if you can believe that. Left me hanging for like 5 hours. She rambled, her arms pinwheeling to emphasize her points. Mage's hands shot out and grabbed the girl by her shoulders, forcing her to silence. Just the highlights, Darcy, just the highlights, he instructed. Right. The highlights, she nodded. There's this evil dude, Thor called him Malekith, I think. He's got some super freaky stuff called the ether that he's going to release into the convergence when it happens, and that's ultra bad. Me and Ian are supposed to set these things up for Jane and Eric to do their thing to help stop him, while Thor keeps him distracted. Mage stood frozen for a couple of seconds, processing the information that he'd been told. Once the convergence has passed, we're safe? He asked. Well, I don't know about safe. Have you seen the great alien ship thing over there? Darcy replied, waving one arm past Mage's shoulder. But yet, he can't destroy the universe and everything, at least, not like that. Thanks, Darcy, Mage nodded. You and your Ian do what you need to do, but stay safe. I'm off to give Thor a hand. Before she could respond, Mage twisted into nothingness with a pop. 00000. Mage operated to just in front of where the gigantic alien ship had come to a stop. His wand dropped into his hand as he looked up at the thing in horror. From this close, it looked even large, taller, and more ominous. The gathering black clouds above it didn't help with that. And then a part near the top began moving, plummeting downwards in a controlled drop, just like an elevator. A crack of thunder coincided almost perfectly with a ramp extending at the base of the ship and a door sliding open. Mage shifted position slightly, 1 foot forward, his wand hand raised, ready. Sayer. A very welcome voice called. Mage glanced across with a smile, not that the Asgardian could see it. Thor. Hope you don't mind me crashing the party, he said. Your aid is most welcome, my friend, Thor replied as he strode forth to stand beside him. You needn't have come so far, Asgardian. Death would have come to you soon enough, a shadowy figure stated in a deep voice. Mage took in the alien. He was similar enough to human in shape, not that that often mattered, Thor was as well, and he was much more powerful and long-lived as well. His armor was dark black, seemed to be a favorite color with this lot. Unlike the figures behind him, this one, the leader Malekith according to Darcy, wore no mask. One half of his face was bone white, the other charred black as though he'd been caught in some sort of fire. Not by your hand. Thor shot back. And you, Midgardian, come to die that much quicker than the rest of your pitiful race, Malekith stated. Your universe was never meant to be. Your world and your family will be extinguished. And then, before either Mage or Thor could respond, Malekith twirled slightly and shot twin jets of energy at them. It was deep, dark red, close enough in color to clotted blood that had Mage raising the strongest shield that he knew of in front of him in defense. The energy cared not a jot for the magic shield, shooting past it as though it wasn't even there. Mage felt it slam into his body, lift him up and throw him backwards. He twisted awkwardly in the air before coming down hard on his side, his wind all but knocked out of him. Well, that's not good, Mage wheezed as he pushed himself back to his feet. Thor, it seemed, had recovered much quicker, having stood back up defiantly, only for a new burst of energy to come from Malekith to strike Thor, sending him flying backwards once more. That's the best you've got. Mage yelled, aiming to simply draw the guy's attention so that Thor could do his thing with Mjolnir. Malekith didn't seem to want to waste words in battle, something that he didn't have in common with Mage's past opponents. Instead, he simply blasted out with his energy at Mage. Seeing it coming, Mage dove to the right, rolled as he landed and jumped back up to his feet. A hurried flurry of swishes and flicks had spells of red, bright blue, and murky yellow shooting back at the alien. A bloom of deep red energy surged from Malekith's body to absorb the spells before they could touch the alien's body. Not good, Mage muttered, his mind desperately searching for an alternative form of attack other than spells. He needn't have worried, though, his distraction seemed to be just what the doctor, well, God had ordered. As Mage stared narrow-eyed at Malekith, Mjolnir came out of virtually nowhere to slam into Malekith, sending him flying, knocking his own men over like bowling pins before plowing into and through a marble pillar and out of sight in the street beyond. Go! Mage called, I've got these. Thor gave a single nod before leaping skywards after Malekith, leaving Mage facing the 3 or 4 dozen flunkies that had just emerged from the alien ship. 00000. Was that? Ian asked, staring at the spot that the cloaked man had been standing moments before. Yep, Darcy replied. Mage. Avenger. Mr. Magic Dude who's kinda weird about his face. She bent down, then, and picked up her half of the scientific doohickey poles before looking pointedly at her in turn. Well? What are you waiting for? Jane and Eric are counting on us to get these things set up, she stated. Quickly, Ian began retrieving his own set. It would have been nice if he'd taken us back to where these things need to go, Ian moaned, juggling the awkward poles in his arms. Quit complaining and mush, Darcy told him. We're on a deadline here. Ian was forced to quickstep to catch up to her. She may be short, but her fierce determination meant that she never went anywhere slowly. 00000. Mage and the 4 dozen or so aliens were left standing, staring at each other after the abrupt departure of Malekith and Thor flying off after him. That, of course, only lasted for a few seconds. Almost as one, the aliens began running. The problem was that only 6 were headed towards Mage, the rest vectored off in different directions. He may not be considered much of a threat, but that didn't mean that Mage wasn't going to go down fighting. Almost on instinct, he raised his wand and snapped off a stunner. The dark red jet of magic flashed across the intervening space before slamming into the lead alien, knocking him backwards off of his feet where he lay unconscious. That's more like it, Mage grinned fearfully. Within a few seconds, more spells were flying: a stunner, 2 Encompasses, a Levi Corpus, and a Banisher. All hit dead on target, leaving his 5 remaining opponents trussed up, unconscious or dangling upside down in midair. A few more stunners took care of the ones still conscious. Looking up, Mage frowned, none of the other aliens were in sight anymore. The only clue he had to their whereabouts were the screams coming from the far side of the building. While his Sparrowhawk form would be perfect for getting where he needed to go quickly, without some more practice at transforming and flying, he was loath to use it. His trusty lightning bolt, though, that only took a second to pull out and enlarge. Taking to the air, Mage rocketed up and over the buildings. Seeing a group of aliens chasing some people, he zeroed in on them, his wand spitting curse after curse at them. The problem was that he was limited in what he could use for fear of accidentally hitting the civilians. Too slow, Mage admonished himself after it'd taken 3 passes to down the 5 aliens. Noting the sound of more screaming, Mage veered away. Time for something a little wheezy, he grinned. Using his knees to steer, Mage lined up his flight path to come at the 4 aliens from directly behind. One hand slipped off of the broom to reach into the appropriate pouch. Then, at just the right time, he dropped his bomb, instantly twisting himself about to shoot the activating magic at it. The small package had barely had time to bounce off of the cobbles once, right in the middle of the aliens, when Mage's magic impacted it. Instantly, the package burst apart, expanded with a wet squishy noise and engulfed the aliens. The 4 of them were left floundering in the middle of a swamp, mud and muck covering every inch of them. Classus, Mage whispered around his grin. The effect was perfect. There was no way that those 4 were going anywhere, not frozen in the portable swamp as they were. Movement out of the corner of his eye had Mage zooming off before he'd even registered what it was. A group of 3 aliens had 2 people students by the look of them, with their books held protectively in front of their chest backed against a wall. Knowing that this was going to require precision, Mage dropped lower before practically running off of his broom. Leaving it lying on the ground, he went to work. 00000. Madam Davis! Madam Davis! The young intern nearly screamed as she came flying into the office of the head of the improper use of magic. What is it? Madam Davis asked impatiently, looking up from the report that she'd been reading. The big board. It's showing a huge amount of magic being performed in a muggle-only designated area, the girl nearly babbled. Instantly, Madam Davis was on her feet and striding from the room, leaving the intern to scurry along in her wake. One look at the big board, which covered the whole of the United Kingdom, showed that the intern was correct. The fact that the color indicator was a deep, harsh red showed just how much magic was being used. Worse still was the fact that Greenwich was designated as being purely Muggle. There were no Magicals living in the area, nor were there any shops or businesses there. Merlin's beard, she breathed. Send word to the DMLE. Get them there immediately to arrest whoever's responsible. And alert the Obliviators. No. Forget the memo planes. There's not time for that. Just run. Instantly, the intern took off, leaving Madame Davis standing, staring at the board as the color intensified even further, something that she didn't think was even possible. 00000. Put those away. Hermione hissed. One by one, however reluctantly, wands were sheathed by most of the Hogwarts contingent that had taken them out. They were currently huddled in a copse of trees, out of the way and hopefully in a place where they wouldn't be noticed but still able to see what was happening. We can't let Mr. Potter fight alone. We can help. Daniel Greengrass insisted, clutching his wand in his hand tightly. Yeah, come on, Aunt Hermione, let us help Uncle Harry, Teddy agreed, a fierce expression on his face. Harry doesn't need help, Hermione shot back, her force of will seemingly the only thing holding the students back. Not to mention that anything that we did would be a breach of the statute of secrecy. Then what's he doing? An incredulous voice asked. Harry, Mage, has special dispensation from the International Confederation of Wizardry to act in defense of civilians or the world, Hermione replied. Mage? A confused Daniel asked. Who's that? That's Harry's Avengers code name, Hermione replied and hurried on at the blank looks she was getting. The Avengers are heroes, people with extraordinary powers charged with protecting everyone else from any and all bad guys. As they watched, Harry was charged from his blind side by one of the aliens and sent hurtling through the air before coming down on the grass and rolling away. Instantly, though, he was back up and casting, returning the favor. We can still help. Teddy insisted. He needs help. I don't want Uncle Harry to get hurt. Hermione laid a comforting hand on his shoulder. He does this regularly. And if he really needs help, then Thor will give it to him, she said. If you really want to help Uncle Harry, then we need to stay here and let him do his thing. Rushing in like that will only have him focusing on us and worrying about us, and that distraction could get him hurt. Believe me, I know how it feels, I've been his best friend for most of my life, remember. Reluctantly, Teddy and the others nodded and Hermione breathed a sigh of relief that they were willing to follow her orders. 00000. Jane and Eric peeked around the corner, assessing whether it was safe to emerge. Seeing nothing at the moment, Jane relaxed her hand from the activation dial on her device slightly. The convergence, they both knew, was fast approaching. Clouds and wind were swirling above and around them as the atmosphere went nuts at the gravity being exerted on the planet by the as yet unseen other planets of the 9 realms. Portals between the worlds were opening and closing at random, causing objects to disappear and appear in bizarre and unusual places. Fortunately, Darcy and Ian had managed to place the majority of the devices that Eric had created in their correct positions. Jane D already used them effectively to displace some of the dark elves, sending them away from the current harm that they were trying to do. The only downside was that they'd lost track of Thor. He and Malekith were still fighting, but it seemed that the anomalies were playing havoc with them as well, turning their fight into a scramble to stay on the same world as much as anything else. Jane. Eric said suddenly, clutching her upper arm. There. Those creatures are heading towards those students. Quickly Jane located the elves that Eric pointed out, adjusted 2 knobs and twisted the dial. Instead of the elves disappearing as they were supposed to though, Darcy and Ian appeared directly in front of Jane and Eric. Darcy! Jane exclaimed. Jane! Darcy replied, dropping Ian from where she'd just been kissing him bent over her knee onto the ground. With a shake of her head, Jane twisted the dial the other way. Unfortunately, her second attempt was just as good as her first. Only this time, she'd managed to summon Mage from somewhere or other. Mage yanked his arm up as he appeared, sending the jet of vicious purple harmlessly skywards. An instant later, he redirected a spell towards the elves that Jane D'd been aiming for, sending a bolt of magic into the ground around them, exploding it and causing the elves to be blown outwards and away. Mage? Jane asked. Ian. Mage said, clearly confused as to why the young man was lying on the ground. Dr. Selvig? Ian asked, looked straight up at the man. Myuma. Darcy exclaimed as Mjolnir shot past the group. Where's Thor? Mage asked before shaking his head and nodding after Mjolnir. Never mind, he's probably that way. The convergence is getting close to being in full effect, Eric stressed. You and Thor have to stop Malekith before that happens, Jane insisted. I'll do my best, Mage replied, before jumping on his broom and rocketing after Thor's hammer. 00000. The squad of Aurors that operated into Greenwich quickly realized that they were out of their depth. Muggles were running every which way, screaming their heads off as they were chased by the strangest creatures that they'd ever seen. They looked like humans, but it was obvious that they weren't, not with their unnaturally white faces and skin and pointed ears. At least once they'd seen one without their mask on. And the armor that they were wearing was nothing like they'd ever seen before. Even their weapons were terrifying, shooting some kind of red-orange beam of something that definitely wasn't magic. Whatever these creatures were, it was obvious that they weren't vampires or werewolves or house elves or any of the other magical species. "This isn't magic," Draco Malfoy, the lead Auror, stated in horror. "Over there!" one of his rookies exclaimed. As one, the group turned to see a wizard in a blue-grey dragonhide cloak fighting the creatures using stunners, bombardas, Encompasses, and a host of other spells, all to devastating effect. "He's the one," Malfoy stated. "We need to arrest him before he breaks the statute to the point that the Obliviators can't do their job." "No. You can't." That same rookie Shelby, a recent transfer in from America, near yelled. Slowly, Malfoy turned to him, one eyebrow raised. "That's Mage," Shelby said in a rush. "The Avenger. You don't know who that is? Harry Potter. The ICW gave him special dispensation to do what he does to protect the Muggles and keep the magical world hidden as long as he's wearing that costume. It was all over the American newspapers, guess it didn't make it over here." "No," Malfoy stated slowly, turning back to stare at his old Hogwarts rival. He watched as Potter took down a handful of the creatures almost with ease before racing off after another group. A flick of one hand brought his second-in-command to his side. "We'll split up, check that he's the only magical here. You take Knot and circle that way," he said, before leaning in slightly and adding, "Sotto voce, see if you can gather up some of those creatures. Secure them in the dungeons below Malfoy Manor, they might prove useful later." In a louder voice, he continued. "We'll deal with Potter and that ICW claim after this has finished. 000000. Glancing up at the sky, Mage could see that time was running out. The 9 planets of Yggdrasil were coming into alignment. Great circles had begun appearing in the sky, each allowing a glimpse from Earth straight to these other worlds. While Mage didn't know which was which, just the fact that he could see them was awe-inspiring. One was ocean blue, another a deep, dark brown. The grey-green one seemed to be covered in a forest, while the icy white and light blue one matched the pictures in his mind of Jotunheim. Of the others, the deep red one was the most prominent, the others being too high for him to get a decent look at. The fact that these great circles of other worlds were beginning to overlap told him that the alignment was close, bare minutes away at most. And if he had to guess, Malekith and by extension, Thor, were bound to be right underneath them, most likely where the alien ship had come to rest. Unfortunately, between where he currently was and where he needed to be, were a bunch of annoying aliens. Mage's arm was a blur as he snapped off spell after spell at the aliens. And while he was making a difference, it was simply taking too long to make his way through and past them. Digging into his pouch, he pulled out a handful of decoy detonators, tossed them into the air and wandlessly banished them to his right. The wailing and annoying sirens that they made as they landed and began scurrying about did the trick, sending nearly 2/3 of the aliens running after them to find out what the noise was. The rest Mage made short work of, stunning and tying them up as quickly as he could. The wind and clouds intensified just then and Mage didn't hesitate, taking off in a dead sprint. 000000. Mage found Thor and Malekith trading blows not far from the alien ship. Mjolnir, it seemed, was still missing, leaving Thor simply using his fists. Each time that Malekith gained an upper hand through the use of the blood-red energy that he favored, Thor fought his way back, preventing the alien from reaching his goal. "Malekith!" Mage shouted, distracting the dark-hued alien. "You must have fought well, boy, to still be alive when my elves were tasked with destroying you," Malekith stated. "It is almost a pity that your end is so close." "I wouldn't be too sure of that," Mage retorted, before winding up and pitching a small, glass ball at the alien. Almost on reflex, Malekith caught it before looking at it disdainfully. "You think that a bauble is enough to stop me, boy?" Malekith asked. Mage simply shrugged and looked at Thor. "Might be a good time to call Mjolnir," he suggested. Thor, he noted, gave a small nod and turned one hand outward slightly. And then Malekith did exactly what Mage wanted him to do. He closed his fist, crushing the glass ball that Mage had thrown at him. Instantly, a canary yellow mist burst forth and drifted upwards, clouding the alien's head where he was forced to breathe it in. Mage watched interestedly as Malekith's jaw seemed to slacken and his hands dropped to hang limply at his sides. The deep red energy that was swirling about his body melted away, absorbed once more into Malekith's body at the same time that his eyes closed and he began swaying ever so slightly where he stood. Cautiously, Thor approached, just as Mjolnir arrived, slapping into his hand. When Malekith made no move against him, Thor reached out and nudged the alien in the shoulder. Receiving no response, Thor looked back questioningly at Mage. "A little something one of my friends cooked up," Mage explained. "He's in an intense daydream at the moment, won't wake up for about half an hour or so." "Well, it'd be that long if he was human, don't know how long it'll be with his species." Thor thought about that for about half a second before lifting his mighty hammer and slamming it into the side of Malekith's head, dropping the alien to the ground in a slump. 00000. Malekith being neutralized seemed to be the signal for Mage and Thor's allies to arrive. Jane and Eric were the first, with Jane racing across the grass and jumping at Thor, wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him soundly. Thor, in return, laughed heartily as he returned her embrace. Eric followed more sedately, carefully holding the device that he and Jane had created in front of him, its strap still snug around his neck. Next to appear were Darcy and Ian. Mage could only shake his head in amusement when Darcy took one look at Jane kissing Thor before turning and planting a similar type of kiss on a startled Ian. Ian, of course, was quick to reciprocate. In the distance, Mage noticed the Hogwarts crowd had appeared from shelter. While most were staring up at the sky at the still visible planets, some were looking his way. Noting that both Hermione and Teddy were in the latter category, he raised his hands and gave them a wave. Judging by the fact that a smile broke out Hermione's face as she waved back, he guessed that she, at least, got the message that he was fine. Has anyone noticed that there's a whopping great alien spaceship parked here? Darcy asked after breaking off her kiss with Ian. Indeed, Thor agreed, one arm still around Jane. And this is not a good place for such a vessel to be, Midgard is not ready yet to have access to such a vessel. Don't let Tony hear you say that, Mage grinned. What he doesn't know won't hurt him, Jane stated. With the convergence still in effect, we can send the ship through one of the anomalies fairly easily, Eric said, fiddling with the dials on his machine. Do it, Mage ordered. With one decisive twist, the alien ship simply ceased to exist on Earth. Well, most of it, Mage noted. The part of the ship embedded in the ground was still there, its electronics or equivalents or whatever, sparking away from the suddenly cut connections. Convergence, Jane whispered in awe, staring up at the circles of worlds that had finally aligned. A few seconds later, the edges of the worlds that had disappeared began to reappear once again, only on the opposite side. And with Malekith out cold at their feet, the danger had passed. Chapter 34, Aren't you supposed to be dead? Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 00000. Heroes assemble. Chapter 34 Aren't you supposed to be dead? I must get this one back to Asgard, Thor stated, nudging the unconscious body of the dark elf Malekith at his feet with his boot. The ether must be extracted and secured where none can find it and use it in such a way again. Smart idea, Mage nodded. And I'll round up the others. Most should be easy to find. I left them scattered about the place, either unconscious or tied up. It's the last few that'll probably be a problem. A challenge that I'm sure that you're up for, Thor beamed, clapping him on the shoulder. Once you have them all, call for Heimdall, he'll hear you and send someone to collect them and remove them from Midgard for you. That won't be problem. Jane asked. There's a number of you who just committed treason, remember? Thor laughed. After what happened here, my father will be lenient, have no fear, Lady Jane. Jane gave him doubtful look but nodded anyway. I look forward to see you all soon, Thor said. Heimdall. At that, Mage, Jane, Eric, Darcy and Ian quick-stepped backwards. They were none too soon as the clouds swirled above them before a jet of multicolored energy crashed to Earth, engulfing both Thor and Malekith before abruptly leaping skywards again, leaving nothing but an elaborate Nordic pattern bunt into the grass. Mage took a look around at his companions, trying to decide the best way to go about fulfilling his half of the bargain. Hey, don't worry, Magic Man, I've got your back, Darcy said jovially, pulling her taser out of her pocket. Bring the big bad dudes here and we'll look after them, and if they so much as twitch. The smell of ozone and the crackle of her taser lighting up told the story of what the Dark Elves had in store if Darcy thought they needed it. 00000. Rounding up the downed Dark Elves had been child's play. Well, mostly. The four frozen in the midst of the Weasley portable swamp had taken a bit of extraction, and Mage was sure that they still weren't fully thawed. Not that it mattered all that much. As each elf was brought to the central spot for Darcy, Jane, and Eric to watch over, Mage made sure to conjure some heavy iron shackles for them. That was in conjunction with the fact that they were still stunned and bound in heavy ropes. Darcy pouted a bit at the sight of what he was doing to them, making Mage involuntarily shudder at the thought of the gleeful damage that she could do with her taser. Finding the missing Dark Elves had proven to be slightly trickier. Thankfully, Mage had 3 aces up his sleeve: his broom for fast aerial surveillance, a point me spell, and the screams of the general public. The few that fought back with some kind of energy gun were the most interesting. Fortunately, a proto-go spell was more than a match for it. Mage was starting to feel drained by the time that he'd gathered all of the elves that he could find by any method. The fact that there were only 27 of them had him frowning, though he was sure that there'd been a lot more than that. Jane or I probably zapped them to one of the other planets, Eric tried to reassure him. Mage could only nod and hope that that was in fact what had happened, the idea of some of these aliens running loose in London was not a comforting thought. Well, let's see about getting rid of them, Mage said before looking up uncertainly at the sky. Heimdall. Exactly as had happened when Thor had called, the clouds above instantly churned together before a multicolored beam of light shot towards the earth. Instead of engulfing the dark elves and transporting them away as had been expected, the rainbow bridge that formed was off to the side. 4 figures were left standing there on the grass once the beam had vanished. The one in front was the only female, dressed in Asgardian armor and wearing a buckler on her arm. Slightly back to either side of her and directly behind were 3 Asgardian males. The tallest, and whitest, had a head of red hair and a large bushy beard. To the left was a thin fellow, a slender sword in hand to complement his dapper looks. The last had an Asian look to him and carried some type of mace. Sif! An excited Jane exclaimed before rushing forwards. Lady Jane, the now named Sif replied, returning the other woman's hug with an awkward one of her own. You remember Darcy and Eric? Jane asked the 4. Well, this is Ian and Mage. The Sayer. The large warrior exclaimed. We know well of the Sayer. Thor has spoken often of his companions who fought by his side in defense of Midgard. Mage simply gave a small bow, unsure how else to respond. Mage, this is the Lady Sif and the Warriors 3, Jane introduced. Volstagg, the large redhead said, stepping forward to grasp Mage's forearm. Fondrel, the immaculately dressed one introduced himself as Hagun, the Asian-looking one said, adding an inclination of his head. It's nice to meet you all, Mage replied. This looks like you have had a successful battle, Sif remarked, nudging the pile of elves with her sword. Mage shrugged. I did what was needed. As all good warriors do, Sif agreed. I think it best that we not linger. These need to be placed in secure confinement before they awaken. Those ropes and chains should disappear in an hour or so, Mage said quickly. They're simply conjured with magic. Our thanks, Sayer, Sif said, and, with the motion of her sword, her companions took up positions so that the 4 of them surrounded the pile of elves. Heimdall! Sif called. And for the 3rd time, the rainbow bridge of Asgard descended to earth. I think I'm really glad that I'm not the gardener around here, Darcy remarked looking around at the 3 designs now burnt into the grass. 00000. Sif and the Warriors 3 had barely departed with the Dark Elves when Mage noted 4 red-robed men striding towards them. He couldn't help but shake his head. Now you people turn up? After the dangers passed? He asked sarcastically once they were within hearing range. And what do you think you're doing dressed like that, where anyone can see you? Harry Potter, the lead auror said, and it was all Mage could do not to flinch when he realized exactly who was addressing him. Your presence is requested in front of the Wizengamot at 2 p.m. this afternoon to address your blatant disregard of the statute of secrecy. Harry stared at the platinum blonde man that he hadn't seen in years. He had the audacity to order him to the Wizengamot for that? When he was committing the exact same crime standing as he was in full wizarding dress in the middle of a Muggle university. Admittedly, there weren't any non-magicals around, well, apart from Jane, Eric, Darcy, and Ian, but still. Malfoy, you're an idiot, Harry finally managed. And you're an arrogant prick who thinks that the rules don't apply to him, Malfoy shot back. This time, though, you'll finally get what's coming to you. Harry shook his head once again in disbelief. A quick tempest told him that, if he didn't leave immediately, he was in danger of being late to his own hearing. Again. This, he thought, wasn't going to be fun. Then again, maybe it will be. I'll catch up to you guys later, Harry said before turning on the spot and operating away, leaving a scowling Malfoy still standing there. 00000. The only concession that Harry made to being in the Ministry of Magic was to dispel the Obscurus spell on his face. When the guard at the security desk tried to stop him to measure his wand, Harry simply flicked back his hood and stared at the man, not even bothering to pause his steps. The faint remains of the lightning bolt on his head, it seemed, was enough to open doors. There was only one place that the Wizengamot could possibly be meeting to try him, the exact same place that they did back when he was 15. He stood patiently, almost unnaturally still in the elevator as it descended. The instant that the door opened, though, he was off, striding down the corridor and the stairs to the next level. Seeing the closed doors before him didn't faze Harry in the slightest, a wandless banisher took care of them. The fact that he strode through the doors the second after the great double doors had slammed back against the stone walls, his aura flaring slightly, instantly silenced the great circular, tiered courtroom. Harry stopped at the precise center, right in front of the ominous-looking prisoner's chair, complete with its chains and manacles. With arms crossed, he tipped his head back slightly and stared upwards. The rows were filled with purple-robed witches and wizards, all with the elaborate golden Ws on their breasts signifying them as members of the Wizengamot. There were a few faces that he recognized: Minister for Magic Shacklebolt, Andy, Madame Longbottom, among them, but his gaze passed over them as easily as it did every other face. I believe that you summoned me. He deadpanned. Yes, Mr. Potter, one of the old men that Harry didn't know replied. Harry could see the man taking a deep breath, ready to launch into a pompous speech of some kind. Harry gave him just enough time to get the first syllable out before interrupting him. If I have to be here, use my correct title, thank you very much, Lord Potter. Or Lord Black, I suppose, he added as an afterthought. Yes, well, the man blinked. But once again, Harry cut him off. He'd learned from his last time in this situation, give them an inch and they'd take a mile, peppering him with questions and not allowing him to answer anything or defend himself. Then again, considering the reason that you've summoned me here, perhaps the correct form of address is Mage. Seeing the blank and bewildered looks, he sighed and elaborated. I am known throughout the world as Mage, one of the Avengers, a team of extraordinary people who are tasked with defending innocence, be they magical or non-magical, from threats of all sorts, be they human-made, the bizarre, or even from beyond this planet. To this end, the International Confederation of Wizardry has given me special dispensation to act as I see fit, using magic in the presence of non-magicals. In this way, with me and my actions in plain sight, doing the things that I do, combating the strange and weird, anything out of the ordinary that non-magicals see is simply passed off. Thus, allowing the wizarding world some breathing room to continue hiding from the rest of the world. Harry paused, looking up and around the room. His explanation, it seemed, was only starting to sink into a small portion of the witches and wizards staring dumbfounded down at him. What that means, Harry continued, is that I acted with the full authorization of the ICW today to defend London from a threat from something not of this world. I was not breaking the statute of secrecy. I was not alerting the non-magical population to the existence of witches and wizards. All they saw was Mage, one of the people they know that they can count on to protect them. The witches and wizards from Hogwarts who were in the area at the time abided by the statute, even going so far as to ensure that they were wearing appropriate clothing to blend into their non-magical surroundings, something that I cannot say that your aurors did. This time when he paused, it was to see that his words had had some effect. Most looked thoughtful, while some actually looked as though they understood. Harry gave a nod of satisfaction. I trust that clears everything up? He asked rhetorically. And before anyone could reply, he turned and strode from the room. I really wish that I'd done that the last time, he muttered as he rode the elevator towards the lobby. 00000. By the time that Harry arrived back in Greenwich, the place looked completely different. While it was true that he'd deterred from the Ministry of Magic to Hogwarts to both reassure himself that Teddy and Hermione were okay and to assure them that he was perfectly fine, he didn't think that he'd been gone all that long. Even with the elapsed time due to staying for a late lunch in the kitchens of the castle with the pair. But judging by the swarm of black-suited figures combing the site of the battle, not to mention the plethora of yellow tape and barricades holding back the inquisitive crowd, he guessed that he'd been gone for longer than he'd thought. At least his hood was still up. A quick wave of his hand applied his usual spells to it. The first black-suited figure who'd headed towards him, obviously with the intent of asking him to leave, judging by the way he had one hand up, visibly blanched when he realized just who he'd encountered. From there, it was as though the officious people couldn't do enough for him, escorting him to a high-ranking man where he was asked to recount the battle. After that, he was shown inside the library where the debris left over from Malkith's ship was being brought. Greenwich University Library had been taken over by SHIELD. Their logo was everywhere. At the very least, tables and chairs had been removed to create an enormous space, a space that was filled with giant squares of plastic. Small avenues and lanes created access ways for the SHIELD personnel to move about, either adding to the piles of rubble on the plastic or taking some away, presumably to be analyzed. Mage watched the goings-on for a few minutes, trying to decide who might be in charge. It would be nice if, for once, Thor and his people sent down the god of cleaning up after yourself. They probably just have a magic broom for this sort of thing, a black-suited man with thinning brown hair groused. Mage couldn't resist the opening. I don't think there is one of them. And while I do have a magic broom, it is definitely not for cleaning with, he stated. The man, along with the two women that he was talking to, whirled about. One of the women, a small, slim woman of Asian descent, was definitely SHIELD, judging by the black jumpsuit that she was wearing. The other, though, was more ambiguous. This woman was wearing black jeans, a flannel shirt and a black leather jacket. She wore her hair long, with a slight wave to it at the ends where it had lightened from its dark brown as opposed to the usual SHIELD severity. Mage, the man breathed. Mage resisted the urge to sigh and merely nodded. This man was obviously a fan. Phil Cowlson, the man introduced himself as, "It's nice to meet you." Mage paused mid-stride and raked his eyes over the man. He'd heard that name before, usually in conjunction with a tone of sadness and regret or as a glass was raised. "I thought you were supposed to be dead." Mage noted, shaking Phil's hand. "It didn't seem to take," Phil shrugged. "Know that feeling," Mage commented, eliciting startled and confused looks from the three in front of him. Okay then," Phil said, before turning slightly to indicate the two women. This is Agent Melinda May and Sky. Agent May, Mage nodded before cocking his head at the younger woman. Just Sky? No last name? Nah. Long story, Sky replied. Basically, I don't know my real name and I like Sky better than the name I was given at the orphanage. Mary Sue Poots. Mage laughed at the crinkled nose she made at the name. I think I'd have picked my own name, too, if I'd been given something like that, he said. I understand that you were here for the battle, Coulson said, interjecting himself into the conversation. I was, Mage confirmed. Thankfully, Thor and I were only needed to be a distraction. Jane Foster and Dr. Selvig had the scientific side of things covered. Yes, we've already spoken to both of them, along with Darcy Lewis and their intern, Ian, I think his name was, Coulson stated. I just wish that they'd left the alien ship behind, Sky stated. So, we could clean up after that too. May snorted. So, we could go inside. Take a peek under the hood. Take it for a spin. Come on. You're telling me that piloting an alien ship isn't on your bucket list? Sky replied. Think I'll stick to my broom, Mage said. There's nothing like the feeling of the wind in your hair when you're flying. Yet? I wouldn't know. But I would if you'd take me for a ride, Sky stated, her brown eyes shining brightly. Sky. Coulson reprimanded. Oh, come on, AC, can't blame a girl for trying, Sky replied, not looking the least bit sorry. Oh, Smith-Herons. A voice complained, drawing the group's attention. Is there a problem, Agent Simmons? May asked. Oh, no, I just noticed that coming in, a young female agent with chestnut brown hair wearing a lab coat replied, waving at something behind the group. Mage turned along with the others to see some agents wheeling a pair of giant bins into the room, presumably carrying more rubble for the scientists to shift through. It's going to take us forever to sort through it all, Simmons commented. It'd take less time if you'd stop complaining and got to work, Gemma, another scientist, this one with a Scottish accent, commented. What exactly are you looking for? Mage asked. We need to find all of the pieces of alien technology and separate them out from everything native to Earth, the male scientist replied. And then take it somewhere safe where we can make sure that it doesn't pose a threat to anyone, Simmons added. I might be able to help with that, Mage replied, flicking his wrist to bring his wand into his hand. Mage walked across the room so that his back was against one wall. Then, after taking a careful look around the room, he gave a single nod and lifted his wand. A single large sweep encompassing the room preceded a number of carefully aimed flicks. And then it was as though the entire room was inside a whirlwind. Every single piece of rubble on the giant tarps and in the bins lifted into the air before swirling around and around. Then, with one final burst of magic, as though he was conducting a symphonic orchestra, Mage directed everything exactly where he wanted it to go. To one side of the room, went everything of Earth, piling up neatly on the tarps. And to the other side, went everything not of Earth. Whoa! Sky exclaimed, as her feet slid across the marble floor, directly towards the group of tarps now holding the non-Earth-based materials. What happened? What did you do? The male scientist demanded, one hand still up in front of him where he'd been holding a piece of rubble in front of his scientific instrument. I simply separated everything out, I put everything alien over there, Mage replied, pointing to his left but staring at Sky. The girl in question was standing wide-eyed with her legs braced and her arms out to the side as if to increase her balance. If you were only moving the alien bits over that way, then why did Sky move about like that? Coulson demanded. I don't know, Harry replied slowly, his curiosity piqued and unable to take his eyes away from her. He never could resist a mystery, after all. 000000. Soon after, Harry was shooed out of the university library by the agitated scientists. Really, Harry D thought that they'd be grateful for his help, but apparently not. Who knew that resorting all of the debris from the battle would mean that the scientists would need to start their analyzing all over again, just in case his magic had missed something. Not that it would have. And they'd also made a fuss about the possibility of his magic contaminating their readings so that they might get something called a positive negative, basically a reading saying that they were detecting alien residue when in fact all that they were detecting was Harry's magic. The fact that Harry's magic had searched out and moved everything that it could find that was not of Earth and had also affected Sky to the point where she was sent sliding across the floor, upped their argument. That was something that Harry couldn't explain either. When it came right down to it, it shouldn't have affected her. It didn't with anyone else, only her. Thus, why Harry had exchanged one library for another, the Greenwich University Library for the one in Grimmauld Place. His search through the old, dusty tomes for a reason for his magic affecting Sky like that had come up empty. The fact that he wasn't exactly sure what he should be looking for didn't help in the slightest. There were so many possibilities. He'd scoured every magical theory book that he could find, but if this particular phenomenon where a muggle had been affected by magic when it wasn't directed at them had happened before, it hadn't been documented. At least, not in the books that Harry D looked through. Really, this was where he'd normally rely on Hermione. She was a fiend when it came to researching. She, however, was swamped at work, having taken a couple of days off because of his visit already, and he didn't want to add to that. No, for now, he'd do his own research. He could always ask her about it later, assuming that he didn't find an explanation in the meantime. Master, Kreaker said, interrupting Harry as he searched the shelves once again. There are some muggles in the park acting strange even by muggle standards. Kreaker thinks they be looking for the house. Harry blinked at the ancient house elf. Really? I'll take a look, he said. Leaving the library, Harry crossed the hall and entered the nearest bedroom, which allowed him to look from the window across the road and down to the park. One look was enough to make him sigh. The one-eyed, bald, black man with the long black leather trench coat was staring at where 12 Grimmauld Place should be, his arms crossed. His companion seemed to be frowning between the device in her hand and her surroundings. I'll be right back, Harry said to the elf who had followed him into the room. Could you please prepare refreshments for 3 and bring it when I call? As master wishes, Kreaker croaked before popping away. Harry took a perverse pleasure in strolling down the stairs, disillusioning himself and slipping across the street to stand just behind the 2 Shield agents. He waited until both were facing the other way, made sure that they weren't being observed, and dropped the charm. Can I help you, Director Fury? Agent Morse? He asked. The two spun around, Fury drawing his gun in the blink of an eye to point squarely at Harry's face, Bobby's hand slipping behind her to grasp her batons, even though she didn't pull them. Potter. Fury growled, holstering his weapon. Yes, you can help us. You can start by inviting us in. Inviting you in? Harry repeated, carefully acting bewildered. Don't play dumb with us, Fury retorted. We tracked the GPS in your phone to this location, so we know that you're staying here. We just can't see where. Harry grinned at the man. Would you like to come in? We'd be delighted, Harry, Bobby replied. You'll need to hold on to me to get past the wards, Harry told them. With only a slight pause, the two agents did so, Bobby grasping his bicep, Fury his shoulder. As he led them across the street, he could tell the instant that the two saw the house, their hands gripped just a little tighter, and Bobby also took a sharp intake of breath. Don't touch anything, Harry warned as he led them inside. Why not? Fury asked amusedly. Afraid we'll try to bug the place. Nope, Harry replied. Wouldn't work, anyway. Electronics and magic don't play well together, although I think Tony's almost got that problem solved. No, the reason is that, before I owned this place, it belonged to my godfather. And his family weren't particularly fond of non-magicals. They truly did deserve the name Black Dot. Once the three were seated in the downstairs parlor, Harry called Kreaker, who stayed just long enough to place a tray with a teapot, 3 cups and an assortment of biscuits on the table before popping out again. What was that? Bobby asked, still staring at the spot that Kreaker had just occupied. House elf, Harry replied as he poured for the 3 of them. Dead useful species, only really ever happy when they're working or cleaning for the families that they're bonded with. Fury shook his head slightly before accepting the cup that Harry offered. What is it that I can do for you? Harry asked. Firstly, I wanted to thank you for your efforts here in London, Fury began. I've read the reports, seems that if it wasn't for you and Thor, things could have gone a whole lot differently. We did what was needed and we had some help, Harry replied. Doctors Foster and Selvig, along with Lewis and Boothby, Fury stated. I've read their reports as well. Boothby? Harry asked. Ian Boothby, apparently he's the intern of Miss Lewis, Bobby supplied. Ah, Harry said. We've also secured Mr. Boothby's silence. He won't be revealing your identity to anyone without either your or our permission, Fury stated. Thank you, Harry said, I'd forgotten that he heard that from Malfoy, the others already know who I am, of course. You're welcome, Fury replied. But that's not the reason that I'm here. I hear that you met my man Coulson. Phil. Yes. He and his team, Harry replied. That was a bit of a shock. Who've you told? Fury demanded. No one, yet. Harry replied. I'd like you to keep it that way, Fury said. Harry stared at the man. You don't think the Avengers should know? No. I don't. They don't need to know, Fury stated flatly. Coulson and his team are covered, only those who need to know about them do so. They can get in places and situations and do the job that other teams and agents can't. The Avengers would be happy to back them up when or if they need it, Harry replied. The Avengers draw too much attention to themselves, something that Coulson and his team don't need, Fury retorted. Fine. We'll stay away. But that doesn't mean that they can't know that Phil survived. Every one of them was affected greatly by his death and they'd give anything to know that he'd survived, Harry said. I don't want them knowing, Fury stated emphatically. Harry stared at the man. And while Fury's stares were good, Harry stared with the best Snape and Moody among them. Finally, fury relented. I can't order you to not tell them you're not a SHIELD agent, but I can ask, he said. I'll think about it, Harry finally replied. But no promises. 000000. You think her old man will get the point this time? A man asked, awakening Jennifer from her sleep. If he doesn't, the Pride will simply have him killed as well, a second man replied. Jennifer's eyes snapped open and she looked around her hospital room in a panic. It was dark, the only light coming from the slit under the door and the small amount that filtered in around the curtains. Two shadowy shapes stood at the foot of her bed, obviously the ones who'd just been talking about killing her father. As her eyes adjusted to the lack of light, she noticed that one of the men's arms rise, pointing towards her. A glint of light was enough to tell her exactly what he was holding. Jennifer flung herself to the right and off the bed just as a soft snick sounded. Another 2 snicks had sounded by the time that she hit the floor. Unfortunately, in her haste to get away, her arm had hit the switch that turned on the small light set just above her bed. The men, dressed in dark clothing, her heads covered by the hoods of their jumpers, blinked rapidly in the unexpected light. From where she sat, Jennifer could see the guns that both held. Fear gripped her, squeezing her insides. Any second now, they were going to realize where she was and turn their guns on her. And they wouldn't miss a second time. Jennifer's insides squeezed and a cold sweat broke out on her body. She could feel herself trembling, her entire limbs starting to shake violently. She brought her hands up to cover her face as the men's gazes turned towards her. But something felt different. Her hands felt the wrong size. And her skin almost felt as though it was changing, shifting under her touch. WH, what is she? One of the men stammered, his eyes huge. The other man had already begun to back away. These men were afraid of her, she realized. Lowering her hands, she stared at them. Now, it seemed, they were the ones doing the shaking. Jennifer grinned at them. They should be afraid. She'd bet that these were the ones that had shot her the first time. And as she thought it, her fear morphed into anger. And then it grew. No, she then realized, she wasn't just angry, she was furious. Pushing off from the floor, she leapt straight onto the bed that gave a mighty lurch and creak before collapsing onto the floor. The man that had begun to back away, turned and fled, slamming the door open in his haste. The other man had backed himself into a corner and raised his gun. His hand, though, was shaking so much that Jennifer wasn't sure that he'd be able to hit anything. Not that she was going to give him a chance. A single stride was enough to get her close enough to grab not only the gun, but also the man's hand. And then she squeezed. Hard. The gun must have been a bad make, for she felt the metal give, squishing quickly out of shape. Sharp snaps that she couldn't identify accompanied the destruction of the gun. Ah! The man was screaming. The second that Jennifer opened her hand, what was left of the gun fell to the floor and the man began cradling his hand, tears streaming down his face as he slid to the floor. The man's scream had brought help, though. A nurse burst into the room before sliding to a stop and backing up. She. Hulk, the nurse babbled. Jennifer stared at her, confused. And then she caught sight of her reflection in the mirror mounted on the wall. She stared at the fact that she had green skin, not to mention that she seemed much taller than she was supposed to be. Her hospital gown was torn to shreds, barely maintaining any sort of dignity. What have they done to me? She whispered, touching the green skin on her cheek with an equally green hand. She stared back at the man, then at his hand and realized that his hand was completely mangled, just like the gun had been. Her head shifted to the wreck of her bed, the one that had collapsed when she'd simply stood on it. Finally, she looked at the nurse's horrified, terrified face. 2 strides took her to her bedside table where one massive jade green hand grabbed up her few belongings. And then, with them in hand, Jennifer fled, running, bounding down the hospital corridor faster than she'd ever moved before. Chapter 35, Auxiliary Avengers. Assemble. Disclaimer: anything you see and recognize does not belong to me. Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling's, the Avengers and other related characters belong to Marvel. I'm simply playing in their sandboxes. 000000. Heroes assemble. Chapter 35 Auxiliary Avengers. Assemble. Master. Master must wake up. Harry blearily opened his eyes before startling backwards on his bed, his heart suddenly rocketing in his chest. Creaker. Don't do that. Harry admonished the elf who was still standing right beside his bed, his ancient, bulbous nose only a bare inch from where Harry's head had been a moment before. Yes, Master, an unrepentant-sounding Creaker replied. Is there a reason you are waking me up it? Harry cast a quick, wandless, wordless tempest, 2:30 in the morning. Yes, Master, Creaker replied. Master has a flu call. Harry stared at the elf. This had better be good. Who is it? He near growled. Aura Roberts, Creaker replied. Instantly, Harry was rolling out of bed and moving towards the door. Old habits are hard to break, he grouched to himself. Indeed, when he was still an Auror, there had been numerous times when he'd been awoken in the middle of the night by a flow call from Roberts. Then, as now, he'd hurried to answer it. More often than not, this preceded a return to duty, hours before his shift was due to start. Roberts, Harry greeted the head floating in the fire. Potter. Took your sweet time getting here, Roberts retorted. I'm not one of your Aurors anymore, Harry reminded him. There's been an attack, Roberts stated, ignoring Harry's comment. Shacklebolt tells me that you have jurisdiction. What? Harry asked confusedly. What do you mean that I have jurisdiction? Just what I said, Roberts repeated. I strongly suggest you get down here ASAP. Harry gave an absent nod and Roberts cut the connection. Exactly what kind of attack would give him jurisdiction over the DMLE he couldn't fathom. Unless... His eyes widening, Harry took off in a dead run back towards his room. 000000. As Harry strode into the offices of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, he was met at the door by a young Auror, a trainee, judging by their robes. Mr. Potter, the trainee Auror said. I've been instructed to bring you straight to interview room 1B. Harry gave a nod. Thank you. Although he could find his way there himself, he let the young man lead him. Interview room 1B was actually a small room to the side of interview room 1 that had special charms placed on one of the walls allowing anyone in the B room to see into the main room without being seen themselves, much like a one-way mirror in a Muggle police interview room. A quick glance as he entered showed Harry that a female Auror was sitting with a young boy in the main room. Whether or not they were talking was unknown. The silencing wards seemed to be engaged. The B room was occupied by 3 people and, although Harry expected 2 of them, the third wasn't a complete surprise. Chief Roberts. Kingsley. Susan, he said, nodding to each. Thanks for coming, Harry, Minister Shacklebolt replied. Hi, Harry, Susan Bones replied with a small smile. Roberts simply gave a grunt that Harry interpreted as being dissatisfied with Harry's speed in getting there. Nothing much had changed, it seemed. Earlier tonight there were a number of attacks, Roberts began the briefing. All against Muggle-born families. The only survivor was young David Harkwood. His parents managed to smuggle him out a window and told him to run, gave him a portkey to the ministry that activated as soon as he was clear of the anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards that had been raised. Harry glanced again at the boy in the other room. He was small, maybe 7 or 8, he guessed, with mousy brown hair and still wearing his pajamas. Tear tracks were clearly visible on his face as he leant up against the female Auror, her hand around his shoulders. I'm guessing that there was more to this since you called me in, Harry stated. My team and I were the first on the scene, Susan replied. The house had been pretty much destroyed and we found his parents' bodies inside. They'd been killed by something that we couldn't identify. It didn't look like any sort of spell that we'd encountered before. Our first guess was some kind of blasting curse, but it just wasn't quite right. Reports came in of 2 other attacks, Roberts picked up. Both families were killed, a total of 11, including 5 children under Hogwarts age. We managed to get young David in there to give us his memory of what happened, Susan said, indicating the pensieve on the table behind her. As soon as we saw what happened, I asked for you to be called in, Kingsley concluded. May I? Harry asked, indicating the bowl. Kingsley simply waved his hand and Harry stepped forward. Placing his finger into the silvery liquid, he felt himself drawn inside. He landed in what was obviously a child's bedroom. There were toys, blocks and action figures predominantly scattered around. A small light globe, obviously the magical version of a night light, hovered in the corner above the bed where the boy, David, was sleeping. Suddenly, a loud noise, an explosion, rocked the house and David shot up in bed. Ignoring him, Harry crossed the room and stuck his head out through the curtains. A second explosion preceded David joining him there, a look of terror on the boy's face. Dark elves, Harry growled. Obviously, he hadn't gotten them all. He'd thought that he'd come up short when he was rounding them up. There were 8 of them, all holding some kind of alien weapon that they were firing at the house. Their behavior, though, was different to what he'd seen in Greenwich. There, the elves had preferred to rush their opponents, to fight more hand to hand. Here, they stood in a slight arc, equidistant apart and shot from a distance. The position was eerily familiar, but not one that he'd seen since the war. And when combined with the anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards that had been mentioned. On impulse, Harry willed himself from the second-story window down to the ground amongst the elves. With humans, it was possible to tell by looking in their eyes if they were being controlled, but even stepping up so that he was basically nose to nose with one of the dark elves, Harry had no idea if what he was seeing was normal or out of the ordinary. Instead, he began searching the outer reaches of the area. And then he found it. A single wizard was standing under a copse of trees, hidden in the shadows. If Harry hadn't been specifically looking for them, there was no way that they would have been noticed. Unfortunately, it was simply too dark to be able to distinguish any features. Ignoring the fact that the memory wasn't over, Harry willed himself up and out of the pensieve. You see why we called you in? Kingsley asked. Yet. Dark elves, Harry said darkly. Being controlled by a wizard. What? Susan and Kingsley asked, clearly startled. Are you sure? Roberts added. Yet. Saw them there. Standing under some trees. Too dark to make out who it was, though, he replied. Harry, judging by the time of the reports, we think that there's at least 2 groups of them, Susan stated. Merlin, Harry hissed. That's not good. Especially if they're being controlled by a wizard. You're the expert, Potter, what can you tell us about them? Roberts asked. Harry shook his head. I'm not exactly an expert. I've only encountered them the once and they acted completely different then. We've got to find them and quickly before there's a panic, Kingsley stated. I might know some people who can help there, Harry promised. Give me a few hours and I'll get back to you. 000000. Harry waited until he was out of the ministry and leaning against a wall in a nearby alley before pulling out the mobile phone that Tony had given him. For half a second, he debated which number to call first, but ultimately, considering the time, he didn't think that it mattered all that much. The phone rang half a dozen times before it was picked up. Morse. Hi, Bobby, it's Harry, he said. Do you have any idea what time it is? She snapped. I know what time it is here, but considering that I have no idea where you are, I don't have a clue what time zone you're in, Harry replied. Silence reigned on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Considering that it's the middle of the night where you are, I'm guessing that this is important, she said. Yeah, Harry replied. I need to get in contact with Coulson's team, he said. Why? Bobby snapped. Fury told you to stay away from them. True, Harry agreed. But he also said that that's the SHIELD team that deals with the extraordinary. Which means that they're the ones that I think can help me. What's happened? Bobby asked. Apparently, I didn't find all of the dark elves to send back to Asgard, Harry said. There's been some attacks tonight. Looks like there could be somewhere between 1 and 2 dozen of them being controlled by 1 or more magicals. I'll contact Fury and get back to you, Bobby stated, all business. Thanks, Bobby, Harry said before the line went dead. Pressing the appropriate buttons, Harry then dialed the next number. Good evening, Mr. Potter, a cultured voice said after a single ring. Hi, Jarvis. Would you like me to connect you through to Mr. Stark? Jarvis asked. Harry paused, considering the idea. After all, Tony himself had been told off for acting the hero without backup not that long ago. Not at the moment, but you can let him know that I called and may be calling back later, he hedged. For now, I was hoping that you could give me some information. Of course, sir, Jarvis replied. Thanks. I need the address for Jane Foster here in London, Harry said. Certainly, sir. I will text it you to momentarily, Jarvis promised. Brilliant. Thanks Jarvis, Harry said before hanging up. 000000. Well, look who it is, Mr. Magic Man showing his face and everything, Darcy greeted as she opened the door. May I come in? Harry asked. Yep, get your butt in here, Darcy replied, opening the door wider and gesturing. We're having breakfast if you want something, Darcy offered. You can cook. Harry asked dubiously, noting that Ian was in the kitchen, Eric in the lungy room and Jane sat hunched over a bowl of something at the table. Me? Are you kidding? Course not. But we have cereal. Or Pop-Tarts, she replied. Harry raised an incredulous eyebrow at her. Thor loves them, Darcy stated as though that was explanation enough. A crack of thunder heralded everyone turning to gaze out at the blue sky past the balcony. And then a great swirling appeared on the balcony itself. Jane, predictably, was the first to move, racing outside, arriving just in time to leap at the arriving Thor and kiss him soundly. Eventually, the two separated enough for Jane to grasp Thor's hand and to drag him inside. My friends. It is good to see you all again, Thor said as he stepped inside. Only 2 days away this time, good for you, Darcy beamed. Sayer. I was not expecting to see you here, Thor boomed, striding across the room to grasp Harry's forearm. It's good to see you, too, Thor. And it's Harry, remember? He smiled. Of course, my friend, Thor replied with a small bow of his head. Actually, I'm glad that you're here, Harry said. We've got a problem. What kind of problem? Eric asked. Apparently, I didn't find all of those dark elves, Harry admitted. Missed 1 or 2 dozen of them and last night they attacked some magical families. From what I was able to work out, they're working with at least 1 wizard, most likely more, whether they're under a spell or not, I don't know. Dark elves are not a species that will work willingly with another, Thor stated with a frown. That's what I thought, Harry frowned. Do any of you know some way to track them? Not that I know of, Jane replied. Eric. No, nothing like that's ever been invented, he added. I can ask Heimdall, Thor said, but if, as you say, there are Sayer involved, it is quite likely that they would be hidden from his sight. Harry frowned. That's what I thought. Looks like we'll just have to wait until they surface again and go from there. You are not alone in this, my friend. It will be an honor to fight by your side to protect the innocents, Thor said, giving his hammer a swing for emphasis. 000000. What the hell? Darcy exclaimed, shying backwards in her chair to the point that she fell to the ground with a thump. Harry spun around, his wand instantly snapping into his hand. Across the room, Thor held out his hand, making Mjolnir fly across to him where he instantly held it up, ready. The gleaming silver animal cantering into the room was enough to have Harry lowering his wand. It's okay, he said. It's just a patroness. A what? Jane asked, edging closer to get a better look. Harry. Hogsmeade is under attack by those alien creatures you told us about along with some wizards. Come quickly, the horse patroness said in Susan Bone's voice. Standing, Harry fished his cloak out of his pouch and swung it on. What was that? Jane asked, still staring at where the silver horse had just shimmered out of existence. Magical way of communicating, I'll explain later, if you like, Harry replied shortly before turning to Thor. You up for some smiting? Thor grinned at him, giving Mjolnir a twist in his hand. Always. Wandlessly, Harry summoned the empty Pop-Tart packet before tapping it with his wand, making it glow blue. Grab on, this'll take us where we need to go, he instructed. This could be uncomfortable. Then, with that warning, he waited until his partner had taken hold before tapping the packet again. Instantly, the world swirled about them as the Portkaya took them from London to Scotland. Landing on his feet, Harry noted that Thor looked quite at ease, glancing as he was around the deserted town street. No ill effects? Harry asked. Not at all, Thor replied. Your Sayer form of transportation is not unlike a crude form of the Rainbow Bridge. Glad to hear it, Harry replied absently. A distant scream sounded, alerting the two to the direction that they were obviously needed. Looking that way, Harry could make out a column of smoke rising about the nearby buildings. Sharing a grim look, Thor began rapidly spinning his hammer. At the same time, Mage produced his broom before enlarging it and mounting. Together, the two rocketed off, Thor allowing Mage to take the lead. From the air, it was easy to see the battle lines that had formed. A dozen red-robed Aurors were fanned out across a street, houses to either side of them. On the other end of the street, almost like an old-time western, were the bad guys in this instance, made up of a combination of dark elves and black-robed wizards, more houses and the occasional shop to either side and behind them. These, though, had all suffered damage, windows blown in, facades destroyed, doors hanging from hinges, multiples of them ablaze. The combination elf/wizard forces seemed to have been split into three groups. The smallest of them, only containing 5 dark elves, stood in the middle of the street. The other two groups, each with half a dozen elves, were close to the buildings, using rubble from the partly destroyed buildings to guard their flanks. What really caught Mage's attention was the fact that for every dark elf, there was a wizard at their back, shielding them from the spells that the Aurors were throwing at them. Seeing the danger that the Aurors were in, being so vastly outnumbered, Mage dropped into a dive, only pulling up at the very last moment, a shield charm already cast, and catching a pair of dark red bolts of energy shot from the elves' blasters at the Aurors. Barely without a thought, he jumped from his broom, shrunk it wandlessly and put it away, all while catching another bolt before recasting his shield to stop another pair of bolts from hitting the Aurors behind them. To his side, Mage could see Thor a short distance away, catching bolts with Mjolnir before striking back with a jet of white-hot electricity. A pair of wizards and an elf went flying and Mage took the opportunity to let loose with a plethora of spells and curses of his own into the breach that Thor had created. Only Mage's amazing peripheral vision, forged from his years of hairy hunting and perfected on the Quidditch pitch, saw the small, silver sphere heading his way. Snapping out his wand, he batted it away with a spell, making it flying past erratically. A sudden explosion and a great gust of wind ripped into him from behind. Feeling his feet beginning to slide out from under him, Mage dug his heels in and glanced back. What he saw had him dropping to the ground and digging his fingertips in to make sure that he wasn't going anywhere. A great ball of swirling energy was sucking everything that it could into itself, including the forms of 4 Aurors. The men flailed around in midair before the ball of energy suddenly imploded, taking the men with them into nothingness. A jet of energy fizzed past his hair, crackling the air with its energy, and Mage instantly flung up a shield before leaping to his feet. Glancing to either side, he noted that only 5 of the Aurors remained. Those that hadn't been sucked into nothingness by the strange silver device lay unmoving on the ground. Suddenly, Thor took a mighty leap upward, Mjolnir raised high before he brought it crashing down into the ground, sending a shockwave straight down the street. Elves and wizards alike toppled like bowling pins, but before either Thor, Mage, or the remaining Aurors could capitalize on it, an indecipherable order was yelled from one of the wizards and every one of their foes vanished into the mulet-colored swirl of multiple port keys. Mage straightened, his wand loose in his hand. Looking across, he shared a grim look with Thor before the two stared at the devastation around them. 00000. Tony checked the heads-up display in his helmet. As expected, the two he was tracking were dead ahead. One, of course, was moving swiftly along the rooftops, leaping gaps as needed. The other moved in a pendulum style down the center of the street, a slight shift to either side on each swing. Plotting a course, Tony fired his thrusters, accelerating past Spider-Man, the startled webhead giving him a wave with his free hand. Now that he had the attention of one, Tony shifted trajectory until he was able to rocket over the blood-red-clad Daredevil. Noting that the vigilante had shifted as though looking up, Tony knew that his objective had been achieved. Deftly, he landed on the roof of the next building over and waited. Spider-Man was the first to arrive, acrobatically flipping up over the edge of the roof, somersaulting and landing in a crouch before straightening. Daredevil simply landed from his last jump and jogged across the intervening distance. "Hi guys," Tony said, having flipped his face mask up. "Mr. Stark," Peter replied. "Tony," Matt said with a nod. "You two seem to be having fun," Tony remarked. Peter shrugged. "Yeah, you know how it is, beat up a few bad guys, leave them for the police and look for more. Crime has been dropping," Matt remarked. "I think the bad guys, as Peter calls them, are starting to learn." "Well, it seems I came to the right place," Tony grinned. "How would the two of you like a trip to jolly old England?" Matt and Peter shared a look. "That's where Harry is," Matt stated. "Funny you should say that," Tony replied. "I'm assuming the two of you have been keeping up with the news." "You mean those aliens that wrecked part of London?" Peter asked eagerly. "Yep. Seems that Point Break and our resident Merlin missed a couple on their cleanup and now they're causing a bit of trouble in the magical world," Tony informed them. "You mean not only would we get a trip overseas but we'd also get to see some more magic?" Peter asked eagerly. "Count me in." Tony looked expectantly at Matt. "I guess that I could take some time off," he said. "Excellent. TTHE Quinjet will be leaving the tower at 8 tomorrow morning. Bring a couple of changes of clothes and whatever else you need," Tony said. With that, he gave a nod, flipped his face mask closed and rocketed off. "I shall have the Quinjet prepped for launch for the three of you," Jarvis stated. "Better make it 5, buddy," Tony said, noting the heat signature that had stayed just out of sight of their conversation, but not, he suspected, out of everyone's senses. 00000. Jennifer Walters woke up in a blind panic, her eyes snapping open and her arms and legs scrabbling about as if to gain purchase. When it became clear that she wasn't in any danger, she relaxed slightly. But seconds later, she was holding her hands up in front of her, turning them over, running her hands over her arms and examining them minutely. Aggravatingly, they still looked completely abnormal. Still that same jade green coloring from the night before. To make sure, she examined both legs and even her stomach through the torn hospital gown that she still wore. With a sigh of frustration, Jennifer took in her surroundings. She was in a small park, it seemed, at least judging by all of the greenery around her. The fact that she was in a bit of a gully hindered her view, though. Standing up, she raised her bent arm and trailed a hand on the underside of the stone bridge that she was under. "Guess I'm in the right place if I'm some sort of troll now," she muttered. The slight breeze that filtered down, ruffling the no longer white gown, reminded her that she was all but naked. Cautiously, she made her way up the side of the gully. Her gaze raked the park in all directions and she sighed with relief at realizing that she was totally alone. Through a gap in the trees, she could make out the skyline of Los Angeles a lot further away than it was supposed to be, which wasn't overly surprising considering the memory of running in the dead of night that she had. She knew that in her strange, altered state, she'd been much, much bigger and had been able to run incredibly fast, accounting for how far she'd come. That, of course, led her heart to start beating wildly again as she panicked. What was wrong with her? Why'd she become some green female Hulk-like thing? And worse yet, how long was it going to last? Jennifer knew that she needed answers. Never before had she heard of this happening to anyone, well, apart from the Hulk himself. Thrusting her hands into the pockets of her hospital gown, she startled as they scraped against something unexpected. Closing her fists around them, she pulled it out to see what she'd brought with her. Her watch, she held in front of her, noting how very early it was. Her purse, after checking exactly how much money she had, plus that her credit cards were in there, went back into her pocket. The get-well card from her father promptly joined it. But it was the last item, a piece of paper that caught her attention. It took her a number of minutes of frowning at it before she worked out what it was, the name and address of one of Cousin Bruce's friends in New York. Someone who would have a way to contact Bruce. And considering the fact that Bruce had given her some of his blood, not to mention the fact that, even though he was a physicist, he dabbled in genetics and had an issue of his own, according to the latest newspapers, meant that he might have some answers for her. Yes, she decided, with whatever it was that had happened to her, it was imperative that she find Bruce and work out what was going on. Firstly, though, she needed some clothes.